Aidan is an NPC blacksmith who acts on his own. One day, the moderator decides to delete some bugs in the game, and Aidan is among them. Not only him, but also the little girl he adopted. For some reason, the protagonist, Aidan, comes back to life as an NPC. But now, with the help of a system, with this new power, he vows to become strong enough to destroy the moderator responsible for his sister's elimination. The story begins with a village being deleted. All the NPCs and monsters in that village had no way to avoid being erased, and no one knew the exact reason why. Aidan, the protagonist, tries to save his sister, but unfortunately, Alice was deleted. Her last words to him were to survive. She disappeared in front of his eyes, leaving only a bracelet behind. At this point, Aidan was also caught by the moderator and was being deleted. The moderator, dressed in a dark outfit with a mask, identifies Aidan as a low-level threat and orders his permanent elimination. Before losing consciousness, Aidan wonders why this had to happen to him. This game was created to make players feel powerful. They were seen as heroes when destroying monsters, and the people worshipped these players, thanking them for saving everyone from the monsters. But over time, the players became arrogant, they felt superior, and this was a disaster for NPCs and even low-level players. No one could stop the evil acts of these players, and worse, the moderators and administrators didn't care about the crimes. Anyone who went against the system was labeled a bug and eliminated by the moderator. Aidan, as an NPC, didn't care about the players or the game owners. He just wanted to survive and live a normal life. One cold day, he found a little girl with red hair and named her Alice. Over time, Aidan realized that neither he nor Alice were affected by the game's internal maintenance. When the maintenance started, everything, including players, NPCs and monsters, stopped. But Aidan and Alice could still move and live normally. He didn't know why, but he took advantage of it. As Aidan grew up, he became a blacksmith. Unfortunately, he suffered at the hands of the players, but they avoided deleting him because he was just an NPC. In this game, players gained karma points when they eliminated others, and those with a lot of points were seen as unreliable, so players avoided fighting to keep their reputations intact. Elise, saddened by the way Aidan was treated, tried to comfort him, but he pretended everything was fine to protect her. Elise was the most important person to Aidan. He literally lived for her. The two lived happily together for a few years, until the moderator decided to erase their village permanently. On that day, Aidan was also deleted, but as he was about to disappear, he swore to himself that he would destroy the moderator with his own hands. Just when it seemed like the end of an NPC's life, the moderator's deletion command was cancelled, and Aidan's character was restored. The protagonist woke up bewildered, not understanding how he was alive. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing him that Aidan had been reborn and now had the powers of a moderator. The command skill had been unlocked. Several tabs appeared showing available commands. Aidan looked at them in disbelief. A little later, in Bansan Forest, several players gathered near Adeline Castle. Someone asked why so many people had gathered, and one player guessed it was for a game event. Another player thought it was a weapon enhancement event. At this moment, we see Aidan, the NPC, working on weapons. A player doubts it's an event because no notification appeared on his system tab, assuming it must be a secret event. At that point, Aidan turned an ordinary sword into a special one without using any materials. The player happily thanked him for the upgrade, celebrating that it looked magical. He said everyone should enjoy it, since they didn't know when such an event would happen again. Many players lined up to upgrade their weapons. Suddenly, a rude player jumped to the front of the line, pushing others aside. He handed his sword to Aidan for improvement. Aidan recognized him as the same player who always bullied him. At that time, Aidan had done nothing to retaliate, to protect Elise. The players demanded the rude player get out of line, since he had jumped ahead of everyone. Someone commented that the player was known for buying items cheaply and selling them at exorbitant prices, and everyone knew he had a bad reputation. The rude player recognized Aidan as the NPC from the deleted village. His friend asked how he had gotten here. They also remembered the little girl who always accompanied Aidan. The protagonist gritted his teeth hearing them talk about his life like he had no feelings. But then he had an idea. He started improving the sword. The rude player hoped to get a special sword, but his friend warned him not to take the risk. The protagonist, standing in the background with a gloomy face, overheard their conversation. Minutes later, several swords were thrown to the ground. Broken, the system announced. announced that the enhancement had failed and the equipment was destroyed. The rude player began crying, clutching his useless swords. Aidan laughed, saying his hands had gotten slippery. Other players cheered at his defeat. The rude player grabbed Elise by the collar and demanded compensation for the ruined weapons. He tried to blame Aidan, but both of them were soon expelled by the players who wanted their weapons upgraded. Later that night, Aidan returned to his room, now full of money. The system appeared showing that the mission to start an event had been completed. Aidan clicked to view his reward. When Aidan came back to life, he was greeted by a unique system that gave him the privileges of a moderator. With it, Aidan also gained a skill called Command. This skill had previously been used only by the game administrator. Aidan didn't fully understand how it worked, but he assumed he could now edit his status and go anywhere without needing to level up. After reading the notification, a mission appeared instructing him to start an event. Aidan looked at the notification, confused as to why the game allowed him to have such power. A memory of Elise's disappearance flashed in his mind, and Aidan remembered his goal. He needed to destroy the moderator. He realized that if he wanted to get strong, he would have to follow this system. Back in the present, Aidan accepted the reward from his first mission, which granted him the ability to unlock any item. He thought it was a great reward, but his level was still very low, weaker than even a beginner player. He remembered the moderator had called him a bug before deleting him, and Aidan felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, a second mission appeared, Easter egg. Aidan needed to find the egg, and its location was marked on the map. Aidan left his room and saw that it was still dark outside. He decided to wait until morning to complete the mission. The next day, Aidan, now equipped, entered a deserted forest. He was sure this was the location marked on the map, but he didn't expect the egg to be inside a dungeon. Dungeons were places where players went to improve their stats, and Aidan had never needed to go into one before because he was an NPC. But now, having been resurrected and with a mission, he would enter for the first time. Unbeknownst to Aidan, someone was hiding behind a tree, watching his every move. Without wasting time, Aidan enters the dungeon. The entry restriction requires players to be at least level 80. However, as an NPC, with the help of the moderator system, Aidan doesn't need to worry about that. Inside, he comes across several mutant monsters. He's shocked, as he's never seen so many before. After all, he never needed to enter a dungeon. He wonders if this is what players have to face when they need to level up. He certainly wouldn't be here if not for the mission. Luckily for Aidan, the monsters don't notice him, and he reaches a door. He tries pushing it with his hands, but it doesn't open. He then uses the system's ability to unlock any item. The command works, and the door opens. Aidan is almost blinded by a strong white light that pours out of the room. The light disappears, and he sees the Easter egg just as he's about to touch it. Something like a meteor crashes in front of him, nearly hitting him. The protagonist quickly runs to avoid the explosion and looks back terrified, trying to figure out what just happened. At that moment, the dungeon guardian appears fully equipped and ready to finish. Aidan caught off guard. Aidan is injured. The guardian strikes him, first on his arm, then his shoulder, and finally, his face. Aidan, in desperation, realizes he has no choice but to fight back. With no other option, he pulls his sword from its scabbard and charges. Unfortunately, he's hit in the shoulder, but he stands firm and counters with a strike to the guardian's neck. For a brief moment, he believes he's won as the guardian's head falls. However, when he looks at the neck, he sees something like a galaxy emerging from the wound. Suddenly, the guardian punches Aidan in the face with great force, sending him flying. The ground cracks beneath him from the impact. Aidan can't believe the monster is still alive. The guardian picks up his head, reconnects it to his body, and prepares for more. Aidan feels hopeless, but then memories of Elise and his childhood flood his mind. He understands now that he can't give up, especially not after his sister's last words told him to survive. With newfound resolve, Aidan charges at the guardian, wielding a hammer in hand. The guardian's weapon is destroyed in the first strike, and Aidan sees a glimmer of hope. He swings the hammer in every direction, and the guardian starts losing pieces of his armor and limbs, eventually being disassembled down to just his head. Aidan, determined, raises the hammer one final time, aiming for the guardian's head. The screen fills with red notifications. After several intense minutes of fighting, Aidan is victorious. He celebrates his win, but is badly injured. The system appears, confirming that the mission is complete. Aidan's body is filled with blue energy as he gains a new skill and levels up to level 3 moderator. He sees that his new skill is called Edit. Aidan looks at his new abilities, but decides to review them later, as he's in too much pain. He prepares to leave the dungeon, but as soon as he steps out, he collapses from exhaustion, eventually losing consciousness. The person who had been hiding nearby approaches his body. She lowers her hood and smiles in satisfaction upon seeing him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a drone approaches and collects the data, then alerts its superior. The drone reports that the guardian of the dungeon has been eliminated, and that evidence of a low-level bug threat has been detected. The drone finishes gathering all the information and sends its report. A little later, Aidan wakes up to find someone holding his hand, guiding his finger to accept a friend request. Instinctively, Aidan pulls his hand back, refusing the request. He then questions who the girl is and what she's doing. The girl introduces herself as Arya. Aidan realizes she's a player and uses his skill to check her status. Arya tells him not to be afraid, saying she's not a bad person. But Aidan is shocked when he sees her karma number. The maximum karma level is 100, but her number is so high that Aidan can't even count it. It seems Arya wasn't being very sincere when she said she was a good person. The number clearly indicates that she's eliminated many players. Understanding this, Aidan asks her to leave. Arya looks disappointed and says she even spent her healing potion on him. Aidan glances at her body and realizes she's telling the truth. His injuries are gone. She says she doesn't want anything in return, which surprises him. Arya explains that she only helped him because he seemed different. Just as she's about to continue, a system notification interrupts their conversation, giving Aidan a new mission. Aidan looks at Arya and realizes she can't see her system window, which makes him feel more comfortable. The new mission asks him to level up. Aidan concludes that Arya is a suspicious player, especially because of her karma number. He decides not to associate with her further. Aidan thanks Arya for her help and tells her he wants to continue on his own. Hours later, Aidan can't stop receiving friend requests. He realizes that since he said goodbye, Arya has been following him. Eventually unable to ignore the requests any longer, Aidan asks why she won't leave. Arya is surprised and asks if she can't come with him. Aidan doesn't understand why she keeps following him. Arya replies that she's worried he'll get hurt again, so she wants to stay close and protect him. Aidan refuses her help once again. Just then, Arya points behind him and says she was right about needing to protect him. Aidan turns around and is attacked by a green vault. A whole pack appears surrounding him. Aidan quickly pulls out a sword from his inventory and takes down the first vault. Arya sits comfortably on a rock nearby and casually asks if she should help. Aidan thinks for a moment, realizing it's not a bad time to fight. After all, he needs to level up to complete the mission. Meanwhile, in a large room, a man named Roy, a moderator of the game, talks to the drone. The drone informs him that the Easter egg has disappeared. Roy is shocked because the guardian of the dungeon was supposed to be invincible. The drone shows photos of the evidence it collected. Roy carefully examines the guardian's scattered body. He then stands up, deciding he'll need to clean up the mess before the administrator notices. Back in the forest, Aidan finally defeats the entire Wolf pack and leans on his sword exhausted. He never expected that one day he would leave his comfort zone as an NPC and face monsters in the wild. The system confirms a new skill has been acquired. At its status, Aidan notices his stats have increased by 2 times, but his experience remains at 0. His HP has risen to 200, while MP, Strength, Agility and Vitality are all at 20 points. He has 0 karma points. The edit ability allows him to multiply his stats as many times as he wants. Aidan feels a strong pain in his body due to the increase in his stat. He realizes that the added ability is powerful and plans to use it wisely in the future. However, he notices something strange. His level hasn't gone up despite eliminating monsters, and his experience is still 0. To get stronger in this world, one must level up. The game provides 2 ways to do this: complete missions or hunt monsters. Aidan knows this, and for the past several days, he's been hunting countless monsters. But despite all his efforts, in the end, nothing helped. Aidan didn't level up, and he didn't gain any experience. He felt like a failure, but deep down, he knew it was because he was an NPC. He couldn't live like the other players. Arya had been following him throughout his journey and noticed his intense desire to level up. After thinking about it, she approached Aidan and suggested they form a team. At first, Aidan dismissed the idea as nonsense, but then he realized it might be the only way to level up. If they hunted together, they'd be forced to earn team points. The protagonist quickly accepted her offer. Arya, surprised, blinked as she was used to hearing him refuse her suggestions. Without a second thought, she hugged him tightly. Aidan, uncomfortable, asked her not to invade his space. The next morning, the two entered a dungeon. Arya assured Aidan that he could rest while she carried the team. In front of her, several monsters gathered ready for battle. Arya complained about Aidan not accepting her friend request yet, but he ignored her complaint. Instead, he checked the system, confident that she'd handle the fight. He edited his experience, setting it to 2x so that the points she earned would be multiplied for him. As Arya fought Aidan's experience, points began to rise, and notifications flooded his system. His plan was working. He smiled in victory, focused entirely on the points he was gaining. Unaware that he was being watched behind a rock, a drone reported to a moderator that a bug had been detected. Arya quickly realized the situation. Aidan, still focused on his points, didn't notice that the drone had been spotted. When he looked up, he saw that Arya had already destroyed the drone. She wasn't sure why it was sent or why it was watching Aidan, but she made it clear no one was going to interfere with her plans or mess with her man. Later, Aidan finally accepted Arya's friend request. She was thrilled and asked if he had noticed how attractive she was. Aidan, uninterested, told her not to talk nonsense. Soon after, he completed the mission and reached level 30. Despite everything, Aidan still didn't understand why Arya wanted to stay close to him. She seemed suspicious, and her changing expressions made him think. Still, he reasoned it wasn't a bad thing to have her around, which is why he accepted her friend request. Thanks to the mission, Aidan gained a point and used it to upgrade his added status ability. He began to realize that at this point he was neither an NPC nor a player. He was something different, like a moderator, still unknown to the game administrators. He understood that this new strength came from his status clenching his fist. Aidan thought that if he had this power earlier, maybe he could have saved his sister. Suddenly, while thinking about Elise, Aidan noticed a yellow light in the distance. He felt a familiar energy and ran toward it. Arya, confused, followed him. The two found themselves standing in front of a portal. Aidan asked what it was, and Arya explained that it was a bad sector, a place where the system discards corrupted data. The area is deleted by moderators. These places are neglected, and over time, they become dangerous. Normal players cannot access them, so no one really knows what happens inside. Aidan heard this and decided to approach the portal. Arya, excited, asked if he was going in. Aidan placed his hand on the portal, and it immediately opened. Arya, curious, held on to his shoulder as they stepped through. As they crossed, they weren't identified as players, which surprised Aidan. He asked why she needed to hold on to him, and Arya explained that only moderators or system administrators can enter and exit bad sectors. She couldn't enter alone, so she had to stick with him. This confirmed to Arya that Aidan wasn't an ordinary player. Once they crossed, Aidan realized the place was empty, an ancient village that had collapsed long ago. Suddenly, something moved, and Aidan instinctively drew his sword, ready for battle. He attacked with full force, but stopped just before striking when he saw that it was a child. Before Aidan could react further, an arrow shot toward him. He quickly deflected it with his sword. The person in charge, an NPC, called the child by the name Henry and ordered him to take cover. The NPC then asked Aidan and Arya if they were players. They didn't answer. The NPC looked at Aidan and sensed he wasn't an enemy, but when he turned to Arya, he felt a murderous aura. The terrifying energy made him sweat, and the child asked if everything was okay. The NPC feared Arya might attack them. Arya, sensing the tension, smiled and tried to look friendly. At that moment, a man ran toward them and called out to the NPC Jake. He stopped when he saw Aidan and Arya, asking how they had gotten in. Jake, worried, asked what the problem was, and the man replied, "Helen is getting worse." Everyone rushed to find Helen, a little girl with red hair. She was lying in bed, and Nurse Sophia was by her side. Jake asked what had happened, but the nurse didn't know. She only knew that Helen was getting worse. Aidan looked at Helen and felt a familiar pang in his heart. She reminded him of Alice. Suddenly, a red notification from the system appeared in front of him, warning that a bug had been found, but the threat level was low. Another notification followed, stating that Aidan had to eliminate the bug. As Jake continued to try and save Helen, Sophia sadly replied that there was nothing more they could do. Henry, the child, ran to Helen crying. Jake tried to stop him, fearing the boy would get sick too. Arya sighed, saying it was too late. Jake, desperate, asked if she could help. He believed Arya could save Helen, because she was a player. But Arya coldly confessed that this wasn't a disease, it was a bug. Everyone froze, horrified. Jake, terrified, began shouting that even though their city had been destroyed, they never challenged the system. There was no reason they should be punished. Arya, unfazed, explained that one didn't have to challenge the system to become a bug. She said there was no way to save Helen. She was already being consumed by the bug. If they stayed, they'd be caught too and eventually deleted from the game. The NPCs continued to search for a solution, but Aidan stood outside. Fuming with anger, he punched the wall, frustrated. The system's notification still lingered, demanding that he eliminate the bug. Aidan, struggling with his emotions, realized he couldn't do it. That's how he lost his sister. Suddenly, another red notification flashed. Do you want to eliminate the bug? The options yes or no. Shaking, Aidan pressed the no option. He couldn't bring himself to delete the child NPC. Another notification popped up, warning that he would face a severe punishment if he failed the mission. The system asked again, will you eliminate the NPC or not? Aidan snapped, his emotions boiling over. He screamed at the system, asking if this was why he was brought here to destroy a family just like the system destroyed his. I'm not like that damn moderator, Aidan yelled, punching the notification. I'll find another way. Determined, Aidan opened the door with all his strength and shouted at the 5 residents of the village. You need to leave now. He was ready to protect them at all costs. Aidan tells the villagers that he will do everything he can. Logan asks if he can cure Helen. Aidan replies, unsure that he isn't certain. Just then, Henry grabs Aidan's shirt and pleads with him to save his little sister. Aidan bends over next to the bed, placing his hand on Helen's head. He activates his edit ability and unlocks it. Suddenly, an explosion shakes the room, and everyone looks on in shock. Aidan finds himself transported to another universe as if he were the very brain of the system. He floats, seeing Helen connected to several cables. Aidan recalls that a bug occurs when people challenge the system. He draws his sword and begins cutting the wires attached to her. This, he believes, is the only way to save her. As he cuts, Helen begins to float surrounded by a red light. But then Aidan notices something else. There are 4 other NPCs, each also connected to wires. Aidan cuts their connections too, desperate to prevent them from becoming bugged. A powerful light consumes the NPCs, followed by an explosion that destroys everything. Aidan opens his eyes, tired and asking himself if he succeeded. A notification pops up confirming that the hidden mission is complete. He has earned a new ability called Delete. Another notification reveals that Aidan is now a resident of Urge Village. Aidan turns around, relieved to see that everyone is alive. Suddenly, Arya begins pouring a healing potion on him. Aidan tries to stop her, saying that he's fine, but she pinches his cheeks, reminding him that she always has to worry about him. Jake approaches, thanking Aidan for healing Helen. Aidan receives another notification from the system, saying that the 5 residents of Urge Village are finally free. At that moment, screens appear above the NPCs' heads, displaying their names and levels. Aidan wonders what freed means. He remembers that when he cut the wires, he felt a murderous aura coming from a giant slime. Without thinking, Aidan had attacked the creature responsible for the bug, and that was what healed the villagers. Aidan realizes that being freed means the villagers no longer have to follow the system's rules. They are now ordinary players. He smiles, glad everything has turned out well. Jake pulls Aidan from his thoughts by asking if he's an operator of the system. Aidan looks confused, and Jake clarifies that a system operator is the term for the best players chosen by moderators. Jake is certain that Aidan used the system to save Helen, but if he isn't an operator, then Jake can't explain the miracle. Regardless, he thanks Aidan and says he has a request. Suddenly, all the villagers bow, asking if they can follow him. Aidan is taken aback, unsure of what to do next. Arya places a hand on his shoulder, her aura frightened. She tells him that he changed the fate of these people, and whatever he decides, they will accept. Aidan feels a strange energy, and when he looks back, Arya changes her expression to something friendlier. She says that the final decision depends on him. Aidan senses that Arya knows more than she lets on, and it's unsettling. He turns back to the villagers and tells them he will accept everyone, but first, he will give each of them something important. Later in the afternoon, everyone gathers around a large meal. Someone comments that it's been a long time since seen so much food. Jake and Aidan watch the villagers enjoying themselves, and Henry and Helen taste everything eagerly. Jake thanks Aidan, saying the kids will be fine now. Aidan asks how the village ended up like this. Jake explains that it used to be a beautiful place, a great place to live. Players would always visit, but one day, a moderator arrived and decided to delete everything, including the NPCs. Jake adds that they received help from an unknown person, someone whose power saved them. Since then, only he and 4 others remained. They've been doing their best to survive, and now they are a family. Hearing the word family makes Aidan think of Alice. Arya upstairs spots a trunk in the corner of the house and quickly draws everyone's attention. She asks, "What's inside?" Logan explains that it's an integrated storage chest, a special item that only players can use. It's connected to the system so it can be used anywhere. Aidan is shocked to learn of such an item. Logan adds that in the past, his job was to take care of the chest. But after the village was destroyed, the chest couldn't be opened. Aidan decides to check if it really can't be opened. He approaches and uses his unlocking ability. The chest opens, revealing a variety of items: money, healing, potions, armor, swords, and much more. Everyone stares at the inventory in awe. After a few minutes, Aidan improves and shares the items with everyone. Jake asks if it's really okay for them to keep everything. Aidan responds that it's fine. He has plenty of money and materials saved up, so it's no problem to share with people who have nothing. At that moment, something catches Aidan's attention. Arya asks if she won't get anything. He sighs and tells her she already has enough things. Arya pouts upset, while Aidan notes that he's received many items, so he won't have to worry about money or food for a long time. The equipment he's gotten is incredibly powerful. Aidan realizes that these items were part of a system error. Elsewhere in the game, another player opens a chest after completing a mission, but finds nothing inside. He complains to the community, asking the administrators where his items are. Aidan already suspects this is a game glitch. He figures a moderator will eventually resolve the issue by compensating the player with rewards. It's not his problem. Aidan recalls that among all the items he received, one thing stood out: a space he can use to store or remove equipment whenever necessary. He can even store anything inside it. The scene shifts back to when Aidan first opened the chest and began checking the inventory. He felt something else in the box, a dark thought. Reaching in, he tried to pull out an item, only to be greeted by a notification that he had been synced with the system. The synchronization percentage slowly climbed until it reached 100%. Finally, Aidan managed to pull the item out, which instantly integrated into his hand. At that moment, Aidan realized he had gained the space, a feature he hadn't thought possible, but he was sure it would be very useful in the future. Back in the present, Jake approaches Aidan once more, thanking him for everything he has done. The food will be enough for a long time. Jake, not wanting to simply take offers to fulfill any task Aidan asked. Aidan responds that they can leave and live on their own now they're no longer NPCs. Jake asks if Aidan doesn't like the village, and Aidan says that he has a place to go. Mentally, Aidan thinks that he needs to get as far away from here as possible. As an NPC, he knows when an inspection is coming. These inspections are meant to find bugs, and Aidan has already been identified as one. He fears that if he stays, he'll be deleted, and that these villagers might be dragged down with him. Seeing the sadness on their faces, Aidan makes a decision. Aidan assures the villagers that he will return when he can, so they won't need to be sad. The villagers smile upon hearing this and promise to leave the village, prepared for his return. After that, Aidan says goodbye and sets off on his journey with Arya. A little later, they're walking a bit farther from the village. Arya asks why he's leaving in such a hurry. Aidan looks tired and says that they could have stayed a few more days. He lies, saying he's leaving early because there will be an inspection in a few days, and he wants to level up. At that moment, Arya's face darkens, and she asks, "What do you mean? You're not a player?" Aidan turns around with an extremely scared expression. Arya realizes she's guessed correctly. She coldly comments that she didn't expect such a reaction. Then she suddenly changes her tone, becomes cheerful and jokingly says, "Of course, you're not a player." She bursts into laughter. Aidan serious asks when she realized. Arya thinks for a moment and says she figured it out when his village was deleted. Aidan puts his hand on his head, realizing she knew from the beginning. Arya assures him she'd do her best to keep him from being found by any moderators or operators. Suddenly, She presses her body against his and says she won't let anyone eliminate him. The conversation feels strange to Aidan, especially the way she presents herself, someone powerful. Just then, a red notification flashes between them, informing them that an emergency inspection will start in 15 seconds. Aidan starts to sweat coldly. He wasn't expecting this. The countdown ticks down. Arya asks what's happening, and Aidan shouts that an emergency inspection is about to begin. Arya, with wide eyes, asks if he has access to this information. Aidan desperately asks what a player does in this situation. Arya tells him to calm down. But suddenly, a hole opens in the sky and everything turns to night. A notification appears announcing the arrival of the emergency inspection. Aidan feels his body begin to fall apart as he floats in a white light. Desperately, he asks Arya what's happening and how he can escape. Arya coldly tells him not to worry and to wait. Aidan screams as the light consumes him, asking what he should expect. Suddenly, he disappears and reappears in a different place. He falls to the ground and looks ahead, seeing several players. A bulletin board appears saying the inspection is underway and he must wait with the other players. Aidan, an NPC, had always wondered where players went during the inspection, as they would usually disappear. Now he finally knows and feels relieved to be in this environment. Aidan looks around, but realizes that Arya hasn't arrived yet. He decides to gather some information while he waits. As he walks past several players, he sees how strong they are using his skill. He notices some of them exceed level 200. It's intimidating to be so close to them. As he walks searching for Arya, someone announces that the inspection is over. A player approaches and asks what happens after the inspection. The player jokingly replies, "This is where the real inspection begins." Aidan notices a group of players talking in a strange manner, and decides it's better to blend in. But just as he's trying to do so, he bumps into a player. The blonde player immediately glares at him, asking if Aidan is blind. Aidan feels the situation could turn dangerous if he attracts attention. Suddenly, the blonde player throws a punch toward his face, but a hand intervenes. Another player appears, stepping in to prevent the confrontation. He argues that Aidan has a low ranking and the blonde player shouldn't fight someone like him. It's dishonest. The blonde player doesn't back down, asking if the new player wants to fight. The newcomer looks at the blonde and notices an important emblem on his shirt. The people around them recognize this player who saved Aidan as a member of the Hydra Guild, one of the 5 top guilds known for having the highest ranking players and being the most famous guild in the game. The crowd murmurs that the blonde player is in trouble. Realizing the situation, the blonde player reluctantly backs off, saying he'll let it go this time. Aidan thanks the newcomer for his help, and the player smiles, saying it was nothing. He introduces himself as Kevin. Aidan also introduces himself. Kevin assumes Aidan is a new player and explains that the aggressive players often target those who are weak or beginners, which Aidan already knew. Kevin then makes a surprising offer. He invites Aidan to join his guild. Aidan is taken aback and says that it probably wouldn't be much help to them, but Kevin insists, explaining that his guild doesn't have a specific goal. Over time, fewer novice players have appeared, and now guilds are trying to recruit beginners to teach them what they know. Kevin adds that he's not pressuring Aidan, but would like him to join his team. He says goodbye, promising that if Aidan ever changes his mind, he's welcome to join. After Kevin leaves, Aidan has a good impression of him. He remembers how in the past he hated players, especially those who frequented his store, but Kevin feels different from all of them. Suddenly, Arya jumps onto Aidan's shoulder, startling him. She asks if he's surprised. Aidan asks when she arrived, and Arya explains she was late because she was taking care of something. At that moment, she points out the blonde player who had trouble with Aidan earlier. The blonde is visibly beaten. Aidan comments that if she keeps going like this, her karma will explode. Arya, a bit disappointed, says she expected a thank you, not a reprimand. They continue walking among the players, and Arya asks how Aidan's first experience here was. Aidan replies that it wasn't a big deal. As they walk away, someone is watching them. In a dark room, a group of operators is gathered. A cat-eared girl named Mia asks where Rowan went after the inspection. Selena, a level 400 operator, tells her to calm down, saying that Roy wouldn't act without thinking first. Just then, a fully masked operator named Xenon level 445 enters. He explains that Road found a bug and is probably preparing to eliminate it. Selena says it will be fun, and Mia demands to see the screen. Immediately, The scene shifts to a drone's view showing the players after the inspection. They are told the inspection is over, and someone asks if there are any updates. Another player responds that it was probably just a routine bug cleanup. Arya finds this early closure strange because moderators don't usually do that. She senses something is wrong. Suddenly, all the players are engulfed in a white light. Arya realizes she's interfering with the game and quickly turns to Aidan, warning him that someone is coming to eliminate him. She grabs him and promises she will do everything to stop it. Arya screams that she needs him as she's slowly consumed by the light. Suddenly, there's an explosion, and all the players disappear. Aidan is left alone in an open field. Horror fills his face as he wonders why he was the only one left behind. Meanwhile, Arya is sent back to the forest, exploding with anger. Blue energy swirls around her as she destroys everything in her path. Back in the open field, Aidan hears Arya words repeating in his mind that someone is coming to delete him. He had expected something like this, but now that it's happening, fear grips him. Just then, someone approaches from behind. Aidan turns around and sees Moderator Lloyd, accompanied by some operators. Lloyd looks at Aidan and says, "You're a bug I've never seen before." Aidan feels a surge of anger as the operator approaches. Aidan dodges the operator's hand and quickly pulls out his sword to defend himself. Suddenly, a powerful blue lightning bolt strikes the field and hits the operator in the head. Aidan has no idea what just happened or who intervened. The operator stumbles backward, clutching his head. Surprised by another operator approaching, Aidan raises his shield just in time to block the attack. However, he begins to lose strength under the pressure. An idea crosses his mind, and he activates his ability to edit his stat. His stats are multiply, and with renewed strength, Aidan is able to knock down the enemy, but before he can breathe a sigh of relief, a third operator attacks, wrapping a rope around his body. Aidan is thrown into a stone wall with such force that it destroys everything around him. The third operator readies for another strike. Aidan uses his unlock ability to break free from the rope. Without hesitation, he charges at the operator. Fists raised, Aidan multiplies his attack power by 3 and delivers a devastating blow, obliterating the operator and sending his remains scattering. Aidan doesn't stop there. He swiftly strikes the second operator in the head. Just as Aidan takes a deep breath, a voice interrupts him. Lloyd, the moderator, says, "Disappointing. I thought you'd be a high-level bug after destroying the dungeon keeper, but I see I was wrong." Aidan turns to face the voice, and Lloyd immediately covers his mouth, saying, "I even invented an emergency inspection to find you faster." He opens his system interface and presses the option to delete the bug. Aidan suddenly feels a heavy energy suppressing his body and the ground beneath him begins to crumble. He floats surrounded by a white light for a moment. He thinks about the moderator. "This guy's nothing compared to the one who destroyed my family." Aidan mutters. A surge of red fury fills his eyes, and he rushes to attack Lloyd. He lands a punch squarely on Lloyd's face, sending him staggering backward. Lloyd is confused. What's going wrong? Why can you still move? He wonders. Suddenly, a system message appears for Lloyd. You have entered into conflict with administrative power. The target cannot be deleted. Lloyd's eyes widen in disbelief. Is my power not enough? He asks the operators watching the scene begin to murmur. They wonder if Aidan possesses the power of an administrator. Meanwhile, Lloyd opens more windows on his system, only to find that all attempts to read Aidan's data are blocked due to insufficient permissions. Lloyd, unable to believe what he's seeing, asks Aidan, "What's your name?" Aidan clenches his fist. He knows he's weak from the battle with the operator guards and realizes that confronting Lloyd directly isn't possible. Lloyd considers the situation, thinking that letting Aidan go would be a huge problem for the system. If the administrator finds out, it could be a catastrophe. To hide his lack of power, Lloyd decides to hold Aidan there. The other operators continue observing. Selena comments, "It looks like Lloyd is going to use that xenon. However, thinks Lloyd won't be reckless." Selena replies, "Well, it's the first time I've seen Lloyd use his own form of execution." Aidan, filled with fear, watches as Lloyd's appearance changes. Now fully armored in iron, Lloyd wields a massive sword. Without wasting any time, he attacks Aidan. Aidan activates the space he obtained from the chest and aims it at the moderator. A deafening explosion follows, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. As it dissipates, Aidan sees a massive crater, evidence of the power they've both unleashed. Lloyd, slightly impressed, acknowledges Aidan's block. He realizes that his attack was absorbed by the space in Aidan's hand. But before he can react, Aidan swings the sword, placing it against his neck, demanding to know how he acquired the power of the administrators. Aidan takes a deep breath and listens to Lloyd's threats about eliminating him. Anger rises within him again as he summons the space. "You'll have to figure out how I got the power of the administrators," Aidan replies. Lloyd stares at the space Aidan has formed, noting that it's much larger than before. Suddenly, Aidan steps into the space, vowing to return and destroy Lloyd. Lloyd tries to stop him, but it's too late. Aidan disappears into the space. Lloyd is left dumbfounded. How could everything go wrong today? He mutters, "No one should be able to leave this field without my permission." The scene shifts to several players standing in front of a chest. They check their inventory, but find it empty. Someone comments that other chests are also empty, likely due to a bug. At that moment, a dark aura emanates from the chest, drawing their attention. Suddenly, Aidan emerges from the chest, causing the players to scream in shock. He collapses onto the ground, exhausted, while the players continue discussing the strange bugs happening with the items. The scene changes again to the operators. Xenon asks Lloyd to come back, as they need to discuss how to eliminate the bug. Lloyd replies that Aidan is too dangerous and that he'll handle it himself. He adds that he will send them for data analysis. Mia refuses, saying she has something more important to do. She turns to Lloyd and asks if he's going to stop her. Lloyd answers no, and Mia walks off, complaining about the trouble she's facing. Suddenly, Mia hears something in her ear and turns around. Arya, surrounded by dark energy, asks what happened. "I knew that lunatic was suspicious," Arya says, her tone icy. Mia remains silent, and Arya, with an angry aura, says it's been a while since I've seen him. The next day in Mykeene, Aidan realizes he can't contact Arya. He mentally apologizes, telling her that he won't be able to wait much longer. Even with the space, he knows he can still be found by that moderator. He puts on a hood and enters a tunnel. Minutes later, Aidan emerges in a very poor village. He tells himself that it's the first time in many years he's been in such an unhealthy place. The last time he passed through something like this was when he met Elise. Suddenly, he hears a noise. When he looks up, he sees a drone. Quickly, Aidan hides behind a wall, wondering if there's anywhere that the moderator isn't watching. His attention is drawn to some yellow lights forming a path, the same light that appeared when he found the portal in the destroyed village. Aidan decides to follow the lights. He reaches a dead end, where the light shines even more brightly. He raises his hand towards the light, and at that moment, a pink light intensifies on the wall and begins to crack. Aidan wonders if it's another secret portal, believing he has nothing to lose. Aidan activates the unlock ability. The door opens and a warning window appears, advising that entering the portal is not recommended, as it will no longer be supported by the game system. Aidan laughs at the warning. "The game wants to delete me anyway," he says. "Not relying on me is the best option." Without hesitation, Aidan steps through the portal. He finds himself in an underground village, which, unlike a dungeon, gives him some relief. He starts walking down the corridor trying to understand where he is. Suddenly, a woman with a tired appearance appears before him. Both of them are clearly not expecting to meet anyone in this place. Aidan tries to speak with her, but she runs. He begins to follow her, determined to uncover what's going on. The woman disappears into the crowd, shouting that there is an intruder. Aidan finds himself surrounded by many people and wonders if they're all NPCs. Suddenly, something flies toward him. He barely manages to defend himself in time. The woman who threw the stones demands to know how he got here. Aidan realizes she's using spells and draws his sword. She assumes he's a player and immediately summons several stones. "Now I have no reason to hold back," she says, as she casts her spells. Two men appear behind her. They call her by the name Siri and offer help, but she refuses. Aidan observes that none of these people have a class. Only a threat level appears above their heads: low, medium, or high. It's then that he realizes they're all bugs, just like him. He shouts, trying to explain there's been a misunderstanding, but the villagers think he's stalling. Siri explains that this place was built by Lord Sirius himself, and no one could enter unless they were an administrator. Any other player must be eliminated. She declares that she destroy him, but just then a voice orders her to stop. The villagers recognize it as Mr. Sirius. Siri tries to explain, but the voice simply states that Aidan is not an enemy. It instructs Siri to bring him to him. She hesitates, but agrees. The two walk down a corridor. Sierra makes it clear she doesn't trust him, warning that if he tries anything funny, he'll be punished. Aidan responds that he understands, but he can't help his curiosity. He asks how they survived the inspection. Siri explains that they were all saved by Mr. Sirius, who even created this area. She adds Lloyd that they would have been deleted if Sirius hadn't appeared. Soon they reach a dead end, and Sierra cries out, "We're here." Aidan looks up, horror overtaking his face as he sees Mr. Sirius, a massive dragon. The dragon's deep voice thanks Aidan for coming and calls him an administrator. Still frozen in place, Aidan wonders how a dragon could exist here. A sign appears above Sirius, marking him as a guardian. There's another blurred name before that, but Aidan can't read it. He realizes that Sirius is no ordinary NPC. Dragons were once a part of the game, but they were thought to be extinct, only existing in legend. No one had ever encountered a real one. Sirius asks if Aidan is the new moderator. Aidan doesn't know how to respond. The dragon adds that he can see his memories and is pleased to have found him. Sirius explains that he has an ability called Dragon Eyes, which lets him see the true nature of others. The dragon mentions Helen and expresses surprise that someone could cleanse a bug. Sirius is taken aback by this. Suddenly, a white light bursts from Sirius as he says he's happy to have finally found the last fated. The enormous dragon transforms into a normal man and asks Aidan if he can hear his last request. Siri is shocked to see Mr. Sirius in human form. A new mission appears for Aidan, instructing him to protect the NPCs. Siri talks to the Guardian, saying that his mana will run out if he continues in this form. Sirius replies that it's fine. Aidan, unsure whether to accept, decides to listen to the request. They move to a room full of NPCs. Siri orders everyone to leave, saying that she needs to speak with Aidan and Sirius alone. In his human form, Sirius shows Aidan a crystal ball, displaying all the NPCs. He asks Aidan to heal them and take them to his village. Sirius explains that everyone here was caught by the bug. He managed to save them by guiding them to safety during inspections, but there's a limit to his abilities. The Guardian pulls up his shirt, revealing the size of the curse attached to his body. He says he can no longer protect them, as he can't suppress the bug anymore. A warning window suddenly appears, indicating a high-level threat. This is the most powerful bug Aidan has ever encountered. Sirius admits that he doesn't expect to be cured. He's already consumed. He only asks Aidan to care for the other NPCs, promising to give him what is most precious to him. Siri intervenes, not wanting that to happen, but the Guardian says he has no other reward to offer, and asks for her forgiveness. Siri begins to cry. Aidan takes a deep breath and tells Sirius that he doesn't want the star. He doesn't even know what it means, but promises to do his best to save everyone. The mission is accepted. Downstairs, the NPCs wonder if Aidan can really clear the bug. Sierra replies that she doesn't know how, but they have to trust him, because Sirius believed in him. Aidan and Sirius stand together at the altar bathed in a red light. A spell appears beneath Aidan's feet, and he floats. Entering the system's core, he quickly sees that all the NPCs are connected by wires, but he chooses to focus on the dragon who has the most severe condition. The bug is directly connected to Sirius' chest, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Aidan prepares to attack, but is suddenly stopped by a thread that binds him and throws him aside. He realizes that the bug is trying to consume him too. Determined, he uses the unlock ability, breaking free from the thread. He shouts for the bug to disappear. A massive explosion rocks the area, and everyone sees a burst of white light. The NPCs wonder if it works. Sirius falls to his knees, and Siri rushes to help him. As the villagers gather around, the dragon notices his mark fading. Siri sees that he's been healed. Aidan smiles, remembering his promise to save them. The villagers look at him proudly, and Aidan declares that from now on, they will no longer be eliminated by the bug. A notification window appears, confirming that 50 residents have been freed. The NPCs celebrate their salvation. Sirius approaches Aidan and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. He promises never to forget what Aidan did. Everything seems to be ending well, until Aidan feels a chill run down his spine. A threatening voice says, "You almost didn't get a new puppet." Behind him, a giant, completely consumed by the bug, appears. The faceless entity with two horns declares that Aidan has ruined its plans. Aidan freezes in fear as a warning flashes across his screen. Life risk detected. The system begins malfunctioning. A new warning appears stating that skills have been restricted and commands no longer work. The entity is identified as a virus, but its threat level cannot be seen. Shortly after the system shuts down, Sirius stares in terror at the monster before him, recalling memories of the past. He was sure this entity had been eliminated. The virus looks at Sirius and laughs, mocking him. It asks if Sirius truly believed it would disappear so easily. It regrets not waiting a bit longer, saying that if it had, the city would have also been infected, just like Sirius' previous home. The dragon's fury builds as he instinctively begins to transform. The virus taunts, asking if it angered him, and adds, "I wasn't responsible for all the damage. In fact, it was all." The entity tells Sirius that there's no reason to keep such hatred in his heart since the administrators decided to delete him. It adds that it isn't here because of Sirius. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the monster closes the distance and appears in front of the hero. It declares that it no longer needs Sirius because it's found someone better. Aidan has no time to react before the entity strikes, touching him in the stomach. His body is instantly infected. Sirius casts a spell reminding the virus that the issue is between them and that there's no need to attack others. But then the monster triggers the bug in all players, causing them to be infected again. The entity explains that it no longer matters, as they're hiding in an underground village, where even the moderators don't know of their existence. No one will be able to save them. At that moment, the virus hears, knows, and notices that Aidan hasn't been fully consumed yet. For some reason, he's still resisting. Aidan starts to sweat, realizing that if he doesn't act, he'll be eliminated. He calls on the system and activates the unlock ability, but the system informs him that an error has occurred. The entity mocks his failed attempt. It tells him that whatever Aidan tried to do, it's impossible to escape. After all, the boy doesn't even have the wall of fire. Aidan, exhausted, stops resisting and is consumed. He's transported to a purple space, where suddenly a yellow light fills the area. A translucent girl appears and gently touches his face. Aidan feels an overwhelming familiarity. Looking at her, he recognizes her as Elise. Then an explosion rocks the space. The entity sees Aidan breaking through his own barrier. A notification appears, informing that a new system is being built. The protagonist shouts the word command, then aims at the entity and uses the delete command. The monster feels its body disintegrating and screams, demanding to know how someone who isn't even an operator can have the delete button. At that moment, Aidan gains an administrator-level passive ability called Wall of Fire. Aidan declares that he'll rid himself of the power that tried to consume him. Meanwhile, all the NPCs in the underground city and Urge village are surrounded by a defensive light created by Aidan. He tells them that now he can safely destroy the virus. Suddenly, the entity starts laughing. Aidan asks, "What's so funny?" The virus reveals that it's finally found someone worth dueling. Aidan is the one they've been looking for all along. It promises that one day the hero will belong to it. After that, the virus disintegrates into the air. Sirius approaches, asking if Aidan is okay. Aidan responds affirmatively. The dragon comments that the bow is truly amazing, even capable of using the delete option. Sirius adds that he never thought he'd feel so useless. Since the system stopped working, he's been powerless. It's even shameful to bear the title of guardian deity in this situation, but he says it's good that everything's over. He decides to destroy the foreign body left by the deity before it can turn into something dangerous. The dragon rushes toward the bugs, remains with power in his hand, intending to destroy it. But as he gets close, the dragon is pierced through every part of his body. Both Aidan and Siri look horrified. The entity takes form again, taunting that Sirius must have forgotten that its skill is production and self-replication. Aidan, now armed with a gun, rushes to cut the wires piercing the dragon's body. The guardian falls to the ground, and Siri hurries over to check on him. Aidan grits his teeth, wondering how the virus is still alive when he's sure it was deleted. The bug laughs, calling him a fool. It multiplies into several smaller bugs, warning Aidan that he's been deleted several times before and no one can get rid of it unless they're at the moderator level. Aidan tries again to destroy it, using the delete command on the clones, but the virus laughs again, saying that Aidan won't stand a chance. Determined, Aidan grabs another sword from his space, but it breaks almost immediately. He realizes there's no point in improving his weapons, as they don't fare well against creatures that aren't from the game. After countless battles and broken equipment, the monster asks if Aidan isn't tired. Aidan takes a deep breath, knowing there's no way to destroy it. For some reason, the bug keeps multiplying. The virus then decides it's tired of playing and says it will swallow the problem all at once. Aidan is once again enveloped by the purple aura, but he tries to resist. The entity tells him it's useless and that he must accept his fate. Meanwhile, Siri is still trying to help Sirius. She promises to heal him with magic, but the dragon says it's impossible, and Siri knows it. Desperately, she begins to cry. Sirius reveals that he doesn't have much time left and will likely turn into a virus soon. He tells Siri to stay away, or she be in danger. Siri cries, saying it's not fair, especially since he'd just been given a second chance at life. Sirius apologizes and places his hand over his chest, asking her to use this power to help Aidan. As the protagonist is still enveloped by the bug and weakening, he suddenly remembers something. He grabs the hammer he got from Elise. It's the only piece of equipment that hasn't broken. The hammer radiates an unknown power. Aidan wastes no time and activates the delete command. When the hammer strikes the monster, an explosion occurs. The virus screams, asking how this is possible, since only those authorized by a moderator can wield such a weapon. Aidan hadn't expected to be able to use a command on the hammer either. Regardless, the virus is still alive and mocks him, saying that his luck isn't enough. Just then, a system notification appears, informing Aidan that he's received a reward. Aidan is shocked when he sees that it's Sirius as star. He looks back to see Siri crying, her hand raised, asking him to use it. Aidan agrees, activating the power of the star in the hammer, then strikes the virus again. This time, the bug screams in pain as it begins to reform. It stares at Aidan, who is now holding an incredibly powerful sword, and says it's the first time it seems something like this. The system identifies the equipment as Aidan's exclusive execution sword. The bug feels itself being broken in half, and realizes it can no longer create clones. It wonders how this is possible, since only administrators and Trojans could destroy it. Aidan keeps swinging the sword, pushing forward. The virus retreats, saying it thought it could take Aidan whole, but now it will have to destroy him. It spreads a powerful bug throughout the area, blaming Aidan for it all. If he had accepted his fate from the start, none of this would have happened. Aidan focuses on his next attack. He selects the delete command, and his sword glows red. He charges, cutting through the virus's spell with all his strength. This time, the entity has no chance against Aidan. It's destroyed in an instant. The attack so powerful that it lifts all the stones from the top of the underground village. Aidan collapses to the ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, deep within the bad sector, a figure feels one of his clones has been lost. He remarks that it was probably deleted by an operator or an old guard. Curious about how his clone's last moments unfolded, he decides to check. An image of Aidan holding the sword appears before him. The white-haired man says the bow could be of use to him. The photo seems interesting, and he's intrigued by Aidan's potential. This man, also a virus, is known as Worm. He turns to the side and asks if Trojan shares his thoughts about the bow. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a fire that consumes the area. Worm tries to understand what happened, but an explosion tears through the body of the virus. It laughs, saying that an unexpected visitor has arrived. In front of him appears a girl consumed by flames and responsible for the attack. The virus quickly recognizes her. Mia. Very angry, Mia says she finally found him. He's been hiding so well. The place continues to be ravaged by fire. Worm disappears and reappears behind Mia, asking how she knew where he was, but he dismisses it, saying it's not important. He warns her that she made a mistake coming here without an administrator, and adds that she's underestimating her power. Mia thinks back to when Arya approached her that day. Arya had told her where Worm was. She said she sensed the presence of the virus in the bad sector. At the time, Mia hadn't fully believed it, but she decided to see for herself. Now she feels like a failure as an operator for not having figured out the virus's location sooner. Still, she's encouraged by the fact that she's the only one who can destroy it. Suddenly, Mia shoots attacking Worm with fire. The virus quickly defends itself and counters with a swarm of bugs. Mia is ensnared by wires and can't move. The bugs advance and form a large ball, trapping her inside. Worm mocks her, saying that's why she should have brought at least one old guard with her. But then the ball explodes, and when the virus looks for Mia, she's gone. He scans the area, and suddenly a blue light strikes him. Worm is thrown back with great force. Mia appears much stronger than before, and asks who should be underestimated now. She makes it clear that this time, she will delete him once and for all. The scene shifts to Sirius, who is slowly being erased. Sirius cries as he says, but he starts to remember how he got here. In the past, he was just a white dragon imprisoned by the administrator. He didn't understand why innocent people were being erased by the one who should protect them. Sirius recalls that his mission given by the administrator was to protect people. So he asks himself, why has the administrator changed so much? Sirius saw through the man's mask and realized he was laughing. It was hard for the dragon to accept that the administrator found joy in the despair of others. The administrator explains that the more the system updates, the more viruses appear. He can no longer allow them to roam freely. That day, the administrator decided to imprison Sirius forever, seeing him as a threat to the system. So the dragon was blocked. Years passed, and Sirius gave up on his angelic appearance. He was convinced he couldn't change anything. But one day, a little girl appeared. He soon noticed several humans who kept their distance in fear. Over time, Sirius realized that the villagers didn't care about him. They used him as a tourist attraction to make money, but the little girl made sure to feed him and keep him company. Sirius asked her if she had a family. She said no, so he decided to take care of her. He named her Siri. The girl celebrated, happy to stay with him. As the days went by, Sirius noticed that she was different from other NPCs. She had a natural talent for magic and learned protection methods quickly. But still, Siri was human, and the dragon knew he couldn't keep her with him forever. When she became a teenager, he sent her to a human village. She adapted well there. After that, Sirius felt his mission was complete, but he was happy to have spent so much time with her. His happiness didn't last long, though, because the virus appeared again. The dragon could feel the power of the monster, and with all his anger, broke the chains that had bound him. He wasted no time and went in search of Siri. The system warned him that if he left his area, he would receive no assistance. Meanwhile, the virus carefully observed the village. When it sensed the operators knew of its appearance, it decided to retreat, but the dragon managed to break the blockade and emerge in front of the virus. However, the monster had already activated teleportation. Sirius asked if the virus was responsible for this. The virus laughed, saying he was too late. Everyone was already infected, but it would leave something different in Sirius that day. The dragon was cursed with a new mark on his chest. The virus said its goodbyes, promising it would find him, and asking not to be deleted. Until then, the monster disappeared. The operators, knowing the virus was active and many were already infected, launched an emergency inspection to delete all the bugs. The dragon received a system message about the inspection and knew he had to act fast to save the villagers. He declared that he couldn't lose Siri and activated the teleportation system over the village. The scene shifts back a few years to when Sirius was just a baby dragon. The administrator gave him his name and tasked him with protecting lost people. This mission was Sirius' purpose throughout his life. Back to the present, we see the administrator watching two NPCs. Meanwhile, the protagonist manages to use Crab's teleportation magic to bring everyone Sirius protected to his village. Aidan thanks Sirius for helping them arrive without any issues. He reassures them that they'll be safe in Urged Village. Just a little further ahead, at that moment, Siri calls Aidan, thanking him for bringing everyone. If not for him, they would have all been deleted. But Siri also wants to thank Aidan for deleting Sirius. She says her father would have become a virus, and that would have been the worst possible fate. She thanks Aidan for freeing her father from that fate. Siri also says that everyone is willing to serve him. A system notification then pops up, informing Aidan that Siri and 50 other people have been registered as residents of Urged Village. Aidan is happy to have their support. They continue walking toward the village. Curious, Aidan asked Siri what the Sirius star was. She replies that she doesn't fully understand it, but believes it's the source of the dragon's power. It was the most precious thing Sirius had. Aidan realizes how powerful it must have been, because that's what helped raise his moderator level. Without the power of the star, he would never have defeated that virus. Just then, Siri announces that they've arrived in the village. Someone asks if this is his village. Aidan confirms, saying it just needs some renovations. The village residents approach celebrating Aidan's return. They tell him they've been waiting for him. Aidan asks if they knew he was coming back. Jake replies, yes. Someone arrived earlier to warn them. The protagonist is surprised by this, and just then, someone jumps onto his shoulders. Aidan looks back and sees Arya smiling, happily celebrating his return. But suddenly, Arya's tone changes. She says she was worried, but promises she won't leave him alone again. Siri didn't understand who Arya was. Siri saw a powerful blue Oran power emanating from Arya. Siri thought that the Oran power emanating from Arya was so great, just like Sirius, although perhaps even more powerful. Aidan turned to Arya and asked what she had been doing all this time. Aidan said he couldn't contact her. Arya watched with violet eyes. The bright sun was shining above the heads of Aidan and Arya. Arya said that he will soon find out everything. Suddenly, a black silhouette landed behind Aidan. Aidan turned around with a frightened look, and the people standing behind asked, "Who just fell from the sky?" Nya with pink hair stood, with her mouth closed as smoke cleared behind her. People couldn't believe it. Nya with pink hair looked with a serious look. People couldn't believe it was a cameraman. The man in blue asked that they need to run. The man in the yellow jacket told him not to be afraid. They are no longer bugs. Aidan clenched his teeth and thought that hour by hour, it was not getting easier. Nya, with blue eyes, stood in front of Aidan. Aidan thought there was another operator. Aidan began to take out a hammer, and thought that if things went badly, he could use it again. Nya turned to the big sister. Aidan looked with a questioning look at Mia, who lowered her ears. Mia asked for forgiveness. With tears in her eyes, Mia said that she had missed him. Aidan watched with open eyes as Mia rushed past him. Mia hugged Arya and said that she was so guilty. Arya said, "Everything is fine." Arya, smiling, began to stroke Mia. Arya said that she did a good job anyway. Aidan began to watch with even greater confusion as Arya stroked Mia. Arya asked Aidan, "Is he very surprised?" Arya said, "Let her introduce them." Mia hugged Arya's hand with her eyes closed. Arya said that this is Mia. She is the operator. A drop of sweat rolled off Aidan's face. Arya said that he could trust her like no one else. Many people stood in front of the door. Arya sat with her elbows on her arm and around her. There were two auras, red and blue. Mia watched with a serious look as Aidan sat with both hands on the table. Arya thought that she now remembered Aidan is the NPC who received administrator and operator powers. Siri and Jake looked at them with fear. They did not understand why they should sit here. Mia thought they were people running away from the current system. Aidan asked Arya what was going on. Mia looked with blue eyes at Aidan, who turned towards Arya. Aidan said that the operator can remove them. Aidan asked why Arya brought Mia here. Mia closed her eyes and crossed her arms and said, "What exactly is the complaint?" Mia said that these were her duties to protect this world. You need to get rid of all bugs. Aidan clenched his teeth in rage and shouted, asking the question, "Is there no other way out? Why do they need to be removed again?" Mia started screaming back and said that he thinks they are doing this on purpose. Mia said that deletion is the only way. Aidan hit the table with his hand and told Mia not to lie. He could fix them. Mia opened her mouth in surprise and told Aidan not to lie. Mia said it was impossible. Arya, sitting between the two warring lines, closed her eyes and told them to cool down. Mia told Arya that she doesn't believe bugs can be fixed. No one except the moderator is capable of this. Arya folded her hands and said that they should get straight to the point. Then Arya called Aidan. Aidan looked at her with open eyes. Arya asked why he didn't think about becoming a moderator as it should be. Arya said that this is the only way to achieve their goals with him, and nothing else. Arya glowed with a blue aura, and with a serious look, told Aidan to consider her question rhetorical. Aidan is required to become a moderator. Aidan asked with a surprised face, "Should I become a moderator?" Aidan watched as Arya folded her hands. Aidan asked what she was saying. Aidan asked, "First she brought the cameraman here, and now she's asking him for this." Aidan said that he couldn't understand what Arya was up to. Arya continued to sit without saying a word. Aidan asked, "What is her purpose?" Arya said that she wants to remove the current moderator from his post. Aidan, with his mouth open, imagined the moderator in a black cloak standing behind him. Arya was shrouded in a blue aura. Arya apologized and said that that's all she could tell him for now. Arya, with blue eyes and a serious look, said that she was not lying. A drop of sweat rolled off Aidan's face. Arya told Aidan that he himself wants to take revenge on the moderator. Arya and Aidan stand in front of the moderator. Arya said that they have the same goal, so why not join forces? Arya sat in front of Aidan and said that she couldn't cope on her own. She really needed him. Arya began to look at her hand from which a blue aura was coming. Arya said she received a fine from a moderator and is now unable to use much of the system. Aidan, looking at Arya with one eye, thought that he had a lot of questions, but I think now Arya won't answer them for him. Arya clapped her hands with a happy face. Arya asked, so now let's discuss their future plans. The moderator's blue hand touches the system. Arya said that, firstly, having moderator powers does not make him a moderator himself. To become a real moderator, you need to create content, and for this, Sinister Towers, PvP, dungeon clearing. Arya said that he thought it would be better to personally go through everything in this world. Mia opened her mouth and asked that Arya is sure that such a worm will make a good moderator. Mia with blue eyes said that it would be better if Arya became a moderator. Arya smiled sweetly in response. Arya, with her eyes closed, began stroking Mia's head. Mia apologized and said that she was so tactless. Arya replied that it's okay, don't pay attention. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A man with blue hair began to whisper in Aidan's ear. Many people eat delicious food with tears in their eyes. The man said that Aidan said to share the provisions with everyone who arrived, but the man is afraid that they might not have enough. Arya continued to stroke Mia, and the man asked Aidan if he could use the storage room again. Aidan said, okay. Mia watched with a surprised look as Aidan stuck his hand into the portal. Mia saw Aidan take out a bag of food from the portal. Mia remembered how she sat closing herself off from the many system screens with complaints. Arya watched as Mia began to shake and look down. Aidan told the man that if he needed anything else, he should tell him. Aidan said it's still free. At these words, Mia clenched her teeth in anger. Arya jumped and bit Aidan's hand, asking where he saw the freebie here. Maria closed her eyes and watched with a smile as those two broke chairs. Mia said that Aidan is to blame for other people's missing food. Mia screamed at Aidan to give it back. Now, two silhouettes stood by a tree, and people were already getting ready to go to bed in a tent. Aidan brought his hand to his face, which had many scratches from Mia. Arya, with a smile on her face, began to pour the healing potion on Aidan and laughing. Arya said that operators have many different concerns. Aidan remembered Mia pointing her finger at him, screaming. Aidan wondered why this should bother him. Let them figure it out themselves. Arya continued to stand there smiling. Aidan said that Mia pissed off and left him. Why did Arya even bring her here? Arya told Aidan not to be so angry. Aidan looked at Arya. Arya said that Mia came to help them. Aidan couldn't believe it. Arya remembered how Mia looked at her happily. Arya said that Mia happily listened to her request they couldn't contact him, precisely because she was dating Mia. Arya remembered Lloyd the angel and the knight. Arya said the cameraman spotted him. Arya said that if he wants their plan to come true, he needs to get out of the control of the operators. Arya said that's why she distracted them. Aidan and Arya stood near a tree. Aidan asked how. Arya said it's a secret. Arya said that there are other creatures in this world that threaten the system. A line flashed through Aidan's head. Aidan remembered viruses. Aidan was thinking about other creatures. Aidan asked Arya what she said about viruses. Panic appeared on Arya's face. Arya stood in front of Aidan. Arya asked Aidan, what does he know about viruses? Aidan replied, yes. Sweat began to roll off Arya's face, as Aidan said that before he came back here, he fought with one of them. Before she could finish speaking, Arya grabbed Aidan with a frightened face. Arya began to channel blue energy through Aidan's body. Aidan asked what she was doing. Arya thought that thank God there were no signs of infection. Sweat rolled off Arena's frightened face. She thought that some kind of virus had found out about Aidan's abilities. If so, there will be big problems. Arya understood that she would figure everything out. Aidan grabbed Arya's hands and started screaming for her to calm down. Aidan asked, what's wrong with her? Arya, opening her mouth, began shouting and asking Aidan if he really encountered the virus. How did this happen? Arya said that if this happens again, Aidan needs to drop everything and run away. Remembering the face of the main virus, Arya said that viruses, in some sense, are even more dangerous than moderators and operators. They can absorb Aidan in a moment. Arya said, it's a miracle he's alive. Does he understand? Aidan stood with a cold gaze and said that he understood that if he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have been captured. Aidan said that everything is fine because the virus has already been removed. From these words, Arya became stunned. Arya stood in front of Aidan. Arya asked how it was deleted. Did he do this? Aidan replied that yes. They helped him. Arya looked at Aidan. Aidan said he couldn't have done it any other way. Arya said that removing a virus is by no means an easy task. Aidan stood surrounded in red energy. Arya thought that maybe Aidan, in fact, was born to become a moderator. Aidan told Arya what he wanted to ask. Standing face to face with Arya, Aidan asked was NPS deleted due to viruses. A black hole has formed into the system. Arya said that if we don't react quickly, the whole system will collapse, remembering how the big red guards destroy the village. Arya said that at the moment, they have not come up with other measures other than removal. Aidan said that he understands this, with his eyes furiously red with anger. Aidan said that he still could not forgive the moderator for what he had done. Aidan remembered how his sister disappeared in his arms. Aidan said that innocent NPS were removed simply because they were in the wrong place, even though they had nothing to do with the virus. Aidan said that the current system is one big mistake, not viruses and moderators. Aidan clenched his fist. Aidan said that we need to create a new one that no one can get their hands on. Aidan stood in front of the open sky and said that he would take on this role. He will become the new moderator. Arya looked at him with wide eyes, smiling. Arya said that their views coincided, and only Aidan is able to change something. Giving Aidan the finger, Arya said, "Okay, since Aidan agreed to become a moderator, she will tell him something first. He must first approve the operators." Behind Aidan stood many questioning silhouettes. A blue silhouette stands in the center of the system. Arya said that even if he became a moderator, it would be difficult to manage such a large amount of information alone. Arya extended her hand and told Aidan to choose her. Arya touched Aidan's cheeks and said that she would be the first operator. In the tower with large stained glass windows, there was a large table with high chairs. The question arose, is it really necessary to stop everything that has been started? The Lloyd operator, sitting at the desk, called it nonsense. He said that besides fixing the bug, he has a lot of other work to do. The operator sat at a large table with a red tablecloth. Lloyd said most operators had gathered because an emergency meeting had been called. He added, turning to Mia, that she hardly gathered them together to say something so absurd. The girl sat thoughtfully at the table and heard him ask her if there was a more compelling reason for this. Mia was irritated when she saw someone put their feet up on the table next to her and snorted that they wouldn't be told anything special. Now it was the green-haired operator, Dake, who raised his hand, addressing her. Next to him sat the operator, Zabel, in a mask and with red horns. Dake noted that they are already discussing this over and over again, and asked to end it as soon as possible. He was surprised to hear that the girl was not in the mood to joke now, and therefore he had to take his feet off the table and listen carefully. The fox was so angry that her eyes shone with anger. Her teeth were clenched, and it was as if fire was burning around her. She asked if maybe he wanted her to beat him. The operator was scared. He sat up straight and cowered while Mia asked for attention to say the reason for the emergency meeting. Mia slammed her hands on the table, loudly announcing that she had found the main body of the virus worm. Everyone was very surprised. Selena, closing her eyes, asked, "What if it was worm?" And Zenon, sitting next to him, continued the question, "What if he is one of the named viruses?" The image of virus worm appeared in my memory, standing with its back surrounded by many of its toothy, one-eyed copies. The operator said that they had enough other problems, and Mia confirmed that with his ability to create clones, he causes severe damage to the system. The pink-haired woman turned to the operator sitting around and announced that she had found the virus in a bad sector, and now that the search radius had narrowed, they should not miss the opportunity to track it down. Mia's gaze glowed with determination as she said that she reported this to the moderator, and that this time they must remove the virus at all costs. An unprecedented force appeared around the table with the operators with a blue glove. All the operators froze in surprise and listened in silence. Two figures appeared in a blue rectangular glow. Someone voiced that this was a force, but did not continue. The operators stood up from the table and looked at a figure with long hair, around which bluish luminous elements hovered. A girl with long blonde hair, wearing a dress with a cloak and a headdress with wings, stood with her palms folded. This was the patron spirit of Procyon. She waved her hand, pointing to the second figure, and turned to her fellow cameraman, going and pointing to the majestic operator who stood next to the bluish glow similar to a halo. The girl announced the arrival of Mr. Moderator. The operators looked at the figure of the moderator with a halo, standing at the top of the stairs and the girl standing in the distance, and talked in surprise that the moderator came in person. Because he doesn't often come unless the matter serious, Isabel asked in surprise what brought him. Mia looked at the moderator, her mouth open in surprise, and thought that maybe he had read her report. The moderator looked impressive, his eyes shining through the slit of the mask. There was a chance that he would personally take up the matter, Mia thought. Meanwhile, in a clearing near a tree surrounded by a glow, stood Aidan in an area. The main character was worried looking at the girl and thought that she wanted to become his cameraman. Arya looked at the guy and smiled lightly. Suddenly, a notification window appeared next to the guy, glowing brightly red. The notification asked if the hero would like to approve Arya for the position of operator. Aidan looked at the notification and thought that this was his first step as a moderator. Images arose in the guy's thoughts of how Arya helped him pump up, how she smiled, hugging him by the shoulders, how she supported him by putting her hand on his cheek. The hero thought that the blue-haired girl helped him with many things, knows a lot about the system, and she is very strong. Aidan looked intently at the notice and already extended his hand, thinking that he couldn't find a better candidate for the position of his first operator. The positive choice button glowed red as he pressed it. Aidan covered his face with his hand from the bright light emanating from the girl. A red notice indicated that the system had become available to use. The second notification stated that the firewall had been re-established. The girl looked at her hand on which, like on the rest of her body, a honeycomb-shaped glow appeared. The whole thing emitted a pinkish light. The red notice said Arya had become the operator. Blue eyes sparkled as they looked at the notice. The heroine trembled with tears, clenching her palms into fists, and Aidan called out to her in surprise. The girl threw herself on his neck, crying and shouting how grateful she was. The guy looked sideways at her in surprise, without hugging her back while she hung on his neck, shouting how hard it had been for him all this time, to which he asked to let her go. While the blue-haired girl was picking up tears and sighing, the main character was rubbing his body, wondering where the girl got so much strength. He was wondering what her level was. Suddenly, a red sign appeared in front of him. The hero read it in surprise. The sign said that Arya's status was unavailable and karma was encrypted in symbols. The red window asked if he wanted to reveal Arya's status as a moderator. Aidan looked back at the girl, thoughtfully, pressing consent, and surprised that this information was available to him. He was surprised to see that the system had generated an error. The message stated that moderator credentials were insufficient. The next notification stated that the request had been blocked by another moderator. The guy looked at his girlfriend and thought that even his current powers were not enough. Arya wiped away her tears with a sad look while the hero wondered what she was doing if it was a secret. In ERG's village, residents worked to rebuild houses and clear away rubble. Someone was carrying boards, someone was working with a hammer, someone was going somewhere. The hero turned to the man in surprise, asking if they were really going for resources again. The resident replied that yes. Aidan asked Jake and Sirius standing next to him, where did the resources he gave go? The brunette replied that there were more people and he thought that resources would quickly be used up. Jake remembered the dark purple glowing images of evil, magical monsters, and said that they were trying to get resources themselves, but more and more magical creatures were appearing in the area. So hunting and getting what had become difficult. Near the settlement in the middle of the forest, there was a dungeon. A map of this area appeared in my thoughts, and the guy said that perhaps this was happening because of this dungeon nearby. Jake added that he was going there for reconnaissance. He pointed his hand at Siri, who was standing nearby, smiling, and said, then it will be difficult for him alone, so he will go with the magician. The main character, sitting on a stone, called upon the storage portal, which appeared like a dark hole nearby, and said that he would simply use it. Then the image of a sobbing man appeared in the guy's memory, screaming, forbidden to use it because people hate her for it. The moderator closed the portal, clenching his fist and gnashing his teeth, urging himself to be patient. Arya called out to him. She leaned with interest towards the guy who was not expecting her arrival, and asked if he was going to the dungeon. Aidan, looking at her, replied that it was not him but the villagers, to which the girl laughed and asked what he was talking about. With a smile, she put her palms on the surprised guy's shoulders and said that she didn't know how they were, but he would definitely go. A group of people approached a huge gate to the dungeon, which emitted a bright red light. Aidan walked behind Jake and looked at the gate. He remembered the Red Knight with the sword from the past, and thought that this was the second dungeon, after the second time. Jake looked at the guy gritting his teeth in determination, the guy who thought he had met those who were stronger than magical creatures, so there shouldn't be any problems, and out loud order to come in. He heard a loud order to stop. Arya, looking at the others, those who turned around from her scream, said that she knew that the hero was just going to enter there, not understanding anything about the dungeons. Jake, Siri and Aidan, worried, listened as the girl continued to ask if the hero knew what creatures spawned there, what items to take and how to fight against them. The cameraman closed her eyes, asking if the hero had ever killed magical creatures. Normally, an image of animals appeared that simply chattered their teeth and magical creatures sparkled their eyes, grinned and held magical spheres in their hands. Arya said that they are not wild animals that are found near villages. In addition to mastering magic, they know how to set traps like players. Arya added that if he is strong, then there is nothing to worry about. He can cope with them alone. The girl pointed her finger at the surprised Aidan and said that this is why he is prohibited from using the moderator's skills in the dungeon. The girl looked at him confidently, informing him that he would find himself in the dungeons more than once. And in order to understand what it was like for a simple man in the street, he needed to experience everything himself. The dungeon gates glowed crimson, as Arya talked about how everyone needed to gain experience fighting in such places, because it would help them become stronger and earn level up points. The girl said that it was because Jake, Siri and Aidan, who were looking at her intently, are no longer NPCs. The body of the snarling monster was crossed by a red mark from the blow of the sword. The heroes stood back to back. Jake held a bow, Siri glowed with magic. Aidan held a glowing sword and shield, and magical monsters crowded around them. The red-haired man, as the leader, turned to the others who were standing nearby and shouted the order to retreat, to which he received consent from the archer. The player exclaimed, "Where do these monsters come from?" They retreated, breathing heavily. The main character leaned on the roof of the cave, and the girl fell to her knees from fatigue. Aidan ground his teeth in irritation that Arya was right and he had underestimated the dungeon. He remembered how he fell into a trap that was a pit with protruding stakes, and his friends had to pull him out. They were then ambushed and huddled back to back, surrounded by monsters. If not for the operator's advice, these battles would have been much more difficult. Aidan could not cut the creature with his sword because it spread into a blue jelly, like sludge, being immune to physical attacks. The beam of magic Siri sent at the three-eye huge monster bounced off his pinkish magical defense because he was immune to magical attacks. Jake was comforting the magician girl when the main character turned to Arya, who came up from behind, who found them and said that there they were. The heroes were scared, and she laughed, pointing her finger at the terrible monsters that stood behind her. The girl apologized, saying that she needed to find someone. The heroes asked, in fear, who she had brought because the monsters had already swung at her. The girl laughed, saying that everything was fine. She, laughing, hit one of the monsters with her fist and the force of her blow tore the beast into shreds, while the girl said that he was, in vain, paying attention to these creatures. The others froze in complete shock, silently looking at her surrounded by the remains of the beast. Arya took a closer look at the heroes and said that they had made progress. She said that she began to worry that the dungeon level was too high for players. The heroes looked at her warily. Siri was level 48, Jake was 43 and Aidan was 50. Arya said that for beginners, they were doing well. Everyone looked at Jake, who clenched his hand into a fist. A bluish aura shone around him. He said that he could not believe that he could now level up. He felt the power overflowing his body. The residents of the settlement looked in surprise at their hands, which were emitting energy. The guy continued that he understands why players are chasing a higher level. Arya put her hand on the new moderator's shoulder and told them to thank him, because it was thanks to his strength that they received updates. The red-haired man turned to the girl beaming with joy, who hugged him by the shoulders. He coughed into his fist in embarrassment as he listened to Arya ask what they would do without him. The guy told me to stop saying this and follow him. The heroes froze at the new raid gate inside the cave, at the top of which was the skull of a four-horned creature. The heroes looked at the gate in surprise. Jake, standing behind the guy, asked what it was, and Siri nearby said that she felt energy coming from inside, and asked if they could cope with it. Arya, indifferently, pointed her finger at the door and asked the confused Aidan if he was going to come in, while he replied that she was laughing because he already thought that he would die by the time he got there, and if they went further, they would not get out alive. The guy turned to the archer who had called out to him, who said that a question had come to his mind. Jake looked at the commander, who turned over his shoulder and asked if they were not NPCs, what would happen if they died. Siri looked at her partner, who was clearly worried, saying that before the system would have revived them back, but now will they really be completely destroyed? The guys turned questioningly to Arya standing behind her, who told them not to worry. A transparent, reddish shield flickered around the guys, enveloping them like a honeycomb. The girl explained that they were protected by a firewall. A red shield with a silhouette of a person inside illustrated her words that the firewall is a shield with which the system protects them and is an obstacle to external attacks. Aidan looked at the hand that was enveloped by the shield and listened to the words of his friend that the shield has the function of protecting against death, but the one who die will not be able to recover in place. The image of the workers who were restoring the destroyed buildings illustrated the girl's words that they would be reborn and moved to a designated point, which for them is Eric's village. The heroes looked questioningly at themselves, their palms and arms, while Arya laughed, saying that NPC San players cannot see him. You need to at least be an operator. She folded her arms over her chest and looked at Aidan, offering to interrupt the conversation and feel what was said for herself, because they all want to become stronger. A loud sound came from behind the red gate with a skull on top. The heroes listened, standing nearby and silently looking at them. Aidan's gaze flickered orange with determination. In the village in front of the clearing, meanwhile, people were working on restoration. There were tents and a mountain of boxes stood on the ground. Logan, holding a box in his hands, turned to a laughing Sophia, who was holding paper and a pen. Suddenly, the blue-haired man screamed in horror and recoiled, seeing the boxes in front of him shatter into pieces. Among the rubble and clouds of dust, the training heroes appeared. Aidan, rubbing his head with his hand. He turned to Jake, who called him and asked if everything was okay, to which he received a positive answer. The heroes breathed heavily, closing their eyes. Jake said tiredly that they really didn't die, but for the first time, he was attacked by a magical creature. No one knows which gods to thank for this. Logan, worried, approached. The shaking characters took the red-haired man's hand. Jake asked what happened, to which Aidan replied that he also didn't fully understand. He remembered how they approached the creature with weapons in the form of a slender, long-haired girl with blue hands and a mask in the form of horns. He thought that at first, everything went well. The magical creature raised both hands above her head, and a shining blue ball appeared between her palms. The heroes stared at this with widened eyes in horror. The creature spread its arms, sending out many sharp blue rays, similar to ice flows. And the hero remembered that. Then they all died from a macro attack. Arya ran out behind the guy, who turned around and announced that it was the boss. She said that whitewashing it is much more difficult because each boss has his own special technique. She smiled broadly, looking at the guy, and said that the technique is a unique and distinctive feature of each dungeon, to which the confused Aidan asked, how then this thing can be killed, and where is the logic? Aidan listened silently as the girl explained that each boss has his own signature principle of attack. Arya smiled contentedly, saying that if you don't know what it is, you'll have to die until you understand. Aidan hid behind a shield, barely keeping it from the blue beam of power. He clenched his teeth with tension, wondering what time it was already, not understanding what peculiarity this boss had. The hero stood in front of a magical monster with a weapon and thought about what to do. The monster girl raised her hands and a blue ball of power appeared in her palms. The partners rushed forward with weapons in their hands, shouting that they needed to stop her. The monster floated in the air, holding its arms above its head, while arrows and magical blows were reflected against the transparent shield around it. Aidan looked at her with anger and burning eyes, and thought that nothing was working, and at this rate, they would die again. He noticed the blue prisms floating around the monster's hands, and thought that this was it. The force of the blow glowed white as it moved forward. The main character ran up to the girl and swung his burning red sword. He flew quickly, cutting blue prisms with his sword. The sphere above the monster burst and she screamed. Traces like electric discharges appeared on her body. The guy turned around shouting, "What happened? Now is their chance to attack." The heroes looked at the fallen monster, which was trembling, covered in blue flashes of power. They breathed tiredly and opened their mouths in surprise, watching as the defeated girl fell. The system sign was a congratulation. Aidan looked wearily at the notification window that appeared, in which it was written that he had cleared the Erg's village mine. The character's system window said that the guy's level was 60. Jake Kensier turned to Mr. Aidan. They said with a wide smile that they had succeeded, and it was all thanks to him. Aidan hugged the guys with a smile on his face and said that they both did a good job, too. A moment later, Aidan turned his head and saw a chest appear. The system notified that the reward had been received. In front of them stood a large chest, shining with a bright light. Having opened the chest, the guys with a smile on their faces discovered that there was a huge amount of jewelry inside. Taking the emerald in his hand, Siri noted that with so many jewels, it would not have to worry about money for a long time. Aidan silently watched as the guys rejoiced at the reward. Aidan, looking at the guys, thought he's glad they did it, because he won't be able to rely on the storage room anymore, and they will be able to feed themselves. Jake Hansiri continued to joyfully look at the jewelry. Arya called out to the guy from the side, congratulating him on the successful raid. Aidan turned his head in surprise and called the girl's name. Holding her palm to the side, Arya asked, can she trust the guys to figure out everything else on their own? And they still have business with Aidan. The guys agreed. Arya told Aidan that she wanted him to go with her for a while. Aidan looked at the girl thoughtfully. With a serious expression on her face, Arya added that this was very important. Arya and Aidan walked among large beams. A bright light was visible ahead. Looking around, Aidan thought that this place was exactly like the dungeon he was in last time. A man in armor with horns stood surrounded by a dark aura. Aidan thought, what if this guy suddenly appears again? What to do? Then, coming closer to the bright glow, Arya reported that they were almost there. Aidan looked with a surprised look. Arya asked if the guy remembers that she disappeared for a while. She said that was precisely why she was absent. A huge glowing guy in red armor was kneeling. Arya reported that it was a dungeon keeper. Arya added that most dungeons have keepers. They are one of the types of system guards. The keeper sat motionless with his head down. Arya added that their responsibilities include not only eliminating bugs that appear in their possession, but they also do not allow magical creatures to scatter into the outside world. Aidan remembered with horror that he had broken one of these. Aidan stutteringly asked what would happen if one of the keepers was destroyed. Arya yawning and replied that as far as she knew, the system would simply replace him with another. Aidan breathed out a sigh of relief. He thought that there was no need to worry. This was not some serious act. Arya asked he already knows why he is here. Smiling, looking into the guy's eyes, Arya added that as a moderator, he needed to make Dungeon Keeper his own. The house was noticed by the system and was highlighted with a red circle. Arya said that if there is too much to lure at once, then the operators can detect it, so you need to act gradually. Arya added that there is nothing complicated here, you just need to try it once. Aidan listened calmly as Arya added that the principle here is the same as within PS. Aidan began to raise his hand to the keeper. His hand glowed with a red aura. The guard also began to emit a similar aura. Arya watched as a hide and touch keeper, a bright light emanating from his chest. Keeper's eyes lit up. The system issued a message that the dungeon moderator had been changed. Aidan looked up as the keeper came to life. Crystals were visible on his back. The system notified about the new moderator. It was Aidan. Keeper knelt down and bowed his head in front of the guy. Arya congratulated the guy. Arya added that the entire area has now come under his ownership. Aidan turned his head towards the girl. She added that this was a good start. Arya, looking at the thoughtful guy, said that if he continues in the same spirit, they will get by without any problems. Aidan, standing with his back to the girl, said that he had to find more operators. Arya was at a loss. The girl looked and surprised as the guy said that he needed people whom he could trust with this place, and this was not her. Arya raised her hand excitedly and asked, "Is something wrong?" She added that she would have no friend in managing this location. Excitedly, grabbing her forearm, she asked, "Or does the guy still not trust her?" Looking away nervously, Arya said that she understood everything. She hides a lot from the guy, so it's fair. Arya added that be that as it may, she will accept any decision of the guy. Aidan was silent. The guy immediately turned to the girl. He said that this was not the case at all. She said that he needed her next to him. Arya was surprised. Her eyes sparkled. Aidan asked if she would like to stay here. The guy added that it would be much more useful if she helped him try out the entire continent of this world. Aidan added that he also needed to find something. The blue crystal glowed with a bright glow. Aidan said that to do this, he must increase his moderating powers. Looking at the girl with a smile, Aidan added that it doesn't matter how her secrets are, because she is now his operator. While the girl's eyes sparkled, she watched as Aidan said that he would overwhelm her with work so much that she would not know where to go. It told her to get ready. The girl laughed and said that he could be sure of her. Dancing happily as she left the dungeon, the girl added that she would definitely make him a true moderator. The wooden house stood among beautiful mountain scenery. The guys were shocked by what they heard. Aidan invited them to become his operators. Aidan, sitting on a chair, asked if they really didn't want to. She stuttered with excitement. Jake said that that's not the point, but this is such a responsible position. Can you just entrust it to them? Aidan said that he offered it to them for a reason. Aidan said that while they were together these few days, he felt something. Jake, with a piece of paper in his hands, talked to the crowd. Siri had a nice conversation with other girls. Aidan added that residents follow exactly the two of them. Therefore he considered them the most suitable candidate. The guys were at school. As soon as Jake had time to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Arya hugging Aidan from behind. She said that everything was right and Aidan was right. They should try. The girl called Arya by name. Smiling, Arya told them not to think of anything complicated for themselves, and if they don't know something, she will teach them. The girl was worried, but tried to seem confident. The guy sighed heavily, putting his hand on his head, and agreed. The guys said that they would do their best. Aidan smiled. Aidan said he relies on them. Huge red clouds over the sandy slopes. The thunderstorm beat in all directions. Pulses passed through the violet matrix. Worm with long white hair spread his arms to the sides and stood in the middle of the matrix. Worm stood with his eyes closed. Worm opened his eyes. They were bright purple. Worm noticed that everyone seemed to be assembled. A silhouette could be seen among the huge sand pillars. Worm was standing opposite. Looking at the entities, the man asked, "Do they know why they have gathered here?" An entity with fur purple eyes looked at Worm, and there was another one standing on the hill behind. Worm reported that Moderator took personal action. Moderator stood in the middle of the blue matrix. Worm added that Moderator will definitely get to them. The man said that all his copies are being deleted at great speed. Worms are scattering in the digital space. Worm added that the copies that remain are enough to collect information. Worm stood in a purple jacket. A silhouette could be seen nearby on a hill. Worm said that he would have to temporarily suspend surveillance of the Moderator's movements. Worm added that if they do not want to be removed, they should sit as quietly as mice. Worm exhaled sharply and continued. At the end of the highest sandy mountain, a bright light could be seen. The entity was sitting nearby. Worm added that it was hard to believe that no one dared to detect the route of movement of Mr. Trojan. The man wondered where he had disappeared to. Worm said that he found an interesting specimen by opening a crack in his hand through which he looked at Aidan. Worm added that he wanted to show this copy to him. The whole village watched as Aidan and Arya said goodbye to Jake and Siri. Aidan said that he was leaving the village to them. Siri said with a smile that Mr. Aidan should not worry and contact them at any time. Jake and Siri looked very shabby. The girl said that if you suddenly need help, she will move in a moment. Surprised, Aidan turned his head to Arya and asked how hard she trained them. Arya closed her eyes and said that she had no choice. Arya said that no matter what Aidan was worried about, the guys kept up well with the pace of learning. Arya made Siri learn until she was dizzy. Jake, with complete misunderstanding, tried to study 3 tasks at the same time. Arya looked at him with a smile. Arya added that the village will be in excellent hands. Arya said that in her free time, she developed the project that Aidan entrusted to her. The girl presses her finger on the huge red lock on the screen. Arya reported that now this place will be hidden from prying eyes, and even operators will not be able to detect it so easily for a long time. Aidan, looking at the protection system with a smile on his face, thanked the girl and said that everything was exactly as he wanted. Arya smiled confidently with a sense of accomplishment. Aidan thought that all preparations were completed. Aidan thought that since he decided to become a moderator, he would no longer be able to hide. The crowd of players stood smiling arrogantly. Aidan thought that now he had no right to lose. Lloyd and virus came up in Aidan's memory. He thought he has no right to lose, not to the operator, not to the players, not to virus. A window appeared in front of Aidan's face from which a bright light emanated. The system issued a message that the guidebook training was completed. The system congratulated the guy and announced that he had acquired basic moderator skills. The system showed that the Vera update was completed, 0.2, and Aidan, looking at the notification with delight, thought it was training. This means that everything will really begin only now. Aidan confidently said that everyone will see. As he changed this system, Aidan walked forward towards the light. The weather was clear, a green meadow could be seen along the path, and windmills stood nearby. Aidan, standing with Arya on the road, asked where best to start. Laughing, Arya clasped her hands together and said that she already knew that this would happen. That's why she thought of a guide with recommendations for wandering noobs. She asked if he wanted to listen. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. Suddenly, Aidan was distracted by an unknown movement in front of him. The system notified with a voice call from Kevin. Aidan thought he got a voicemail. Arya looked at the message in great surprise. Arya asked, breathing angrily, when did he manage to meet other players? Aidan asked, in surprise, why? She got so angry. After pressing the button to accept the call, Aidan asked the girl to be quieter. The voice on the other end of the phone enthusiastically called out to Aidan. Kevin noticed that they had not spoken for a long time. Arya watched what was happening with a pout. Kevin asked if he was distracting. Aidan answered no and asked what was the matter. Kevin asked if Aidan remembered the last time he asked him to join their guild. Kevin is enthusiastic that they are going to help newbies. Kevin asked if Aidan would like to be involved in this. Kevin added that the reward would be considerable. Aidan raised his hand to his chin and thought, maybe this is a good chance. Aidan thought it would be nice to hang around among the players and get to know them. Aidan said that he would be there soon. Kevin replied that everything was fine. He was waiting for him and would send him the coordinates. The windmills continued to spin. Kevin said that they would see each other later. Aidan pressed the button to end the call. Arya asked in an offended tone, where did Aidan soap himself? Turning his head, Aidan asked, what's wrong? Arya asked why he needs the power of other players, if he has it. Arya added that she had prepared so many things for him, and now all her plans are down the drain. Arya simply asked to ignore Kevin, or whatever his name is. Aidan confidently replied that he would just meet him, it would not take much time. It was a clear day, people were milling around among the large houses. This was Donetown City. Arya and Aidan approached the doors above which hung a sign with a barrel of beer. Aidan said that it was here. Aidan opened the doors with both hands and they went inside. There was the clinking of mugs and chatter all around. The players were happily drinking. Aidan thought that there were only players here. Someone at the table raised his hand and called out to Aidan. It was Kevin. He was sitting at a table with two other people and shouting for the guys to come faster. Aidan smiled broadly and said that Aidan really rushed over quickly. Kevin thanked Aidan for agreeing to help. At the same second, Kevin glanced at the girl. Arya cutely stood shyly, looking away to the side. It seemed to sparkle in Kevin's eyes. Kevin blushed while looking at the girl. Kevin whispered in Aidan's ear, is this girl with him? And who are they to each other? Aidan calmly replied that they were just friends. Arya thoughtfully lowered her gaze while the guys whispered. Arya thought that during an unscheduled check, he helped Aidan, and he added him as a friend. Arya folded her hands and thought that it was worth finding out what his plans were for Aidan. At that very second, Kevin extended his hand to the girl and said hello. Shyly, raising his hand behind his head, he said that his name was Kevin. He told the girl that, if she didn't mind, they could become friends. Arya, ironically, looked away and ignored the guy's words. Kevin thought with an excited laugh. Apparently, he wasn't particularly interested in her. Kevin thought that there was nothing wrong with this, then some other opportunity would arise. Turning back to the table, Kevin called Aidan to follow him, and added that he had not yet introduced the others to him. Kevin said that these are the team members with whom they will be hunting today. A guy with a bob, a girl with blue hair and a staff, and a guy with a bandage on his head were sitting at the table. The guys and Aidan exchanged greetings. Aidan thought that Kevin said that they were newbies. They really had quite low levels. Standing opposite the team, Kevin said that he would tell them what they would do. Kevin said that they are waiting for the hunt for the boss of the field, a huge boss with horns on the sides of his head and a large spike club in his hands. Kevin added that the level of the location there is low, but the reward for catching the boss is hefty. Their strength is quite enough to defeat him. Putting his hand on the table and pointing a finger at himself, Kevin added that if something happened, he would ensure them, therefore, they should not be afraid. Kevin smiled confidently and said that they were moving out. The system showed the level was Troll Canyon. Recommended LVL 45. The team stood in a huge canyon and said that now all that was left was to wait. While Aidan and Arya sat on the rocks, Kevin repeated that he would only watch them, because if they rely only on boost from a friend, then they will not be able to grow in their skills. While the guys were saying that a giant was about to appear, adding that they had already learned the timings, because this location was under their control. Aidan and Kevin glanced warily to the side, for silhouettes appeared in the distance of the canyon. Aidan asked who they were. Kevin became worried. Kevin said that it looks like another team has arrived. A guy in a black shirt with a red silhouette of a Hydra on it, looking arrogantly at the guys, asked who they are. The guy aggressively asked the guys to leave, saying that these were their hunting fields. The girl asked excitedly, "Is it possible to occupy a location for hunting?" And she added that they came here first. Coming close to the girl, the guy looked the frightened girl in the eyes with a gloomy look, and asked to repeat, adding why on earth would a low-level mongrel bark at him. Looking at the stunned guys, the guy said that, with their levels, there was no place here, they should shut up and get out. Kevin grabbed the guy's shirt with his hand and said that he was getting on his nerves. Looking aggressively into the guy's face, Kevin asked, where has it been seen that players take hunting places for themselves? Kevin asked the guy if he was ashamed. Smiling gloomily, the guy answered no, adding that they do what they want and can even arrange PvP here. Kevin looked at the guy with confusion. The guy told Kevin that he thought, since he was from the Griffin Guild, he could interfere. The guy laughed and added that at this rate, he would only lower his karma. The guy with the Hydra on his shirt yelled at his team to stay cool and get them out of here. The team aggressively began to attack the guys, pushing them with their hands. Kevin, looking stunned at the situation, shouted for them to stop it. The guy told him that if he moved, he would have to intervene. One of the hooligan team came up and put his hand on Aidan's shoulder aggressively, asking why he was standing like a pillar. The bully added that he was told to get out of here. Aidan looked at the bully aggressively. A moment later, Aidan punched the bully in the face. The bully flew into the wall, partially breaking it into pieces. A layer of dust rose around. Stones were flying everywhere. Kevin and the guy with the hide turned their heads in surprise. Shaking off his shoulder, Aidan asked, "What nonsense? Who is this bully pushing his paws on?" Aidan said, "Whoever comes first is welcome." Looking arrogantly at the team of hooligans, Aidan added, so that these mediocrities would understand this, the leader of the hooligans shouted, "What are they worth?" The guy with purple hair and the guy in the mask ran towards Aidan. The leader shouted after them to deal with the guy. Aidan confidently stood in place. Aidan looked at the guys with an arrogant look. Aidan grabbed the surprise guy. He threw it over himself and threw it to the ground. The guy fell with a crash while screaming. The second bully tried to insult Aidan, but at the same second he would get kicked in the stomach. And then Aidan, looking contemptuously at the bully, dealt him a decisive blow to the face with his fist. The guy with the Hydra on his chest appreciated Aidan's fighting skills, and he turned around. The leader of the hooligan team took the time and said that before they started showing off, they needed to find out who they were dealing with. The system showed him 120 LVL. The fifth head dragon, also known as Hydra, was clearly visible on the guy's chest. The guy said that he was the next head of the Hydra Guild branch, and added that he would now deal with the guy. Aidan thought that the guy's tattoo was a symbol of one of the 5 great guilds. Taking out his sword, Kevin called out to the bully, ordering him not to move. Kevin, with a gloomy face, said that he no longer intended to stand on the sidelines. The bully grinned evilly and asked, "Is this the decision of the Griffin Guild?" Kevin looked at the bully angrily. The bully asked if Kevin was ready to take responsibility for this. Later, Aidan put his hand on Kevin's shoulder and called his name. Kevin turned his head in surprise. Aidan said that everything was under control and he would sort it out. Aidan added that the fight with such a show-off is simple. The hooligan looked at the guy in surprise. Smiling, Aidan said that it would be like 2 fingers on the asphalt. The bully smiled. His hand began to glow with a blue aura. He shouted that this was absurd. Aidan reacted by jumping to the side, leaving a huge crater in the wall behind him, shooting energy from his hand. The hooligan, covered with an aura, laughed and asked what happened to Aidan. He added that he could grind his tongue, but in reality, he was blown away. The bully asked, they had already kicked out these noobs, why did he interfere in something that was not his own business? Aidan continued to deftly dodge the Hydra representative's shots. The bully shouted at the guy to bark again. Aidan looked with a confident look and ignored the guy. A layer of dust rose. Aidan, glowing with a red aura, jumped out of the smoke and flew at the bully with his fist. The bully was stunned. He could not understand where the guy had come from. Aidan, with brightly burning red eyes and a grin on his face, launched a strike. The system showed the use of stat editing. Stat points were increased x2. Aidan hit with all his might and trampled the bully into the ground. A huge crater appeared behind him. Pieces of stone scatter in all directions. The bully lay lifeless on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The system showed a decrease in HP to 0. The system showed that a lethal amount of damage has been received and is being moved to a respawn location. The bully's team watched in excitement as their leader disappeared. Aidan turned around and glanced at the team. They were very worried. Looking at the team with a gloomy look, Aidan screamed. The guys, scared out of their wits, started running while shouting throughout the entire canyon. Aidan and Kevin looking at their backs. Kevin, stunningly watching this picture, thought that he could not believe his eyes. How could he become so strong? After all, not much time has passed since their last meeting. Kevin recalled that at that time, Aidan said that he was level 60. Is it possible, in principle, to rise like that? Looking at Aidan examining his fist, Kevin wondered if he was hiding his true level. Then the guys from their team shower Aidan with praise, with delight on their faces. Kevin, looking down in frustration, apologized for not being able to help right away. He added that if he attacked members of other guilds, he would have problems. Kevin added that now the guy's karma will go down, and he hopes this is uncritical. Aidan calmly told the guy not to worry. Aidan smiled, then said that everything was fine. The system showed a decrease in karma by 17. The leader of the hooligans resurrected in the city was trembling with anger. Hitting the wall with his fist, he added that it was a shame. In anger, he shouted that he could not believe that he was defeated by some low-level rat. And now she runs around calmly and doesn't even think that she raised her hand against the future head of the guild branch. Someone's legs were visible on the roof. The bully shouted that the guy would pay double for humiliating him. Arya was standing on the roof. She heard the bully say that she needed to talk to the head of the branch. Arya watched calmly. Aidan, with red eyes, struck. A huge monster with horns on the sides of its face was cut into 2 parts by a death blow. The team watched the guy's actions. The guys who all received LVL joyfully raised their hands up and shouted praise towards the guy. While the guys were discussing among themselves that Aidan helped them, and it would be nice to add him as a friend. Aidan, putting his hand on his chin, thought that it was much easier to fight the monster when there were tactics. The guy doesn't care about the war, but the experience gained was priceless. Kevin smiled and praised Aidan. He said that it was the first time he had seen such a strong newcomer like him. Aidan calmly looked at Kevin as he said that was why he was inviting the guy to join his guild again. Kevin added that those types from the Hydra Guild who were killed by Aidan will be ready to throw away even their own reputation and pride for the sake of revenge. The Hydra representatives looked at the guys arrogantly. Kevin added that he doesn't know when exactly, but they will definitely try to know the guy. Raising his hand, Kevin said that if Aidan joins them, then even the great guilds will not be able to just touch him. Standing in front of Aidan, Kevin extended his hand forward and said that they would protect him. The system notifying me of an invitation to the Griffin Guild. Aidan thought that having a guild gives you a considerable advantage. Aidan thought that he needed to hear Arya's opinion. The guy looked to the side, imagining the silhouette of a girl there. He thought, where did she suddenly disappear? Aidan wondered what to do now. Hydra Guild, base 13th branch. Masked guys guarded the entrance to a tall building. The guild leader called the guy thick-headed. Looking at the guy bending in front of him, the leader clarified. Did the guy say that he returned after defeat? The guy asked for forgiveness. Angrily, gritting his teeth, the head, calling the guy a moron, said that he should be ashamed. He asked how he could now trust the guy with his place. The leader, sitting on the big red throne, said that if someone touched a member of their guild, he must pay a big price for it, right? The leader said that the guy can take the guys with him, but he must trample the enemy into the dirt with his face. Bowing, the guy said that he understood everything. Smiling, the guy thought that Aidan was now finished. He would make sure that the guy wouldn't take another step on his territory. The guy turned around. Screams could be heard behind him. Arya walked along, scattering all the guild members around the room. She held one of them by the throat. The guy was perplexed and trying to understand what was happening here. Looking at the elegant girl with a gloomy look, the guy wondered who she was. The guy shouted, "What are they doing there?" Arya stood next to 3 guild members lying on the floor. The guy broke out in a sweat. He screamed that they couldn't even cope with the girl. The head added that they were useless idiots. The guy shouted, "It doesn't matter who she is, you'll finally grab her." The guild members ran into the room. They rushed towards the girl, simultaneously drawing their weapons. In an instant, Arya was surrounded by a huge crowd of people. Arya was calm, smiling. The guy called the girl a fool. He added that she was not a fool, but still she shouldn't have come to them alone. The guy shouted that now she would definitely not run away. One of the guild members, holding a knife in his hand, stuck out his tongue. The second stood with a fighting grin. The guy added that the girl would also experience for herself why their guild had such a lousy reputation. Gloomy guild members with weapons were already preparing to attack the girl. A moment later, they were interrupted by the head shouting that he would not kill her. He said that first you need to find out which guild sent her. The girl, haughtily, glanced at the distracting opponents. A moment later, everything around was shattered into pieces by the impact. Pieces of stones were flying around. Arya made a hole in the wall with one blow. All the guild members were lying on the floor. Arya stood near the huge hole that she had just made in the wall. The guy shouted that he couldn't believe his eyes. These players had at least level 100. Angry, the guild head became covered in a green aura and shouted that the girl was a viper. Having opened the inventory, the head took the weapon and asked, "Is she so brave that she decided to invade his branch?" Taking out his sword, the head raised it over the girl's head, telling her to know her place. The girl stood calmly, while the blade of the sword flew into her face. Dust fell from the ceiling. A layer of dust fell on the guy standing at the book stand. Closing the book, the guy said that the nose was preventing him from concentrating. Without turning around, the guy asked what was happening there. The black-hooded servant replied that he had just found out. The servant said that apparently they were invaded. The guy smiled and asked, "Is this true?" The guy, putting the book back in its place, said that this sucks. As soon as he decided to come here, then some nonsense happened. "Why?" The guy asked, "How many there are?" The servant answered, confused. When the guy put the book back in its place, the guy turned around sharply. Anger was visible on his face. He asked the servant to repeat it. The servant and the guy were quickly walking along the corridor, and the servant said that the girl was now in the branch head's room. The guy opened the huge gate, entering the room. The guy saw the head of the branch. Arya stood by the throat, with one hand holding her head. Silhouettes of guild members could be seen around her, the guy thought, and it's true that she came alone. An orange aura began to appear around the guy, grinning. He asked, "What they want to say that they could not cope with one player?" The guy added, "Did they decide to discredit the name of the guild?" Calling the guild members pathetic scum, the guy rushed to attack the girl. Many blows, flying into her back. A shock wave arose, a layer of dust rose around. The guild members screamed as they were showered with fragments of stones. With horror on his face, the guy with the Hydra tattoo stuttered and said, who that guy was. The guy in the red coat shooting a huge number of orange shells. "This is the person in charge of their guild, Mr. Avant," the guy thought. "How long has he been here?" The guy thought they were lucky. Arya stood with her back surrounded by flying stones. Clouds could be seen from the hole behind her. The guy with the Hydra thought that he didn't know what to do, since the girl had already dealt with his leader. The guy thought that Mr. Aidan would surely show her where she belonged. Arya calmly brushed the dust off her clothes. Frowning, Aidan thought that his blow didn't even scratch her. Was she really a high-level player like him? Looking at the girl standing among the clouds, Aidan thought that he would have to fight at full strength. Aidan's eyes glowed with blue light. Everything around began to shake from the huge cloud of energy that Aidan created in his hands. He told the girl that if she did not want to die, she needed to get out now. Aidan told his fellow guildmates that it was not his fault if they were hit, and they all started running. Aidan created a huge seal in his hands. A moment later, a huge energy beam burst out of the seal. The beam almost touched Arya's face. The beam hit the wall with a roar, breaking it into pieces. Aidan grinned. Arya stood just as calmly near the wall. Aidan thought, is there really not a scratch? Enraged, Avant again created a seal in his hand while striking. He thought, then, let's see if she can withstand this. Bending down, Oven hit the ground with his seal. An orange seal appeared under Arya's feet. Arya lowered her eyes, her face illuminated by the light coming from the seal. Arya stood there until the seal came into effect. A huge column of explosive energy hit exactly the place where the seal was, and stones scattered around with a roar. Oven anxiously tried to see if he could destroy the girl. Seeing the girl standing in front of him safe and sound, Aidan was shocked. He screamed, "How is this possible?" He is sure that he hit it with his absolute skill. Looking at Arya, from whom there was smoke, Aidan asked, "Why the hell she was unharmed?" Arya remained silent, looking at the guy arrogantly. Arya exhaled sharply. She turned to the guy with a question. How did she understand that he was the strongest here? Looking at the annoyed guy, she added that this was certainly disappointing, but nothing could be done. A moment later, Arya grabbed the guy's face. Keeping the guy at arm's length, Arya said that she came here because they allowed themselves too much. Squeezing the guy's face, Arya told him to look carefully and remember her face well. Arya added that he should give his guild master a message. The guy screamed in pain, while Arya squeezed his face tightly. She said that if they were an eyesore, she would leave no stone unturned. Screaming in pain, the guy thought that he had lost so easily. She is far from your average high-level player. Seeing the gloomy silhouette of the girl, Haven thought maybe she is a ranker. Suddenly, everything in the guy's eyes began to spin at speed. Arya slammed him into the ground breaking several layers down. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth. Arya didn't bat an eyelid. The ruins of a house could be seen. In the center of the ruin stood a flag with the coat of arms of the Hydra Guild. A hand appeared from under the rubble. Oven crawled out from under the rubble. Oven asked himself, how many times in a row has he already died? Lying under the rubble, hitting the ground with his fists. He said that it cost him so much effort to level up. The system announced a reduction in level to 220. Aidan thought that it was all in vain. In anger, Aidan shouted that he would not forgive the girl. Angrily, clenching his teeth, he said that she would definitely pay for his shame. Downtown city. Large houses stood among the green mountains. Kevin asked if Aidan was sure everything would be okay. Kevin added that it would be safer if the guy joined their guild. Aidan told him not to worry. Smiling, Aidan said that he could protect himself. Kevin can rest easy. Turning his head away from the screen, Kevin said that it was his business. If anything, he could write to him at any time. Having said goodbye, Kevin said that he had to go. He wished Aidan to take care of himself. Turning his head while standing among his newcomers, Kevin said that Aidan would not even think of meddling in the vicinity of the Hydra Guild. Aidan silently waved to the guy. Arya appeared behind Aidan and said that they were finally finished. Aidan turned in surprise and asked where Arya had been. Arya grinned and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" The guy looked with an uncomprehending look. Arya said that it seemed to her that those types would sharpen their grudge against Aidan, so she dealt with them. Aidan looked at the girl in surprise. Aidan asked, "Sharpen a grudge against him? Is it about the Hydra Guild?" Arya folded her hands and said, "Yes. Their base is nearby." She stopped by to say hello. Aidan glanced at the passers-by who were discussing what happened with the Hydra base. One guy asked the other if he had heard it yet. The guy asked, "Are we talking about the Hydra base? Recently, it was safe and sound, but now only ruins remain." The guy said, "That's not even the point." He asked the other if he thought it might be the work of other guilds. The guild headquarters was completely destroyed. The only thing reminiscent of the past was a red flag with the Hydra logo. The guy added that there are also rumors that Rancor was the culprit. Aidan silently watched as the guys discussed that this could lead to a guild war. Arya said with a smile on her face that now they won't have time for him. There is no reason to worrying about some Hydra. Arya said with a smile that she would sort everything out herself. Exhaling, Aidan smiled. He thought that such tricks were in her style. Aidan thought that if they attacked him, he would have to postpone exploring the world. Arya calmly looked at the guy. Aidan thought that this was why Arya eliminated possible interference for him. Aidan put his hand into the open portal and took something out of it. Aidan extended his clenched fist to the surprised Arya. Aidan said that to tell the truth, he wanted to give it to her even then. Aidan took off the pendant and gave it to Arya. She burst into an endless smile, and at the same time, put the pendant on her neck. Aidan calmly turned away. Arya was shocked with happiness. Turning away, Aidan said that he needed a little more time. Arya beat her finger in frustration. Aidan, holding the pendant in his hands, said that this was the first time he was making something with his own hands. The system showed that the pendant was not ready yet. Aidan gave the finished pendant to Arya. He said that he made it for her. Aidan added that the pendant has a function to communicate with him, and also indicates their locations. Looking away, Aidan said that from now on, before rushing off somewhere, let him give a signal with this thing. Arya looked with shining eyes as he asked her not to disappear again without saying a word. Bringing the pendant to her chest, Arya thanked the god. Closing her eyes and squeezing the pendant in her hand, she said that she would carefully keep it and use it. The system showed that the Aidan pendant is in the personal use of Arya. The building with huge white beams glowed with a bright light from inside. Dake sighed heavily and said they were done. Dake tiredly lowered his head and said that today's meeting had exhausted him. Mio remained silent, looking at him negatively. A moment later, someone called out to Mia from behind. Dek continued to whine that he hated working. Zenon asked Mia, "Is she leaving already?" Mia turned her head. Mia asked with a dissatisfied face, "What does he want to talk?" Zenon replied that he had found Worm's main body, and this time he was very active. Unfortunately, he was not able to grab him. Mia looked with a calm gaze. Zenon added that there are few operators who can resist Worm. Turning around indifferently, Mia said that if that's all, then she's off. They already have a carriage and a small cart. Zenon remained silent. Zenon asked, "By the way, why wasn't Mia the first to make a report?" Mia's face turned pale with horror. Zenon asked, "When it comes to a virus, first of all, you need to report it to the moderator, isn't it?" Mia turned her head without answering. Angrily, glowing with a blue aura, Zenon said that if she had done as she was supposed to, perhaps the result would have been different. Glancing at him, Mia said that she was not sure of the information. Taking a step forward, Zenon asked, "What was her information?" Zenon came close and looked into Mia's frightened eyes and asked whether she had become close to someone. Mia put her hand in a fighting stance. She screamed. Was he going to interrogate her, or what? Zenon, looking her straight in the eyes, said that this was a simple check, nothing more. Zeon, glowing with the blue aura, said that she herself knows, as well as anyone, that his responsibilities include eliminating threat objects in the inner circles. Therefore she has no right to ignore Xion's questions. Xion added that this is necessary. Moderator looked with his head turned back. Zeon said that all this is for the sake of Moderator and the system. Xion demanded Mia to answer. Mia with a dissatisfied face glowed with an orange aura. Xion, standing opposite, Mia asked where she got the information from. He added that if the answer does not sound convincing enough, he will continue to ripen it. Zeon said, or is she planning to follow in the footsteps of the traitor Arya? Mia's eyes filled with anger. There was a strong blow. Xion jumped back. Mia created a fireball in her hand. Zeon began to unsheath his sword. Flying towards Xion, Mia held two fireballs in her hand. She asked him, how dare he say such a thing? Mia rushed towards Xion, who drew his sword. A moment later, a huge ball of blue energy hit them. Mia was surprised and tried to understand what was happening. Procyon stood in front of them. Procyon created shields that absorbed the attacks. Selena looked at them with a frustrated look. Xion and Mia looked dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. They unanimously said, and surprised the name of Procyon, who blocked their attacks. Procyon said, in a calm tone, that contractions were prohibited in this place. Looking at them with a terrible look, Procyon asked them to stop immediately. Half of the building's beams were destroyed. Zenon turned to Mia, turning around and sheathing the katana. Zenon told her not to do anything stupid. He would continue to watch her. Zenon added that he would not like to see her among his enemies. Zenon clarified that this was not a warning. Mia silently looked away. Mia, small and shabby, sat alone. An unknown man in a robe with long hair extended his hand to her. Mia said, she won't forget that. Nya walked next to Zenon negatively, telling him that she would not forget what happened today. Lloyd and Dake watched them go. Dake said that a terrible noise was coming from here. With Dake's hands folded together with Lloyd and Isabel trying to figure out what happened here, Dake noted that Mia was angry. Isabel asked if he thought Xion started the fight because of a problem. Dake asked if he really suspects Mia nonsense. Dake said that for now, they were just observing. The reason was unlikely to be serious. Lloyd stood silently. The houses of the city were surrounded by a small fence. Arya checked with Aidan. That is, he refused. Aidan, looking into his mug, replied that yes. Aidan and Mia were sitting at the table. Aidan said that he didn't want to make a decision without consulting her. Aidan added that he didn't have any major regrets. Aidan said that, if necessary, he thinks the opportunity will turn up. Arya grinned. She said that being in a guild is good. Aidan looked at her with a surprised look. He said that he thought she would be against it. Arya chuckled and replied that guilds are also part of the world. Arya added that she also knows the head of Griffith. The blue coat of arms of the Griffith Guild glowed brightly. Arya added that the head of the guild is a very good person. Arya said that if Aidan decides to join the guild, she will immediately contact the head. Aidan thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. Aidan grinned and asked, "What if they created their own guild?" Arya looked at the guy in surprise. Her's village. A red portal appeared above the mountain. Siri spoke to Mr. Aidan. Siri, smiling broadly, pointed with his finger and said that he installed it exactly where he said. The girl stood in front of a model of a beautiful building that, in the future, will become a guild hall. Aidan thanked the girl. Aidan, communicating with Siri via call, said that she need not worry about the materials. Aidan, while in edit mode, clicked on the house of the first level. He said that he would send them through the cloud to the village joint storage. Aidan added that if Siri needed something, she can speak at any time. Aidan said he relies on her. A smiling Siri stood next to the villagers and said that she would not let you down. The guys approached the house. Jake asked Siri, "What is it?" The guy asked, "Did she talk to Mr. Aidan?" Quickly pushing Jake away from here, Siri told them not to stand like a pillar, but to move. The guys did not understand what was happening. Siri added that they should fulfill Aidan's orders. Aidan, looking at the screen, asked, "Is there anything else needed to open a guild?" Turning his head, Aidan watched his area said that no, the hall is the minimum condition for its creation. Aidan noted that now all that remains is to wait for the completion of construction. Aidan and Arya were walking through the city. Aidan asked what they would do for now. Arya replied that she had something on her mind. Looking at the guy, Arya asked if he remembered how she talked about the guide for beginners. Arya asked if he would go to the place planned for him. The weather was clear. White clouds were flying over the city. Aidan agreed. The challenge tower, a huge tower in which many windows were on fire. A huge black cloud could be seen above the tower. Aidan looked up with a twisted face and asked what kind of place this is. Arya, smilingly, replied that this is the challenge tower, which is most often visited by players. Arya added that the rules are simple. There were monsters on every floor. Arya said that you need to defeat the monster on one floor in order to go to the next. The girl added that some people are looking for valuables here to make money from. More gold and jewelry. System timer. Arya added, or they want to set a world record. Aidan stood with a calm face. Arya said that this is for nerds, and it would be enough for them to have fun and gain experience. Aidan turned his head and said that fun is certainly good, but he decided to become a moderator, so he will do everything conscientiously. Arya added that his level is completely unimportant. Here, Arya and Aidan stood in front of the players who were preparing to enter the tower. Arya added that here, on the contrary, it is the ability to combine abilities that decides. With a smile on her face and raising her hand to the side, Arya said, if Aidan doesn't mind, she wanted to see what class abilities he uses before they enter the tower. Arya asked if she could have a look. Aidan agreed without hesitation and opened the system. Arya thanked the guy. Looking at the screen, Arya was stunned. The system showed that all values were at maximum. Arya called out to Aidan in shock. Arya stood in front of a large list of abilities, and they all showed the maximum value. Arya asked, "What the hell is this?" Turning my head in shock, Arya asked where the guy got all his skills. Aidan answered in surprise, in the sense of where from the very beginning. Surprised, Aidan asked, "Isn't it like this for everyone?" Aidan added that it seemed to him that the players were doing exactly like him. Raising his hand up, Aidan clarified, but he did not see their abilities. Arya said that she understood that his stat points did not increase. Arya thought that for such a low level, he seemed quite strong to her. Aidan fought the wolves, fought with the shield, and smashed that Hydra man to the ground. Arya thought this turns out to be what was the matter. He has class skills that cannot be combined with each other. Looking at the guy's skill graph, Arya thought that she had never seen something like this, even among current operators. Smiling, Arya thought that she was right. Aidan was special. If he continues to grow like this, Aidan stands back to back with moderator Arya. Thought it was only a matter of time before he became a moderator. Turning around, Arya turned to the guy saying that this was on the contrary cool. The guys stood between the crowd of players in front of the tower. Arya added that now you don't have to worry about boring things like combining. The large horned monster let out a strong roar. Aidan struck hard. Aidan cut the monster in half with his spear. Aidan turned around. Opposite the guy stood 3 more huge monsters. Aidan stood on the body of one monster. The system reported a multiple level increase. Aidan stood on the monster with an axe in his hands. Arya looking at Aidan thought about attacking so quickly and alone. He combines his skills well. Arya thought, after fighting with the same level and skill requirement, now she understood. Aidan turned his head. Arya thought how amazing his ability was. Turning around, Aidan put away his weapon and said that it wasn't as difficult as he thought. Arya smiled and said that, nevertheless, it was a bad idea to let down your guard. Arya said that the difficulty will increase the higher you go. A huge number of different monsters lived on the floors. Arya added that conquering floors using conventional means can be challenging. Aidan and Arya stood in the tower. Aidan asked, "Where is the end of this tower?" Arya replied that it was on the 50th floor. Aidan noticed, so they're halfway there. Standing in front of a huge staircase up, Aidan suggested that they hurry out and conquer the remaining part. Aidan and Arya climbed further up the stairs. The difficulty increasing as they climbed, the goblins surrounded the guy. Monsters incomparable to those living on the lower floors appeared one after another, and the guy was also bothered by boss-class monsters. Aidan pulled the bowstring while shooting at the monsters. Aidan fought with 2 blades. Aidan was still able to overcome all this using the countless skills he possesses. The system announced that they were on the 49th floor. A huge, horned monster with a hammer rushed furiously. Aidan clenched his teeth in shock. The monster struck with a hammer. Stones flew in all directions, and a huge layer of dust rose everywhere. The guy, who barely had time to jump away from the blow, thought that it was dangerous. Looking at the monster with surprise and apprehension, Aidan thought that this power was incredible, and on top of that, he was also quite agile. The guy thought that it would be bad if the monster hit him. The monster growled, holding the hammer with both hands. Aidan raised his hand, and a blue aura began to emanate from it. Aidan wondered if he should use magic skills. This time, the system announced the use of magic. Aidan was covered in a blue aura, and he clenched his fists proudly. The system announced physical strengthening and acceleration. Aidan, standing in front of the boss, thought that this was his first time using such a combination. However, this is enough to get rid of this guy. A moment later, in the place where Aidan stood, everything flew into the air from the shockwave. The guy took off at great speed and was already striking the monster. Aidan hit the monster on the head with all his might. The monster fell to the ground with great speed, simultaneously destroying the floor in several layers. There was a dent on the boss's head. The system announced that the 49th floor had been cleared. The system announced a 2-fold increase in level. Aidan, standing in front of the boss, putting his hands into the portals, said that it turned out quite well. It feels like the guide is again compatible with the edit. The characteristics have been increased. Raising his head up, Aidan said that all that was left now was this top floor. Aidan stood in front of the stairs leading to the top floor. The guy climbed onto the platform of the last floor. A huge portal opened in front of the guy. A monster's head appeared from the portal. Aidan looked at the monster confidently. A horned monster emerged from the portal with a staff in his hand. Aidan thought, this guy is the final boss. Shouting to the entire area, the boss raised his staff up and began to cast a spell. A moment later, a huge purple beam hit the ground. Aidan and the boss stood in the middle of the large seal. The system announced the creation of the dam barrier. The system announced that the effects of common skills are being reduced. Damage taken is temporarily increased. Aidan watched in great surprise as the system notified that all skills had been reduced by 50%. Aidan, standing in front of the huge boss, said that he understood that if this debuff was of this magnitude, the players would have a hard time. Aidan smiled as a red aura appeared around him. The system announced the use of resistance to an anomalous state. Clenching his fist in front of him, Aidan, covered in a protective aura, said that he was a bad opponent for this boss. The system notified that the debuff was removed. The monster looked at the guy in surprise. Taking out weapons from his inventory, Aidan noted that it seemed that even the monster's best skill did not work on him. Taking out a huge sword, Aidan suggested ending this quickly. The boss went on the attack furiously. The boss used his staff. The guy flew at him with a sword. Aidan struck the boss, and the guy exchanged a huge number of blows. Screaming and raising his staff above his head, the boss cast a spell. A portal appeared above the guy's head, from which a huge boulder fell and flew towards the guy. By placing his palm forward, Aidan created more energy balls. Swinging his palm forward, Aidan sent all these balls to attack. The ball split all the stone boulders into pieces. Hiding under a rock fall, Aidan sharply rushed into the attack. The boss did not have time to react, as the guy had already closed the distance. The guy, with furious eyes, raised his sword over the monsters. The guy dealt a cutting blow. Aidan cut the boss in half with a strong blow. The boss started to disappear and screamed. A moment later, the boss exploded, lighting up the entire arena. The system congratulated the guy. The system notified that a personal record had been set in the Tower of Challenge. Aidan lowered his sword and exhaled. The sky is splitting into pieces. The guy sighed and thought, "Is everything okay?" While the space was being told about creating the portal, Aidan said that the content was better than he thought. Aidan thought, "Where is the way out?" A huge portal opened in front of the guy. Turning his head, Aidan asked, "Since when is the portal here?" Aidan asked if this is the way out. The portal sparkled with blue light. Aidan thought, despite the fact that it was an exit to the outside, it looked strange. Arya congratulated the guy, clapping her palms. She didn't think he would make it to the top right away. Arya folded his hands and said that it was impossible to go through all 50 floors on the first try. Aidan said, "Arya is right on time," pointing his finger at the portal. Aidan asked what kind of portal it was. Arya looked with incomprehension. Aidan asked where this portal leads. Arya was stunned into silence. Arya grinned and asked, "Is there?" Arya said that there is nothing where Aidan points. Aidan looked at the girl with confusion. Aidan thought in surprise, "She can't see him. What's going on here?" Having touched the portal with his hand, his fingers began to disappear. The guy thought, "Is he really the only one who sees it?" Aidan, standing next to the portal, began to slowly disappear. Arya was perplexed. The portal sucked the guy in when he screamed, "What is it?" Arya shouted at him to get out of there quickly. The portal sucked the guy in and evaporated. The girl, trying to catch the guy with her hand, screamed his name. Arya continued to call the guy. Aidan flew through space and thought, "What is happening?" The guy was wondering if this had something to do with moderators or operators. A bright light hit the guy's face. He looked stunned at what was happening. Aidan flew over the floors of the tower and saw players fighting monsters. Aidan wondered, does he see the players climbing the tower? Players fought monsters inside blue squares. Aidan was carried through space. Aidan sank to his feet surrounded by blue blocks with a pattern of circuits. Looking around, the guy asked, what kind of place this was? Turning his head back, the guy was surprised. The guy saw a blue light. Seeing the huge doors, the guy went to them and asked, "Is this serious?" The guy approached the door. The number 3 was visible on it. A message appeared in front of the guy. The system announced the task. The system announced a forgotten task update. The system showed the reward for the task. These are Moderator Lv powers and a command. Aidan looked at the message and thought it was a quest. Aidan said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Aidan felt like it wasn't over yet. Someone tried to pronounce the guy's name through the system. Arya contacted the guy and asked if he could hear her. The guy looked at the system in surprise. Aidan called out the girl's name. She communicated with him using the pendant. Arya sighed and said that this was an accusation that the guy was safe. A stunned Arya said she couldn't message him, so she used the June pendant to contact him. Aidan asked the girl if he could determine his location. Arya walked along the sidewalk among the people and said that, yes, she came all the way out to find him. Arya added that there is a problem. Looking at the screen in surprise, Arya said that she had never seen anything like this before. Arya said that she could break through the defenses and get there. The mark pointed straight to the ground. Arya added that this would likely attract attention. Arya said that in any case, she was looking for another way. The girl asked the guy to just wait a little. Aidan listened thoughtfully. Aidan confidently said that this was not necessary. Arya asked in surprise, why? Aidan said that there was something he needed to do. Update task. Aidan noted that this is something only he can accomplish. Aidan asked the girl not to worry, he can leave whenever he wants. Aidan stood next to the portal. Aidan said he could use the claw. Aidan, standing in front of the door, told the girl to wait a little. If something happened, he would contact her. Arya said that she understood and asked the guy to be careful. Aidan opened the doors with both hands. He saw a silhouette standing in front of a bright beam of light. Aidan was very surprised. Monsters lined up around him. Various monsters bowed their heads before him. Aidan noted that there are so many monsters here. Looking around, Aidan wondered why there are so many monsters here. Besides, they weren't moving at all. Someone said it was because they couldn't update. Aidan was very surprised. Looking around, dumbfounded, he shouted, "Who's here?" A huge guard appeared in front of the guys. Aidan watched in surprise as the guard asked him how he got here. Aidan thought in surprise, is the guard really talking? The guard standing over the guy said that, except for the moderator, no one can enter here. The high security system detected an unknown person. All the monsters around came to life. Monsters began to surround the guy. The guard said that he felt strength, similar to moderator from the guy. Aidan looked at the guard in surprise. The guard said that, however, the guy is not a moderator. Looking at the guy with a big blue eye, the guard said that all violators should be expelled. The monsters launched an attack on the guy. Aidan began to pepper the monsters with a clever series of attacks. Twisting his sword, the guy rushed to attack. The guy cut up monsters around him. Turning his head, the guy noticed even more monsters. Putting the sword behind his back, the guy noticed that it would be difficult with an ordinary one. Taking out a hammer, the guy thought, should he then give it his all? Aidan lit up with a strong red aura. The monsters around him launched an attack, and a strong aura was emanating from the guy. The guy's eyes glowed bright red. A wave flew. The guy wielding his sword like a hurricane, smashed his opponents. The monsters were flying apart. Aidan held a sword with both hands that glowed with an orange light. Moderator wondered, is that all he needs to do? The system showed that the connection was completed. The moderator shouted that it had worked. A one-eyed guard appeared. Moderator noted that this one works great. Through his blurred gaze, the guard saw moderator asking if he could hear him. The moderator stood opposite the guard and said that, judging by his reaction, there seemed to be no problem. Moderator said that the guard will look after the tower for him. Moderator said that countless players are waiting for their update, so he leaves it to the guard. The guard silently looked at the creator. The guard said he needed to protect this place. Until the update happened, the guard saw a blurry silhouette of Aidan and the monsters. Going on the attack, the guard said that this was his mission. Aidan stood surrounded by monsters. The guard jumped high and released iron diamonds. Energy balls began to appear from the diamonds. They shot the guy at the same time. Aidan glanced at the shots flying at him. Having deftly caught all the shots, the guy was already rushing with a sword in his hands. With a wild roar, the monsters jumped on the guy. Aidan grabbed the sword with both hands. With one powerful attack, the guy killed all the monsters. Stones were flying everywhere. The guard, surrounded by the smoke rising from the attack, watched in surprise. The guard stood in front of the thick smoke and wondered if the guy was hiding in the smoke. Sharply turning his gaze to the side, the guard noticed. It didn't matter. The guard saw the guy trying to attack from the side, and repelled his attack with shots. Aidan, covering himself with his sword, watched as the guard asked the guy, does he think such a cheap trick will work on the guard? The floor collapsed under the guy's foot. Aidan glanced down. The guy jumped into the air, and a moment later, a huge armored worm crawled out of the ground, simultaneously destroying the entire floor into splinters. The worm opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the guy. Aidan fell straight onto the worm. Confidently, Aidan attacked with his sword. The worm's head fell off and Aidan struck the worm's neck in mid-flight. The guy landed, and a worm cut into pieces, fell behind him with a roar. Aidan was breathing heavily. Looking at his sword, the guy thought that he was already tired, so he waved it a little. Aidan glanced at the guard again. The guy thought the effectiveness of the sword is amazing, but the energy consumption is insane. The guy thought that he should quickly finish all this. The guard flew high above the guy. System numbers appeared around the guard. Strahl analyzed that this sword was too dangerous. He would not be able to stop it with his own powers. The guard said that now the guy won't be able to touch anyone. The entire environment will begin to be divided into cubes. The guard pointed all the cubes at the guy. The guy was standing on one of them. The guard shot the guy. While the energy attack was flying at the guy, he was covered in a red aura. The guy entered a command that changed the stats to x3. Aidan jumped high. Everything exploded under his feet. Fragments flew in all directions. The guy jumped from cube to cube, simultaneously dodging the guard's attacks. Everything around was collapsing, raising smoke. The guy reached the guard and was already flying at him with a sword. The guy with red eyes struck the guard, who created a protective field around himself. The guy's attack pierced the guard's protective field. The protective field began to crack. The guard watched in surprise as the field was destroyed. A bright light from the guy's sword fell on the guard. A moment later, the protective field completely collapsed. Aidan pierced the guard with great force, leaving a huge hole in his body. The guard shattered into pieces. A huge layer of smoke rose around. Fragments flew in all directions. The guard fell to the ground. Aidan approached the lying guard. The guy looked down on him. The guard lay without signs of life. The guardian thought he was created for the sake of the system. The guard flew over the monsters lined up in a line and calculated something. The guard thought, that's why he lives for the sake of the system. Confidently continuing his work, the guard said that it didn't matter what he thought he is, simply following the mission that was given to him. A diamond appeared near the guard's body. The guard thought this would happen soon. Red system started up. The system began to be rebuilt. The guard's eyes glowed bright red. The guardian launched the update. Arya, looking at the guard, saw and reported that he opened his eyes. Calling the guy with a smile, she said that he had woken up. The guy turned his head. Aidan said, "That's good." Arya said with a smile that it's surprising that the system guard has consciousness. Arya added that this is the first time she has seen something like this. The guy with ashen hair looked in surprise at his palm from which vibration was emanating. A guy in a jacket with a red crystal in the middle of his chest was examining his hands. Smoke was clearing on the platform. Aidan said it was amazing. Looking at half of the guard lying on the ground, the guy added, "Just think there was someone like that among the guards." A red light appeared in the guard's torso. The guy approached the guard in surprise. The guy looked at the light, taking out the red core from the guard. The guy thought, "What is this?" Arya's voice could be heard calling Aidan several times. Aidan, with his head in the clouds, in surprise, answered the girl by calling her name. Arya, having contacted the guy through the pendant, said that she called him because she was worried. She asked if something had happened. Aidan replied that she called on time. The guy told Arya to go to Duntown first. He would be there soon. Arya asked in surprise if something happened. Aidan replied that there was something to talk about. Looking at the core in surprise, the guy added that he needed to ask something. The guy said that in any case, they would see each other in the city. Arya gave a positive answer. A red portal has opened. Dear Taproom. Arya asked how the guy managed to get this. Arya looked at the core in shock and said that it belonged to a high-ranking guard. Aidan asked her again in surprise, sitting on a chair with his hand on the bar counter. The guy asked if there were other types besides the dungeon keeper. Arya replied that they are so strong that they cannot even be compared to ordinary guards. The girl added that there are not many of them, due to the control of the moderator, but they have a lot of power. The three high-ranking guards stood gloomily in the red light. The girl added that, depending on the essence, they can be stronger than the operators. Aidan said, in surprise, that it was incredible. Why something like that was left unattended? The girl placing her hands on the counter, on which the correlate said that maybe it was because it couldn't be updated. The girl added that there were probably more than one or two such high-ranking guards left unattended. The cores lay on the table, emitting a bright light. Arya said that they were all born with a purpose, but they have not yet seen the light. The girl said that this world has stopped. High-ranking guards are not the only problem. The guards devastated. Body lay on the ground. The monsters stood in a line. The girl noted that many other things are also forgotten in this way. If moderators don't change, this problem will never be solved. Aidan remained thoughtfully silent. The guy thought he understood. The system issued a task from among the forgotten ones. The guy thought there was a reason why this problem arose. The guy said that in this case, everything is simple. Kiro, placing her hands on the table, looked at the core in surprise. Taking the core in his hands, the guy said that if his goal is to move the world, which has stopped, the guy glowed with a red aura, holding the core in his hand. He said that if he updated everything, the problem would be solved. The guy used the edit command. The guy plunged into editing space. He flew in the void in front of the core. Aidan, looking at the core, said that first his current body disappeared, so he needs a new one. The core emitted red waves. The guy thought, how can he find a new body? The guy wondered if he should try connecting himself first. Aidan connected to the core through the red thread. The guy thought it would be good if he had answers to these questions. The system produced many red windows. The system notified that a new entity was detected in the system. A body began to emerge from the core. The system notified that the update had started. The guy looked at the core in surprise and thought that a body was being created. A system notification popped up in front of the guy. A window appears asking you to fill in your name. The guy looked at the window and thought he was just an NPC. He will become a moderator. Aidan thought this seemed strange. Aidan has decided. A brightly glowing silhouette appeared in front of the guy. He said that from that moment on, he gave him a name. The guy entered the name Theodore into the system. The system returned the name Theodore. Arya and Aidan were talking. The guy with ashen hair looked at his hands in surprise. Aidan turned to Theodore. The guy asked how it feels to be renewed. Theodore looked at his body in surprise. Looking at the guy, he turned to him. Theodore asked the guy in surprise, did he update it? Aidan, looking at the guy, gave a positive answer. Theodore took a knee, bowing his head before Aidan. Theodore thanked him. Theodore said that the guy fulfilled his long-standing wish. Aidan looked at Theodore when he said that from now on, no matter what happens, he will follow him, calling him moderator. Seriously. Looking up, Theodore said that he swears by it. The system showed that this was a high-ranking guard. Aidan. Theodore, in the middle of a clear day, a purple portal suddenly opened. Virus began to appear from the portal with hellish screams. Virus screamed, damn it. The horned virus, clenching his teeth with displeasure, said, calling the man a monstrous fool. Virus was at a loss. They found this place. Virus added that hundreds of its copies have already disappeared. Moderator stood amid raging lightning. Horn, calling out to the moderator, said that apparently, this time, he was determined. Moderator glanced at Virus. Virus said that it looked like he would also be deleted if he stayed here. Moderator teleported behind Virus. Turning around, Virus screamed in fear. How is this possible? He didn't notice him. Moderator put his hand on Virus. The system notified about irreversible deletion. Virus was struck by a huge number of lightning bolts and disappeared with a wild cry. The moderator silently watched what was happening. Glancing down, the moderator said, that's what he thought. The big one was hidden. Something burst out of the ground with a roar. Moderator stood nearby when the ground chattered with a roar. A huge, horned virus emerged from the ground. Virus said that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. Virus had a huge purple light glowing on his face. Virus began to attack Moderator. The attacks flew, breaking everything in their path. As soon as Virus struck Moderator, he began to teleport. Virus looked furiously at the Moderator and said that he would not let him go. Sharply, shooting a violet beam from the eye, Virus hit the Moderator. The Moderator's silhouette was visible through the attack. The energy began to suck in everything around it. A huge ball of energy was formed. A moment later, the ball exploded with enormous force, smashing everything in its path to pieces. Virus looked at the rising clouds of smoke from the explosion. Virus widened his eyes at what he saw. Procyon extended her arms and protected the Moderator with her shield. Procyon looked at Vera with contempt. The Moderator stood behind and his eyes glowed blue. The girl turned around and looked at the Moderator, her mouth slightly open. Virus angrily shouted at Procyon. How dare she get in his way? Procyon asked the Moderator if he was okay. The girl raised her hand and a weapon began to form in it. Procyon told the Moderator that he did not need to approach. Procyon took out her spear, which emitted a blue light, and she stood up in combat readiness. The girl told the Moderator that she would take care of the virus herself. A notification has appeared. Procyon's verdict. Procyon exclusive. The Moderator put his hand on Procyon's shoulder and said that everything was fine. Procyon was surprised and opened her mouth slightly. The Moderator moved forward and said that he would deal with the virus. The Moderator began to emit his powerful blue aura and approach Virus. The girl called out to the Moderator. The Moderator told Virus that there really is no end to them. Virus watched the Moderator ominously, his eye glowing brightly with a purple light and a frightening aura emanating from him. The Moderator told Virus that he had no idea that in such a short time, while he was focused on finding Procyon, they would grow so much. The Moderator raised his hand to his mask and began to take it off. The mask and the Moderator's hand began to disappear. He looked at Vera with complete disdain. The Moderator said that he was already fed up. The Moderator used the blocking skill. A bright blue light began to emanate from the Moderator, from which Virus leaned back. Virus and the Moderator were surrounded by dark impregnable energy in the form of a dome. The moderator hovered in the air in front of the virus. Virus did not understand what was happening and noticed that it was a dark space. The moderator raised his hand and spread his fingers. His palm glowed with blue energy. He looked at Virus with an indifferent gaze. The powerful energy of the moderator engulfed Virus and he doubled over in pain. His heart-rending scream could be heard throughout the space. The virus was starting to disappear, and said that at this rate, everyone would be deleted. Virus used the dispersal skill and multiplied into a huge number of copies. The moderator looked on coldly and watched what was happening as copies of the virus flew past him. After the split, Virus told his copies that they must find a way to get out. The moderator raised his hand and began to collect a clot of magical energy in his hand. Virus began to be sucked into this circle, and the moderator said that their annoying behavior would completely destroy him in the dark space. A bright light emanated from the moderator, and Virus was rapidly sucked into the magic circle. The moderator stood motionless and waited for the virus to gather in his hand. Virus gathered into a small clot of dark energy in the hand of the moderator. Virus were imprisoned in a magical clot held by the moderator. The moderator used the delete skill. The moderator squeezed the clot in his hand and watched him differently as Virus broke into small fragments. After the destruction of the virus copies, lightning struck into space. Worm stood among the small rocks, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Blue lightning struck in space. Worm felt an electric shock in every cell of his body. Worm fell to the ground and grabbed his chest with his hand. Purple goo poured out of his mouth. Worm bared his teeth and got angry, saying that all his copies were destroyed at once, and added that it would be difficult for him to restore the ones that were. Worm raised his gaze and looked up furiously. Worm approached the moderator and said that he would see how long he could rule this way. The moderator came out of the dark space and put his hand on the hood. Prosian looked at the moderator. The moderator took out his mask again and was about to put it on. Prosian asked the moderator if he was okay, and called him master. The moderator put on his hood and mask and turned his head slightly towards Prosian. The moderator told Prosian that he was returning. A portal formed in space towards which the moderator walked. Prosian looked after the departing moderator. Prosian looked at the moderator with sadness. The moderator sat down on a chair and put his hands on the armrests. The moderator sighed heavily as he sat at the table and looked at the pop-ups in front of him. The moderator closed his eyes. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the moderator opened his eyes and looked questioningly ahead. A notification from Xenon popped up in front of the moderator. The moderator noted that these were secret reports sent by Xenon. The moderator opened the reports, and his eyes glowed blue. Reports about Mia appeared on the screen. The moderator thought that this was about Mia's behavior, which had recently become suspicious. The moderator narrowed his eyes slightly and read the reports. The moderator thought it was likely that Mia had encountered Arya at some point. The moderator stood in front of the notification pop-ups and thought that he had been expecting this since Mia started following Arya more than usual. Memories of Arya flashed through my head as she raised her hand and opened her mouth wide. Arya turned her head and looked behind herself with disdain. The moderator mentally addressed Arya, asking if she was going to return. A new notification appeared in front of the moderator, and he looked up, posted by Xenon. The message included photos of Aidan's abnormal behavior. I found indirect evidence that the data was leaked to the outside world. I'm guessing it might be Arya. The moderator recalled the moments when he deleted Aidan and he began to disappear. The moderator noted that he then deleted it himself. The moderator was at a loss and did not understand how Aidan did not leave. And on top of that, he even received moderator powers. The moderator thought it was a type of new virus. The moderator opened the window in front of him and extended his hand to him. The moderator said that no matter what he needed to act, the moderator used the search skill to find Aidan. A notification has appeared. Access is denied. This operation failed. The moderator rolled his eyes angrily and did not understand what had happened. A window with numbers appeared in front of the moderator. The number 2 appeared. The moderator looked at the list of numbers and was dumbfounded. He thought that the information that he could not see could only mean that Aidan's number was higher. On the window, number 2 was the name Aidan, and number 3 was the name Arya. The moderator said that he had been looking for Aidan all this time, but he never thought that he would find him this way. The moderator's eyes widened and he was perplexed. A powerful blue aura began to emanate from the moderator. He thought that this was all the work of Troy. Prosian appeared next to the moderator, a bright light emanating from her. The moderator turned to Procyon and said that there was something he needed to do. The moderator raised his hand to the pop-up window and looked at it coldly. The moderator told Procyon to proceed with caution, because if Aidan found out that he had noticed, he would hide again. A window with a photo of Aidan was open in front of the moderator. The moderator told Procyon that they should take over Aidan. Procyon bowed her head and closed her eyes. Procyon told the moderator that she would put everything she had on the line and would definitely get him. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly on the forest, and in the distance, there was a red pillar of energy. Theodore reached out to Aidan. Theodore bowed his head slightly and gazed at Aidan. Theodore told Aidan, no matter what it was, he asked that it be left to him. Aidan turned his head to Theodore and looked at him with a tired look. Theodore said that he will do everything to the best of his ability. Aidan stared at Theodore and told him to wait a little because if they decide this in the village, they will not be late. Theodore bowed his head slightly. Aidan looked with concern, the smiling Arya. Aidan asked Arya if all high-ranking guards were like this. Arya replied that, of course, since they only move for the sake of the moderators, and added that they have been neglected for a long time, so they are even more motivated. Arya smiled and looked at Aidan. Aidan said that if you think about it, the demonic monsters were also left unattended, and asked why there were demonic monsters in that place. Arya said that this is because demonic monsters are also part of the system. Aidan opened his eyes wide and was surprised. An image of a demonic monster surrounded by blue light appeared. Arya said that one of the roles of high-ranking guards is to get rid of demonic monsters at the proper time. The demonic monsters stood motionless and looked lifeless. Arya told Aidan that even the demonic monsters from Theodore were left unattended because they couldn't renew themselves. Aidan looked at Arya with concern and opened his mouth slightly. Aidan asked her what it meant then that the demonic monsters posing threats were just lies. Arya replied that everything was correct. Arya looked at Aidan indifferently and crossed her arms over her chest. Arya said that this is because demonic monsters are nothing more than equipment for players' growth, and added that Aidan should think carefully. Aidan looked dumbfounded at Arya, who said that he really thinks that demonic monsters really pose a threat to them. Arya raised her hand and a red barrier appeared covering her entire body. Arya told Aidan that they would never die, even if they were attacked by demonic monsters, since they were perfectly protected by the system. An image of Worm appeared, smiling maliciously and his minions. Arya said, what would really make them dead would be infection with a virus or deletion. The umbrella looked down thoughtfully and raised his hand to his chin. Aidan thought it was shocking, and they had been living a lie the entire time. Aidan thought this was definitely strange. Aidan presented a map of the area where there was a village and a nearby area designated for monstrous. Aidan thought that they never raided the village, since they never left their assigned territory, and that they were under the control of the system the entire time. Arya pointed to the sky and called out to Aidan saying that they had already arrived. The village of Erst was improved with new houses and bridges. The guys looked at the village from above. Arya noticed that the village had changed a lot. Aidan said residents must have been working hard. Henry and Helen were happily playing with the blue slime. Henry and Helen raised their heads and looked in surprise at Aidan, who approached them. Aidan smiled sweetly at the sight of the children. Helen ran up to Aidan and hugged him. Aidan put his hands on their heads and stroked them. The children happily greeted Aidan. Aidan asked the children if they had seen Sally and Jake. Helen and Henry smiled widely as they looked at Aidan and told him that Sally and Jake were going to the dungeon. The sun illuminated a beautiful brick house with a red roof. Sally and Jake ran into the house and looked at Aidan in shock. Arya and Aidan were sitting at the table and smiled when they saw Sally and Jake. One of the guys turned to Aidan asking when he arrived and what he should have told them. Aidan replied that everything was fine, and he came to visit for a while. Aidan's eye glowed red as he stared intently at Sally and Jake. Sally and Jake were out of breath. They looked at Aidan. System windows appeared. Sally level 101, Jake level 92. Aidan thought that this was clearly the effect of the multiplying event by 2 experience points, and noticed that they were growing quickly. One of the guys turned to Aidan and asked what kind of person was standing behind him. Theodore stood behind Aidan, watching the guys. Sally and Jake looked surprised at Theodore, who said that upon closer inspection, they looked like cameramen, and said that he was pleased to meet them. A red aura emanated from Theodore, and he extended his hand to the side. Theodore told the guys that he was there to help the new moderator, and added that he was a high-ranking guard. Theodore. Selly raised her hand to her mouth and widened her eyes in surprise. Jake stood with his mouth slightly open and looked at the guard in surprise. Theodore told the guys that they could contact him at their convenience. Selly was surprised that Theodore was a high-ranking guard. Light came through the windows, illuminating the room in the house. One of the guys said that it means something like this happened. Selly and Jake were sitting at the table opposite Aidan, who was looking at them with a smile. Selly told Aidan that she had heard from Sirius before that high-ranking guards were very talented. Jake noted that it must have been difficult. Aidan told the guys that he'd had enough of this story. The guys immediately seemed to be paralyzed. Aidan asked Selly and Jake how the village was doing and if anything had happened while he was unable to contact them. Jake looked at Selly excitedly. Aidan knew from their reaction that something had happened. Selly put her fingers together and looked at Aidan with concern, saying that the players were coming to the village. Aidan widened his eyes. Selly raised her hand slightly and looked at Aidan. Jake opened his mouth slightly. Selly immediately told Aidan that the players weren't causing trouble or anything, and added that they were good-natured people. Jake told Aidan that they just exchanged a few items, and that's it. Jake remembered the day the players came and he watched them behind the wall. Jake added that they listened to several requests from residents and stayed there for about a day and returned. But he doesn't know when something like this will happen again, so they are preparing in their own way. Aidan closed his eyes and exhaled with relief, noting that it was good, that nothing bad had happened, but he did not understand how this happened. Arya grabbed her head and fixed her gaze on the table. Arya said she knew this would happen, but it was too fast. Arya presented a map of the area on which the village of Erst was not visible. Arya said that all she did was change the search and make sure that nothing was showing on the map, and noted that specifically looking for this place was another matter. Arya presented a picture of the players finding the village and looking at the map. Arya said they don't have enough power to restrict freedom. Aidan closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, thinking that this meant that it was impossible to completely block them. Aidan said there was nothing they could do about it, and asked if that meant they should consider keeping players visiting them. Selly and Jake looked at Aidan with their mouths slightly open. Aidan told the guys that if anything happens, they should let him know. Aidan turned to Theodore and opened his mouth. Theodore turned to Aidan and asked him to give him an order to. Aidan smiled. Theodore bowed his head slightly. Theodore said he would help Aidan immediately. Theodore was delighted and beamed all over, smiling. Aidan told Theodore that he had something he wanted to ask him to take care of, and added that that was the reason he returned to the village. Aidan rose from the table. Arya removed her hand from her head and looked at Aidan in surprise. Aidan told Theodora that they could then slowly begin testing. Arya asked Aidan what he meant by testing. Aidan looked at Arya and smiled slightly, saying that he received another command. Aidan and the guys approached the red pillar of energy. Red windows appeared in front of Aidan with villagers standing behind him. The man in the shirt asked the girl in the dress what Aidan was going to do. The girl in the dress answered the man in the shirt that she didn't know either, and said that they could just look and find out. Aidan looked at the system windows and thought that that quest had brought him great benefit. Notifications popped up. Exercise forgotten 1 update. Your moderator powers have been increased. Moderator level 5. New team received copy. Aidan thought that his strength had increased and he received a new team. A card with commands appeared. Teams, update, event, open, edit, copy, delete. Aidan thought that if that was the case, then maybe he could do it. Aidan turned to Arya and addressed her. Arya slightly opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Aidan said that Arya told him this before. To be a real moderator, he must be able to create content. Aidan smiled widely and a bright red light emanated from him. Aidan told Arya that he would show her new content. A bright, blinding light appeared next to a huge red pillar of energy. Aidan appeared in space and a blue light of energy shone in front of him. Aidan thought he needed to remember this. Aidan closed his eyes. Aidan recalled that feeling, then the look of the players climbing the tower. Aidan recalled how he was in the tower, looking at the players fighting monsters. Red lines began to emanate in space. Aidan used the copy skill. Aidan glowed brightly with red light as a huge tower appeared in front of him. In Aidan's hand was a cloud of red energy. Aidan said that this is what he needs, and it's not just a copy. Aidan looked at the cloud with a serious look and extended his hands working on it. Aidan said he needed to improve it and create a new image. The tower began to change its image, a bright light emanating from the tower, and Aidan filled the space. A notification has popped up. New content has been updated. Please choose a name for the new content. Aidan looked slightly out of breath. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Aidan called his new content Tower of Challenges. Arya and the guys looked at the bright, blinding light. Selly and Jake opened their mouths wide in surprise. Arya was dumbfounded by what she saw. Jake told Aidan that it was huge. A huge white tower appeared. This tower could be seen even from afar. Aidan bent over slightly and rested his hands on his knees and exhaled heavily. Aidan said he was done, but it was too tiring. Theodore stood behind Aidan, and he turned to him. Aidan told Theodore that from that moment on, he is the guardian of the tower. The tower shone brightly and a red light emanated from it. Aidan told Theodore to keep an eye on the villagers. Selly, Jake and the settlers were pleasantly surprised. Theodore opened his mouth slightly, small spakes of red energy emanating from him. Theodore said that Aidan can rely on him. Aidan looked at Aidan with all seriousness, and a red light emanated from him. Theodore told Aidan that he would not disappoint him. Aidan looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. Aidan smiled and told Theodore that this was very good. Aidan, exhausted, began to fall off his feet. Arya managed to catch Aidan and took him by the shoulder. Arya smiled and held the exhausted Aidan. Arya told Aidan that he did a great job. Arya looked at Aidan with kindness. Aidan was unconscious. Arya told him that he was really great. It was a clear day over the city. There was an argument between the players. One of the players told the other player not to lie. Another player said he was serious. The two players stood and looked at each other. The blonde, with his mouth wide open scarf, told the blonde that this was not the first time he had lied. The blonde said that he was telling the truth. Now, the blonde remembered seeing a man with a cart and resources in the village of Ursh. The blonde said that the city is full of rare items, and at first he thought that there was some kind of event there, but the residents say that these are ordinary things for them. The blonde recalled how he was holding a bag of resources, and was very shocked by what he saw. Scarf opened his mouth slightly blonde, and Branny smiled. The blonde said that before anyone else finds that place, they should go and see it with their own eyes. Scarf looked thoughtfully at the sky and put his finger on his chin. Scarf said it was all a bit strange, because the last time he was there, he had never seen anything like it. The blonde smiled widely and looked at Scarf, who stood with a serious face and held his chin in his hand. Scarf said that the moderator then blocked that area and he was no longer there. The blonde said that this is no longer so important. A black silhouette was visible behind the wall. Blonde pushed Scarf in the back and said that they had a good opportunity to earn extra money. Curly smiled slyly and looked out of the wall. Curly called those players idiots because they talked about such things on the street. Curly was holding a sack on his shoulder. All his clothes were tattered. Curly said that this was a great chance. Curly threw the bag from his shoulder onto the ground. Helmet looked at Curly. The helmet was unhappy. Curly frowned his eyebrows. Helmet reminded Curly who was the reason they were there, and added that they must work, otherwise they will be thrown out of there. Curly told Helmet that he was stupid, and added that this was a great chance to change everything. Curly smiled maliciously and did his eyebrows. Helmet stood behind with a bag in his hands. Curly said that he smelled money. There were mills in the clearing among the trees, and clouds floated smoothly in the sky. One of the players said they were almost there. Scarf opened the map in front of him, and looked at it in surprise. The blonde smiled widely. Scarf said it really wasn't on the map. The blonde told Scarf that he was right. After all, the players approached the village of Ursh. The blonde said that it looked like the other players hadn't found this place yet. Brainiel looked to the side, in shock, and opened his mouth wide. Scarf and blonde turned in his direction. Branna asked the guys what it was. A huge tower appeared in front of the players. Branna said that a few seconds ago, she was not there. Scarf raised his head and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Schaff thought it was some kind of challenge tower and realized it was probably new content. Schaff thought there had been an update. Schaff opened the system news window and said that he was not in the news and did not understand what it all meant. Rania and Blonde rushed sharply into the village. Scarf stood and looked at the news window. Scarf scratched the back of his head in confusion and thought that it didn't matter anymore, because anyway, nothing could be done. Scarf followed the guys with a calm step and thought that perhaps he had understood everything wrong. The guys entered the village and walked among the residents. Scarf looked around, indifferently. Blonde looked at Scarf and smiled. Shoff said, "He doesn't see anything new. Yet." The blonde told Shoff that he also thought so at first, and added that he would understand everything as soon as he saw it with his own eyes. Scarf noticed the forge building and called the guys to go have a look there. Two men were forging weapons from which golden light emanated. The blacksmiths looked at each other and thought that this would be enough and they should go for a break. One of the blacksmiths said that thanks to Aidan, their lives changed a lot. He taught them everything. The blacksmith recalled how Aidan handed them a piece of paper and smiled at them, and how he gave away a bunch of valuable resources. The blacksmith said that Aidan selects and gives away only good materials. The blacksmith recalled how they made excellent quality tools. The blacksmith said that, thanks to Aidan, the tools of local residents became so unusual. The other blacksmith laughed and agreed with him. The blonde was surprised and told the guys to look away. The blonde pointed to the side, the armor smiled and the helmet was serious. The blonde said that someone had enhancements. Rania said that they came here for a reason. One blacksmith was surprised to see the players. Another blacksmith said that these guys were there last time. The blacksmith raised his hand to his mouth and approached Scarf. The blacksmith asked Scarf what he wanted. The Scarf examined the blacksmith where the weapons and armor hung. Shoff said that the weapons and armor were of excellent quality and that he would like to buy them, but did not see the price tags. The blacksmiths looked at each other. Shoff asked if they didn't sell them. One of the blacksmiths said that they did not need their money, but if they fulfilled their request, they would get everything they wanted. The blonde and Scarf widened their eyes. They did not expect this. The blacksmith crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He told Scarf that their village had changed a lot, as they could see, but they were missing something. The blacksmith imagined Henry and Helen eating vegetables and thinking about meat. The blacksmith said that they don't have enough meat lately, and added that their food is not very tasty because it is difficult to find good ingredients nearby, and asked Shark if they could share some food with them. The guys were dumbfounded. Blonde pointed his hand to the side. Shoff thought they were going to trade equipment for food, and that would be great. Scarf opened the system window with the list of quests, and looked at it dejectedly. Shoff did not understand why he had nothing, and thought that this was not a task. The forge building was illuminated by the bright sun. Sharf said that this is not the time for this, and that you need to quickly go and complete the quest. Ill-wishers appeared at the gates of the village of Ursh. Curly and Helmet looked very pleased to have found this place. Helm said he didn't know there was a village there that wasn't marked on the map. Curly said that they will take advantage of this chance, and first they need to find hidden objects. Curly, with a malicious smile, broke the door with his feet. Sophia and Logan got scared and opened their mouths. Curly and Helmet examined the house. The Helmet said it was an ordinary house. Curly said that there was nothing interesting there. Helmet and Curly began to search the house. Logan extended his hand to them. Curly said that first they would look in that place. Logan asked them what they were doing. Logan looked unhappy. Curly turned around and looked at Logan with contempt. Logan told Curly to quickly leave this place. Curly asked Logan, how dare he dare the player? Curly grabbed Logan by the collar. Sophia was scared and covered her mouth with her hands. Curly told Logan that things haven't been going smoothly for him lately. Curly clenched his fist and swung at Logan. Curly said that disobedient slaves should be destroyed immediately. Curly hit Logan, but a barrier appeared in front of him. Curly was surprised and widened his eyes. Sully appeared in the house, and a green aura emanated from her. Sully asked Curly what he was doing. Sully looked at Curly with fury and asked him if he wanted to die. Aidan gradually began to come to his senses, opening his eyes slightly. Aidan abruptly jumped out of bed with a lost expression on his face. He realized that he had lost consciousness. Aidan clenched his fist and looked at him. He knew that he had to expend too much energy, and using commands also drained his body. Arya called out to Aidan excitedly as she saw that he had woken up. Arya crossed her arms and looked at the awakened Aidan with a satisfied look. Aidan looked at Arya in bewilderment and asked her if Arya had been with him all this time. Arya agreed with Aidan affirmatively. Aidan looked at Arya in surprise, who in return looked at him with warmth and awe. Arya said that Aidan should understand that he is a very important person for them. Aidan asked about the time he was unconscious. Aidan began to get ready, throwing on a blue cloak as Arya continued to vigorously dialogue with him. Arya replied to Aidan that he slept the whole day because he was tired. She also added that Aidan will have a much easier time once he gets used to using his commands. The door of the building in which Aidan lay opened. Aidan left the tavern and was joyfully greeted by the guys. Jake approached Aidan and asked him if everything was okay. Since they were very worried, Aidan said he felt better. Sophia made her way through the crowd impatiently. Sophia bowed her head to Aidan. Aidan asked her in bewilderment what happened. Sophia said that one of the recently arrived players attacked the village. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and looked angry. Aidan immediately went to the scene, destroying the ground beneath him with a jump. Aidan headed to resolve the situation at high speed. Aidan cast his contemptuous glance at the forge. Aidan had just landed when the door began to crumble. Two silhouettes of people fly out in front of Aidan's face. It was two scoundrels, curly and helmeted, who choked from such a blow and coughed up dust. Selly was clothed with her magical aura and was about to go through the hole in the wall. Selly moved her arms to her sides and used her aura to lift the pieces of the wall into the air. The villains did not understand how the NPC could be so strong. Selly glanced to the side in surprise. Selly noticed Mr. Aidan's appearance when the rogue players also turned towards Aidan. Aidan crossed his arms and looked ironically at the curly-haired man's frightened face. Curly remembered Aidan forging armor and equipment at the forge, so he recognized him. Sully turned towards Aidan in surprise. She asked him if they knew Curly when Aidan noticed that this was possible. Aidan looked down at the curly man with contempt. Aidan said that he could even name the reason for what happened, knowing that the curly one came for valuable resources. Curly frowned and became angry. Aidan joked with the curly-haired one, saying that he did not draw any valuable conclusions after the last incident. Curly said that Aidan will be a corpse. Curly reached into his inventory with his hand and was about to use his weapon. Curly said that Aidan caused him too many problems. Curly took out his blade and headed towards Aidan, furiously wishing Aidan death. The curly man's fist lands with a savory blow to the face. At that same second, the curly man flew back to the helmet. Jake stood up for his leader, saying that no one dares to raise a hand against Aidan. Aidan looked with admiration at Jake, who held his fist in the air and stood up for him. Curly, with blood on his face, came to his senses with the realization that he did not understand anything because he was a player chosen by the system. And enraged, Jake and Selly stood over the small silhouettes of the villains who did not even understand where they had ended up. Aidan stood in the company of Jake and Selly, opposite the two villains. Aidan ironically noted that he was most likely to blame for everything, and that all this would not have happened if he had managed to improve their equipment that day. The angry, curly man and the helmet stood opposite the guys. Aidan noticed that these two had a hard time, so he decided that he would improve their equipment for free as an apology. Aidan took out his hammer and looked at the guys with a smile. The frightened guys realized with such mercy that they were about to be hit with a savory hammer blow. Aidan told them not to worry, as he would try his best. Aidan swung his hammer, which burned with red energy. Aidan didn't understand what the guys were waiting for. A notification came out. The sharpening was unsuccessful. The equipment was destroyed. Without armor or clothing, the two scoundrels rushed to flee the battlefield with humiliation in their faces. Aidan turned to Sully, and two fleeing silhouettes of scoundrels shouted after them that they would take revenge. Aidan told Sully to blacklist these players. Aidan turned towards Sully and Jake. He said that Sully should use any method, but that they would not allow these players to return to the village again. Aidan looked down with pride and disdain and said that as long as he was the moderator of this place, then the players would not be allowed to do whatever they wanted here. Sully and Jake looked at their leader carefully. Aidan said that the guys will no longer have to do more than they should for the sake of such guys, so it would be worth starting preparations. Aidan stood with the guys. Arya looked at Aidan and smiled. Aidan said that it seems that many players will come to the village, and they will not be able to hide for so long. Sully looked worriedly at Aidan, who was looking thoughtfully at the ground, and raised his hand to his chin. Sully said, "It's a matter of time before operators hear about it and need a plan." Aidan turned slightly towards Arya and looked at her. Arya told Aidan that Sully is right, as this village system is different from others, and they don't know what they will do. Aidan removed his hand from his chin and opened his mouth slightly. Sully was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Arya crossed her arms over her chest. Aidan said that then they need to attract even more players. Jake and Sully looked at Aidan with concern. Jake told Aidan that they should hide to prevent rumors from spreading. Aidan said that sooner or later, they will be discovered, so there is no point in continuing to hide. Aidan clenched his fist and said that if players liked the content, their influx would increase. Aidan stood with a serious expression on his face and clenched his fist. Aidan said that when this happens, neither the operators nor the moderators will be able to get rid of this place. Aidan stood with the guys and extended his hand. Aidan said that they needed to prepare well before inviting players, and asked them to give him their hands. Aidan took the guys by the hands. Silly and Jake were surprised. Aidan noted that he and Arya had thought about it, and he planned to do it when everyone got together. Aidan closed his eyes and told the guys not to let go of his hand. All the guys were surrounded by red magical aura. From the guys with red energy came red lines with their copies. Jake and Selly were dressed in red and white silhouettes with surprise on their faces. Aidan and Arya hovered in the magical system space. Aidan, with a serious expression on his face, told the guys not to panic and stay calm. The guys felt the red energy flow that came into them from Aidan. Aidan transferred part of his power to the guys. The shortcut fits. Synchronization is complete. Moderator rights have been distributed. The silhouettes of the guys with surprise on their faces looked at the red notice that said that the cloud was open. Aidan said they can now use cloud storage. The silhouette of Aidan stood opposite the guys from whom a luminous or emanated. Aidan said that this will help them rule and protect the village. Arya looked at Aidan with an admiring look. Aidan noticed that they put all the collected things there so the guys could use them. Selly and Jake widened their eyes and were confused. Aidan said that he would do everything to protect the village, which the guys agreed with. Notification: the update is complete. Aidan, with a malicious expression on his face and a spreading smile, advised the guys to become more serious. A few days later, the players began to notice a large magical tower. Players began visiting the tower in large numbers. Aidan watched what was happening in the tower through a magical window. Aidan was glad that everything was going according to plan, and the players began to gather as the tower played the role of a decoy perfectly. Arya stood behind Aidan with a questioning expression on her face. She reached out to him to see if the players were enjoying the event. Aidan raised his eyebrows slightly and replied that they still had a lot of work to do, and all he did was make some changes to the tower in response to this. Arya added that they still got new content. Aidan remembered that a red notification appeared in front of him with his karma level. Aidan added that this resulting content brought in many problem players, which caused his karma to decrease. Aidan turned towards Theodore and thanked him for his help. Theodore put his hand to his chest and bowed his head. Aidan was slightly embarrassed, and added that his master, Aidan, was flattering him because he was simply fulfilling his duty as a tower guard. The three of them stood in a magical space with geometric shapes where their main place in the tower was located. The guys noticed that their tower was in good condition. A survival mode icon appeared where a bunch of armored players were fighting each other with lightsabers. Aidan noted that there are more modes than before. A puzzle mode appeared where the guys stood at a crossroads in front of a confusing circle with pictures and tried to choose the right direction with a key or buttons. Another buff mode was introduced where the player stood in front of a selection of 3 different colored screens with different boosting skills. Aidan and Theodore watched as the players rejoiced as they completed the puzzle and retrieved the key. Theodore noticed for his master that the players liked everything. Aidan praised Theodore, telling everyone to keep up the good work. Aidan stood next to Theodore, and with a thoughtful expression on his face, was about to touch the red screen. Aidan told Theodore to always tell him if he needed anything. Theodore expressed his agreement, approvingly looking at his master. Aidan raised his hand and brought it to his chin as Theodore looked at his master with a disapproving look. Aidan added that he wanted to attract even more players. Aidan raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes in surprise. He understood that new players would come to them if they saw the advantages for themselves and what the players wanted most. Aidan extended his hand to the side and directed a red spectrum of light with a pleased expression on his face, noting that the players needed height. A shortcut with an event update with a confetti design appear. Experience points are doubled. All the players in the tower looked at their glowing red screens. The event card: you receive double experience and rewards while you are in the tower. The players looked at their screens and began to vigorously look at each other and communicate with each other. They were surprised by what was happening, because this had never happened before. The villagers stood next to each other to introduce the new event. Players learned that in addition to valuable rewards for completing quests, They would also receive buffs from the village residents. Event card duration, 2 hours, double experience for completing peasant tasks, which does not add up to the tower buff. The players watched the new event card appear, and their mouths opened in surprise. They couldn't wait to share this good news with other players. Arya watched from behind Aidan and Theodore, who were looking at their screens, on which the players were rapidly developing a new event. Aidan noticed that his plan worked. Theodore paid respect to his master, saying that his plan, as always, was excellent. Arya looked at Aidan in disbelief and crossed her arms. She understood that after Aidan attracted everyone's attention, everyone would be watching them, so she shouldn't let her guard down. Arya looked away with a hint of sadness. She understood that the operators would soon find out about everything, so she should contact Mia and find out more about the situation. Players receive notifications about a new event in different cities. The towns are Vanson, Leon, and Duntown. The players who received the notifications looked at each other. Players recalled the village of Urge, which was blocked at one time, but now new content has been added there. The blue-haired player noticed that he had not received any new notifications. Procyon held the red apple in her hands and watched as the players began to fuss and gather in the village for a new event. Procyon took a bite of the apple and silently watched the players. Procyon stood nearby and cast her curious glance towards the players who had already run away. We were transported to a huge white fortress. This was the meeting room. The Hydra Guild, the heads of state, sat at a large table and discussed their affairs. The heads learned from each other about the state of affairs in their territories. The Hydra Guild sat at the table and looked at each other with confused faces. The guy with red hair put his hand on the table and asked the other guys about the news from Duntown, which he had not heard. The guy with pink hair and a red cape lowered his head. The guy with red hair continued to discuss about the city of Duntano. He said that the entire department was destroyed and the heads of Duntown paid for their weakness, so he was disappointed. The guild leader sat behind his throne and turned to the head of Duntown, named Aidan, who was slightly confused. The eye patch wearing guild leader frowned slightly and said that Aidan had answered the question. Douglas, the leader of the Hydra Guild, sat in his throne in a red cape, resting his hand on his head with a sad face. Douglas told Aidan not to even try to lie to him. Aidan, sweating, looked confused and looked down. He hesitated and began to answer that, at first, everything went well. They monitored the hunting areas and successfully completed the tasks. Douglas watched Aidan's response with indifference in his eyes. Aidan continued to say that he was interrupted by a player who appeared out of nowhere, and he thought she was a ranker. Douglas asked again. Aidan poked his fingers on his screen and brought up an image for Douglas. He said that he had a special photograph that he had time to prepare. Douglas looked at the blue screen with contempt. It was a photo of Arya. Douglas noticed that Arya's silhouette seemed familiar to him, and her blue hair in particular. Douglas and the guy with red hair looked at the photo with different expressions on their faces. This red-haired guy was talking to someone on the phone. Douglas sat behind his throne and called out to the red-haired guy. He said he received an emergency call. Douglas's face looked confused at the moment he was told about the news that the players had found a new event. White light seeped into the guild tower through the arches. Douglas said he didn't notice any notifications, so he was going to check right away. One of the city leaders with red hair turned to the guild leader. He said that a tower was spotted in the village of Ursh, and according to the players themselves, there were large rewards for completing quests there. Douglas asked about the guild itself. He wanted to know whose territory it was. Douglas frowned slightly and thought about what was happening. He was told that no one had taken over this guild yet, so he couldn't believe it that one of the 5 main guilds didn't know about it. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. A bunch of players were heading towards the blue light. Douglas knew that now all the players would start flocking to see the update, knowing that the consequences of all this would be unimaginable. Douglas braced himself with both hands on the table, looking furious. He shouted that they should be the ones to occupy this territory before the other guilds did it for him. An elite squad of the Hydra Guild was preparing to conquer new territory. Douglas assured to send an elite detachment to conquer the territory, so it was necessary to immediately begin combat training. Douglas watched as the other heads began to leave the meeting. Douglas watched the scene in confusion. He remembered that no one had updated anything for a very long time, Black energy began to appear behind Douglas. Behind the frightened Douglas, Virus appeared with his curiosity about the update. Behind the silhouette of Douglas sparkled purple lightning from the energy of the virus. Douglas was frightened by such a sudden appearance. Among the dark aura of Virus, the silhouette of a man began to appear. Douglas reminded his friend that he had warned him not to scare him like that. It was Virus Raojin, with a golden helmet and for eyes with a blue cape. Douglas looked with contempt at the glowing silhouette of Raojin. Virus said he didn't care what Douglas said. Douglas called Raojin a nasty trickster. Raojin rose above Douglas and, in an imperious tone, asked to be informed about the update. Douglas frowned and began to report to Raojin with dissatisfaction. Douglas replied that none of them were sure yet, because they had not yet received information on this matter, but only knew that the event took place in the village of Ursh. Raojin was slightly indignant and touched his chin with his hand. Raojin understood that he could not even think that the moderator was capable of inventing content. He also knew that only one person was capable of this. Raojin frowned thoughtfully, realizing the essence of what was happening. Raojin remembered the silhouette of Worm who was holding a magic core in his hands. Raojin remembered that this had to be the guy Worm had his eye on since he had moderator rights. Jin knew that he was told not to stand out. But Raojin had his own plans for this. Raojin intended to make his plans a reality. Ironically, understanding the look on Worm's face, we caught him first. Raojin looked straight at Douglas and addressed him with an order. He told Douglas to send the cheaters there to capture their target. Douglas was furious at such impudence and tried to stop Raojin. He told Raojin not to talk nonsense, because cheaters are still at the testing stage, and if the moderator finds out it will be bad. Raojin looked forward with a malicious grin, tilting his head slightly. He told Douglas not to worry about it, because the operators and moderators were now busy with other things. Two silhouettes of modified viruses glowed purple. Raojin was confident that the cheaters they created would do their job well. The meeting room, which is located inside the guild, was illuminated with white light through the arches. Dake put both hands on the table and shouted that he didn't understand. A group of operators, led by Mia, sat at a large table and heatedly discussed what was happening. Dake, with both hands on the table, asked Mia what she meant. Mia answered him what he heard. Mia furrowed her eyebrows slightly and closed her eyes. She said she was leaving her position as operator. All the operators looked at Mia frantically and with surprise in their eyes. Mia widened her eyes and looked at Dake, who was standing next to her. Dake asked Mia why she suddenly decided to leave the post of operator. Mia answered why he was so surprised, because she had been thinking about leaving for a long time. Dake looked at Mia in surprise. Mia lowered her gaze with heartache. She said she became a cameraman to help Arya. Mia recalled how she was sitting in a torn white t-shirt when Arya approached her with blue hair. Even then little Mia took Arya's hand and looked at her in awe. Mia recalled that Arya accepted her when no one wanted her with open arms. Arya's gaze at that moment was filled with warmth and goodwill. Mia realized at that moment that Arya was the only person in this world she could trust. She also added that she planned to wait for her return, but this was no longer necessary. Nya, with her eyes closed, continued to remember her acquaintance with Arya when Dake looked at her with a frightened look. Dake asked who Arya is. Xenon sat in his chair opposite Dake. Xenon replied that Dake did not know her because Arya was in the previous group of operators. Xenon, wearing his helmet and armor, crossed his arms, resting them on the table. He said that he and Mia are the only ones left from those days of operators. Mia stood up from the table and headed towards the exit, waving at them. Mia said that she was leaving and so they would see each other sometime in the future. Dake put one hand on the table and looked towards the departing Mia. He tried to call her. Mia said that she will return the holy weapon in good condition. Mia, with her mouth slightly open, was heading towards the exit when they tried to stop her. Xenon sat on his throne at the table and watched from the back as Mia prepared to leave. Xenon said to Mia, did she really think that she could just leave? Mia turned back and cast her contemptuous glance towards the table. She asked Xenon if he could stop her. Xenon rested his hands on his throne and leaned forward slightly. He said he had no reason to stop her, but due to the moderator's orders, he couldn't just let her go. Xenon stood up from his throne and followed Mia. He asked her if she was going to look for Arya. The glowing silhouette of Arya, with her hand raised, was heading towards the sky, where the crystal glowed with yellow light, emitting sparks of light in different directions. Zenon tried to surprise his friend Mia by saying that she had already forgotten that Arya broke the taboo. He added that Arya desired something that was not worth it. She put the moderator in danger. Zenon plunged into his memories, where he stood opposite one of the moderators in a black cloak. Zenon understood that the moderator had been replaced after that incident, so he believed that Mia could not forget about it. Mia stood near Zenon and looked at his screen, showing him her finger, helping him with the instructions. Zenon told Mia that she was doing a good job as a cameraman, so he didn't want to do this to an old friend. But the moderator's orders were not disputed. Zenon stood over Mia and towered over him, telling her not to make a mistake. Mia broke into it, while Anne smiled sarcastically. She said he didn't know anything. Mia looked to the side, in shock, and told Zenon to try and stop her if he could. The energetic silhouettes of Zenon and Mia flew out of the building, destroying the wall from which fragments of stone scatter in different directions. The rest of the guys waited near the hole that had formed and watched what was happening in bewilderment. Lloyd was unhappy, because all this happened exactly when Procan was not with them. Isabel offered to follow the guys. Dake turned his head back towards Selena as the two silhouettes of Isabel and Lloyd set off after Mia and Zenon. Dake asked Selena if she would be with them. Selena closed her eyes and said that she would only disturb them, so she refused. The black silhouette of Selena with wings watched as Dake followed the rest of the guys. Selena said that she would not interfere in their dispute. Selena did not show her emotions and simply remained silent. Selena, with glowing blue eyes, watched in awe. Everything around was on fire, and powerful explosions occurred. Zenon fought Mia, swinging his blue lightsaber at her. Missing the powerful shock wave from the sword beam cut through the ground and left a trailing trail in it. Mia bared her teeth and watched with anger in her eyes as the blue lightsaber was pointed at her. Zenon watched in rage as Mia was about to use her fire powers. Another powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed the entire earth and its large pieces scatter in different directions. Zenon flew away from such a powerful, fiery blow. Zenon, in his protective suit, raised his head upward from where there was a bright light in the air. Mia flew into the air as powerful fiery explosions occurred in the air behind her. Zenon watched as the fire beams were directed at him straight out of the air from Mia, who attacked him. Zenon, with a deft movement of his body, tried to evade these fiery attacks, using his glowing sword. Mia continued to release her fire barrage and its beams towards Zenon. Zenon watched with fear from the ground as four fiery cannonballs flew at him from the air. Another large explosion occurred at the location of Zenon, who would hardly have been able to dodge such a blow. The guys who flew to the scene of the incident watched from the top, where the ashes and dust had not yet reached. Dial watched with horror in his eyes as the operators fought, and did not understand what to do. The camera guys watched as their battle destroyed a large area of the earth, and everything went up in flames. The operators looked at each other, instantly coming up with a plan of action. Lloyd noticed that chaos was happening. Isabel said with a frown that it would be worth helping Zenon. Dake grinned at his able swords with confusion in his eyes. The guys rushed to help Zenon when Dake stayed on top and watched as the guys didn't wait for him. Nia, in a tense fight, managed to cast her perplexed glance to the side when they tried to stop her. Lloyd flew up to Zenon's aid with his lightsaber and tried to defend himself from Mia's attacks. Mia put out her fiery hand to protect herself from the sword strike. Mia looked at Lloyd with anger in her eyes, who put his sharp and long sword in front of her. Mia asked Lloyd if he really wanted to get in her way. It was clear from Lloyd's face that he did not want to fight now. However, he needed to protect common interests. Lloyd said that they should follow the moderator's orders. Mia's eyes widened after Lloyd started stammering about Arya. Lloyd said that breaking a taboo is a great sin, so helping someone like Arya will only harm the whole world. Nya told Lloyd to shut up. At the same moment, angry at such words towards her patron Arya, Nya found the strength in herself and threw Lloyd's body aside. With the help of her fiery power, Nya looked at Lloyd with hatred in her eyes and prepared her fiery fist to strike. With a quick and precise movement, she hit Lloyd's stomach with her fist, which, at the same moment, began to fly back. Lloyd did not expect such a powerful attack, and he choked, opening his eyes in pain. In a powerful stream of flame, Lloyd's body flew far back while the fiery trail from the impact was still swirling in the form of a funnel. Lloyd stuck his sword into the ground and held his stomach, tilting his head down. Mia continued to be in rage, surrounding herself in a blanket of fire as Lloyd was slammed into the wall even causing a mark to form in the wall. Mia continued to defend Arya's interests and anger. She said that the guys had no idea why Arya broke the taboo. The silhouette of Arya stood not far from the moderator. Back to back, Mia said that Arya did this sin for the sake of the moderator. Mia clenched her fiery fist with rage and irritation and prepared to continue fighting with the guys. She told the guys if she still wanted to stop her, then they should get ready, because she wasn't going to hold back anymore. Lloyd held his burnt hand, sighing at his helplessness against Mia. The wounded Lloyd looked at his hand with despair in his eyes. He didn't understand where Mia had such strength from, which he practically flew away with one blow. Lloyd watched with sweat and scratches as everything around Mia was on fire. He didn't understand how he could restrain Mia. The furious appearance of Mia among the fire could be seen by the guys. Leo had understood that commands were useless against the operator. Isabel, with her magical blue aura, tried to fly from the air at Mia, who was blazing with fire in her protective shell. Isabel spread her glowing blades and flew from the air towards Mia, who widened her eyes in disbelief. Isabel was determined, and her eyes glowed blue along with the blade. At the same moment, Mia managed to notice Isabel and threw her vengeful grin at her, blazing on fire. Mia was preparing to fight off Isabel flying at her with her fiery stream. Isabel almost flew up to Mia when a powerful stream of fire rushed near her. Hot flames in the explosions opened in the air. From such heat, Isabel flew to the side and bent over the ground along with her blade, looking straight into the eyes of the enraged Mia. De hid from cover and watched the fight between the guys in horror, realizing that it was not like a joke. Ake recalled with sadness in his eyes how different Mia was from herself. Mia directed her frown at the guys and raised her hand, preparing for another fire attack. Dak did not know that there could be such a huge difference in strength between operators. Lloyd stood not far from Isabel and called out to her against the backdrop of the blazing Mia. An exhausted Lloyd stood next to Isabel, who was watching Mia with him. Lloyd asked Isabel if everything was okay with her, as Isabel replied that there was no need to worry about her. Furious and angry, Mia stood in her fiery aura and skull, knowing that she would defend her interests to the end. Leo had noted that he was not sure that they would be able to defeat Mia. Isabel and Lloyd stood together and looked forward with a disdainful look. Lloyd said that he didn't think Mia would be so strong that his vision went dark. Isabel looked down with a malicious grin. She felt a long-forgotten feeling on herself. Leo had swung his sleeve as Isabel charged at Mia, leaving a mark on the ground. Nya threw her grin towards Isabel, who annoyedly flew to attack Mia with her blades. Lloyd pointed out to Isabel that she had no chance against Mia alone, so they should have attacked together. Nya grabbed Isabel's glowing blade in the air with her fiery hand, not caring who she fought with. Mia and Isabel came face to face with their hateful gazes as their main forces clashed with each other. Isabel told Mia that she always wanted to fight her because she is the strongest operator. Mia smiled sarcastically and asked again about the words about the strongest operator. Isabel's hateful gaze continued to watch Mia. Mia replied that the only one who could qualify for the status of the strongest operator was the respected Arya. Nya threw away Isabel's silhouette with her tongue of flame. Nya turned to the side in bewilderment. Lloyd was approaching her from the side, swinging his sharp sword. A stream of blue energy seeped throughout the entire land. Blue rays from the lightsaber and fragments of stones and earth scattered around the battlefield. Nya raised her fiery fist against the sword. From such a confrontation between the two energies, the entire earth around their combat radius collapsed and shattered into pieces. Nya looked with fear in her eyes as a lightsaber flashed past her. It was Isabel's sword, and she managed to land her blow, causing Mia's body to stagger slightly. Two blue light beams were directed directly at Mia's silhouette, causing everything around her to constantly collapse. Nya was cornered as light beams from Lloyd and Isabel's swords flashed past her at high speed. The entire area around their fight was destroyed by light rays. Lloyd's silhouette watched as strong and fast streams of blue rays streaked through the air. Lloyd was surrounded by his blue energy and pointed his sword down towards Mia. A huge blue beam from the sky shaped like an arrow shot towards Mia's location, causing the ground at the impact site to shatter into pieces. A cloud of dust and smoke emanated from the epicenter of the fight, intertwined with blue energy. Isabel and the silhouette of Lloyd watched from the sidelines after their attack. Lloyd held his lightsaber in his hands and really hoped that their plan had worked. Isabel replied with a cold look, telling Lloyd not to let his guard down. Among the cloud of dust, a red circle appeared with energy that could be directed towards them. Isabel noted that their attack might not have worked on Mia. Isabel realized that their attack did not go through, and her look was dumbfounded. They turned sharply back and looked at the frightened Lloyd. She told him to take care of himself. Through the clouds of dust, a fiery core appeared from which fiery rays emanated in their direction. As soon as the smoke and ash began to develop with the wind, Mia was at the epicenter and bombarded everything around with her fiery energy. Isabel and Lloyd were not prepared for such resistance, and tried to hide behind the ruins amid a rising cloud of black smoke mixed with fire. Mia, with a cold gaze, surrounded herself with her fire and headed forward. Nia used her protective sphere of fire and flew into the air. Isabel was very unhappy that nothing worked against Mia. Mia raised her fiery hand and was about to use another attack, developing a fiery core. Lloyd and Isabel watched as Mia sent her fire beams into the sky, which was completely covered in a shroud of fire. Isabel and Lloyd watched in horror. Mia pointed her hand towards the guys. A huge sphere of fire expanded right in the air, causing a blast wave to fall to the ground, demolishing everything in its path. Lloyd watched what was happening with disable with hopelessness in his eyes. The silhouette of Xenon was flying towards this fiery sphere. Xenon swung his lightsaber and intended to carry out his attack. A bright blue beam cut the red magic circle right in the air. With a quick swing of his sword, Xenon directed his light energy towards Mia's flames. Everything around Mia went dark, and all that remained was a stream of wind and dust, causing pieces of earth to fly in different directions. Mia looked ahead with a contemptuous look. She saw the silhouette of Xenon, who was determined. Xenon stood among the cloud of smoke and dust and looked at the silhouette of Mia. He told her that Mia had become stronger compared to when she first became an operator. Xenon looked ahead with admiration. He noted that they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat her at this rate. Nia looked at Xenon with anticipation of his further actions. Mia was shrouded in her fiery shell, and Xenon stood opposite her and was about to remove his protective mask. Mia grinned and noticed that Xenon had really decided to become serious. Xenon took off his mask and revealed part of his face, surrounded by his blue aura. Xenon said that such power should not have been used in such a way, but he had no choice. Xenon looked at Mia with an indifferent gaze and raised his blue sword into the air. Xenon card. The level rose to 500. The black guard looked down at Aidan. At the same moment, a powerful through blow flew across the guard's body, destroying his armor. Aidan, with a swing of his sledgehammer, completely crushed the protected guard into pieces. Aidan smiled maliciously and knitted his eyebrows when he dealt with the guard. Aidan's level has been increased. Aidan understood that he had done a good job, and he needed to continue in the same spirit. Aidan held his own sledgehammer in his hand as a bright background appeared near him, congratulating him for raising his level to 250. Aidan thought that he completed the levels too easily. The area was called a sandbox. It was a deserted place where parts of the area were destroyed from the duel and spears and swords were stuck into the ground. Aidan noticed that this was exactly the kind of territory he needed. Aidan communicated with his assistant, Theodore, through the screen. Aidan told Theodore to give him more difficult levels next time. Theodore was slightly surprised by such a confident statement and said that Aidan should rest. Aidan threw his grin towards Arya, who stood with her back to him. Aidan did not understand Theodore's words and replied that he needed to work while he was in a fighting mood. Arya was lost in her thoughts and looked thoughtful. Aidan turned to her and was going to find out her thoughts on this matter, but Arya remained silent. Arya looked at her screen and saw that there was no response from Mia. Arya told Aidan that she needed to go to one place because she realized that something had happened to Mia. Arya was surrounded by her magical aura with blue lightning. She told Aidan that he had Theodore so they could manage without her. Arya flew into the air as a blue bolt of lightning destroying the entire ground beneath it. She said she would be back soon. Aidan managed to shield himself from the shockwave after Arya's jump, from which everything around was surrounded by discharges of blue lightning. Aidan understood that appearing and disappearing so effectively was part of Arya, but he did not understand where Arya went. However, he understood that this was Arya, so everything would definitely be fine with her. A message came from Aidan's screen, which Aidan immediately paid attention to. Sully spoke to Aidan through the screen, telling him that a huge crowd of players was approaching the village. Aidan did not understand the essence of what was happening, since he did not consider this news a threat. Sully said that now the case is different. Aidan, at the same moment, looked at the screen with a frightened look. Selly noticed that these were members of one of the Great Five Guilds. At the scene of the battle between Mia and the other operators, everything was blazing in blue fire. Isabelle stood behind Xenon, who was surrounded by his powerful blue energy. She didn't understand how this was possible. Isabelle watched what was happening with a puzzled and confused look. She realized that as soon as Xenon took off his mask, his level increased, noting that she had no idea that Xenon was hiding such power within himself. Isabelle remembered a time when she asked Xenon about his mask, but he did not give a clear answer. Xenon, in his furious form, was surrounded by his aura. Isabelle noted that she could not even think that she and Xenon were from the same race of dragonauts. Mia watched as a huge cloud of dust dissipated in the wind. Suddenly, Xenon attacked her from behind with his lightsaber. Mia managed to dodge such a targeted strike, and a blue beam of light from the sword followed towards the ground. An entire area of land was cut apart by a blue light stream. Xenon and Mia fought in an intense battle with each other, with Xenon's sword only managing to cut through space. Mia, with desperation in her eyes, tried to dodge Xenon's attacks with her fiery hand. An enraged Xenon with his sword was advancing towards her from the air as Mia prepared to fight back with her fiery powers. Xenon cut through the air with his silhouette, despite the fact that streams of fire were directed at him. Xenon, with a deft movement of his hands, took out his lightsaber. Xenon swung his glowing sword and headed towards Mia, who was shooting out flames from herself. With hatred and malice, Mia furrowed her eyebrows as her blue energy moved to attack Xenon. Xenon also did not lose his grip and tried to strike with his lightsaber. The blue energy from the sword was directed towards the earth, which was torn into pieces from such power. Isabelle stood aside, in a cloud of dust and watched what was happening without moving. She furrowed her brow slightly and looked ahead. Isabelle watched as Xenon and Mia fought far away from her in a stormy battle emitting blue flames from themselves. Nia told Xenon that he was only making things more difficult. Date came out of his hiding place with curiosity, as he wanted to see Mia's Punisher mode. Nia's form glowed with a bright blue flame, and she opened her wings and covered herself in dark armor. The guys from the outside were thinking about whether they would be able to drive her into a corner. Nia directed her hand with magic, with a scornful look. A blue magic funnel appeared above Xenon's head. A huge and powerful light stream was directed from the air directly at Xenon. Silhouette. Xenon managed to withstand such an onslaught with his sword, when everything around him was in smoke and dust. Xenon threw his grin towards the light. A huge armored fist from Mia was heading towards him. This fist slammed into Xenon's location, causing the ground to immediately crack at the impact site. The impact was so powerful that the entire landscape of the earth flew into the air. Xenon was thrown a long distance from such a blow. Isabelle and Lloyd watched the duel with admiration and horror at the same time. Lloyd was impressed. Lloyd turned to Isabelle with worrying in his eyes and told her that even Xenon had a hard time dealing with such attacks. Isabelle shouted at Xenon to use his weapon. Xenon watched with an indifferent grin as Isabelle added to her words that his weapon was capable of stopping Mia. Xenon was about to take his modified blade out of its black sheath. Lloyd and Isabelle looked scared by Xenon's idea, because they did not understand what he was doing. Enraged, Mia with her huge hands, with blue energy on Xenon. Without an iota of anxiety or confusion, Xenon tried to reach his blade. With a quick movement, he cut Mia's huge hands, which is why the blue trace of the sword did not even have time to disappear in the sky. Nia was slightly cowed and blood spewed out of her mouth. Dake, Lloyd and Isabelle watched Xenon's movement in horror. They saw Mia's body fall to the ground, noticing that Xenon's attack was so fast that they didn't even have time to blink an eye. They tried to call out to Mia. Xenon glowed with his magical aura along with his sword. He said that with the power given to him by the moderator, he was depriving Mia of her post, and that it would not be very good if such a situation happened again, so he decided to take away her weapon. The wounded Mia lay on the ground and raised her head when Xenon told her to be a good girl. Card, Mia operator. Rights have been removed. Xenon extended his hand towards Mia lying on the ground and told her that the moderator himself would decide what to do with her. Mia closed her eyes in helplessness and awaited her fate. Suddenly, blue electrical discharges appeared in front of Mia. Xenon covered his head with his hand and looked at what was happening in amazement. Mia's wounded body was picked up by the newly appeared Arya, which Mia was extremely surprised by. Arya took Mia's exhausted body in her hands and looked forward with cordiality. Arya held the beaten Mia in her arms, who folded her fox ears and turned to her. The girl smiled at the fox, looking at her and apologized for not coming earlier. The heroine did not notice how the enemy's figure was flying towards them behind her with a sword in his hands. She asked her friend to rest. Zenon was rapidly approaching. His eyes glowing with anger, he shouted the name Arya. The swift blow of the sword left behind a white, luminous trail. The powerful force of the blow made the stones around, scattering all directions. Zenon skidded across the ground as he landed. Marks from his attack were still around as he looked ahead, questioningly. The guy clenched his teeth. Lightning shone around him. He cleared his throat and asked the girl how. Arya looked at him, confidently, surrounded by a blue glow. She looked at the guy with her hand outstretched forward. Lightning discharges were coming from her. Mia was sitting behind her and around them. There was a lot of dust and fragments of stones. The girl heard Zenon say that he was sure that the system blocked most of her powers. The blue-haired girl calmly told the guy that the fox would go with her. Zenon chuckled, clenching his teeth, and asked not to make him laugh in response to the words that Arya would be grateful if he did not interfere. Lloyd and Isabel appeared behind the guy. Zenon firmly stated that he would not allow the girls to leave. Isabel looked tense. She asked if Mia was talking about her, and received a positive answer from Zenon that they had better get a weapon. Mia appeared in his memory, no black cloak, with a blue pattern. Her hair was loose and a bluish halo shone around her head. The guy called her the very first operator, and added that she once had a power comparable to a moderator. Isabel and Lloyd looked at the girl in shock. They both thought, in shock, that the very first operator. They imagined her to be huge, compared to them, towering with her arms folded on her chest. They thought that this was what was causing this feeling of pressure. Isabel raised her hand and looked at her questioningly. She frowned, looking at her palm, and asked herself why she was shaking. Harry exhaled tiredly and closed her eyes. She said that she just wanted to take Mia back, but it all ended in a fight. Isabel leaned down decisively and, looking from under her brows, said to herself that she wanted to test how effective her power was against the operator. The dragon girl jumped so quickly and forcefully at the ground under her feet crumbled and a trail appeared. She held the sword and ran into the oblivious Arya from behind, who was simply standing in front. Isabel's eyes glowed with a bright blue light. The sword cut through the air. A trace from the movement of the sword rushed to the back of Arya's head, but the girl did not turn around. The operator simply raised her hand, bent at the elbow and clenched into a fist and sent a white ball of force at the attacker, which crashed into the stomach of the girl who did not expect it. Isabel's eyes widened, but the pupils were not visible. Drops of blood flew out of the mouth from under the mask. A strong beam of force threw the girl far forward. The stones scattered in all directions. The brunette trembled among the broken stones and tried to get up. The silhouette of Arya appeared among the clouds of dust. She mockingly asked the girl that she had gone too far with the force, and added that Procyon hates it when something breaks here. She scratched her cheek with her finger and said, with a smile, that it was good that she was not here. The girl turned her gaze to the right, paying attention. She was attacked by Lloyd in his armored battle form, swinging his sword at her. A white zigzag trail appeared on the ground. From the rapid movement, stones were flying. Among the rocks, two figures flew away from each other after being struck by a sword. Lloyd was engulfed in blue flames, pulling his sword hand back and cursing. Arya calmly looked at him, dodging the blows. White marks remained around the man, thought that he could not hit her. Lloyd looked questioningly at the girl's palm in front of his face, from which lightning discharges were emanating. Arya extended her hand forward. A ball of lightning formed in the middle of her palm. From the use of lightning, a huge discharge rose into the sky, breaking stones, and a man's cough was heard from the epicenter. He sat in the middle of the rising dust and remaining discharges, leaning on his sword, and cursed, asking, "What was that?" Bo's eye glowed through the hole in the mask. He was confused. After all, lightning is an average skill. How can it be so strong? Arya, surrounded by lightning that fluttered her hair in a ponytail, looked terrifying. Lloyd concluded that she was a monster. Arya became wary, sensing the figure of Zenon appearing from behind, ready to attack. The dragon-like one was approaching, ready to unsheath his sword. The air was cut by many bluish marks from the blows of the sword. In the midst of the impact, the girl stood as if surrounded by protection, and Zenon landed, after jumping, holding a broken sword in his hand. He looked in surprise at the glowing fragments of the sword flying nearby. In her hand, Arya held a blade with a black blade. She said that she would attack the unarmed one. Turning to the guide, She continued that she understood. The girl confidently held the weapon turning over her shoulder and asked if the guy thought he was underestimating her. Zenon looked at her from under his bangs and said that it was not for her to tell him what to do. Arya listened silently as he scolded her, saying that her coming here is the height of shamelessness. In his hand, the sword became whole again, as if it had grown back. And the guy said that when he looked at her, he could not contain his anger. He bent down and cut the air with his sword, many times, leaving glowing marks. Many blows cut through the air, crushing stones. The blades crossed. Arya looked relaxed, while the guy grinned from tension. Zenon reproachfully looked at the girl over the sword and said that the duty of the antivirus was to protect an important thing. Arya was silent, holding the blade and listening that it was her job. The movement seemed like a bright trail rising up from the ground. Zenon jumped away from the girl who was standing calmly and said that if she did it, the sword in his hand was broken almost to the base and glowed with a bright light. The guy with glowing eyes raised the sword above his head, light and flashes of power emanating from it, and continued shouting that Aster would not be changed. Zenon looked furious, his sword shining brightly and his eyes glowing with anger. Arya's clothes and hair fluttered from the force of the blade, flying towards her with a bright glow. She looked at him resolutely. The blade in her hand emitted light and lightning bolts, and her eyes glowed. Waves of collision rose upward, lightning roared through the air. Arya looked forward in surprise, holding the blade in her hands. Moderator stood between the opponents, without a mask, firmly holding the operator's blades with his bare hands. Zenon called out to him in surprise. Lightning flashed around the moderator. His left black eye glowed blue, as did the trace of the system on his cheek. He said, "Arya, long time no see." The girl looked at him silently, surrounded by lightning. A circle of black portal with blue edges appeared in the middle of the forest. A tired Mia came out, breathing heavily. She fell to her knees on the ground by the portal and was breathing heavily, out of breath from running. The fox clenched her teeth and thought that she couldn't stop. She looked at the black Arya pendant with the red stone in her hand, and thought that she should tell him the whole truth as quickly as possible. The girl ran between the trees. In ERG's village, residents turned in surprise and looked at something. They saw a large group of players with waving flags. One asked what it was, to which the other said that it was the Hydra Guild. A white three-headed Hydra was painted on the fluttering black fringe flag. A man stood in the square and heard people telling each other to leave and that they did not want to collide with them. The red-haired guy grinned, looking at them, and said that this is all a small village. He looked around the area, in frustration, standing in front of the masked detachment, and asked why he brought such a crowd to capture this. The masked warrior standing behind said that the reconnaissance squad reported that they had not found troops of other guilds, to which the red-haired one replied that they were lucky, and now they could calmly capture them. He raised his hand up to the rejoicing of the others and ordered the army to have a blast, because now this is their land. The deputy turned with a question to the guildmate who had called out to him, who said that it seemed like someone was approaching. The figure of a guardian appeared at the towers of the village, surrounded by tall scarlet flames. Theodore approached the detachment. The warrior asked him who he was and why he had come, and the deputy added that there will always be those who do not understand the hints. Theodore was surrounded by flames, although he looked calm as he said, to stop being there and disappear. Suddenly, many sharp, silvery prisms appeared around him. From the tips of the prisms, balls of power emerged which directed glowing beams at the struck enemies. The Hydra squad screamed as the beams hit them, destroying them. Someone asked the others what it was. The deputy head bared his teeth in anger and called the keeper names. He sent out a glowing green beam while screaming death wishes. Theodore looked calmly as the sword collided with the guard, which split into a diamond shape from the blow. The guard suddenly grabbed the attacker by the throat and squeezed him. The blonde man lifted the deputy high, right by the throat, while he coughed, choking, and his guildmate screamed, worried about him. The deputy, head of the guild, frowned, gritting his teeth. Looking at the keeper, he asked himself who this monster is. Maybe he's a rancor. Theodore looked at him calmly, without expressing emotion. He said that, according to his observations, they came to this territory with war. Theodore's palm darkened and glowed red as he revealed that he was the guardian of Lord Aidan's lance. The red beam from the impact cut through the air as he said that they were now target for destruction. He held the boy by the throat, raising a dark clawed hand to his face. When they called him Theo's name, there were dark columns of smoke all around a guard holding the attacker above as Aidan told him to wait. He stood next to Siri and Jake, folded his arms and said that they would still return to their previous life. He looked serious, saying that he wanted to know the reason why they were here, and said to let the redhead go. Theodore threw him to the ground. The guy hit the ground with a groan. Aidan looked down at him, holding his hands folded on his chest, and said that he was the owner of these lands. The deputy frowned, clenching his teeth with a curse, listening to the question, why did he come with such a crowd? The red-haired man looked at the guide who cursed him in his thoughts, thinking that someone had taken this place, making everything more complicated. The guy turned around, looking at the guard and thought that he would have captured him by force. If not for this monster, he decided to try to convince him. He rose to his feet, and looking at the surprise, Aidan said that there had been a misunderstanding and they had not come to fight. The towers of the village stood and damaged while the Hydra man made excuses that they wanted to establish a base here and apologized for scaring them. The redhead pointed his hand at the hooded warriors who stood behind him and said that these were ordinary people who were assigned to the base. That's all. The man grinned, imagining the image of a fortress with the flags of his guild, saying that it was also beneficial for them, because if a large guild was located here, it would increase the market, and even more people would come here. Aidan chuckled, rubbing his chin with his fingers, hearing that this was a good suggestion. The owner of the lands held his fingers to his chin, wondering out loud what to do, while the redhead smiled, thinking that now this idiot would accept him. The deputy thought that they just needed to occupy the guild building and the place would be theirs. Aidan smiled, touching his chin with his fingers. He removed his hand from his face, smiled sweetly, looking at the guy, and refused. The deputy, with a stupid and surprised expression on his face, asked again, as if he did not understand, to which he heard the question, "Is he stupid?" Aidan laughed, putting his hand on his belt, said that he was interested in what he would say. They just want to grab resources and new content. The guy growled angrily, listening to the question, who can agree with this? He angrily asked how Aidan dared to make him a laughingstock. The deputy asked if the guy thought he became special after playing the role of the king of a small village. Siri and Jake silently looked at each other in confusion, listening to the guy's indignant question. Did Aidan imagine himself as a moderator or operator? The deputy head turned to the guild and shouted an order to capture the village, that even a ranker would not be able to stop so many people. The guild warriors smiled greedily as they listened to their commanders cry not to miss anything. Aidan looked out at the belligerent crowd while his friends chatted behind him. Jake said that everything happened as the guy said, and Siri said that he would be exhausted after using the ability. Aidan glowed with a bright red fire as he heard his friends promise to protect him. He extended his hand, opening the window to enter a command, which glowed red next to him. He remembered his conversation with his friends who appeared in the negotiation window. He then asked them, "Are the people from the Great Five? Do they have several snakes on their emblem?" To which he received the answer that they were indeed from Hydra. But how did he know? The operators reported that Theodore and to them, and asked them to rely on them this time. And Jake supported Siri by saying that, together with the keeper, they could stop them. Aidan thought, looking at the image of the speakers, then ordered to wait. The operators listened to Aidan's thoughts that they could do more than just stop them, because Hydra must have many enemies. The guy smiled, saying that he had a great idea. The yellow notification window with a clapper in the image indicates the creation of an event. Many different players received a notification from the system about a new event. The deputy head of Hydra looked in shock at the red system notification window that also appeared in front of him, and did not understand what it was. The notice said that this was an event. It said that you would pay a high price but came with the war to these residents, bring down the hammer of justice on the members of the Hydra Guild who dared to desecrate the village. Reward buff by 3 experience points for 10 hours for destroying one member of the Hydra Guild. The next notice stated that the karma indicator will not change during the event. Jake looked at the bent-over Aidan, who was breathing heavily from fatigue. Siri thanked the guy for his hard work, and the red-haired one replied that he was fine and was gradually getting used to it. The guy looked at his friends with a wide smile and said that the most interesting part was coming, which they had been waiting for so long. The deputy exhaled loudly, amazed by what he saw. He looked at the huge crowd of players who appeared at the village gates. Guys and girls in armor held spears, poles and other weapons in their hands, hearing Aidan's words that it was time to show what they were worth. The 2 swords clashed with each other, making a loud metallic sound. One of the guys attacked the guild member with a grin on his face. Moments later, The hooded player fell to the ground with a notice above him stating that he would be moved to the rebirth zone due to serious injuries. The guy in armor and his two comrades looked at the disappearing silhouette of the man with gloomy faces. Aidan, Siri and Jake watched the fierce battle from the sidelines. The girl noted that Lord Aidan was amazing, and she could not think that the players would voluntarily go on the attack. He replied that this greatly reduced their time. The guy with fatigue on his face was breathing loudly, trying to come to his senses. He said that, however, he saw two men crossing their swords in a fight. The red-haired man who led the guild to the village stood with a sword in his hands and looked with disgust at the disappearing bodies of his defeated opponents. He swore, saying that the little bugs thought too much of themselves. Hooded people began to press on the players in a crowd. The man shouted encouragingly to them that whether it was an ambush or not, they were the elite of the Hydra Guild, and they would not be taken so easily. The guild members quickly rushed to attack, and ordinary players had to defend themselves from their attacks. The red-haired man loudly gave orders to his subordinates that they must kill everyone. His eyes filled with anger. With a bright light and a wrinkle formed between his eyebrows, he angrily shouted that they should show them how they became one of the great 5 guilds. Watching this, a bead of sweat appeared on Aidan's cheek, while Theodora stood next to him with a gloomy face. The guy with red hair noted that at this rate, they would be fighting all day, and they needed help. The keeper of the tower asked the Lord to let him do it. Aidan opened a vault portal and stuck his hand into it. He said he knew Theodore could do it, but he would do it himself. In his hand was a bow glowing orange and a quiver of arrows. Aidan said he wanted to test the weapon he made. At this time, the man who led the guild was pointing his subordinates in the direction and telling them what to do, looking at him. Aidan said that the players will take care of everything themselves once they shoot down the commander. A luminous arrow flew sharply towards him. Having widened his eyes in surprise, the man froze when an arrow hit him in the shoulder and pierced his armor. A silent question hung in those frightened eyes. Crying out in pain, he grabbed his wounded shoulder. As the guild members asked if he was okay, he indignantly replied that they should protect him properly. Sweat appeared on his face, and he clenched his teeth and looked at the arrow that had embedded itself in his shoulder. The commander mused that this was impossible, since he had even taken care of long-range attacks. Then he realized that an arrow of punishment was used against him, which penetrates any defense. Holding his shoulder, the man sat down on the ground, and in front of him among the warring players, the dark silhouette of Aidan could be seen. The commander knew that such an arrow was a valuable resource, so it was used only in extreme cases. Taking the new steel in his hand, Aidan began to pull the bowstring, and Theodore stood next to him. The keeper of the tower asked the Lord to take a little to the left. Seeing who attacked him, the guild commander bared his teeth and veins began to bulge on his face. The man indignantly thought that it was the same garbage. He shouted to his subordinates that he needed to be finished off. When the guild members turned in his direction, the commander pointed to a guy with a bow who was standing some distance away. He shouted that this player must be destroyed first, because if they do not deal with him, he will shoot arrows at them. The soldiers rushed forward upon hearing the order to liquidate. Gripping his bow tightly, Aidan pulled back the string and grinned. He said, "It was all their own fault." The shot split into several, sending multiple arrows towards the guild members. The red-haired man holding onto his shoulder watched as his subordinates fell one after another. Aidan, with a gloomy face, pulled the bowstring again, pointing the arrow at the commander, and the man exclaimed that this was simply impossible. A moment later, the sound of a shot was heard. She pierced the commander's head with an arrow and several more struck the stomach and chest. The soldiers hesitated as they saw their commander fall and begin to glow blue. At this moment, ordinary players quickly rushed towards the guild members shouting that they needed to be crushed. Seeing this, the armored and hooded fighters began to slowly step back, frightened. They asked each other what to do now, but no one knew. One of them thought that they were now in the minority and even suffering heavy losses. He loudly shouted to the others to retreat. Aidan and Theodore watched as the guild members ran back behind the gun. The tower guard noted that the enemy seemed to be retreating. The guy with red hair said it was very good, and he hoped they wouldn't come here again. With his head down, Theodore stood with a gloomy face and Aidan looked at the battlefield. He said that now not only Hydra, but also the rest will know what will happen to those who tried to harm this village. He looked at the sparkling bodies of the fallen warriors, above whom ordinary players towered, raising their fists and weapons. He said, Opponents now know who they will face. One of the players saw two silhouettes standing to the side and was surprised. The others also noticed them and assumed that they were leftovers. The man put his hand behind his back, drawing his sword, and said that it didn't matter. He swung his weapon at the hooded man, shouting that their deaths would increase the duration of his boss. The unknown man, whose identity was hidden by the hoods, grinned. Aidan and Theodore turned to the side when they heard a piercing scream. The players screamed loudly as the hooded man held his hand tightly. The rest of the players rushed at the strangers, wondering who they were and exclaiming that they must be destroyed. The hooded man swung his fist and it glowed with purple light. Jumping, he slammed it into the ground, and the shock wave threw the players aside. When one of his blows followed, the survivors, screaming loudly, began to gradually retreat back. They looked at the battlefield with frightened eyes and parted mouths and wondered what kind of power this was, and were they really high-level rankers. Suddenly, the two people who were standing in front of the man in armor disappeared and drops of blood gushed out to the side. He turned around with fear on his face and saw two players being slammed into a huge rock. He looked at their shining and disappearing bodies, stammering, asking when only that person managed to. A moment later, the unknown, with shining violet eyes, rushed into the crowd of players, rushing among them at great speed. He left a huge mark on the ground, and people were thrown to the sides. Aidan and Theodore, standing on the sidelines, watched what a large-scale battle began over two people. People trying to fight back shouted that they couldn't even block the attacks. Aidan silently watched with a grim face as the players ran past him, pushing the others to do the same. Since this was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives, on the battlefield among the raised balls of dust, a dark silhouette stood and grinned. The man clenched his trembling hand into a fist, noting that this was the power he desired. At that same second, the silhouette of a tall man with shining violet eyes appeared next to him. The first one asked if he liked what was happening, but he did not answer. Two men, one of whom was thin, and the second was large and tall, and his face was covered by a mask glowed with a purple glow. The one below loudly noted that with this power, they could stand up to the rankers. The guy took a step towards them and heard the unknown person say that first they need to find that Aidan. A notification appeared in front of Aidan, warning of danger. With a grim face, he read the information on the red warning sign, which stated that a new dangerous element had been discovered. Therefore, an emergency inspection was recommended. The system asked if the moderator would like to conduct a review. Aidan turned to Theodore, who was standing behind him, and he immediately responded. The guy with red hair looked at the two unknown men from whom a negative black and purple aura emanated. He said he suspected they were somehow related to the virus and could cause harm to the village. Aidan pressed the button with a calm face, and the information window lit up with a bright light. He said they had to deal with them before something bad happened. The system notified the start of an emergency check in the village of Urks. A black hole began to appear in the sky shrouded in red light. A moment later, the space around was filled with a burgundy light. Two unknown men began to look around worriedly. One of them asked the question, "Is this really a test? And is there a moderator here now?" He hoped it wasn't behind them. Aidan turned to Siri standing behind him, who had already opened the system window, and asked the Lord not to worry. Her screen showed nervous players. She said that she moved everyone to a safe zone, and Aidan replied that she did a good job. The guy frowned, and his face darkened. He said that then. A moment later, he immediately took off, leaving destruction on the ground. He said it was time to deal with those people. With lightning speed, the guy found himself near two unknown people, extending his hand to them, and his eyes glowed red. Loud blows were heard on the inspection table. The trees collapsed from the forest with which they were hit. The man who was grabbed by Aidan clenched his teeth, looking at the guy with frightened eyes, and thought, "What is happening now?" The guy's face did not express any emotions, and only his eyes burned brightly. The unknown person thought, "Is this really the same guy?" He pressed his foot firmly into the ground, gaining support. The ground around began to fly off in pieces, and the strangers grabbed Aidan by the hand. With his hand, he held the guy tightly by the trembling forearm, preventing him from striking. The man laughed and said that the man with the photo personally came into his hands. He grinned as Aidan tried to move his hand forward to grab it, and then greeted the guy. At that moment, a big man was flying towards him from the other side, and his eyes were shining with a bright purple light. He said that Aidan should go with them. The masked man froze, seeing a bright flash approaching him in his peripheral vision. A moment later, a giant blonde beam hit the unknown person. The man lay in the rubble of trees showing no signs of life. A dark silhouette appeared not far from him, saying that anyone who tries to harm Lord Aidan, mechanical diamonds, which he used for attacks, hovered around Theodore with a confident face. The guardian of the tower said that anyone would become a target for his destruction. Without turning around, he turned to Aidan, who was standing behind him, and said that he could handle it himself. The guy with red hair agreed. He froze with surprise on his face when suddenly a purple beam appeared next to him. The man who was still conscious clenched his teeth and hit Aidan, exclaiming that he needed to look around with his broom. From the onslaught, a shock wave began to form around them, causing a strong line to rise. Frowning his eyebrows, the man grinned contentedly, noting that the guy had finally been caught. A huge cloud of dust enveloped them from all sides, so the man did not see that all this time, Aidan stood in place without a single scratch and held his fist. He arrogantly noted that the guy was probably already. From such a blow, the unknown froze when the dust began to settle, and he saw Aidan with an indifferent face. With shock in his eyes, he asked, "How could this be?" The guy with red hair continued to stand silently and look into his eyes. Aidan tightly wrapped his fingers around the man's fist. A moment later, his eyes widened as an electric shock passed through his body, and the unknown person screamed in pain. With anger on his face, he began to jerk in different directions, trying to free himself from the grip and shouted, saying that Aidan should let him go. The guy with red hair looked down at him with a gloomy face, calling for editing and further changes in characteristics. He told the man that he had messed with the wrong person. This time, thanks to the powers of the moderator, Aidan's power was increased 10 times. Clenching his palm into a fist, he raised his hand to strike and said that the man should be grateful that he had met him, and not the real moderator. He hit the unknown man in the gut, causing him to grimace his face and begin to rise up. Reaching an unprecedented speed, he flew upward, and the shock wave began to blow around a strong wind. Blood gushed from the man's mouth with shocked eyes. After some time, Aidan stood next to the trembling body of the unknown, looking at his fist, and Siri and Theodore approached him from the side. Calling the lore, the guy with red hair thought that he even managed to increase his level. He thought that this time, after improving his stats, he did not feel as tired as before. He turned around and looked at the tower keeper, thinking that he needed to find out how things were going with him. Theodore, surrounded by diamond-shaped robots, stood with his hands behind his back, and at his feet lay the headless corpse of a second unknown man. He said there was no cause for concern. Approaching his guard, Aidan noted that he had done a good job, and he thanked him for the praise. He remembered how some time ago, the big guy tried to attack him with energy, that the tower keeper effortlessly defeated him with light rays. Aidan said that the man was fast enough, but the floor easily stopped him. Theodore replied that he did not feel his speed at all, and all his movements were predictable. They looked at the bodies of 2 elderly men who were unconscious. The guard asked what the Lord planned to do with them, noting that for future safety, it would be better to remove them. After falling silent, Aidan thought for a while, and then said that he would not do so, since in this case, there would be nothing like the current moderator. The red-haired guy glowed with a bright light, saying that he would deal with them in his own way. Immersed in the system, he looked at 2 flickering silhouettes that were connected with the world by light threads. Aidan thought that he doesn't know how they were able to bypass the system and gain such enormous power, but he is sure that they abused the rules of the players. A long sword began to appear in the guy's hands. He thought that this was why he would cut off their current connection with the system. Waving his weapon, the guy made a cut, thinking that they would no longer be players. Jake and Siri stood behind Aidan, who stood with his arm outstretched over the bodies of unknown men. Jake noted that the Lord came up with a great idea. When the process was over, a red notice appeared next to the men, which stated that they had been stripped of their player status. Jake noted that now these 2 will not be at all different from ordinary people and will not cause harm. Aidan turned to his operators and said that these people had come for him, and they most likely had something to do with the virus. He added that they needed to be locked up somewhere until they came to their senses. His gaze darkened and his brow furrowed. Aidan said that they would interrogate them later to find out who the puppeteer was. Suddenly, a voice came from the side saying that this was necessary. The eyes of Aidan, who was standing with the operators, widened in surprise as the space around them began to fill with a purple glow. The voice said that he was already here. Not far from the guy, a cloud of black-violet energy began to swirl, Virus stated that Aidan should go with him. The guy turned around in fear when curls of dark energy appeared behind him. While the energy completely enveloped him in its networks, the guy stood with his eyes wide open to the side. The worried voices of Siri and Jake were heard shouting to Aidan to run away as soon as possible. 2 operators and a tower guard rushed ahead when the guy disappeared in a huge cloud of dark energy. Aidan found himself in a previously unknown space where everything was shrouded in purple light and black threads on his arms and legs. With his mouth wide open, the guy shuddered in fear, trying to figure out where he was. An unknown voice said that they are now in the anti-debug zone. A huge, glowing purple cloud began to approach Aidan from the side from which a voice was heard. He said, "This area is like checking out what the guy recently used, only it's their space." Gritting his teeth and clenching his hands into fists, Aidan tried unsuccessfully to break free from his bombs. The virus said that here, even with its level, its firewall will weaken and the commands will not work. A dark silhouette began to emerge from the cloud of energy. He said that those 2 were unable to complete the task, even after he gave them power. And it seems that inferior cheaters have their limit. He noted that they were just useless trash. The Rogine virus emerged from a cloud of energy, clasping its hands behind its back. He said he kept an eye on those men just in case, and it seems he was right. Looking at Aidan, who clenched his teeth tightly and did not give up trying to escape the virus, said that he had doubts before, but now he is sure. His 2 pairs of eyes shone through the mask, and Rogine said that if he had the power of Aidan, he could surpass even Trojan. He extended his hand to the guy around whom he began to see an interlight screen, and said that he could do this with him, but first he needed to get rid of the screen. Suddenly, the body of the virus was pierced by a shock of blue light, leaving a huge hole in the stomach. He raised his eyes to find out the source of the attack, while the virus was screaming in pain. Aidan looked with surprise in his eyes at the light spear that stuck not far from him. At the tip of the spear, there was a long blade, and the entire body shone with a bright light. The guy wondered what it was. Lying on the ground and cut in half, Rogine looked at the silhouette hovering above him. He swore loudly, asking what the one who is constantly hiding has forgotten here. Gritting his white teeth, he noted that this is the one who is hiding in the shadow of the moderator. The virus called by name, the suddenly appeared, Procyon, which, having made a rift in space, hovered above it. The girl looked down at the virus from under half-closed eyelids. On the other side, the operators and the guard looked at the tongues of dark energy floating in the air, and the girl loudly called out to Lord Aidan. Theodore held his hand out in front of her as the virus moved towards them, while Siri was worriedly asking what they should do. The tower guardian exclaimed that they shouldn't go there so thoughtlessly. Behind the trio sorting out the medicine, a silhouette appeared in white boots and a blue cloak. The girl politely asked them to step aside. Siri and Theodore turned towards the illegal voice with surprise and fear in their eyes. A moment later, they jumped to the sides when a bright beam of light struck right between the minutes. The attack cut through the virus cloth. Thus the girl was able to open a portal to that space. As she got closer, Siri, who was standing next to Jake, asked who she was. Holding the wand in her hand, Procyon turned towards them, ignoring the question. She glanced at the girl who was talking to her. Scanning her body, Procyon saw bright blue energy in the area of her chest. After giving Siri a close look, the girl remained silent, leaving questions. After her appearance, she quickly headed towards the portal. While Siri looked after her with her mouth slightly open, Jake turned to her, asking if she knew the stranger. Since she was looking at her strangely, the girl replied that she was seeing her for the first time. Lowering her head, she pressed her hands to her chest, saying that her strength is definitely similar to that. The girl turned to Lord Sirius. A small child raising her head up, asked if he had a family. The dragon, whose head was lying on the ground, asked why she was asking this question. Little Siri replied that if there were other dragons in the world besides Lord Sirius, then she would really like to meet them. The dragon looked up thoughtfully and noted that he thought he could very well call them his family. Images of 3 dragons appeared in his head, one of which was himself. The second was dark in color, and blue energy emanated from it. And the third had horns of a different shape and was covered in flames. Sirius said that, including him, there are only 3 dragons in the world, and he doesn't know what the rest are doing now. He said that, unlike him, they were in good shape and most likely continued to perform their duties. The girl looked at him with fascinated eyes and her mouth slightly open, and Sirius said that if he had such an opportunity, he would introduce them. Remembering this part of her childhood, Siri's eyes widened in surprise. She said quietly, "That this simply could not be." She looked at the back of Procyon as she entered the portal and said that she was one of them. Clenching his hand into a fist, Aidan breaks the remaining bonds. Once on the ground, he stuck out one arm and landed on his knee. The guy raised his head up and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He noted that he was able to survive only because the virus was diverted, and now he urgently needs to look for a way out. He looked at the girl shining with a bright blue light, and wondered who she was. Addressing Rajin, Procyon said that this was a very supportive fact on his part. She sank to the ground standing not far from the chop virus. Procyon said that while the moderator was busy destroying his kind, he, instead of hiding, decided to openly do his dirty deeds. She extended her hand forward, and her palm glowed with a bright light. The girl said that in this way, he brought trouble upon himself. The spear that was pressed into the ground near Aidan fell from its place. A moment later, it was in the girl's hand, and she closed her long fingers on it. She said that if it was Rajin chose, then she just deleted it. Hearing her words, Rajin grinned, noting that she would not be able to do this. He launched a horde of virus streams at her, which sharply rushed towards the girl. Procyon lowered her spear, and it began to glow with a bright blue light. She made only one swing, and a huge cutting blow was sent towards Rajin. There was a huge explosion inside Anicaps. Rajin, half of whose body managed to dodge and jump onto the stone, noticed the cut in space left by the girl's blow. He swore, noting that if not for her sudden attack, he would have succeeded. The virus blazing with a bright purple light grinned and said that now Procyon could not do anything to him. He said that his specialty is secrecy. The girl looked to the sides while Rajin sat calmly on the dancing stone behind her. He said that even she wouldn't be able to find him while he was hiding. A bright orb began to appear in his bony hand, and the virus said it would watch Procyon slowly die from the infection. Launching charged streams of energy, he loudly wished the girl death. The attack quickly approached Procyon from behind. The girl turned back. A moment later, she had already sent a huge number of spears in that direction. Rajin will be able to see how his attack was completely destroyed. Freezing in place, he exclaimed that this was impossible. The spear tips returned to Procyon and surrounded her as the virus wondered how she did it. With a wave of her hand, the girl controlled the weapon, preparing to use it again, and Rajin asked how she was able to recognize his attack. Procyon noted that this is very stupid. She gave him a gaze with her bright victim's eyes, and asked if he really thought that such a crooked skill could hide from her eyes. Special skill, Dragon able to detect the nature of the target. A moment later, the spearheads took off and flew towards Rajin. They began to cut everything around, and the virus screaming from the edges fell from its stone. Feeding down, he tried to dodge the spear attacks. A moment later, his two pairs of eyes widened sharply. Procyon appeared right below him, holding a spear in her hands and swinging. Hitting Rajin, she pressed him into the ground, causing a huge shock wave to travel through everything in space. The girl stopped, surrounded by clouds of dust, holding the tip of the spear directly at Rajin's head. She stood on what was left of his upper body. Glancing down at him, Procyon asked what his last word would be. Virus, who had the tip of the spear over his head, laughed and told her to just do it. And that's it. When the spear pierced his head, he smiled and said that, anyway, her end was not so far away. He said that she could rejoice in looking down on people like him. There was a spear in Rajin's head, and the sides of his body gradually began to fall apart. He stammered and said that she could do this while she still had the opportunity. The girl stood silently and watched as the black grinders rose up. Aidan stood behind her and looked at her. He medley noted that he was very surprised that she destroyed the virus in one keratinization. The guy looked at her with a fascinated gaze. His mouth slightly opened and thought that her energy was similar to Sirius, and wondered if she was somehow connected with him. Procyon turned in his direction, while the guy was thinking about who the girl was. A quick blow cut through the air, and a moment later, the tip of her spear was against Aidan's throat, causing the guy to step back in fear. Continuing to threaten the guy with a weapon, Procyon addressed him, calling him NTC Aidan, which gave him moderator rights. Her gaze took on a gloomy hue, and the girl said that he should follow her. Aidan's eyes widened in surprise, and she said that the moderator wanted to meet with him. Suddenly, a large purple portal appeared inside Anicaps, which sucked in the remnants of the virus. Taking him to another place, the portal threw him to the ground. Rajin, of whom only half of the head below the neck remained, did so in silence. There was a surprise question. What is this? A dark figure walked towards the virus, wailing that their delightful Rajin had turned into this. Coming closer, Worm grinned. He said that since the virus is always going somewhere, he knew that this would all end. He loomed over the rest of Rejin's body, his eyes shining with a bright light. He said. He warned him not to get into trouble. With a pleased grin on his face, Worm leaned towards the virus. He said it would be fun to watch him get removed, and then asked what he thought about it. A voice from the side asked him to leave. Worm turned and saw a tall figure approaching them, who said that he would soon be removed anyway. Worm looked at the man with long blue hair with a stupid smile on his face, and said that it was very unusual that he himself spoke to him. The teller who stood in front of him, dressed in a blue suit, his eyes flickering with yellow light, he said they didn't have time for useless chatter. He approached Worm, who was looking up at him, and told him to hurry up. He asked if his ability to separate wouldn't be enough to help. Worm replied that he was joking and said that he did not think of leaving him to die. Virus extended his palm towards Rajin, which glowed with white light. He said with a smile that Rajin played his role well by keeping an eye on them. He said it would be stupid to throw away such good labor. A stream of black energy began to rush towards the remains lying on the bumblebee. After a couple of moments, she had already formed a hand. After his time, blackness filled the space, and the three of them found themselves under a dome of darkness. Rajin, whose silhouette was black, clutched his chest and tried to catch his breath. Worm watched him with a grin on his face, and said that he was very lucky because he was there. Rajin bared his teeth when the second virus said that he now owed him. He swore and said that it was a humiliation for him to be in Worm's death. As the energy dissipated and the dust began to settle, the three figures stood up to their full height. Batalajus told Rajin to be careful and not to forget that they have big plans. He noted that they don't know what will happen if the power of one of us disappears, so he will have to recover here. He mentally asked the moderator to wait for him. Batalajus' face and his eyes flickered with a bright yellow light. He mentally said that he would definitely grant him freedom. Above the village, engulfed in red light, a blue spot began to appear in the sky. The operators and the guard, raising their heads, looked at the burgundy bow pieces that were neighing through the air. There was concern on the girls' and Theodore's faces, and Siri said the test was over. The tower guard exclaimed that he needed to check on the lore. She turned around and saw how the space next to them began to become covered with cracks. As the pieces scattered in different directions, they saw Procyon threatening Aidan with a spear. The eyes of the guard and the two operators widened in surprise, and fear appeared on their faces. While the blonde girl continued to hold the spear, the trio called out loudly for Aidan. The guy was silent, looking with an anxious look at the tip of the weapon. The girl thought that Aidan was a person whose rank was higher than Aster. She thought that she had no idea how he survived the removal, but using the dragon's eye, she looked at the guy with a gaze. Procyon thought it would be better to consider the possibility that it could become a new virus. The girl saw the energy that was gathering from the guy, thinking that if this was so, then she herself, personally. A huge column of red and energy hit upward. Procyon's eyes widened in surprise, and she wondered what it was. The girl saw the light silhouette of a guy around whom everything was covered in red. Procyon thought that all. Though the energy was a little different, it was still very similar to Aster's aura. She wondered if this was a ban or just a coincidence. Aidan perked up when he saw two huge yellow eyes staring intently in his direction. His eyebrows lowered and a look of fear appeared on his face. The guy thought that this was the same skill that Sirius had, and made the assumption that this girl was also a dragon. He thought he didn't have time for this with Sirius, but things are different now. Aidan frowned, and burning red eyes began to be visible among his white silhouette. He thought that he would not allow her to look inside him anymore. A yellow, bright light appeared inside his chest. The girl's eyes widened as the energy directed towards her. Returning to reality, Procyon pulled back, yelping in pain. The system notified her that access was denied, which she was extremely surprised by. She looked at Aidan in a cloud of dust, whose face was grim. The girl was outraged that her ability was blocked, noting that this had never happened before. Raising the spear to chest level, she gripped it tightly with both hands. Procyon thought that this man was dangerous and she needed to get him to ask her quickly. There was a loud cry from Theodore, who was calling Aidan with his mouth wide open. He abruptly stood between him and the girl, covering the Lord with his arms, and shouted that he needed to stay behind him. The guy turned to the guard who had sweat on his face and addressed him by name. Theodore said that this girl is dangerous and he doesn't know how long he can hold her back. Prosian stood silently and looked at the two of them while the guardian of the tower continued that as long as it was occupied by him, Lord Aidan should run away. The girl lowered her spear. Looking at the two guys, she noted that Aidan recently received the power of an operator, but already has such a person under his command. She looked at Theodore, who stood ready with a confident face, and said that even the high-ranking guards protecting Aster were not that strong. Prosian turned her attention to Aidan. When he spoke to her, he said that, according to the girl, she is very close to the moderator, and she already knows a lot about him. The guy drooped his memories of how his sister died and her arms began to flash in his head, and how the moderator later removed him too. In a low voice, he asked if this meant that she knew about that incident and what he felt for the moderator. Aidan's silhouette darkened and his predatory eyes shone red. He rudely told her to stop these foreplay and explain why the vile moderator was looking for him. Prosian looked at him from under half-lidded eyes and said that she could not tell him in such a place, and then ordered the guy to watch his language, since she would not tolerate caustic words addressed to the moderator. A smirk appeared on Aidan's irritated face, and veins began to appear on her cheeks. He grinned and asked what she would do to him. Suddenly, a sledgehammer appeared in his hands. Aidan asked if she really thought that he would respect this trash that killed his innocent sister and himself. A moment later, instead of a sledgehammer, a long, shining sword appeared in the guy's hands. Aidan was blazing with energy, and his fierce gaze shone on his gloomy face. In a low voice, he said that no one dare tell him what to do, and aura also began to shine around Theodore, who was standing next to the guy, and a moment later, many mechanical projectiles were aimed at the girl, firing lasers. Aidan asked Prosian to tell the moderator that if he wants to talk, then he should come to him. The girl waved her hand, summoning a weapon. A couple of seconds later, she was surrounded by sharp spear tips. She cast a narrowed glance at Aidan and said that in this case, she would bring him by force. When she took off, stones flew in different directions. Prosian quickly headed towards Aidan and Theodore. He and the guy looked at each other with angry glances, with heavily frowned eyebrows. The scented sighs of Mia, who was quickly running, were heard. When Prosian was already jumping on the guys, and Theodore was about to fire projectiles, the girl screamed loudly, telling them to stop. Mia abruptly stood between the two of them, putting her hands in different directions. Prosian and Aidan's eyes opened wide in surprise. The guy said that this is, looking at the out-of-breath and beaten pink-haired girl with drooping ears. They unanimously exclaimed that it was Mia. Prosian approached her and asked what she was doing here and why there were wounds on her. Mia continued to breathe heavily and turned to Prosian. Raising her shabby face with a tired look at her, she asked to give her a little rest. In the moderator's abode, people gathered around a large table. Lloyd stood behind Arya and watched her closely. Closing her eyes, the girl sat on a chair while cameraman gathered behind her. He noted that they had not gathered with such a company for a very long time. Arya glanced at Aster sitting at the other end of the table and asked if he agreed. The guy looked at her from under half-closed eyelids. He agreed with her and then apologized for returning her like that. The girl held her back proudly, throwing her hands on the table, which were handcuffed with magical handcuffs. Aster said that these are necessary measures, and noted that he hopes for her understanding. Arya darkened when the guy said that he was sure that she had her own plans, but she did something that she shouldn't have. He noted that he meant restoration. A bright yellow light oozing from the scent appeared in his mind. He said that this team is banned because it has the power to destroy the entire world. Aster's glitched eye glowed blue. He said it was a lost power that no one could or should use. He asked the girl if she knew well, what happens to those who break the rules? A bright image of a disappearing, unknown girl appeared in his head. He told Arya that he couldn't lose her too. The girl lowered her gloomy face and remained silent, while Aster said that he wanted her to listen to him again and leave control of the system to him, while she returned to her original duties. Arya replied that she saw that the guy had confused himself, so she wanted to explain everything. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, and the handcuffs began to show cracks. The girl noted that she no longer tolerated this place. The guy glanced at her in surprise. Arya easily separated her hands, and the handcuffs fell into small pieces. She said she was now not an operator. The blade quickly cut through the air. When the girl was freed, the guards and other operators immediately pointed their weapons at her. Lloyd, holding the sword, looked at her with surprised eyes and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He was surprised by how easily Arya broke the moderator's restrictions. He looked from behind at the girl, who was removing the last fragments and stretching her hands, and mentally noted that she had simply incredible strength. Aster waved his hand towards his assistants. He asked if she said, Aidan. The guy continued to hold his hand until the guard stepped back. He asked how the girl found out about him. Aster narrowed his eyes and also asked what she meant by becoming his operator. Arya stared at the guy as he asked her the question. What would she do if Aidan betrayed her? An image of a red-haired guy colored with the same bright red energy appeared in his head. Aster said that it was a bug that came back after being removed, and they cannot know if it is some kind of new type of virus. He told her to change her role immediately, because it was too dangerous. Having opened it slightly, the girl perked up when the guy said that it didn't matter anymore, since he had already ordered Procyon to bring him here and they would meet soon. He added that he will make a final decision as soon as he sees the impact Aidan has on the system. Covering her mouth with her palm, Arya began to laugh, which surprised Aster. She said that it was very good that Aidan was coming here, since they could not hide forever. The girl clasped her fingers and put her elbows on the table. She said, in a low voice, that she was surprised how Aidan could hide like this all this time, and since everything turned out this way, it was time to put an end to it. She said she was going to oust Aster as moderator. Looking intently at the guy, she smiled softly and called him brother. Voices were heard in the clearing. The girl said that now she understands what happened while she was away, and that Mia is now deprived of her operator rights. Procyon looked tenderly at the pink-haired girl and put her hand on her shoulder. She said that she had done a good job, and now she could leave Arya to her and take care of herself. Aidan watched the two girls standing aside and wondered what they were talking about. His eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered if Arya had really been caught by the moderator. Procyon asked what the girl meant by asking for time. She closed her eyes as Mia hung her ears and said that it looked like the girl was going to take that guy. Procyon apologized to her and said that she couldn't help but complete the task. The pink-haired girl, her ears drooping, looked at her with sad eyes when the operator said that she could not disobey the order of the moderator. Procyon's eyes widened in shock when Mia told her that this guy could fix bugs. She wondered if this was really true. Aidan stood aside and watched as Mia began to convince Procyon when she asked if it was true. The pink-haired girl noted that Arya said that this guy is very important. Procyon, using her dragon eye, looked into Arya's soul and saw the memories she shared with Arya and Aidan. She thought that the former operator seemed to be telling the truth. She looked at the guy who was watching them with his mouth slightly open and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The girl wondered if this was real. Then what was Aster trying to achieve? Her face darkened and two images of Aster appeared in her head, one of which was normal, and the other prone to break down. Procyon thought, could it be said, in this case, that that person has a unique ability of restoration? She thought that if her assumptions were correct, then Aidan was capable of returning Aster to his true form. The red-haired guy perked up when Mia turned and addressed him. She extended her palm towards him, one which lay a black amulet. Looking at the piece, Aidan noted that it was the same necklace he had made for Arya. Mia said that she was the one who told her to come here. Memories of how the girl with blue hair gave her the amulet flew through her head. She said that when Arya sent her. Looking at the girl, Mia moved into the portal and said that she asked to convey something for Aidan. In her memories, Arya, looking down at the floor shyly, put a finger to her cheek and said that she promised to come back earlier, but things got a little complicated. She asked me to tell the guy that he needed to wait for her a little longer. Clutching the necklace in his hand, Aidan cursed quietly. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes, thinking that even though it was Arya, he was still worried. Procyon looked at the girl and the guy who were standing aside, and asked if they had already finished their conversation. The girl stood facing them, straightening her shoulders, and when Mia called her name, she turned to Aidan and said that their fight was not over yet. The guy and the former operator with gloomy faces listened to Procyon's words that in case she was going to take him away. Looking at Aidan from under half-lowered eyelids, she said that if she lets him leave, other operators will come for the guy. With his eyes downcast, the guy stood silently with a gloomy face when Procyon said that it would therefore be better for him to go with her. Aidan agreed with her words. He looked at the surprised girl operator and said that he would do as she said, but she must remember one thing. Blood-red energy blazed around the guy, and there was anger in his eyes. He said in a low voice that he was not going to be polite and reserved with him like he was now. Closing her eyes, Prosian exhaled nosily, and Aidan said that no matter what happens, he will say what he wants. The girl replied that she understood him. She waved her hand, and a large blue portal appeared on the ground to her right. Prosian said that there would be no point in staying and you need to move forward. The guy mentally wondered if they would really go there through the teleporter. There was a loud scream calling for Aidan. The village operators, accompanied by Theodore, ran up to him, and the guard exclaimed that the Lord could not go there alone and found him to take him with him. The operators exclaimed that they wanted to go too. The guy replied that they should stay here. He walked up to Theodore and put his hand on his shoulder. Aidan said that he was leaving this place to in, and the guard would have to protect the residents. Looking into his eyes, the guy smiled, saying that he could only entrust this task to Theodore. At this moment, the guard's eyes widened. He replied that he understood the order. Theodore darkened and his silhouette began to blaze with red energy. He said in a low voice that until Lord Aidan returns, no matter what happens, he will protect the villagers. Walking into the portal with Prosian, the guy with red hair turned around and looked at the guard with a smile on his face. A moment later, the village operators, the veteran operator and the former moderator operator watched as a large pillar of blue light shot into the sky. The area around the mountain cliffs was completely filled with purple, revealing their sharp teeth. The viruses smiled broadly. 3 dark figures stood on a hill, watching from above the viruses swarming below. Worm stood with a wry smile on his face, and behind him were recovered Raujin and Beetlejuice. One of them said that he had already said that he was against it. Worm turned around and looked at Raujin, who, with a worried face, was indignant that they could not do anything without Trojan, since the moderator would simply delete them. Beetlejuice, closing his eyes, stood silent as the virus said that Worm could not even guarantee that it would be able to get through Prosian. The white-haired virus grinned and extended his hand into the rift in space. He said that Raujin was right. However, Raujin froze with surprise on his face when a portal began to appear, a golden handle saying that this cannot be Worm. Calmly said that they shouldn't have any problems with these. He smiled with a gloomy face, turning to Trojan. The virus looked with a satisfied look at the glowing dagger in his hand, and said that finally, all preparations were completed. Ori narrowed his gaze and his eyes glowed with a bright blue glow. He said that the time had come for Aster to fall, and the ship only had to wait a little longer. The teleporter flashes bright blue. 2 dark figures are visible in the portal. Aidan looks around with interest and notices that this is where Moderator lives. He and his companion are in a space with large blue rectangles. The man gets scared and opens his eyes wide. Prosian contacts Moderator. The man with red hair fearfully turns to his calm companion. The girl tells her boss that she brought the right person. There are people on top of the rectangles, and on the highest of them is the moderator. He praises Prosian for the good job she did. A dark figure in a cloak with one glowing eye. The man thanks its moderator. He looks at the guest without emotion and demands that Aidan come to him. The man with red hair frowns. Several dark figures stand on top of one of the rectangles. Lloyd stands not far from Aidan and frowns. The blonde thinks that the problem that he could not fix is now here, and the moderator had to interfere with his work because of this error. A man with red hair looks distantly into the distance as red spots blur around him. Lloyd thinks that this man has become stronger since their last meeting, and his aura has completely changed. Aidan calmly looks at the moderator opposite him. He turns to the boss and asks why he wanted to see him here. The guy with blue hair looks emotionlessly at Aidan, who asks his interlocutor what he wants to say. A man with red hair looks resignedly at the people in front of him. The boss asks him if he knows Trojan. Aidan says he doesn't know and asks how that applies to him. A black figure of a man with a golden aura. Moderator explains that this is a great danger to this world, since it is the only creature that came from space and challenged it, and it has also subjugated viruses and is using them to destroy everything here. The man with red hair is puzzled and worried. The boss adds that this creature is now hunting for Aidan, and suggests that Trojan needs moderator rights, as a result of which he needs to quickly protect his interlocutor. A man stands opposite the hero and directs a source of magical light at him, until it breaks up into sparks. Moderator asks his old friend if he ever thought that it was very strange, because he was removed from the game system, but the man with red hair survived. Aidan became gloomy. The boss asks him if he was mistaken, and thinking that someone else intervened. The hero's reactions to some system alerts. He is very surprised and thinks that all this is connected in a certain way. The moderator calmly looks at his interlocutor and says that he remembers the day of editing well. He walks surrounded by two tall figures. The guy with blue hair remembers that it was an unusual test, which is why he showed up. Houses in the city. Moderator clarifies that traces of Trojan were found in that place and they ended exactly where the infection process was very strong. The boss clarifies that this is not an ordinary virus at all. People on the streets of the city. Moderator says that even he has difficulty distinguishing this creature from others. So if it changes its appearance and hides, finding it will be an almost impossible task. The man with red hair darkened even more. The boss explains that they can't leave this virus behind, forcing measures to be taken to prevent further damage. Aidan's palm is clenched into a fist and trembling. He asks his interlocutor if this is the reason why he removed all the villagers, and says that there should have been another way out of this situation. The moderator opens his mouth and calmly answers the man with red hair that there was no other way. Aidan is furious. He shouts at the boss to shut up. The guy with blue hair is standing in urine. Aidan rudely asks his interlocutor whether everything should be like this, what he thinks about his sister and the rest of the residents who had to be removed. Claims that the person opposite him is a moderator, that is the player with the highest rank who controls system, and tries to convince him that he had to find another way out of this situation. A man with red hair screams and frowns. He says the people of his hometown should not have suffered because of moderator's incompetence. Aidan is surrounded by dark figures and falls silent. The players opposite the man look at him gloomily. Lloyd claims that the man with red hair now poses a threat to the security of the game and should not approach the boss. Aidan gets even more angry, and the blonde warns him that if he does anything, he will be forced to respond. The dejected players stand silently. The man with red hair says that they brought him here and now they are talking various heresies, and claims that this conversation is only between him and the moderator. A dark figure with red spots around it stands opposite the other players. Aidan gets angry and asks people if they still consider him an ordinary NPC or not, and then adds that they cannot tell a man what to do. Lloyd tilts his head, grins, frowns and is nervous. He thinks that his interlocutor has the same pressure as his boss, and also wonders how the man with red hair was able to achieve such a result so quickly. Someone says that she warned other players to be careful, because if they harm Aidan, they will gain a new enemy. The man is surprised. He looks up and sees a dark figure on top of one of the rectangles. Aidan recognizes this voice. The girl looks at her friend with a smile. The man recognizes this person as Arya. The other players are in shock. Lloyd gets nervous and remembers that he locked this girl up. She laughs and remembers her powers. Arya argues that this is not enough. People are angry. The girl clarifies that if they are talking about temporary punishment, then this option may be suitable. She drops from the top of the rectangle onto the platform next to Aidan. A man with red hair asks worriedly if she is okay. The girl asks him for forgiveness for having to endure all this. Aidan is surprised. His companion adds that she also asks for forgiveness on behalf of her older brother. Moderator is calm. When standing next to him is Arya, who has clasped her hands and is nervous. The man with red hair asks his partner about the fact he heard the girl says she wanted to tell him earlier. Aidan is depressed. He thinks about Arya being moderator's little sister. The faces of these players. The man with red hair thinks that if you look closely, these people are similar. Moderator asks them to stop talking. He stands opposite his sister and his interlocutor. The guy with blue hair demands to stop asking questions on another topic. Two unknown people look at houses in the village. Moderator recalls that from Mia's report, he learned that Aidan gathered people and built a settlement for them, a large apparatus consisting of unusual parts. The boss adds that his interlocutor also added a new continent. The guy with blue hair asks the man across from him what he's going to do now that he's got the moderator power. Aidan frowns and glares at his boss. He asks the hero about his goal. The man with red hair claims that his goal is the final destruction of the current gaming system. The moderator, standing opposite the speaker, is surprised. Isabel and Xenon are in shock. Jake and Loe are amazed. They shout that Aidan is a madman who speaks various heresies in the presence of the moderator. The man with red hair opened his mouth. He claims to have heard something in conversations with other players. The man asks the boss when the last update was. Moderator lowered his head and got angry. Aidan claims that this world has stopped developing, and if a serious problem arises, it is solved by deleting objects. The man says that since viruses were not fought properly, many problems have appeared due to which civilians are now suffering. The hero looks at the boss with contempt. He adds that it would be better for the moderator to destroy this entire world than that they differ in their discussion of this topic. The boss looks at the speaker without emotion. A man with red hair claims that he can fix bugs. Other players are very surprised. The players argue, and Arya looks at them calmly, somewhat objects that this cannot be a person nearby, adds that even moderator cannot do this. The girl confirms that this is true, and she herself could verify this many times. The boss is silent and looks at Prosian nearby, who nods. Arya suggests asking the blonde how true her words are. Moderator closes his eyes. He invites Aidan to talk in private. The portal flashes blue. 2 human figures are visible. A barrier of dark matter appears. A man with red hair looks at his interlocutor with contempt. The boss says that no one can enter this space without his permission. Aidan looks at the guy with blue hair who shows no emotion. He asks the moderator what important things he wanted to say. The boss agrees with the man's previous words. Aidan is very surprised. He asks the guy with blue hair again. Moderator opens his mouth. He says that he is well aware of the situation, because nothing can hide from him. The guy in the mask collects magic light in his hand. Boss claims that although he knew about everything, he believed that deletion was the only way to deal with the problems. But moderator now claims that he thinks he was wrong. A man is looking at something on a big screen. The guy with blue hair says he lost all his emotions, but after losing Sirius, the dragon bent over the human figure. Moderator claims that this creature warned him, but he did not listen, and thought he did the right thing when he locked Sirius for his own safety, but lost it. Harry clasped her fingers and smiled slyly. The boss says that when his sister watched him, she immediately realized that he should not be a moderator. He and Aidan stand opposite each other. The guy with blue hair admits that he made a mistake again. He says he can continue to repeat the scaff over and over again if he remains in his position. Moderator suddenly lowered his head. He says that for these reasons, he is leaving his post. The dark matter barrier is collapsing. The players watch him crumble. Lloyd says the barrier is collapsing. Dake wonders what the moderator and his guests were talking about. There is a red sparkling sword at the boss's neck. People are in shock. Aidan points his sword at his interlocutor. Players around call moderator by name. The man with red hair says he was wondering why the boss suddenly wanted to talk. He gets very angry. Aidan warns his interlocutor that he should not hide all his actions in this way if he wants to. Isabel, Xenon and Dake are surprised and scared. A man with red hair asks his boss if he thinks everything will be resolved or he will just leave his post. Arya and Prosian were very scared. Moderator closed his eyes exhaustedly. Players around him ask him what Aidan means. The guy with blue hair claims that it's normal to think that way. The boss invites his interlocutor to remove himself. Harry and Prosian are scared. The blonde screams words of protest. Aidan grips the hilt of the sword more firmly. He says that this is great, and he will do as the moderator said. Aidan furiously grabbed the boss by the clothes and pressed the sword to his neck. He tells him to suffer just like the man with red hair suffer. Several other players are heading towards them, having already drawn their swords. They shout at Aidan to get away from the boss. A system window appears with the option to delete an item or person. Xenon and Lloyd are thrown back by a wave of mana. The brunette is scared. He can't believe the fact that the system window that appears is executing the delete command, and wonders how the man with red hair can use it. Aidan points his sword at other players. He forbids them to come closer. He asks them if they think he didn't use the command because he was stupid. Aidan is furious. The man claims that if he had his way, he would erase this place, and threatens that people will regret it if they do not listen to his words. Now the blonde tries to approach Aidan in moderator. She asks the man with red hair to stop. Prosian is very scared. She begs Aidan not to remove the boss. Broken white human figure. The girl claims that the guy with blue hair chose the most difficult and painful path to save this world, which is why he began to change under the pressure of responsibility. Prosian puts his hand to his chest and screams. She asks the man with red hair to kill her if he cannot understand the boss and forgive the moderator. The veins on Aidan's cheekbones are visible. He interrupts the blonde and refuses her, since her requests cannot erase what the boss did. A man with red hair cries, holding a girl to him. He asks the players what to do with the fact that Moderator deleted his sister. How can he forget about it? The hero's hand is shaking. He claims that if someone wants to stop him, then he will need to return his sister to him. Aidan is very angry. He shouts out a fragment of a phrase. Arya stands not far from the men and silently monitors his situation. The girl is sad. A man with red hair notices the condition of his companion. Aidan hugs his little sister, and Arya walks next to her older brother. The man with red hair lowers his head and clenches his teeth. He lets the boss go. Moderator falls to his knees as other players run up to him, and Aidan leaves people around call the boss by name. Arya stands next to her former comrade. The girl calls the man by name. A dejected Aidan walks past Arya. A man with red hair leaves his companion in the past, and the players who surrounded the moderator. Harry is sad and lowers her head. Space with big blue rectangles. Xenon addresses the boss. Players surround the moderator. The brunette asks him why he did this and what would have happened if things hadn't gone according to plan. Xenon stands opposite the boss, who is silent. This player thinks that the guy with blue hair used to be indifferent, but has now changed, and wonders what happened and whether the man's emotions have returned. Moderator looks at Xenon and is able. He says that he knew something like this would definitely happen, and claims that the man with red hair was right, and they only took temporary measures during this entire time. Key of one human figure radiates, but raised to other people. The boss claims that Moderator is the center of this world, and he could not fulfill this role. The guy with blue hair lowered his head subtly. He says that a better moderator appeared than him, and Arya also chose him, and the boss trusts her decision, so he leaves his position. People are surrounding this guy. They ask him why he thinks that he has failed in his responsibilities, and they convince him that this is not at all true, because thanks to his work, this world still exists. Xenon looks at the boss who is standing in front of him. He says that this solution will not solve anything, since someone must fulfill this role, since without this, they will lose control over the viruses and bugs in this world, as a result of which they will begin to spread quickly. The brunette lowered his gaze and became gloomy. He says he knows how painful it was for the boss to remove these people. Moderator stands next to an unknown woman who disappears. The woman smiles and cries. The guy with blue hair looks at her and tears flow down his cheeks. Virus worm. The brunette says that they all know who stopped those viruses. Xenon, Isabel, Lloyd and Dake look at the boss with concern. Moderator looks at his entourage without emotion. People tell him he did it. Procyon approaches it from the side. She addresses him by name and convinces him that it is not too late and everything can be fixed. The blonde suggests asking Aidan for help. Procyon, Moderator and Arya look at the man with red hair as he leaves. Aidan turns around. He looks at the guy with blue hair. The man asks if the moderator wants him to help him. Aidan stands opposite the boss. A man with red hair asks his interlocutor how he can cure him if he is not a bug. Moderator replies that he is not in the best condition right now. A human figure enters a stream of light. The boss adds that Aidan's bug fixing skill is unique since no one else has it, and if he actually uses it, then they can be useful to each other. Moderator and Aidan stand opposite each other, while Procyon and Arya are next to them and are not talking. The guy with blue hair asks his interlocutor if he said that he wants to destroy and rebuild the system, and then offers to help with many things in creating the world that the man with red hair wants to see. He also adds that the hero has the potential to become great moderator. The boss claims that if this person solves his problem, then he will do everything to help him become good at this position. Aidan looks at the player opposite him in disbelief. Moderator asks him if he wants to work together. The man with red hair looks at the boss and Procyon. He agrees. The blonde sighs with relief. The hand glows red. Aidan says, "There is no point in delaying, and we need to start now." A man with red hair looks at the boss and a scarlet aura spreads around him. He warns the boy with blue hair that there is no guarantee that he will be able to cure him. The boss looks at his sister. She asks him to trust Aidan. Arya is nervous. She says that she is sure that this man will succeed. Moderator looks at his savior and agrees with his little sister. He claims that he has already decided that he will step down from his post-trust and follow the new moderator that Arya has chosen. He looks down thoughtfully. The guy with blue hair adds that it's because the girl was never wrong. A pillar of light flashes. A white human figure floats against a black background. Aidan is surprised. He thinks this is incredible. as he has never seen such a bright light. The man looks down where the human figure is. He thinks that it's like the whole world has gathered here. Broken human figure. Aidan thinks that Moderator is in pretty bad shape. A man with red hair leans over the guy's figure. He ponders that the boss was still holding up well, and also wants to pour his energy into him to see whether the recovery process will begin or not. Golden sparks rain down on the bracelet on Aidan's hand. A man with red hair looks at this jewelry in surprise. He gets scared and asks what it is. Aidan can't believe that his sister's bracelet is glowing. Golden waves emanate from the bracelet. The man screams that he cannot control it. Someone tells him not to worry. A yellow figure of a girl appears behind Aidan. She reassures him that everything will be fine. A stream of golden light. An explosion of magical light. The man looks forward in surprise. Yellow figure of a girl. She presses her hands to the head of the moderator figure. Aidan names the girl Elise. A human figure is walking somewhere. Selena looks ahead emotionlessly. Little Selena looks up in fear. Buildings and rocks are collapsing. A human figure floats in the sky as her assistants destroy everything in their path. Moderator looks down coldly. The little girl gets scared and cries. Someone claims that the boss deletes everything and everyone without the slightest hesitation. The little girl turns around at the stranger's voice. He asks her, "What is left after this man's rash actions?" and later laughs and claims that this guy also calls himself Moderator. The unknown man smiles and asks the girl if she is awake. Little Selena is afraid of strange humanoid, dark creatures. One of them asks her what she thinks after the scene she saw. The frightened child begins to cry. When the stranger reminds her that she is now alone, the girl grabs the wooden handle of the sword. She thrusts its tip into the humanoid creature with all her might. Virus Worm's body absorbs the sword. He laughs and asks the child if he really thought it would work against the virus. The little girl gets even more scared. Virus Worm tells her that she is very brave. The child fell to the ground and strange humanoid creatures pulled out swords. Virus Worm says that they are looking for those who want to take revenge on Moderator, which is why they woke up the girl during the check. The black humanoid creature smiles. He scares the girl by the fact that he used to get rid of those who were useless to him. Little Selena looks fearfully at Virus Worm when he says that the girl will serve him well, so he is looking forward to her joining them. Adult Selena lowered her head. She clicked on the white rectangle. The girl entered a large room with a blue crystal. It hovers in the shape of a diamond above a special stand. Selena pulled the glowing sword from its sheath. She raised her hand to strike, but the girl suddenly stopped. Selena frowned and looked doomedly at the crystal. Selena accepts the sword from Virus Worm. He reminds her of her hatred for Moderator. The girl closes her eyes for a few moments. She swings again and destroys the crystal with a blow of her sword. Violet rays scatter from the side of the breakdown. They absorb all the blue rectangles in this space. Selena looks down and emotionlessly. Through the resulting hole, unknown human figures enter this place. A bright light emanates from the figures of Aidan and Moderator Prosy and asks other players to stay away from the two. The men close their eyes. The blonde explains that at this moment, the Moderator is most vulnerable, so it can be said that this is their only weakness. People around listen carefully to the girl who claims that this couple should not be approached until they open their eyes. Suddenly, there were a lot of system alerts that warned of danger. The last notification mentioned an error that occurred in the game. The players guarding Aidan and Moderator panicked. Lloyd and Dake don't understand what happened. A new message appeared from the game system, which spoke of a virus invasion. People got scared and fell silent. An unusual purple glow appeared at the top of one of the rectangles. The players were confused and frozen. The next system alert notified that the system's functionality had decreased and the available commands had decreased. People gathered in a circle for negotiations. Xenon asks how viruses got into this space if they didn't have the capabilities to do so. Dake remembers that Selena was responsible for security and asks where she is now. Virus Worm notes that all the necessary players are in place. He looks down at the people and asks them if now is not the perfect time to attack. Virus Worm smiles slyly. It refers to the fact that Moderator cannot move. The boss stands with his eyes closed as the virus says that this is a great chance for him. Virus Worm notices that they haven't met like this for a long time. She offers to greet each other. Regan, Beetlejuice, Virus F, Virus E. Virus Worm snaps his fingers and suggests that players are disappointed that there is so little virus. Many purple portals appear. The virus is telling people not to worry. Black humanoid creatures that are viruses begin to attack. Many viruses spill out of the purple portals. When Virus Worm mentions that he brought the rest of the viruses with him, the players are quite annoyed. Xenon asks how these creatures dared to enter this space. People draw their swords from their scabbards. The angry brunette shouts that all these viruses are asking to be deleted, and that's good. Other angry players join him. Xenon says they will take this chance and remove every virus. Prosian gets pretty scared. New viruses are still arriving from portals into this space. Beetlejuice and Prosian's gazes crossed. The blonde looked at Arya, called her name, and asked her to take care of the two men. Sister Moderator closed her eyes and agreed. Something flashed behind the girl. She thinks that this is all strange, since the viruses seem to know what time it was best for them to get here. Arya looked at the man with red hair. The girl thought that when she was here, no one would bother these two, but wondered why she was so worried. The man with red hair closed his eyes. Arya mentally hopes that nothing will happen. Surprised, Aidan cries and looks forward. Looking at him is the yellow figure of a girl whom he calls Elise. The man with red hair asks her if she is really his sister. Aidan reaches out to her and calls her name. Moderator stops the man with red hair. He raises his hands in front of him and says that this is not his little sister. The boss trembles and swears at the unknown creature. The girl looks emotionlessly at the guy whose head she holds in her hands when he calls her true name, which is Trojan. Aster screamed at Aidan to run away. Aidan opened his eyes after the words of Aster, who said that Aidan did not have a younger sister from the very beginning. Aster, while in blue energy, opened his mouth and said that this was all part of the Trojans' plan. Elise touched Aster's back. Aster turned around sharply. Aster extended his hand towards Elise. Notification: permanent deletion. Elise grabbed Aster's hand. Walking closer to Aster, Elise said that it was useless. Aster's body was almost destroyed, and in the center was a yellow core. Elise told Aster to look at his body. This is the result of using her power. She gradually destroys him from the inside. Elise began to look at Aster and said that now she would return her back and also take away all the rights. A bright yellow flash appeared in the chests of Aidan and Aster. Alice floated in the air, and with the help of yellow energy, took away the power from Aidan and Aster. A bright yellow flash appeared. White hair began to appear. The girl opened her hand. The girl opened her yellow eye. A girl with white hair and yellow eyes was wearing a black dress. No on Trojan. Powerful blue blows destroyed viruses. Isabel cut the virus in half. A wave rushed to the right of Isabel, destroying the viruses. Behind Isabel stood Dyke, who was also fighting off the viruses. A white explosion appeared behind Lloyd. Isabel flew through the viruses and cut them apart. A white explosion appeared in front of Isabel. Isabel watched as a huge purple virus appeared in front of her. The virus's eye began to glow. Suddenly, a blue line appeared. Dyke, shooting from his bow, completely destroyed the head of the virus. Dyke jumped into the air and began to load 3 arrows. Dyke shot 3 arrows from his bow. A bunch of viruses stood in the crowd and looked at the blue explosions. One of the viruses asked his comrade if it would be better for them to attack the moderator instead of fighting them. The comrade replied that he was right. Many viruses began to fly. One of the viruses said that they need to get rid of the moderator before he awakens. The viruses began to fly towards the bright beam where there were 2 silhouettes. Zenon shouted that viruses were targeting the moderator. They must stop the viruses. Suddenly, the viruses crashed into the blue barrier and began to die. The blue barrier emitted blue lightning. The viruses couldn't believe it was Prosian again. Prosian put her hands forward. One of the viruses started screaming for them to break through at any cost. Prosian opened her mouth and said that as a guardian, she orders them. Blue portals appeared above Dasho. Prosian said, for all the guards to gather here. Guards in red armor began to appear from the portals. Behind Prosian, there were many red guards. The guards began to run towards the viruses. Prosian ordered the guards to destroy the viruses and protect the moderator. The guards clashed in a fierce battle along with the viruses. One of the viruses stood on top and looked at the blue explosions. Beetlejuice asked, what's going on? Beetlejuice stood behind the virus with white hair. Beetlejuice said to the white-haired virus, didn't he say that they couldn't do anything if they built space? But the operators are still as strong. The virus with white hair replied that he was right. He did not expect such a turn of events. Many purple, rectangular buildings. Virus said that doesn't mean they can't win. They will not be able to use the delete command in this space. The longer the fight lasts, the better for them. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. All the major viruses heard him, and the Aidan team also turned towards the sound. Procyon turned towards the bright red explosion where 3 silhouettes were next to him. Arya was holding Aster's body, which was covered in red energy. Arya asked, "What's going on? Did something go wrong during treatment?" The black line on Aster's eye began to disappear. Arya looked at this with surprised eyes. Arya thought the wound was on his eye. This is a good sign, so he is recovering. Aidan began to hold his head. Arya thought that Aidan didn't look very good. Aidan continued to hold his head and opened his left eye. Arya couldn't understand what was going on inside him. Aidan said that something is wrong here, he is sure. Golden particles began to appear above Arya's frightened body. Arya looked up. Someone began to appear above her head. Trojan appeared with white hair. Arya thought it was impossible. The virus is standing at the top. Also couldn't believe their eyes. The white-haired virus opened his mouth and said, "Finally, where was Trojan?" The virus has been looking for her for a long time. Trojan Nim had white hair and was wearing a black cloak. A warning appeared. Critical damage has been caused to the system. Trojan Nim began to glow with a bright yellow light. Notification. The system cannot function normally. Harry closed her eyes. Aidan opened his eyes in fright. Notification. Moderator rights have been revoked. An icon with a broken shield appeared. All firewalls have been disabled. Barriers have disappeared over all cities and villages. All players' screens began to glow red. The crowd looked at the red screens and couldn't understand what was happening. The guys who defeated the dragon began to think. The guy with green hair said that this was probably another test. The guy with blonde hair replied that this was bad because the hunt was going so well. The guy started shouting for his friend to stop pretending and go on his own. The guy in the armor was carrying a man with blue hair. The guy in the armor told him to stop joking. Suddenly, the guy with blue hair darkened his eyes and started bleeding from his mouth. The guy in the armor opened his eyes wide. The guy in the armor began to shake. He told his friend to stop exaggerating. The guy in the armor said that players can't die here. After these words, the guy with blue hair fell face down into the ground. The guy with blue hair looked with a dead eye. Out of fear, the guy in the armor began to sweat all over his face. The guy screamed in fear. Notification system. Protection is no longer provided. Rebirth is no longer available. A red era screen appeared above all the villagers. People couldn't understand what was happening. Will they not be able to be reborn? What happens after death? The man pulled his finger towards the screen, on which was written a list of his friends and the fact that they were dead. The man said that dead man. The man with brown hair interrupted him and told the guy not to talk too much. The guy stood in front of a blue screen on which it was written Aurain, voice message connection. A man with dark blue hair made the last signs of life, and a blue screen of his friend appeared next to him, who sent him a voice message. A guy with dark blue hair lay between the corpses of his comrades. The silhouettes of monsters were next to them. The guy with dark blue hair couldn't believe that the monsters that should be in the dungeons. The white monster opened its mouth, showing white teeth. The guy couldn't believe they were able to get out. Notification. Warning. Emergency measures must be taken. Many monsters began to emerge from the dungeons. Notification. All the monsters came out. Trojan Nim glowed bright yellow. Xenon asked, with his mouth open, what was going on? Lloyd, looking at his hand, said that the firewall is gone. Trojan Nim landed on the floor. Lloyd asked if everything was okay with the moderator. Trojan Nim stood with her yellow eyes open. Lloyd said that as soon as she showed up, everything went wrong. Procyon, opening her mouth, began to call Arya. Trojan Nim watched with her yellow eye. Procyon screamed for Arya to protect Aster. Blue lightning appeared in front of Trojan Nim's silhouette. A powerful blue beam began to come from the purple tower. Arya, gritting her teeth, could not believe that it was Trojan. Trojan extended her arm to block Arya's attack. Arya said that she was sure that Trojan Nim had lost all her powers. Arya stood with a black blade in front of Trojan. Arya continued and said that since this form, Arya asked, did Trojan take away her brother's power? Trojan asked with her mouth slightly open, did you take it? 2 drops of sweat began to flow from Arya's face. Trojan said he was only returning what was rightfully hers. A blue flash appeared above Trojan's head. A powerful beam hit the ground. Trojan Nim protected itself with a barrier. The sword was unable to penetrate Trojan's barrier. Procyon extended her hand forward and said that Trojan Nim, she can't be here. With her mouth open, Procyon started screaming for the operators to protect the moderator. Operators headed towards 2 black silhouettes. Procyon said that Trojan Nim, she, is behind all this, be careful. The main viruses dispelled the violet energy. Procyon said with a scared look that this is the flame of Beetlejuice. The viruses stood near the violet flame. One of the viruses began to laugh and said that this would not work. The white-haired virus asked, how dare they stand in her way? The group of master viruses was surrounded by violet energy. The virus with white hair said that while they are here, they will have a hard time. Trojan looked with a serious look. The virus said that the true owner of this world is Trojan Nin. Show more respect when you talk to her. All the operators gritted their teeth in anger. Xenon said that this virus allows you to speak. Operators headed towards the silhouettes of viruses with the words, let's put an end to them. Operators and the main viruses clashed in battle. Xenon took several shots at the virus. The white-haired virus extended his hand. Many dark rays passed near Xenon. A purple crack appeared on Xenon's shoulder. Xenon, with an open eye, asked, is this an infection? The white-haired virus smiled then said that it seemed their great firewall was useless. The face of the virus turned completely purple. The virus said that now they are on equal terms. Arya and Trojan Nym stood in front of numerous explosions. Trojan Nim closed her eyes, and she asked me to stop. Viruses and operators abruptly stopped the battle. Xenon, looking towards Trojan Nim, said that he could not move. The white-haired virus asked why Trojan Nim stopped them. Trojan Nim said that the true owner of the world stopped saying these terrible words. She never wanted such a world. Trojan Nim, standing with a cold gaze, said that the virus should stop being deluded. She was never their king. The virus with white hair couldn't believe what Trojan Nim was saying. Trojan Nim told him that, so don't even think about contacting her. The yellow lie began to appear from Trojan Nim's finger. Trojan Nim said she needed to talk to her brother about something. Arya opened her eyes wide. Arya turned sharply towards Aidan, who was sitting in front of Aster. Trojan Nim pointed to the side and said not to be disturbed. A bright yellow shock wave appeared. Red guards and viruses flew across countries. Operators and the main viruses also began to fly away from the blast wave. The rectangular platform was covered in smoke. Arya began to breathe heavily. Arya protected hers with a barrier from Aidan and Aster who stood behind her. Aidan stood with his mouth open in front of the lying Aster. Arya asked if they were intact. Arya stood with her back to Aidan with her arms outstretched. Arya said that Aidan is the most important person in this world. Sweat began to roll off Arya's face. Trojan Nin came out of the smoke. Arya said that Aidan cannot die. Aidan stood with a frightened look, closing her eyes and smiling. Arya said that she would protect him. In front of Trojan Nim, a powerful explosion appeared. Trojan Nim looked at her with her yellow eye. Blue lightning began to appear in front of Arya's face. Trojan Nim thought that this form. Arya stood in armor, holding a sword, and blue lightning flashed behind her. Notification: Arya antivirus. White smoke stood on the battlefield. The white-haired virus, who was among his comrades, could not believe why Trojan Din did this. Lloyd, who was with the operators, said that where did she get such strength? Procyon sat with her eyes open. The guards and viruses looked at the yellow explosion. Procyon realized that she was too far away. She needed to go back. A powerful shock wave appeared above the platform. Operators stood and looked at it with a surprised look. Powerful blue lightning began to appear near the tower. With lightning speed, Arya pursued Trojan Nim, who was moving in yellow energy. Many impact explosions appeared along the path of the intersection of Arya and Trojan Nim. Arya and Trojan Nim hit the ground. Viruses and guards watched as Arya stabbed Trojan Nim into the floor with powerful blue energy. Lightning appeared near Arya's face. Trojan Nim looked at her with a cold gaze. From Arya's powerful blow, the entire floor began to crack. Operators stood on a cracked platform, and there were thunderclaps around them. Xenon stood with his mouth open. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Procyon said that as expected due to the situation they found themselves in, the bans placed on Arya were lifted. Procyon turned to the operators and said that they could no longer stand idle while Arya distracts Trojan Nim. They must protect the moderator. Trojan Nim and Arya stood in front of each other. Arya, taking the sword in her hands, took a fighting stance. Yellow energy appeared in front of Trojan Nim's face. A lock icon appears. Chain. A black command line appeared at command chain. Trojan DM stood with her arm outstretched to the side, and black portals appeared from which chains began to fly out. Trojan Nim continued to stand between the portals from which chains continued to fly out. The chains fell on Arya. At that same second, Arya managed to evade the chains. Arya jumped back sharply. Arya began to fly between the chains. Arya began to block the chains flying at her with her sword. Arya continued to fly, cutting through the chains. Trojan Nim looked up. A yellow icon with a square appears. Create. The black command line said a command create. Large yellow walls began to appear in front of Trojan Nim. Arya landed several blue strikes. At that same second, Arya cut the wall into pieces and flew towards Trojan Nim. Arya grabbed the sword with both hands. Trojan Nim looked at the black silhouette of Arya, who was charging a crushing blow. A blue icon appears. Incision. Arya with blue eyes began to strike. Trojan Nim continued to look at her. A yellow shield icon appears. Firewall. The line said a cumin firewall. Arya's powerful blow cut the floor apart. The yellow Trojan Nim barrier is cracked. Trojan Nim stood in the cracked barrier. Trojan Nim stood in front of a giant severed wall. Trojan Nim looked at her with her yellow eye. Arya's dark silhouette appeared in front of Trojan Nim. Arya said that she doesn't know what Trojan Nim is up to. Arya, looking with a serious look, said that she would not allow everything to go according to her plan. Trojan Nim stood with her mouth closed. Arya said that they will stop. Trojan Nim again. The dark silhouette of Trojan Nim stood in front of Arya. Trojan Nim said that she wanted to return. She knew that the chance of success was slim, but she still kept trying, as long as there was some hope left. Trojan Nim began to look down with a sad look. Trojan Nim said that nothing worked. The yellow icon with an arrow appeared. Decreased performance notification. All characteristics have been lowered. Arya, with a frightened look, began to look down. Arya fell to her knees. Trojan Nim looked at the black silhouette of Arya, who was trembling. Trojan Nim told Arya that she is very strong. She might even surpass Aster in sheer power. Trojan Nim stood in front of Arya. Trojan Nim said that she thought that she and Aster would be able to return her to her world, but it was impossible. Arya looked down with a frightened look. Trojan Nim said that she did not meet her brother. At the peak of despair, Arya began to squeeze the floor with her fingers. Arya asked what Trojan Nim is talking about. Arya sat in front of Trojan Nim. Arya asked if Trojan Nim wants to say that Aidan can help her. Arya opened her mouth in rage and began screaming and asking what Trojan Nim wants to do with him. Powerful blue energy surrounded Arya. Notification: the downgrade has been removed. Arya started running towards Trojan Nim. Arya screamed that she wouldn't let her use Aidan. Trojan Nim extended her palm. A yellow lock icon appears. Trojan Nim stood in front of a powerful black hurricane. Arya stood inside the hurricane with her mouth open. Trojan Nim told her not to interfere. Arya held the sword trembling. Trojan Nim said that even she would have to try hard to get out of there. Arya began throwing multiple strikes to break up the hurricane. Arya shouted. Trojan Nim with her eyes open. Trojan Nim began to walk away with her eyes closed. Trojan Nim disappeared, but Arya continued to call her. A black silhouette stood on the platform. A drop of sweat began to roll off Aidan's face. Aidan was wondering what was going on with Arya. Aidan said he must find her. Suddenly, the black silhouette of Aidan heard something. Aidan opened his eyes wide in surprise. Trojan Nim appeared in front of him in a black cloak. Looking at him, Trojan Nim said that they had not seen him for a long time. Trojan Nim called Aidan brother. Memories of Aidan and Elise's past. The weather was clear over the village. Aidan was younger and in shabby clothes. He carried a bag on his shoulder and bumped into one of the players. The player turned around slightly at Aidan and bared his teeth, saying that this was pissing him off. The player opened his mouth wide and told Aidan to watch where he was going. Aidan smiled sarcastically and said that it got away that time. Aidan tossed the bag in his hand and smiled. Aidan said that for players, it's just a small thing and they won't even notice. Aidan said that they could last a little longer with this. Aidan walked down the street and looked around at the stalls. Aidan turned his attention to one of the counters. There were various beautiful bracelets and necklaces lying on the counter. In one of the alleys there were mountains of garbage and exhausted people. Little Elise turned around and looked at Aidan, who called out to her. Aidan walked into the house holding a bag on his shoulder and smiling. Elise stretched out her arms and was about to run up to her brother. Aidan said that he returned and asked Elise if anything special happened while he was gone. Aidan leaned slightly towards Elise. Elise opened her mouth slightly and looked intently at Aidan. Aidan told Elise that he had something for her and asked her to extend her hand. Elise extended her hand and Aidan put a beautiful bracelet with stones on it. Elise looked at the bracelet in surprise and opened her mouth. Aidan told Elise that next time he would buy her even more beautiful jewelry. Elise smiled contentedly and told Aidan that everything was fine. She liked this bracelet, too. Elise beamed with joy and smiled widely. Elise thanked her brother for such a wonderful gift. Arya was in a black dome with lightning coming from it. Arya struck from the inside, over and over again to destroy it. Arya finally destroyed the dome and covered herself with her hands from the flying fragments. Arya narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked slightly out of breath. Arya thought that it took too long and she should come faster than Trojan does anything to Aidan. Arya moved quickly, bouncing off golden blocks. Aidan widened his eyes and looked at Trojan with concern. Trojan hovered in front of Aidan's face with an indifferent face. Aidan turned to Trojan, who actually turned out to be Elise. Elise turned her gaze to Aidan's hand, which was wearing the bracelet that he had once given to her. Aidan clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it to his leg. Aidan looked disappointed and looked down. Aidan asked Elise why she lied to him all that time. Elise watched Aidan with coldness. Aidan told her that all the time they spent together was all just for the sake of it. Elise told Aidan that she must return. Elise extended her hand and spread her fingers. Elise said she couldn't do it alone, so this is the only method. Aidan looked at Elise's hand with despair. Elise said that even if she had to remove it, she must awaken the power hidden within her. Aidan looked dumbfounded. Dan was in a daze. Elise told him not to be afraid, because this world could not throw him away. Arya quickly approached Aidan and Elise, emitting lightning from herself. Elise added that even if he himself decides to leave him, a golden light began to emanate from Elise. Elise's hand emitted light, and she looked at Aidan indifferently. Elise told Aidan that this is all because he is the only one who can update this world, and said that he is an update. Elise used the final removal skill. Arya wrapped her arms around Aidan and was hit. Aidan looked with despair at Arya, who began to disappear. Aidan and Arya fell to the ground in clouds of dust rose. Aidan held Arya in his hands, which gradually began to disappear. Aidan held her face with his hand. Arya opened her mouth slightly. Arya recalled the moderator, who was her brother. Arya said that she wanted her brother to return to his previous state and wanted him to stop being a moderator. Arya remembered the first time she saw Aidan. She recalled how Aidan ran with his eyes closed and his mouth wide open. Arya told Aidan that when she came across it, she thought she could achieve her goal. Arya recalled all the moments with Aidan that they went through together. Arya said that she thought that his rare ability to fix bugs could heal her brother. Aidan held Arya's hand tightly. Arya said that even knowing that Aidan wanted revenge on him, she got close to him from the very beginning in order to use him. Arya looked at Aidan with sadness in her eyes and asked him for forgiveness. Arya dissolved in Aidan's arms. He raised his head and looked with despair at the golden, glowing fragments. Aidan raised his hand and small fragments flew through his fingers. Aidan widened his eyes and looked down. He was furious. Elise noticed that she deliberately substituted herself for the deletion command. Aidan's black silhouette sat on the ground. Elise told Aidan that he seemed to be a very important person to her. Elise opened her mouth slightly and said that it was even better. Aidan looked at Elise with contempt. Elise told Aidan that this should be enough to awaken him. Elise looked down at Aidan indifferently. Aidan angrily told Elise that she had already received all the power and what more did she want. Elise narrowed her eyes slightly. Aidan told her that Elise keeps saying that she wants to come back, but does she want him removed? Elise said that the situation has changed, and now she does not need to remove it. Aidan looked at Elise with hatred and opened his mouth slightly. Elise told Aidan that there was no point in being so broken, because there was still a way out and he could save Arya. Elise looked at Aidan seriously and opened her mouth slightly. Elise noted that if this is for Aidan, then the system will fulfill any of his requests, regardless of its complexity. Elise began to disappear while standing in front of Aidan. Elise told him that she didn't know how long it would take and asked him to find her. When he woke up, a golden light emanates from Elise's steel. Elise told Aidan that she would squeeze him. Elise disappeared, leaving Aidan alone. Aidan clenched his teeth furiously. Aidan hit the ground with his fist, and cracks appeared. Aidan grabbed his head with one hand, and looking at the ground began to cry. Aidan didn't understand what this situation was and how he was supposed to accept it, and blamed himself for being the reason Arya got deleted. Suddenly, Aidan remembered Elise, who said that the system would fulfill any of his requests, regardless of its complexity. Aidan looked down, dumbfounded. Aidan removed his hand from his head and looked at her. Aidan used the command. Aidan's hand began to glow red. Aidan looked at his hand in surprise, his mouth parted. Aidan didn't understand why he could use the commands, because he was sure that Elise had taken away his rights. Aidan looked determined and thought that it didn't matter, since Arya was a priority. Aidan thought that Elise wouldn't lie to him. Aidan touched his hand to his chest and bared his teeth, a red light emanating from him. Aidan thought this was the only way to get Arya back. Aidan used the final removal skill. A red table of energy began to emanate from Aidan. Aidan found himself in a dark space, and noticed that he could not think that he would decide to return there. A blue light emanated from Aidan, and he clenched his teeth in pain. Aidan thought that because he had grown up, he could bear the pain more easily. Aidan thought that Elise expected this, so she left him. A bright light appeared in front of Aidan. In the dark space was the bright silhouette of Arya. Aidan rushed towards the silhouette and widened his eyes, calling out to Arya. Aidan extended his hand towards Arya, approaching her. Aidan didn't understand what happened. It was dark. He was sure that everything worked out. Someone's voice called Aidan. Aidan didn't understand who it was. A voice told Aidan to open his eyes. Aidan opened his eyes. Aidan's hair branched. He stood up and was shocked. Aidan woke up in an empty space and a black silhouette stood next to him. Aidan turned his head and saw Arya. Arya was glad that he finally woke up. Aidan widened his eyes and was scared. Arya crossed her arms with a satisfied expression as a small white dragon, Sirius, sat on her shoulder. Aidan jumped up sharply and grabbed Arya by the shoulders, not believing that it was really her. Arya told Aidan that it was her and she was fine, so he could calm down. Aidan looked exhausted and exhaled easily. Arya slightly opened her mouth and looked questioningly at Aidan. Aidan said he thought he would never see her again. Sirius asked Aidan what he was talking about. Aidan looked at little Sirius. Sirius asked Aidan if he didn't remember what he did. Aidan widened his eyes and said that this was impossible. Sirius sat on Arya's shoulder and closely watched Aidan. Aidan opened his mouth wide in surprise. Aidan told Sirius he was confident it had been removed. Arya told Sirius that he seemed confused about the awakening. Sirius told Arya that he should rest a little more. Arya told Aidan to listen to her carefully and not be surprised, and added that he slept for 3 years. Aidan was shocked and opened his mouth slightly. Arya looked at Aidan with a slight smile on her face and asked if he really didn't remember anything. Arya told Aidan that he restored them. Aidan lay on his back in a dark space, with failure notifications popping up in front of his face. Aidan was exhausted. His gaze was blank and black circles appeared under his eyes. Aidan didn't understand how much time had passed, a week or a month, because he had already lost count, and added that he had some strange feeling. Aidan no longer understood what he had to do. A bright light appeared above Aidan, and he was surprised. A crystal floated above him, emitting blue energy. Aidan didn't understand what it was. The crystal emitted a bright, golden light. Aidan stood up and looked at it, and only then realized that this crystal was the Sirius star. Aidan recalled how one day, a star showed him the way in a difficult situation. The star showed him the path to energy. Aidan didn't understand what she was trying to show him. The star showed him the way to Arya. Aidan opened his eyes wide. Arya's energy glowed brightly. Aidan remembered that he came to save Arya. Aidan stood with his head raised and looked at the energy and did not understand how he could forget such an important thing. Aidan recalled how Arya disappeared right in his arms. Aidan said that Arya sacrificed a lot for him, but he did nothing for her. Aidan grabbed the indentation from the rock with his hand. Aidan said that this time, everything will be different. Aidan clenched his teeth and climbed up exhausted. Aidan said that from now on, he will be the one who will protect Arya so she will hold out a little longer. Black energy, in the form of hands, reached up behind Aidan. Hands grabbed Aidan's leg. Aidan looked down furiously. He clung to the rock with his hands pressing himself against it, and looked down at the black hands. Multiple failure notifications surrounded Aidan. Aidan looked at these hands with contempt and did not understand what they were. The hands were not going to retreat and reached up. Aidan thought that the hands were trying to prevent him from getting out, or were mistaking him for a bug or virus. Hands grabbed Aidan by the head and shoulders. He bared his teeth. Aidan was in despair and slightly closed his eyes. Aidan remembered Elise, and how she told him not to be afraid. Aidan remembered how Elise extended her glowing hand to him, and that she said that he is the only one who can update the world because he is an update, and added that if it is for Aidan, then the system will fulfill any of his requests. regardless of the complexity. Aidan opened his eyes wide with rage. Aidan extended his hand upward as dark energy engulfed him. Aidan thought that he couldn't just disappear without doing anything. Aidan bared his teeth and was drawn upward by the dark energy. Aidan thought that even if it was unfair, he couldn't leave it like that. Aidan extended his hand towards the brightly shining energy of Arya. Aidan thought that he should meet Elise, see her, and talk to her. Multiple failure notifications popped up non-stop. Aidan told the dark energy not to get in his way. Aidan's eyes glowed red, and he stared ominously at the dark energy. A powerful red aura began to emanate from Aidan. Notification: the restoration was successful. Aidan appeared in empty space, and a blue light emanated from him. Aidan was out of breath, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open. Aidan didn't understand how this happened. Aidan noticed the bright light and looked down. In his hands was the star Sirius and the energy of Arya. Someone's voice addressed Aidan. Aidan was surprised and widened his eyes. Aidan looked around, looking for a voice. Aidan didn't understand what was happening. The voice congratulated Aidan. Aidan stood dumbfounded. The voice told Aidan that he was able to successfully complete the restoration in 890,813 attempts. Aidan used the restore command. Aidan opened his mouth wide. Aidan did not understand what the voice meant when it said that the restoration was successful, and shouted to the voice to show itself. The voice said that she was the operating system, also known as the system that created this world, and noted that since he did not have a physical body, she could not show him. Aidan looked dumbfounded into space and was surprised that the system was talking to him. Aidan opened his mouth slightly. The system said that it created this place to facilitate his awakening, and added that she was a temporary intelligence that was created to help Aidan. Aidan stood with a serious expression on his face and thought that it was created for a short time, and that first he needed to find out something. Aidan asked system that he was sure he deleted himself so that he might still be alive and if she saved him. The system told Aidan that it could not let him die, as it had to restore him at any cost. Aidan remembered how he lay exhausted on his back and looked down with sadness. The system told Aidan that all recovery methods had been used, but the final choice was his. Aidan stood motionless. The system told Aidan that everything would be as he wished. Whatever his chose, it would follow him. Aidan raised his hand, and a red aura emanated from it. Aidan told the system that he felt exactly like a moderator, and asked how he could feel the power that had been taken away from him, or whether Elise had left him the rights. The system told Aidan that he is the only moderator of this world. Aidan looked serious, his eyebrows knitted slightly, and a powerful energy emanated from him. The system told Aidan that no one can take away these rights because this power is exclusively his. Aidan opened his mouth slightly, emitting a red aura. Aidan noted that, since everything will be as he says, then with the power of restoration, he can save others. Aidan opened his mouth wide and held Arya's energy in his hand. Aidan widened his eyes. The system told Aidan that it was possible. Aidan thought he could save Arya. Aidan presented the image of a sweetly smiling Arya. The system told Aidan that restoring the permanently deleted Arya object might cause unknown side effects, and asked if Aidan wanted to continue. Aidan looked furious and, fully aware of all the consequences, hurried the system to execute his command faster. Stunned, Aidan held in his hand the core of Arya from which red energy emanated. Aidan decided to continue his recovery. The system began to piece together the silhouette of Arya. Arya, with her blue hair down and her eyes closed, was recreated by the system. Aidan watched with anticipation. Aidan extended his hand up towards the light source. Arya's lifeless body fell into Aidan's arms. Aidan closed his eyes and bared his teeth, crying. Arya lay unconscious on Aidan's shoulder. Arya began to come to her senses by opening her eye. As soon as Arya woke up, her eyes widened, realizing that she was in Aidan's arms. Arya called out to Aidan with an excited expression on her face, not understanding what was happening. With trepidation, Aidan hugged Arya's weakened body, exhaling with relief that Arya was alive. Arya remembered that she had definitely been deleted, but she came to life again. The system said that Arya was successfully restored. Aidan and Arya looked at the source of golden light above. Arya widened her eyes and looked at Aidan, asking what that voice was. Aidan said that it is an operating system, and it follows his orders, and added that Arya should not be afraid. Arya opened her eyes wide. Aidan said that he used the recovery command to get Arya back. Arya was afraid for Aidan and grabbed him by the shoulders. Arya asked Aidan if he could really use it, and wondered if everything was okay with his body. Arya looked at Aidan with concern, saying that this type of power is very dangerous. Aidan asked Arya what she meant. Red lines began to appear on Aidan's neck. Arya told Aidan that all those who use commands related to recovery suffered serious damage. The system warned Aidan that an overload had occurred due to excessive use of the restore command. Aidan was overcome by unbearable pain, and his eyes widened. Aidan began to fall. Arya leaned towards Aidan in fear. Aidan sighed heavily and held his chest with his hand. Arya stood nearby, holding him. Arya asked him how he was. Aidan said that he was fine and that he had let go a little. Arya told Aidan that was exactly what she was talking about. Aidan asked Arya what he should do. Aidan held the serious star and said he should use the command again. Arya looked in surprise at Aidan's hand, which contained the serious star. Arya noticed that this is the serious star. Aidan told Arya that she was right and asked if he had already talked about it. The system told Aidan that it is recommended not to reuse the restore command. Aidan and Arya raised their heads up and opened their mouths slightly. The system told Aidan that it is usually impossible to restore someone who has been permanently removed. However, he has used the command forcefully twice, already resulting in too much energy being consumed, and added that, due to excessive overload, his body condition is unsatisfactory and not self-healing. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and looked exhausted into space, listening carefully to what the system was saying. The system told Aidan that he would take even more damage if he tried to restore someone who had also been permanently deleted. Arya told Aidan that the system was right. It was too dangerous. Arya clutched her clothes in her hand. Arya looked down with bitterness in her eyes and told Aidan what was the point of bringing her back if he couldn't stay alive. Aidan smiled slightly and exhaled. Aidan asked Arya what it meant for her to sacrifice herself to protect him, and added that she should not be afraid, because he would not die or disappear. Arya looked at Aidan in shock. Aidan remembered how Sirius helped him find the Arya core. Aidan told Arya that if it weren't for Sirius' help, he would not have been able to save her. Aidan held the Sirius star in his hand, and a red light began to emanate from it. Aidan clenched his teeth and red lines began to spread across his body. The system warned Aidan that continued use of recovery was too dangerous and asked him to stop. Aidan said it's just one more time. Aidan furiously used his powers to restore Sirius and told the system to stop talking nonsense and do his bidding. The system used the restore command. The body of the little white dragon Sirius was recreated again. Arya extended her hands to the floating Sirius, who was unconscious, and looked at him in surprise. Sirius lay in Arya's arms, curled up into a ball with his eyes closed. Arya was surprised that Aidan was able to bring Sirius back. Arya looked down worriedly and said that the reason Aidan was able to fix bugs was because of his ability to use the power of restoration. Energy emanated from Aidan. He clutched his clothes with his hand and exhaled heavily. A bright red light shone where Aidan was holding his hand, and he bared his teeth. Red lines completely spread across Aidan's face, and his face grimaced in pain. Aidan was hit with red energy that emitted lightning. Aidan screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Arya was afraid for Aidan. Aidan glowed brightly with red light, which was hit by red lightning. Arya opened her mouth wide and turned to the system, telling her to do something, because Aidan was in danger. The system said critical damage had been sustained, and added that direct intervention had begun due to the emergency. A bright golden light appeared, illuminating the children. Arya looked at the source of the bright light in surprise. A red diamond-shaped crystal formed, from which golden light emanated. The system used the search command. Aidan looked at the crystal from which a bright light began to emanate. Aidan lay exhausted on the ground. He slightly knitted his eyebrows and bared his teeth. The crystal released a powerful stream of energy. The system said the search was completed. Arya looked up worriedly and sat next to Aidan, placing her hand on him. The system said that Aidan was critically damaged, and added that, as it said, he had already reached the point where he was unable to heal himself. A golden aura began to emanate from the crystal. The system said that in order to improve the recovery efficiency, it would transfer all its power to Aidan. The system turned from a crystal into a golden sphere. The system approached Aidan's weakened body and said that it would take a long time to recover. Aidan lay with his mouth slightly open. The system said that when the process begins, its intelligence will be suspended. Aidan looked wearily at the sphere with his mouth slightly open. The system told Arya to keep an eye on Aidan, until the operation was over. A bright yellow light began to emanate from the sphere. The system said it was starting. The sphere entered Aidan's body and began to transfer its power to him. A bright, golden light filled the entire space. Aidan remembered everything and grabbed his head with his hand, clenching his teeth. Aidan opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. Arya asked Aidan if you remember everything. Aidan removed his hand from his head and looked at Arya in surprise. Arya said that after that, she waited. Arya looked at Aidan with a slight smile. Sirius watched Aidan. Arya told Aidan that she was waiting for him to finally wake up. Arya recalled how she protected Aidan's body while he was sleeping, and said that she continued to wait all the time. Arya looked at Aidan with relief and asked him how he was because he had been sleeping for a long time. Aidan raised his hands and began to look at them, a fiery or emanating from him. Arya asked Aidan if there was any discomfort. Aidan told Arya that, on the contrary, he is full of strength. Aidan looked at his hand from which red energy was emanating. Aidan thought that now he can do absolutely anything. Aidan stood up, extended his hand, and a red cloud of energy began to appear. Aidan used the create command. Multiple cubic blocks appeared in the air. Arya widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She and Sirius looked up in surprise. Huge tower, like blocks, appeared in front of the guys. Aidan raised his hand and a red sphere appeared in it. Arya noticed that Aidan created something similar. In an instant, the sphere in Aidan's hand began to glow brightly. A crystal barrier appeared in front of the guys. Aidan used the restore command. In front of the guys, everything suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had been there. Sirius watched closely what Aidan was doing. Sirius said that he had seen a lot in his life, but this was the first time. Arya opened her eyes wide and watched what was happening. Arya thought that this was the real power of Aidan. A powerful aura emanated from Aidan, emitting red lightning. A sign appeared. Aidan updater notification. All commands have been unlocked. Aidan looked at his hand from which red energy was emanating. Aidan used the item creation command. A red sword appeared in Aidan's hand. Aidan looked at the sword he held in his fist. A powerful red aura emanated from the sword. Decapitation sword. Aidan's personal item. Fiery energy emanated from Aidan. Aidan used the create command. Gold blocks appear in the air. The blocks suddenly began to move. They were heading at rapid speed towards the black silhouette of Aidan. Aidan closely watched the movement of the blocks. Aidan cut the blocks with a powerful attack. Aidan extended his hand with his sword and looked at him. Aidan noted that it was not bad. Aidan remembered his old sword and looked at the new one. Aidan thought that, however, comparing it to the punishing sword, this one would be stronger. Aidan recalled the moment when the system transferred its powers to him. Aidan noted that no matter how many commands he used, his body did not become exhausted, and added that this was most likely due to the strength that the system gave him. Clouds of smoke and dust rose around. Arya approached Aidan and told him that it was incredible. Aidan looked down indifferently. Arya and Sirius looked at Aidan contentedly. Arya told Aidan that he created the weapon so easily. Sirius noted that it usually takes a long time to put your heart and soul into creating a personal weapon. Arya imagined various unique weapons and told Aidan that even Aster and the operators would have to put in a lot of effort to create unique, high-level weapons, and added that for him, it was a piece of cake. Arya shyly looked at Aidan and touched her finger to finger. Arya asked Aidan if he could make a weapon of submission for her too, and added that her weapon was removed in the last battle. Aidan looked at Arya and smiled. Aidan raised his hand and a red light began to emanate from it. Arya slightly opened her mouth. Aidan asked Arya why she was so embarrassed, because he would have made it for her anyway. Aidan extended his hand in front of him, smiling, and a cloud of red energy began to circulate above his palm. Weapons began to form in the air. A black sword appeared in front of the surprised Arya. Arya was very happy about the sword. Aidan smiled. Arya held her new sword in her hands. Arya thanked Aidan. Aidan said that he tried to make it as similar as possible to the one she had, and noticed that she was already attached to him. Aidan extended his hand to Sirius and he glowed red. Red bracelets appeared on Sirius' paws. Aidan said that they will help him until he grows up, and added that they have mana and protective properties so they will be useful to him. Aidan put his hand to his side and looked at the guys. Aidan told the guys that if they still needed time to get used to the weapon, they could take their time, and added that there was no point in staying there any longer. Aidan raised his head and looked at the sky, saying that it was time to get out of there. Arya put her hand on Aidan's shoulder and asked her to wait. Arya closed her eyes and smiled slightly. Arya told Aidan that it was great that they were leaving there, but first they needed to do something about his hair. Aidan looked at Arya slightly surprised. Small pieces of Aidan's hair began to fall from his head. Arya stood contentedly and held scissors in her hands. Aidan smiled slightly. Arya told Aidan that this would be enough. Aidan looked at Arya and smiled sweetly, thanking her. Arya held things in her hands and asked Aidan to wait a little. Arya had her things in her hands. She said that she would change and come back. Arya turned around and walked to the side. Aidan looked with a smile at the leaving Arya, who said that she was quickly. Sirius flew up to Aidan and called out to him. Celia asked Aidan if he was serious that he was going to go and look for Trojan. Sirius looked at Aidan with concern and said that he would not stop him, but she was much stronger than he thought, and asked if everything would be okay. Aidan rested his hands on the white block he was sitting on and said that he didn't care. Sirius looked at Aidan's back. Aidan told Sirius that he wanted to find out what Elise needed, and for that, he would do whatever it took. Aidan extended his hand, and black matter began to form on it. Aidan said that he would support her as the only family member. Aidan's shoulder was wrapped in dark matter. Aidan wrapped himself in black clothes and looked ahead seriously. Aidan said that he should meet with Elise. Aidan stared into space. Sirius exhaled heavily. Aidan said that first of all, they need to get out of there. Sirius told Aidan that he was right, and if he stayed there any longer, he would go crazy. A black silhouette of Arya's leg appeared. Arya smiled sarcastically and said that if Sirius had not been there, she would have gone crazy. Arya changed into black clothes and cut her hair. She stood in a beautiful pose and asked the guys what they thought if the new look suited her. Aidan smirked slightly. Aidan walked towards Arya, who asked Aidan why he was silent. Aidan put his hands behind Arya's head, who was surprised by such actions. Arya blushed slightly and looked at Aidan, asking what he was doing. Aidan told her to stand there a little longer. Aidan placed the pendant he made for her around Arya's neck. Arya lowered her gaze, looking at the pendant. Aidan told Arya that he was returning it to her. The pendant shone brightly with red light. Arya slightly opened her mouth in surprise. The pendant transformed into an oval shape and showed notification the item has been assigned. Aidan looked at Arya with a smile and told her not to give it to anyone and always carry it with her, because she is his first operator. Arya became embarrassed and blushed all over. She looked away to the side. Aidan opened his mouth slightly and turned to Sirius, saying that it was time to leave. Aidan took Arya's hand. Sirius sat on Aidan's shoulder. Aidan thought that 3 years had passed, and he was wondering how much the world had changed. Aidan glowed red. He was more serious than ever. Aidan used the exit command. The red light engulfed the guys. They stood with their heads raised. The guys, surrounded by energy, began to move in space. System lines emanated from them. A notification has appeared. Version 1.0. The update is complete. The guys were transported back to the world. A bright light emanated from them. The guys began to look around on the ground. Sirius and Aidan looked up in shock. The world was engulfed in something very sinister. Everything around the world was destroyed. Everything was in ruins, and a huge piece of the landscape flew into the air. The guy in the blue cape was exhaling air from his mouth in a tense race. Together with other guys from the guild, their leader was in a hurry to hide. The guys managed to run around the corner, and the monster's huge paw stepped onto the ground. These were huge monsters with thick burgundy armor and horns on their faces. The guy in the blue cape hid behind the cobblestones and watched as a huge crowd of monsters ran past them. The guys were glad that the monsters had passed by. The guy adjusted his collar, removing his hood. He said that just a little more, and they would have been caught. The blonde guy's name was Kevin, and he was a member of the Griffin Guild. Kevin turned towards the guys with frowning eyebrows and told them that they should stay in a shelter a little longer. The rest of the guild boys looked at their leader with horror and nervousness. The guy in the headband said it was a great idea. He also added that they all must avoid even the slightest danger, since they do not have the ability to be revived. The guy with long dark hair thought that this time, everything could end badly. Kevin clutched his head, looking depressed. The guy with long hair said that he doubts the correctness of the chosen path because they are increasingly stumbling upon monsters. Kevin replied that the guy was right because he was ready to take the risk, but did not expect that everything would be so bad. Kevin recalled how they saw the Tower of Tests in the past. He recalled that before the world change, there were no monsters in those lands, and it seemed like there were no safe places left. The dark-haired boy stood opposite his leader and addressed him. He reminded his leader that he had said that there was a rumored village nearby called Ursh. Kevin asked about the rumors. The huge fortress glowed red, which was protected by a dome. Kevin agreed that there were rumors that until now, the village of Ursh was protected by a firewall. When there were still operators there, Kevin knew that many survivors had taken risks and came out of hiding to find this village. Suddenly, another voice approached the three guys from the side who asked Kevin about how the other guild members were there. The blue-haired girl held her staff in her hands. Shyly, she said she was worried about the outfitter squad. The guys recalled how a huge virus attacked their village and destroyed everything, causing all the residents to try to escape. So they were lucky that they were able to survive. They recalled that their village was burning with purple fire as the surviving guild members walked through the dense forest in their hoods. None of them expected the viruses to attack. The girl with blue hair was very worried about the other survivors. Kevin held his head regretfully and talked about past events. He said they can't fight viruses now. Kevin suggested that no one but them was likely to survive. They understood that viruses were very dangerous. Kevin looked out from behind the wall with fear in his eyes, hoping that the monsters had passed them by. Kevin said that he didn't know how true the rumors or about the village of Urge, but he wanted to find it. He understood that it would be safer there than where they were. Kevin widened his eyes with horror in his eyes. Kevin looked out from behind the wall and noticed that one of the monsters had stopped nearby and noticed the guys. The monster, looking like a dragon without wings, bared its teeth and smiled maliciously. The monster raised its head fiercely and howled at the top of its lungs in rage. A bunch of other monsters headed to the call for help from the monster that noticed the guys. A bunch of silhouettes of monsters began to approach the wall behind which the guys were hiding. Kevin was about to draw his sword with the thought that these monsters were too persistent. Kevin, with anger and fear in his eyes, surrounded by his angry guys, was about to go on the attack. He understood that he had no way out, so all that remained was to check who was stronger among them. Huge monsters began to attack the guys with a ferocious look. When Kevin swung his sword, suddenly, red energy beams were directed at the monsters from the air, piercing into the monsters' bodies and destroying them. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise. Kevin saw two black silhouettes on a protruding hill. A girl with black hair and a yellow crystal around her neck extended her glowing hand to the side. She noticed that the guild guys were too nosy, so she was glad that they managed to save them. It was Jake and Siri, in their black armor, who were already operators. Siri, with her hand raised, asked the guys if they were okay. The guild newcomers stood not far from the operators. They asked about the guys' names, but Siri assured them not to be afraid. Siri lowered her black cape as she stood next to Jake. Siri said that they are operators. Urged the guys from the Griffin Guild looked at each other with a joyful expression on their faces. Siri said that now the guys can go with them to a safe place. Kevin calmly closed his eyes, lowered his head and exhaled. He realized that the rumors were true. The guys looked at the silhouettes of their saviors Siri and Jake, who looked at the guys with empathy. The guys were glad that there were still operators left in this terrible place. Suddenly, dark purple energy appeared in the air. Jake and Siri's faces were covered in a black shadow of energy, with fear in their eyes. Kevin watched as Jake and Siri tried to prepare to attack with their guns. Siri, without glancing towards Kevin, who was standing nearby, asked him if they were attacked by a virus. Kevin asked again in bewilderment. The silhouette of Siri and Jake with a sword watched as dark energy emerged from a crack in the earth. A dark energy virus began to seep out of the ground in a strong stream, scattering fragments of the earth in all directions. A huge silhouette of a virus, with a glowing crystal in its chest, towered over the operators. Kevin knitted his eyebrows with despair and fear in his eyes, and understood what kind of monster had appeared in front of them. The huge silhouette of the virus swung its hand with fury. The guild guys realized that it was this virus that attacked their supply squad. A huge virus hit with its power the place where the guys were, destroying all the ground under them. When the operators managed to fly into the air, Siri bared her teeth and looked at what was happening with the feeling of being trapped. Siri said that this was the first time the virus had gotten so close to them. So they needed to get rid of the virus before the virus got close to Urge Village. Siri floated in the air and spread her arms to the sides using her magic energy balls. Siri added that the virus was strong, and if they wanted the delete command to work, they needed to weaken it. Siri hovered in the air above the head of the monster, which towered over the small silhouette of Jake in a cloud of dust. Jake swung his lightsaber with anticipation in his eyes. The strongest airflow after the sword hit was directed towards the virus. From the sky, Siri attacked the virus with her magical spheres with fiery rays. The entire silhouette of the virus was incinerated in a string. Aim of fire directed at it from the sky, causing its location to burn and burn with fire. The Griffin squad watched from the side as the operators fought the virus in a tense battle from where a bright light reached them from the battlefield. Kevin excitedly raised his hand, protecting himself from the cloud of dust, and was impressed that the operators were so strong that no virus would be scary. The silhouettes of Jake and Siri glowed with a red light aura. The Griffin Guild understood that as long as the operators were nearby, they had nothing to fear. Siri looked ahead hopelessly. The silhouette of the virus glowed with bright purple energy among the cloud of dust and wind. Siri understood that their power would not be enough. The virus, with a glowing cross on its face, looked forward at the guys. Siri asked Jake to be careful, because this virus was far from unusual. The virus rose in its silhouette above the operators, covering them with its shadow. Siri and Jake's faces looked blank as they realized they were having a hard time coping. The huge silhouette of the virus and its violet energy tried to surround the operators, filling the entire space. Operators realized that they needed me's help. The virus with its sharp claws intended to attack the guys. Siri and Jake were horrified and looked confused. A red beam of light appeared from the sky. This red beam was directed towards the earth. Through the air, a powerful ray overtook the virus and cut it into pieces, which, along with the ground, scattered in different directions. The virus began to fade away, instantly, emitting a red aura from itself. Jake and Siri were in shock, covering their faces with their hands from the shock wave. Jake saw that the red beam destroyed the virus with one hit. Aidan and his hammer descended to the ground, hiding under a thick cloud of dust after the impact. Jake didn't understand where such a powerful force came from. Aidan's silhouette towered on the hill. When the operators looked up and saw their savior, Siri widened her eyes in trepidation, hoping to see a familiar face. She realized it was Aidan, who looked sad. Siri and Jake opened their mouths in surprise. Jake thought it might be like a dream. Siri noticed with amazement in her eyes that it was indeed Aidan. Aidan looked emotionlessly towards the guys as his protruding chin was visible against the background of a cloud of dust. Aidan began to walk towards the guys jumping off the hill. Aidan walked with a proud gait, straightened his cloak and headed towards his guys, whom he had not seen for a very long time. Jake and Siri were very happy to see their old leader appear. Aidan ironically apologized, saying that he was late. Kevin watched from the side as Jake and Siri surrounded their old friend. They were very excited that Aidan was still alive. Jake exhaled, saying that he was very glad that Aidan remained unharmed. Kevin, with confusion in his eyes, opened his mouth, along with his comrades from the guild who also did not understand what was happening, and looked at each other. Kevin remembered the silhouette of Aidan, whom he once knew. Arya suddenly approached the guys from the side, who managed to glance at her. Arya jokingly asked Aidan how he could leave her behind. Arya crossed her arms and looked sarcastically towards the guys who recognized her. Arya greeted them. Arya's sophisticated gaze fell on the two operators, Siri and Jake, who noticed that the two of them had grown up considerably. Arya noticed that they had become decent operators. Siri looked ahead with an expectant look. Arya called out to her, saying that she had brought someone. Arya turned her head to the side on her shoulder, when the silhouette of a small dragon appeared from behind her. Arya eagerly turned to Sirius, telling him that he was leaving quickly. The silhouette of a white dragon wing appeared as Arya said that Sirius should not hide. Siri at the same moment widened her eyes, expecting to see her mentor. Sirius, in the form of a small dragon, appeared from behind Arya. At the same moment, with tears in her eyes, Siri moved towards Sirius with her hands outstretched. Siri closed her eyes, and from an overabundance of warm feelings, hugged the little dragon Sirius to her. Tears flowed from her eyes in a stream. She said she missed him very much. Sirius closed his eyes and pressed his head against Siri's chest. He apologized to her for leaving her. Siri's eyes looked swollen, and she looked tenderly at Sirius, who clung to her lovingly. He said that he had become very small, but Siri had grown a lot since the last time they met, and she also became an operator. The guys watched from the sidelines as Siri held the little white dragon with warmth in her hands. Sirius said he was very proud of Siri. Siri was slightly out of breath from her tears, and said that from now on they should not leave each other even one step. Aidan and Arya looked at each other with calm glances. Siri said it was a promise. Vast expanses of nature and mountains could be seen from the top of the hill. Siri, with Sirius on her shoulder, asked the guys about the fact that they deleted themselves. Aidan closed his eyes and headed forward. When behind him was a whole squad of Griffin and his 2 operators, Siri said that she understood everything, but Aidan's actions were still reckless. She said something bad might happen. Aidan said that Sirius and Arya had already told him off. Griffin's squad glanced at each other as they walked behind Aidan and his team. Aidan assured that this will not happen again. One of the Griffin guys said that they also hear everything. The guy in the blindfold said that they were helpless in this situation anyway, so they should just keep quiet. Kevin looked ahead in admiration. He thought that Aidan had changed a lot. Kevin recalled how Aidan hugged him and offered his help. Kevin was glad that Aidan recognized him, and even more so, offered his help. Aidan's silhouette glowed with bright fire as he turned his head back. Kevin understood that Aidan was now an order of magnitude higher than the average player, so he could not treat him the same way. Before Aidan's story begins, the silhouette of a man was illuminated by a bright light from the sky, while the other guys remained in the shadows. Players are people in the world who had been selected by the system. The crowd of ordinary people looked at the players as gods who had their own advantages. The rest of the people were called NPCs, who were desperately trying to be chosen by the system. Once they became a player, they stopped aging and could gain experience to become incredibly strong. The NPCs were jealous of the players because they had great advantage and fame. Some of the black silhouettes of players mocked simple NPCs. These were players who committed evil acts, accumulating karma points and receiving penalties, losing honor. One of the good players stood on the ledge of the hill with a raised flag glowing with a blue aura. Still, most players wanted to kill monsters to become stronger. Along the way, the guys discussed what parameters and for what purpose the system selected players. One of the NPC silhouettes lit up with a bright light. The system selected NPCs with great potential. The angry monster virus looked at the red, glowing shield. The purpose of the system is to protect itself. The moderator, in a black cloak, turned to the silhouettes of the strongest players. The moderator appointed operators with a high growth rate because strong players were needed to protect the system. However, a whole company of viruses, including Warren and Region, changed the course of the system. In this way the system was maintained. However, after the disappearance of the moderator and the firewall, everything changed. Kevin looked at the glowing silhouette of Aidan, from which strong energy emanated. Aidan became the new moderator. Kevin wondered if he could help them. Aidan finished his story by turning to the guys who were looking at him with enthusiasm. Aidan said that this is how the story ended. But what was more important was that he wanted to know about the state of affairs in the current world. Sierra looked at Aidan with friendliness. She replied that she could tell everything briefly. A huge pile of viruses and their copies have filled the whole world. Sierra said that the virus now rules the world. Huge monsters attacked villages from which frightened people fled. Siri said that 3 years ago, real chaos began, and all the escaped monsters began their large-scale attack. Villages were incinerated and destroyed. Siri said that all the small villages were reduced to ruins. A bunch of ordinary residents were killed. Siri added that due to the lack of a firewall, helpless people were killed. The surviving players held their swords in their hands and fiercely defended their cities. Siri said that fortunately for people, large cities survive, as there were many players in them. The players turned around in panic as a veil of dark aura covered their city. The frightened gaze of one of the players was directed to the side. City residents and players watched as the virus made its way through their walls into their territory. The virus, in a company of its clones, filled the entire space. When the virus began to actively infect the world, the defeat of people became obvious. The players became infected with the virus, causing people to simply crumble into dust. Siri added that conventional weapons did not help, and besides, they did not have a firewall, so the result was obvious. It all looked like a massacre. Some of the viruses looked more modified. Usually, people died after being infected. However, very rarely, they turned into a virus. The emblems of the top 5 guilds glowed in their own colors. The players who founded the 5 main guilds died, but barely kept the guild name alive. Jake added that he wasn't sure how, But Hydra had expanded its influence thanks to cheaters. Huge guards and red armor came to the aid of this world. If it weren't for the guards, this world would be a much worse place. Aidan sadly lowered his head. He expected the virus to become a big problem for the whole world. Aidan looked hopefully at Siri, who smiled back at him. Aidan asked about the safety of the residents, to which Siri replied that there was no need to worrying about it. The silhouette of the village of Erst was covered with a red firewall. Siri said that their village is the only one that still has a firewall. Moreover, she added that the teams and supplies that Aidan left them with helped them survive. Jake and Siri recalled how there were a lot of people in their city who needed resources. The guys said that at first it was difficult for them because of the people gathered in their village. At that moment, the silhouette of Mia appeared and came to their aid. They said that without her, it would be very difficult for them. Arya walked next to Aidan and called out to him, saying that they had come to the right place. Aidan looked up with anticipation. All the guys stood in front of the village of Erst, which was surrounded by a red protective dome. Aidan looked around the city curiously, as Arya and a grinning Siri stood behind him. Aidan said that the village had changed a lot and was already looking like a fortress. Siri giggled and said that they had focused on protecting her at one time. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared from the fortress tower and called out to the crowd of strangers. The guys led by Aidan raised their heads and watched as the people from the fortress looked at them in response. The fortress guards ordered the strangers to give their names. Two knights in armor and multicolored hair were determined. The guy with blue hair noticed that two operators from their team were standing below. The two guys looked at each other when Mia's silhouette appeared behind them. The guards were about to open the doors because the operators were waiting below, which seemed suspicious to others. Mia's pink ears were tense. One of the guards knew that Siri had no reason to go through the main gate if she had the teleportation skill. Another guard said that if these are cheaters who try to enter their fortress under a changed appearance, then all the blame will not be on him. The guy with blue hair turned to the side. When Mia approached him, she tried to find out what was going on. Mia tilted her head down to examine the situation. The security guard said that the operators brought strangers. Mia widened her eyes. She saw the silhouette of Arya, who was exchanging glances with her guys. Mia walked to the edge of the wall and looked down in amazement, realizing that Arya was below. The guard frantically turned towards Mia. He asked Mia what they should do, because according to the security protocol, he had to stop them. Mia told him to open the gate. The security guard looked at Mia with confusion. Min patiently shouted at the guards to open the gate. Immediately, the wooden gates to the village of Urge began to open, and people noticed it. The crowd of residents turned to look at the uninvited guests. They realized that there was no news, so they thought that they were survivors. Aidan walked forward with a proud gait. Jake and Siri followed behind Aidan and Arya with expressive faces. Residents noticed that these guys had a special aura. Siri and Jake walked behind Aidan's leadership, although the residents understood that these were their main defenders. Nya tried her best to quickly get to the guys making her way through the crowd of residents. Arya cast her inspired glance to the side and noticed Mia, who was flying towards her. Nya clung to Arya with trepidation and warmth, whom she was very happy with. The city residents opened their mouths and stood in shock because their commander was very happy about the appearance of an uninvited guest. Arya lowered her head with kindness and tenderness and looked at Mia. The residents of the city did not understand who this woman with blue hair was, because of whom Mia looked so happy for the first time. Arya asked Mia about her affairs because they had not seen each other for a very long time. Mia, with tears in her eyes, looked enthusiastically at Arya, who was like an idol for her. The city of Erst looked lively and cheerful. It was in full swing with life. Residents lived their normal lives and carried out their routine tasks. Residents made payments and exchanged goods for money and bags. Aidan's hand touched the edge of the wall as he surveyed his hometown from above. He said that 3 whole years had already passed. Aidan looked at the city with heartache as Jake stood behind him. Aidan noticed that the city has changed a lot. Jake noticed that there were now many more residents and players in the city. The players hid in dark alleys and sat in crowds on the ground with their arms crossed. Aidan asked about the players. Jake noticed that their activity has decreased greatly, and many have closed themselves off and do nothing out of fear of death. Some players continued to fight with monsters, one of which was in golden armor and surrounded by a blue aura. Jake said that players are focusing more on survival these days, which is why defense items have been selling more often lately. Jake remembered the moment when the players exchanged money for goats. Jake noticed that armor, healing, potions, debuff, resistance, items and more were the top sellers. Aidan looked at Jake with an exclamation. Mia continued to cuddle up to Arya, who was standing not far from Jake and Aidan. Arya looked at Mia with warmth and said that she needed to go away for a while, and therefore they could not sit in each other's arms all day. Nya, screaming and screaming, did not want to let go of Arya, who closed her eyes with a grin and stroked Mia's head. Nya screamed that she was not going to let Arya go. Arya jokingly said that she lost. Aidan and Jake watched what was happening with Mia with elation. Jake said that Mia didn't look like herself, so everyone in the village was surprised. Nya pressed herself against Arya's body with tenderness and care. Jake said that he hasn't seen Mia this happy in a long time. The gate to the building where Aidan and his friends were located opened from the side. We could hear joyful exclamations that Mr. Aidan had returned. Logan and Sophia looked forward with amazement and hope. Their mouths open. They couldn't wait to see Aidan. Sophia and Logan approached Aidan and started asking him about everything. They said they were looking forward to it. Aidan was also glad to see everyone and asked the guys how they were doing. Little Helen ran out of the crowd and clung to Aidan, who was very happy to see all the guys. Helen lifted her head lovingly and looked at Aidan with a shining gaze. Helen said she was very worried about him. From the sidelines, her older brother Henry watched his sister's tenderness. Henry said ironically about Helen's manners and she should get away from Aidan. Henry stood nearby with his arms crossed. Henry kept telling his sister that she was bothering Aidan. Aidan said that everything was fine, and extended his hands towards Helen, who continued to look at Aidan with warmth. Aidan picked up little Helen, who was breaking into a smile. He said he was very glad to see them. Henry walked closer to Aidan, who put his hand on his head. Aidan said, Henry has grown a lot during his absence. Residents noticed Sirius, who was on Siri's shoulder. Sirius glowed with his white magical aura while sitting on Siri's shoulder. The residents were very happy that Sirius was alive, to which Sirius replied that it was thanks to Aidan. Residents began to cry and covered themselves with their hands, wiping away their tears. They said that they would tell everyone about his return, with the hope that everyone would be very happy. Aidan let go of Helen and put his hands on her shoulders. He said that he was very glad that everyone was safe, but he did not see Theodore among them. Siri and Jake stood with their backs to each other with lost faces. Nya also opened her eyes, which were empty. Aidan asked about Theodore. Logan and Sophia stood opposite Aidan, who was trying to find out what was going on and why everyone was silent. Mia stood behind Aidan, who managed to glance at her. Mia said that Theodore couldn't move now. Daring his teeth slightly, Aidan turned his head towards Mia. He asked her what she meant. Nya pitifully lowered her gaze to the ground. Aidan asked her to tell everything in detail. Nya told him to follow her. They headed towards the test tower, which had red energy emanating from it. Nya, with a sad face, walked with Aidan to the tower. She said Theodore was inside. Aidan looked around the tower with his head up as Mia walked next to him. Mia said that Aidan could already guess everything. Why? Only the city of Earth could function normally. Unlike others, Mia reminded me of Aidan's moment as he patted Theodore on the shoulder and ordered him to defend the city and its inhabitants before leaving. Theodore stood right in front of the right energy. Mia said that Theodore did his best to keep his word. The entire space was taken over by the virus and its copies. Mia said that at first, the place was not protected from the virus. Mia recalled how in a fierce battle, they were wounded and exhausted, falling to the ground from powerlessness. Nya said that the rabid monsters were a big problem, but fighting the endless stream of the virus had worn them out. Theodore, alone at that time, fought with all the copies of the virus that were trying to take over all the territories. Nya said that throughout this nightmare, Theodore continued to fight to protect them all. Theodore was furious, and his eyes glowed red. Then he exceeded his limit. Mia recalled this moment with sadness. Their city was attacked by a virus, and black energy emanated from it. Mia said that there was no way they could stop the virus from attacking. Their city was covered with a red protective barrier. Mia added that they had no choice but to protect Earth with a firewall. Theodore's body silhouette was split into small pieces by red energy. Mia said that Theodore sacrificed himself to protect everyone. Aidan listened with admiration to Mia's story about Theodore's feat. Mia said that thanks to Theodora's sacrifice, they were able to keep the peace, so no one knew what would have happened to them if not for Theodore. Mia looked pitifully at Aidan and told him to help Theodore. Aidan looked at Mia with longing in his eyes. Aidan raised his hand and directed his energy flow towards the gate door. There was a bright glow in front of Aidan, sparks of which scattered throughout the space. Aidan walked through the magical doors and looked around the space with coldness in his eyes. Aidan stood right at the foot of the mountain in which Theodore was imprisoned, from which red streams of energy poured out. Theodore, with his head bowed, was encased in a mountain of red crystals. Theodore was shackled in red energy, and did not understand how long this mockery of him lasted, feeling that he would soon lose consciousness. The exhausted Theodore continued to resist the system. As his face was covered in the system, he understood that if he lost concentration, even for a second, the system would immediately absorb him. Theodore remembered Aidan, who gave him an order, so he had to hold out until Aidan returned. After the firewall disappeared, the viruses destroyed everything, including the world and the system, except for the village of Ursh. A powerful energy flow passed through the body of the virus. Theodore stood on the corpses of the virus when his magical robot, assistants in the form of crystals, helped him attack. Theodore knew that the virus continued its attack, not giving him and his guys time to rest. Theodore looked ahead with despair and faith among the cloud of dust on the battlefield. Theodore understood that even in such a terrible situation, they should still have hope. Theodore looked down at his hand as his silhouette glowed red in the form of an interweb light. Theodore remembered that Mr. Aidan's firewall protected them, and thanks to this, they were sure that Aidan was still alive. A breathless Mia stood behind Theodore, who was leading their entire team. Theodore recalled that they could not fight for long anyway. Mia collapsed on the battlefield, exhaling the last of her strength. Theodore knew that Mia did not have a firewall, and Jake and Siri did not have enough power to resist. Theodore lowered his gaze with sadness in his eyes. He knew that this was their limit, and he had to find a way to save this place. Theodore was near a huge blue screen. Theodore realized that after much thought, he had no choice but to spread the screen throughout the city. Theodore, with sadness in his eyes, extended his hand to the system, causing everything around to glow with a bright light. Theodore had to pay a big price, but he did not hesitate in his choice because he did what he had to do. A red light glowed brightly on the huge test tower covering the entire city with a firewall. The viruses stood in bewilderment and watched as a red protective barrier appeared in front of the city. It wanted to absorb. The virus looked at each other between its copies and tried to find out where the firewall appeared in front of the city. Theodore understood that even if he could not move, they were chosen by Aidan himself as operators. The virus turned around in bewilderment, hoping to find out how the red protective barrier appeared in front of it. At the same moment, copies of the virus burned with a bright flame, evaporating in the moment. Siri raised her hand and sent a red stream towards the virus. A blue shortcut appeared with a delete command that could only be executed by operators. Theodore knew that he had assistants in the form of Siri, Mia, and Jake. Theodore knew he could trust them to protect the city. Theodore stood in front of the red energy stream far from the guys. They understood that he just had to step up to this burden. Thus he came under the influence of the shackles of the system from which red light streams emanated when he was imprisoned. He understood that he simply to wait. Theodore lowered his eyes with a sad look, with the understanding that he needed to wait for Aidan to return. Aidan extended his hand towards Theodore's glowing form. With his hand, Aidan raised Theodore's head, whose gaze looked very tired. Theodore saw in front of him the glowing silhouette of Aidan, who was holding his head. The glowing silhouette of Aidan turned to Theodore. Theodore at the same moment widened his eyes with awareness of what was happening, in the hope of seeing his master. Everything around collapsed in a bright energy stream, emitting light in all directions. A shortcut with a recovery command appears. Theodore found himself back in his normal form, his face filled with emotion. Aidan stood over Theodore, who reverently raised his head up. Aidan proudly thanked Theodore, telling him that he had fulfilled his request. Aidan's silhouette glowed with bright light as Theodore bowed before him. Aidan noticed Theodore's courage and strength, which he expected from his best guard. Theodore looked at Aidan with sadness and tears in his eyes, who understood that Theodore had been fighting all this time. Theodore bowed before Aidan, lowering his head and getting down on one knee. Theodore said he was looking forward to Aidan. Aidan looked at Theodore with a kind grin, who believed to the end in the return of his master. Aidan noted Theodore's intuition. Theodore looked up at Aidan with enthusiasm. Theodore said that from now on he leaves authority to Aidan. Jake and Siri looked happily towards Theodore. The guys joyfully greeted the newly arrived Theodore from prison in the system. Theodore turned back towards Aidan with warmth. He told the operators that Aidan had restored it. Theodore stood next to the operators, while behind the maiden stood near the system. Theodore told the guys to wait a little while Aidan creates a new firewall for the city of Urge. Aidan looked at the system with an expressive gaze. A shortcut with a protection icon appeared, indicating a firewall. Aidan held his hand in front of the block glowing with the red aura. The Urge firewall was updated, and the system issued a notification. Arya approached Aidan from behind. She asked him if he was finished. Aidan said that he has now made the defense better and stronger than before, so now they don't have to worry about the defense. Arya and Aidan turned their gaze back to Theodore, who was standing behind them. Arya expressed her gratitude to Theodore, saying that he was incredibly loyal for being able to survive all these 3 years, realizing that it was a very difficult ordeal. The lively Theodore looked very cheerful and cheerful. Theodore replied that at first he was very nervous because the guard became a human shield for the first time, but it was not scary. Theodore added that he was ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of the guys. Aidan glanced towards Arya, who was standing behind him. Aidan said that he realized one very interesting thing. The silhouette of one of the moderators spread in red lines to the rest of the silhouettes of the system workers. Aidan noted that earlier, Arya said that the moderator would not be able to solve everything himself, and this was true, because if it were not for Theodore, it would be difficult to imagine what would have happened here. So Aidan decided that he needed to gather more operators. Aidan called out to Mia, who turned her exclamatory gaze on him. Aidan turned to Mia with a frown, asking her to step aside and talk to him one-on-one. Mia was unhappy with this statement and crossed her arms angry. Mia replied that she was not his operator. Aidan rolled his eyes as Arya, standing nearby, smiled at Mia's statements. Mia said that the only one who can order her is Arya. Mia looked away with one eye when Arya called out to her. Arya put her hands on her waist and addressed Mia in a polite manner. She told her that she shouldn't behave like that, and she should listen to Aidan. Aidan looked at Mia with a dissatisfied look, who continued to cross her arms and pretend that she cared about talking to Aidan. Mia, ironically, said that she was ready to listen to Aidan's case. Aidan started saying that Mia was incredible in many ways. Mia was stupefied and wide-eyed when Aidan decided to tell her directly to become an operator again. Aidan towered over Mia, who hysterically refused such an offer, realizing that Aidan wanted to transfer all his hard work to her. Mia bloodthirstily clung to Arya's body, hugging her. Mia said that she could finally be close to her patron Arya. Siri and Jake looked at Mia with admiration. Aidan continued that he judged from what she did and how much people respected her, that she was no different from an operator. In addition, Aidan added that Siri and Jake said that they themselves relied on her a lot. Mia said that she helped them quite a bit, and it was completely different. Mia widened her eyes in disdain as Aidan touched his red screen on the system. Aidan said that he only asked Mia out of formality, since she had no other choice anyway. Aidan looked at his screen with a malicious grin. He said it would be a waste to lose such a talented operator with experience. Mia lit up with her energy and bared her eyes, watching Aidan with anger. Aidan told her not to worry, because he would give her whatever she wanted. A notification appeared that Mia was assigned operator. Aidan turned towards Siri behind him as it enraged. Mia tried to break free from the arms of Arya, who was holding her back from taking revenge on Aidan. Siri listened to Aidan's order with a widening smile. He told her to make a list of problems in the city so that he would know about them. Aidan understood that during these 3 years, the virus had caused many problems around the world, consuming entire cities. Aidan touched the screen of his system. His gaze was also directed at the screen. Aidan glowed with his red aura with an indifferent and vengeful look. He said that when he finally returned home, it was time to deal with all the problems. The space that used to be a forest was now completely covered in gray-purple aura of power, and behind them a dome could be seen protecting a dark cloud of energy. Inside the stone gate to the virus space, there was a dark purple portal and a black liquid spread onto the stones around the gate. On a dais stood a throne with a high back with a figure sitting on it below, like on steps, were crowded a lot of viruses. The human-like virus tilted its face, hidden by a mask, and thought that it had gathered all the virus worm clones here. This should be enough to destroy us. Sitting on the throne, the virus bent over in its open cloak. A purple glow could be seen from the wound on its body and on his head. There was a hoop with one high horn. The virus's eye, which was visible from under his bangs, glowed with anger while he thought about these cowards. He did not understand how it was possible to lose to a small village with their strength. He remembered how he approached Virus Rajin for help, to which he brushed off the fact that he was busy and told him not to interfere, saying to point his finger at the height van be that as it may. He was a newbie and didn't know anything yet. He approached Virus F and Virus E, but the girl sitting on the back of the monster only replied that she didn't care and asked again who he was, not understanding why he was pretending to be cool. And the virus didn't understand how named viruses could behave like that. Virus clenched his fist, attempting to force himself, thinking that he would show them what he was capable of when he destroyed Urs. He sat on the throne, his hand on the armrest. His black eyes looked a little pitiful, but he thought with determination that he would prove that he was better than them all. The air was cut through by many bright lines left by the blows. The player in Red Knight's armor held a sword in his hands and ordered the people standing next to him to stay behind. He stood in front of the huge viruses towering above him, and cursed as he thought about what to do. Until that moment, it seemed to him that he was a high-level player, but now he was absolutely powerless against these viruses. The huge virus grinned, folding its fingers as if it wanted to snap, and the player thought that they were just playing with it. The player managed to meet the volley of power sent at him with his sword, which he now held with his hand by the blade. Flying back, the force of the impact broke the stones, scattering fragments upward. The man was clearing his throat, blood was visible on his face, and the people who were with him were calling out to him. The sword was covered with many cracks. The player watched in shock as the sword in his hand shattered into pieces. He frowned, thinking that he had gone through a lot to get this legendary sword, but it broke so easily. The man saw two viruses approach. One of them extended his hand to him and thought, "Is this really where it all ends?" A figure with long black hair flashed nearby. The firewall shield and red lightning bolts of power struck powerfully at the viruses that were not expecting it. The virus looked in amazement at the bright red sphere and, coughing, asked where it came from. The player at the rock looked in shock, and the virus said that it recognized this annoying force. Siri stood in the background of the protective shield, and the virus said that she was operator. Urged the surprised player, looking at the girl, asked what the operator is so young. The girl shone with a scarlet light of power as she looked at him. She looked down and thought that she could not even imagine that the difference in strength would be so huge, incomparable to what it was before. She raised her palm, glowing red, thinking it was thanks to Aidan's upgrade. In the girl's memory images of the virus attack, the murder of Sirius, how she cried holding him in her arms, she thought that she was now different from herself, who could not do anything. She would not allow the terrible tragedy to happen again. The vortex of the black power of the virus began to spin, approaching while the virus laughed that it was stupid to crawl in with its pathetic firewall. The girl stood while the power rushed into her body with the virus, screaming that it would easily break through the defense. The girl resolutely extended her palm, which was surrounded by blue power, and thought that she was no longer the same as before. Command delete only for operators. Siri threw the team's power at the monster, breaking it into pieces. The viruses fell into pieces, screaming. The player and people looked at the girl in surprise, saying that this was incredible. A virus in an instant. Operator stood with her back to the people, looking at the defeated enemies. The player was surprised by the calmness with which she said that it was ready. The players in white cloaks and masks heard her words that they could go out. The player turned in surprise at the people she ordered to lead the survivors to a safe place, and was surprised to realize that these were subordinates of operator. One of the assistants stood behind the operator and heard her words that she was going to look around a little and they should return, to which he agreed, and the rest took the surviving people away. The girl called up the red window of the system. She looked at the red communication screen that appeared and asked the others if they could hear her. Jake, resolutely, held a huge, shining sword in his hand. He heard the girl's report that the survivors had been rescued and the cleanup of the area was almost complete. Under the sound of a blow that blew away trees in its path like a white wave, a question was heard whether she should join them. The guy stood by the clouds of dust and replied that no, he had already finished too. There was a communication window floating not far from Jake. He looked around and said that he could not even think that there were so many viruses hiding around the area. Meow. who was looking through a similar communication window, heard the question of how Arya knew about them, and answered that because it was one of her abilities as an antivirus. Surrounded by fire, the girl stretched, raising her hands and said, "How good it is that they have a firewall." She stood surrounded by a force field, and looked at the ground, which was burning around her. Burning viruses. The flame was burning, and the girl looking at it laughed and said that it burned well. Surrounded by silver prisms with balls of power appearing on their edges. Theodore heard the fox say that she had finished cleaning. The viruses were defeated, the balls of power leaving round holes in their black bodies. The guardian stomped his foot, smearing the virus on the ground, and said that he was finished. Theodore walked in the middle of the purple ruins, looking around and said that this is the second base that he destroyed, to which Mia replied that this was to be expected from him. He is so fast. Then the keeper told Aidan that they completed all the assignments. Theodore smiled as he looked at the screen and asked if they should wait a little. Mia looked at the communication screen and heard a request that they make sure that there are no more viruses left. Jake, looking at the screen, asked if anyone knows where Aidan is now, to which Siri looked at the system window and replied that he did not know the details, but he said that he had to figure something out. A huge purple gate to the space of viruses appeared. The viruses sitting on the steps of the throne were worried, shouting that something was going wrong. The virus was shouting that the Earth operators were destroying their bases, while the others were cursing and asking what he was talking about. 3 viruses quarreled among themselves, wondering out loud what had come over them, because before they were hiding behind a weak firewall. The other answered that he didn't know. They asked if everyone there had gone crazy, to which the virus said that if they multiply, their combat power will be greater than that of those distant. Virus sat on the throne, resting his head on his hand, listening to the cries that he needed to attack right now, and was silent. He looked ahead questioningly. There, the central one of the talking viruses was hit in the body by a large red beam of power, and the rest looked at him in shock. The viruses screamed as they dissolved in red flames of power, shouting questions about what it was and requests to move away, while the affected virus screamed requests for help. The viruses on the steps below the throne were struck by red flames. A silhouette and a cloak stood above, and looked at the one sitting on the throne. He said, in admiration, that there were a lot of them hiding here. He, of course, knew about this, but when he saw it in person, he was very surprised. The virus turned its black eyes to the figure and asked who he was. Aidan smiled and asked why he needed to know this. He would die soon anyway. The moderator stood, in a flowing cloak, his arm extended forward and a halo shone red above his head. Virus rested his palm on the armrest of the throne and thought that he had no words. He looked at the floating Aidan surrounded by a red sphere and thought that the operators seemed to know nothing. He stood up surrounded by purple power, called the guy names, and thought that he was digging his own grave. Virus jumped down, his cloak fluttering. He thought about how he wanted to look at his desperate face. Aidan looked at him silently. The virus with the horn rudely addressed the other viruses, asking why you got. Get rid of it. The virus was spreading across the earth. He pointed his finger at the guy and ordered the viruses to open their mouths to teach him a lesson. The viruses surrounded the standing moderator and stretched their limbs towards him. Aidan snapped his fingers, his hand glowing red. The guy's eyes glowed, and he himself burned with a bright red fire. A click was heard. Command. Stop. The tentacles of the viruses froze centimeters from his calm face. The viruses trembled, growled, but could not reach. The monsters bared their teeth trying to get out, but only growled and said that they were unable to move. Aidan created a flickering sphere of light in his palm, hearing the viruses scream that only a moderator could do this. Command compression. The guy extended his hand and the viruses screaming were pulled into the center of a bright red ball, shrinking. The whirlwind spun into a black and red ball above the moderator. Command. Permanent deletion. Images of viruses blurred among the lights of red power. Aidan extended his hand, and the ball of viruses above him crossed the line of the moderator's red power, destroying everyone. The footsteps of an approaching horned virus were heard, which said that it was not bad. He approached the guy, illuminated by a purple light, and continued that he got rid of so many viruses at once. Virus stood in front of the guide, filled with anger. His eyes were glowing. He asked that it looks like he is one of the strongest operators. Aidan looked at him, surrounded by a light glow, and heard that, however, this time he had chosen the wrong opponent. The masked virus looked at him, and added that if he got rid of it, then the work would go well. The force of the jump broke the rocks underfoot. Virus swooped down on the guy, extending his clawed hand to strike. The impact scattered stones in all directions. A huge white wave broke the stones and steps in front of the throne. Aidan jumped. The blows did not hit him. He turned around looking for his enemy. He noticed how the horned one hit him, leaving a bright mark, but managed to dodge. A huge white wave of power smashed rocks and uprooted trees. Glowing purple orbs hung in the air. Long black tentacles appeared from the back of the enraged virus with which it reached out to the enemy, saying that he was good at dodging, but this would all end. The strike of the tentacle met with the red protection of the force field around the calmly looking moderator. He extended his hand, surrounded by force forward. Command, stop. Virus looked at this in surprise and laughed, asking if the guy really thought it would work on him. The virus threw the team off, covered in purple lightning that made Aidan's cloak flutter. The guy looked at this in surprise. Purple lightning flashed across the virus claws as he explained that viruses, by their nature, are resistant to the system, and among viruses, he has the highest resistance. He extended his claws towards the guy with black eyes and said that the teams he was so proud of were useless against him, but there was no need to take it personally, because everyone he fought did it. Virus remembered that initially, he was an ordinary player. An image of a player clutching his head in a purple glow arose in his memory, and he said that when he became infected, he thought it was all over, but on the contrary, he was reborn. He stood looking at his folded clawed hands, realizing that he was outside the system. He found himself in a space where there were many laughing viruses, and realized that he was in a place where lawlessness and disorder reigned. The legs of the new virus crushed the screaming black and purple opponent. He thought that surviving was too easy because he was strong. The new virus stood in the middle of a dark space with claws appearing like a spider. Virus recalled looking at his clawed hands and realizing that he was the best because he only needed to destroy everything. A wide fang smile appeared on the virus's face, and he said that he began to regret that he had not crossed over to this side earlier. The face of the virus has acquired a more formalized human form. Then came the basic clothing, because, according to the virus, it got stronger over time. Now the virus stood in a fur coat and a mask covering the mouth and nose. The virus stood proudly ahead of the others, flashing its purple eye and saying that now it is stronger than any virus. It will prove to everyone that it is ready to become a new named one. Aidan silently looked at him and listened, and that this requires evidence. The virus said that it would wipe Urge off the face of the earth. The virus's eyes glowed bright purple with rage as he said that he would prove himself worthy of being named. The claws of the virus lengthened and moved like tentacles towards the standing guy. The virus strikes collided with a red ball of power that enveloped the moderator. Aidan stood inside the defense and heard the claws hitting the field, and then said that he was caught too talkative. The ball of protection increased, spreading bright rays of red power around itself, which threw away the black tentacles of the virus. The villain stood with his eyes wide open in shock because his claws were broken off almost to the base. He looked at the guy proudly walking towards him surrounded by sparks of red power, and asked himself, what happened? Aidan extended his hand forward, and a red glowing ball of command input appeared between his folded fingers. Red rays of power engulfed the affected virus. TM-chan, the villain, found himself entangled in many brightly shining red chains preventing him from moving, and cried out in surprise. The moderator looked at him, and asked if he had finished. Otherwise it was no longer possible to listen to this. Asked again, as he said, the commands are useless. Virus frowned with anger and lack of understanding of what was happening. He thought that he could not move. Aidan confidently looked down at his opponent and said, who is he to decide this? The moderator clenched his fist, brightly surrounded by power, while the virus only glowed with its eyes and chains, and the guy said that all he could do was follow his decision. A bright trace of movement flashed by. The moderator's fist slammed into the face of the associated virus. A bright red dome engulfed in fire destroyed the stones around it, scattering cobblestones. Among the tall, narrow rocks like columns stood the viruses. One of them indignantly asked why they had to come all this way to look. Two viruses entered the cave. One of them said that it could because the second had already run far, to which he received an order to shut up. The virus watched as his partner emitted light from himself, like a lantern, looking around, saying that other bases were also already being searched. Hadn't he heard the saying that it's darkest under a lamp? Virus clenched his teeth, saying that the more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. How dare they betray them? A brightly glowing golden dagger appeared in his image as he said that if he knew this would happen, he would have been more careful. He doesn't know anything else, but they have to find the Trojan thing. no matter if it's alive or not. A white wing appeared. Bright golden rays rushed towards the viruses, which said that if it found this thing, it would tear it into pieces and kill it. Bright golden rays dispelled the virus, while the second one turned around in shock. He too was destroyed, barely having time to ask what was going on. Selena stood surrounded by golden sparks and wondered if she was here. Selena, with her wings spread, held a long sword glowing with golden light in her hands. She looked confident as she reasoned and that she had already found the Trojan item. The former operator cut through many viruses with bright golden rays. One of them was destroyed, barely having time to think that it was dangerous and needed to be immediately told to the others. Selena stood with a golden weapon in her hand in the middle of a cave cleared of viruses and thought that this was not what she had hoped for. Ultimately, she was left all alone. The girl lowered her head, holding a brightly shining sword in her hand. She closed her eyes, thinking about the regret she must continue to fight with. The figure stood with its wings spread in the middle of a cave with pillars and columns, and thought how stupid it was. White dust rose from cracks in the broken stones. Virus was lying on the ground on his back after the impact, coughing. His body made a large dent in the rocky ground, so that he lay in a hole. Drops of purple blood dripped from his nose and the corners of his mouth, and the virus wondered what was going on here. He looked at the standing figure of the enemy in the cloak, and thought how he could do this to him with one blow. Dark with anger, Aidan extended his palm, burning with bright red fire, while the virus thought, who is he? The surprised virus was engulfed by a bright wave of red power. The moderator, with a movement of his hand, lifted him out of the pit high into the air. Along with the stones holding him with a red light, he asked again that the virus said that it was originally a player, right? The virus looked at the guy and listened and that he was going to delete it, but changed his mind. Aidan's eyes burned with red fire. Virus clenched his teeth and rage, hearing that he wanted to check something. The virus screamed and glowed brightly purple, throwing off the enemy's power. Aidan listened to the cries that the arrogant idiot the virus screamed, so that he would not think that he had already won. There was no mask, and the virus's face was covered in black as he shouted that he recognized the enemy's strength, but he would not be able to block this attack. The virus's claws rested on the ground like the paws of a beast breaking the soil. The appearance of the virus has changed now. A white something resembling disgusting petals appeared among the claws, and many round eyes shone inside, as the virus shouted that now it will pay for its insolence. Screams with wishes for death were heard from the recess with the eyes. Beams of purple viral power flew out from the body of the spider virus in all directions, tearing up the ground. Rays of violet power soared high up. There were a lot of them. The virus stood surrounded by rays like thorns growing from the ground. The monster was amazed to hear the enemy's calm words as he finished. It's time to put an end to this. The virus looked at the black sword shining with a bright red flame and screamed, asking how. He was cut in half by a powerful blow, leaving a red mark. The blow was so powerful that it cut not only the forest of viral thorns, but also the ordinary forest and the ground far ahead. The virus lost its terrifying form and screamed, cut across the stomach. Aidan grinned. He looked at his flaming, dark red sword, and said that it was his first time using it, so he wielded it with force. The guy looked at the body of the virus lying on the ground and wondered if he really wasn't worth using the decapitation sword. He leaned over the lying defeated virus and thought out loud that if he left it here, it would destroy itself, but not before that. The guy looked concentrated and wondered if it was possible to restore the virus. He still had not fully learned the skill limit. He opened his palm, which began to glow with the power of the moderator, while he thought that he could find out if he experimented. Team recovery. There was a large, bright red flash. The face of the virus began to clear of black, acquiring its usual appearance. The black mist slowly faded from the fingers and palm. Aidan looked carefully, thinking that it seemed to be working. Could the power of restoration be capable of bringing back viruses? The recovery reached the wound on the chest, where the core glowed purple. Suddenly an error notification appeared. The moderator looked at him in surprise. From the core, the body of the virus restored its dark form, filling up and spreading purple power. The guy asked, in surprise, "What is this?" He watched as the purple rays zigzagged towards him, wondering if something had gone wrong. At first it seemed like he was getting his human body back. Violet rays engulfed the outstretched hand of the guy who thought he had missed out, decided that more information was needed. The guy stood engulfed in purple fire and was thinking about what to do when a girl, surrounded by a blue glow, approached from behind. Arya was holding a black sword with a blue glow in her hand. Several sharp bluish blows cut through the air. Aidan watched as the purple bonds fell off him in clumps. The girl stuck the sword into the chest of the virus, telling the guy to be careful. She held the hilt of the blade that was sticking out of the virus and asked what he would do if something went wrong. She turned to the silent guy and said that her task as an antivirus was to protect him. The operator's eyes glowed with blue fire of determination, as she promised that she would instantly delete anything that would threaten her. The red-haired man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and apologized, listening to the girl's instructions about how he should always be vigilant when fighting the virus. Arya smiled good-naturedly and said that in any case, the guy would have dealt with everything without her, and she would have taken care of it if he had left it to her, to which the moderator said that everything was fine, but he didn't like to stay inside and told me to come back because everyone was waiting. He turned around looking at the dissolving virus, blue lightning radiating from the sword strike in its body. His gaze was very attentive. When the high-ranking players left, the body of the virus had almost decayed. Among the geometric weaves of the violet system, there was a sight of viruses. There, among the large purple cubes, a large number of viruses had gathered, and there was the nose of negotiations. One virus turned to the other and asked if he had heard. They said that the recruit had been removed, to which the interlocutor asked if it was that guy again. The virus smiled when he heard that. Note, this was the work of operators. Stan then chuckled, asking how careless you need to be deleted by these bad people. Virus stood upstairs and listened to the gossipers laugh, calling the remote one pathetic. Virus Reagan stood upstairs with his hands behind his back and asked himself if they were talking about the guy who came to him the last time. He remembered the newcomer asking him for advice and tutted irritably, silently calling him a fool because there were plenty of other victims around, but he chose Urs. Virus wondered, wasn't it obvious why no one was approaching them? An image of the operators of the city and its guardian appeared in his thoughts. The virus thought that they had several operators who were dangerous. In addition, they had the former operator, Mia, and the strongest guardian, Theodore. Virus Raijin thought that if the viruses continued to attack them alone with their ridiculous plans, it would cause a backlash and a lot of problems. Virus looked around thinking that they really couldn't let this go and notice, and would one day destroy them with virus form's power. Raijin had an image of Worm standing with his back in his mind, and thought that he had become even more obsessed since Trojan's disappearance 3 years ago. The virus asked itself, what was it thinking? He turned around when he heard a loud yawn from a girl sitting nearby. The blonde yawned, saying that everything was so boring, to which Raijin noted that she could not be seen here often, and asked if something happened. Virus F and Virus E sat boredly, resting her chin on her hand, and answered that, of course, yes. She looked forward, answering that everyone talks about the same thing every day, who is destroyed, who die, and how, whose rank is higher, and asked what's fun about that. The offended viruses turned to the girl, hearing her words about how sad it is that weaklings discuss weaklings. The blonde jumped onto the platform with the words that she would go because it was too boring, and received consent. In response, she proudly walked past the indignant viruses, who saw her off with angry glances. One virus called out to her from behind, asking what she just said and asking her to repeat it. The girl did not turn around at the angry virus in a mask with horns, who put his paw on her shoulder and cockily asked what she said about them. Virus asked that she thinks she can look down on others since she became named. Raijin laughed, looking at the stupid virus, which was holding the girl by the shoulder and cocked up, saying to repeat it again with his impudent face. The elder virus laughed in anticipation and said that he felt that now it would be fun, since most of them do not know the fighting power of viruses. The cocky horned virus turned around when he heard something behind him, a sharp blow. It was Virus F who slammed the virus into the ground, smearing it while Raijin thought she was the strongest of all. The virus, screaming in horror, evaporated from the powerful blow. The rest looked at this scene in surprise and talked among themselves. One, stuttering, asked if the second thought he was strong, and the second confirmed that he smashed with one blow. They said in shock that it couldn't be and asked where such power came from. Virus E stood next to Virus F, and they looked at the others proudly. The giant extended his palm, and the girl climbed onto it, saying that everything is fine. Let's go. Sitting on Virus F's shoulder, she asked if he knew where to go. She looked down at the others and concluded that playing with children was more fun than hanging around in this boring place in front of the infected viruses. The couple disappeared into a large purple portal. Among the trees, the city of Erst was surrounded by a large red protective dome. Henry caught up with his sister, who turned to him and asked her to go slower, because you need to constantly be on guard when you go outside, to which Helen received an answer that everything is fine. Neither monsters nor viruses had ever climbed this mountain. The girl said that besides, Mr. Aidan had cleared the area so there was no one here, and added that it was clear from her brother that he wanted to go outside and play. The boy became shy and coughed into his fist in embarrassment. The sister smiled slyly, asking him to tell honestly, it's because of Violet that he constantly goes with her, to which the boy embarrassedly exclaimed that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Helen looked at the figure in the bushes, like her brother, and told her to stop denying because it was obvious, to which Henry embarrassedly replied that he did not say that she was wrong. The children noticed the girl's figure, and Helen said that she came first and asked how long the girl had been waiting, to which she shuddered. The blonde heard the question about how long she had been waiting, smiled and called the guys by name. The girl turned to them, smiled broadly, saying, "Hello, what are we going to play today?" On the streets of the city, between a large number of houses, people were walking along the sidewalks. They were talking, discussing the latest news. Someone asked if they had heard the rumors. The man asked again, did he mean the rumors that all the viruses in the area had been dealt with? The man in the blue suit asked if it was true, and the man in the hat asked how it was possible. A crowd of people was gathering in one place on the square. The blue-haired man told his companions that they would announce it soon, and the girl next to her asked who it would be. Mr. Jake or Miss Siri. The crowd cheered with excitement when they saw the big red notification screen. Someone said it was starting. It had been a long time since there had been such announcements. Suddenly, people saw on the screen not text, but an image of a person who had not yet gained clarity. People became worried, asking what it was. Would it be a video, not text? Aidan appeared on the screen. Everyone looked at him questioningly and talked, asking, who is this? On the screen, behind him stood operators, which people also noticed, saying that they were behind the stranger. Mia and Theodore stood next to the operators, which caused confusion among the crowd. They asked what was going on. The moderator looked at the many screens of the villagers. They were all talking, asking each other who he was. Some said that they saw him at the gate recently. Others shared rumors that Lady Siri said that the owner of the village had returned. It couldn't be him, asked another. Aidan listened to the conversations, thinking that this was the first live announcement. A close-up of the guy's face appeared on the screen, in front of people, and he said that his name was Aidan, and he was the new moderator. The crowd was surprised and asked again. The guy continued confidently, saying to let him talk about the recent events that caused a ruckus, and urged firstly, the rumors about viruses are true. Aidan radiated confidence and strength, surrounded by a red aura. He said that, together with the operators, all the viruses that were in the vicinity of Earth were destroyed. People listened attentively to the announcements without taking their eyes off the screen. An image of a map appeared where red men stood around the settlement, creating and spreading protection with arrows forward, while Aidan reported that guards had been posted around the entire perimeter, but this was only a temporary measure. The residents turned to look at the large guard in red armor, while they listened to the moderator's words that for now, he could not promise people absolute safety, and if they had to go beyond the walls, he would assign a guard to them. The guy asked the residents for understanding, because this will continue until he can ensure complete safety. Looking at the screens with residents, the moderator said that he had no intention of staying here because Earth was just a starting point. He imagined destroyed cities cover in a purple haze, and said that he would not stop until he brought everything back their lives and homes. He remembered people screaming in horror with monsters standing behind them, and said that the previous system was already destroyed and was not able to protect people. This was the worst situation that could have happened. The diagram showed a person in the center, from which rays radiated around to other people, while Aidan said that although he was a moderator, he could not fix everything alone, so he would like to select operators. Aidan held out his palm shining with red fire, saying that anyone can apply, but they will only accept participants after an exam that will determine whether a person is suitable for this position or not. People looked at their notification screens in amazement and listened with open mouths that the moderator would not only select the strong but would also pay attention to personality, potential, and much more. Even the tramps sitting in the gateways watched the announcement, having heard that the moderator would update the new type to free. Becoming free means that people become part of his system. A tower in the city from a bright red ball at its peak extends protection to the entire city, and the moderator continues that after this, People will be under his personal protection. The red system notification window says, Update information version 1.1 urge. Protective screen has been strengthened. A new type free has been added. People looked at the screen in front of them and listened, and that the system would no longer divide into players and NPCs, and that it was their choice whether to accept the new system or not. Aidan clenched his fist, engulfed in red power, and said that he knows the fear of infection or death quite well. He turned his fist in an encouraging gesture and asked that if there is anyone who has the courage to face him, please take the operator exam. There were huge queues of people on the streets of urged players looking at each other with curiosity. The gray-haired player examined the people standing in a row one after another, and told the second one that the line was long, to which he received consent. A crowd of people walked through the gates in an orderly manner, up the stairs. The player continued that even if the players hesitate, the NPC has no reason to doubt. The person's palm touches the red cabinet with the pattern of the information diagram pressing, causing it to light up with a bright light. A red system notification appeared above the head of the joyfully smiling character. The notification informs you that the status has been updated to vacant. Two players stand indecisively near the line and talk. One asks what they should do. Maybe they will go too, and the other replies that there is no point in being a player anymore. In the player's memory, an image of Aidan standing with his back appears. The player tells a friend that after the appearance of a guy who called himself a moderator, everything began to change, and asks, what if problems arise? After receiving the update, should he be trusted? Another player stands next to the girl and guy with his arms folded and says they've been defending this place for 3 years. Isn't that enough? The guys hear swearing from people standing nearby and turn at them in surprise. The player swears, saying how knowing it is for him. The other asks if it's okay to do this. The guys listen in confusion to the swearing of the hooded player, who indignantly asked whether this means that all the players' privileges will disappear because the new moderator, like the previous one, does nothing, and the blonde man in a beautiful suit agreed that they are the chosen ones. The hooded player did not hear how an unknown person crept up behind him and extended his hand to him when he was indignant that he did not understand why the moderator cared about these losers. Suddenly, someone's fist hits the back of the stricken guy's head. He rubs the back of his head angrily, swearing dirty at the man who hit him while the girl looked at him. A girl with long dark hair looked confidently standing next to the player in armor and said that it was her and what he would do to her. She curses, asking if the other person knows what is happening in the world. The others watch in surprise as she reprimands the indignant ones, asking if he helped in any way with the NPC upgrade. Even if they all work together, it won't be enough. The girl approaches the hooded player, touching him with her shoulder, and tells him to get out of the way if he doesn't want to help. Then let him stop getting in the way and get lost, and he and the firewall can fight again. Several players with a variety of weapons stood confidently, thinking like the girl that she had said, that the end of this hide and seek had come. Many people stood at the fortress wall, surrounded by the reddish glow of the system. A system notification reported that 90% of Earth's residents had updated their status to vacant. The gates of the wall swung open. The players turned around in surprise, looking at the gate. Nia entered, standing confidently next to the unknown people and looking at the crowd, in which surprise questions arose that this was Mrs. Mia. The villagers surrounded the embarrassed fox, cheering and shouting that they had heard that she had become an operator, shouting congratulations and confessing that they were her fan, calling her cute and asking her to shake her hand. Operator exploded in outrage, breaking out of the crowd and shouting to stop blocking the row and let her pass, while the residents giggled, thinking that she was cute, even when she was angry. As the crowd cheered, unexhausted, Mia climbed the stairs, sighing that this was why she didn't want to come here. She turned to the players standing below and shouted loudly, asking for silence, saying that she had come here to accept those who wanted to pass the operator test. She stood on the stage next to 2 security guards, looked at the crowd of players and said that this did not have to be decided. Now, if they changed their minds, they should tell her. Kevin in the hood silently looked at the girl and listened to her words that it doesn't matter whether you are strong or weak. Nia confidently stated, looking at the people, that they would decide for themselves. She heard a request addressed to her to wait. People looked back at the people entering the gate, one of whom said that he had something to say about this. A group of people, 3 boys and 2 girls confidently, stopped in front of Mia. The stone fortress of Earth rose against the background of a clear sky. Aidan sat in the room and looked at the red system notifications hovering around him. He asked again, "What are these rankers?" Siri stood next to the guy, and pointing to the notification clarified that these were former rankers who arrived here 3 years ago during the chaos. Although they could not fight viruses, the girl heard that they managed to save many people from monsters. The image of rankers with weapons standing in front of the evil monsters appeared in her memory. She said that many players supported them. She remembered how people waved negatively, operators, Siri and Jake, and said that there are people who listen to them, and not to operators. But this makes sense, because before their level was much higher than them. In the girl's memories, Mia growled angrily at frightened people, all on fire. Siri said that if she did not help, operators would have a very difficult time calming the players. Aidan sat at the table and saw the system notification window blink while listening to the girl's words that it was in the past and in difficult times that they helped them. She thinks that operator will become one of the rankers. An image of Mia appeared in the system window, telling the moderator that she had finished. Aidan looked at the image and heard her ask if she could come in, to which he answered yes. The doors to the hall opened. Mia entered the room. People were standing behind her. She said that she had brought everyone who wanted to take the test. Operator turned to those who enter and said that 5 of them were former rankers. This is the dark-haired girl in a suit with fur who slapped the player on the head. Her name was Camilla. The guy standing next to him, in a blue cloak with a hood, was called Rook. The fragile-looking blonde with a red bow and a sword in her hands was called Lily, and the man standing next to her, in armor and a mask, was called Owen. Aidan chuckled as he looked at them and heard Mia say that if they became operators, they would have enormous combat power. He looked at the standing guy with brown hair and in a red suit named Isaac, who was the master of the Phoenix Guild, and thought that these guys were definitely very strong. The guy looked at the moderator and called out to him, saying his name was Isaac. Mia looked at him in surprise when she heard that the ranker wanted to ask him something. She didn't take her eyes off him and wondered who this guy was. He didn't warn about this. She was worried, and mentally asked him not to say anything stupid, because her sister might be watching. Isaac looked at her and mentally asked for forgiveness, because he had something to say. The guy remembered the fanged faces of the viruses, with purple eyes, thinking that each of them had lost a lot because of the viruses, friends, allies, family, loved ones and even home. He remembered the moment when his guildmates held hands preventing him from attacking the grinning virus. He thought that he would never forget a single moment. He remembered how he trembled between the guys holding his hands, thinking that they were so weak and could not do anything. He was waiting for this day, languishing in a deep hatred of viruses. He looked at the moderator and stated that taking the test was just a waste of time, and asked the moderator to choose them as his operators, saying that he would not regret it. Aidan watched calmly, and Siri and Jake remained silent indignantly, hearing Isaac declare that they would be more useful than the current operators. Operators stood and listened as the guy said that he knew that so far, they had done everything possible, but strong moderators were needed who could protect people from viruses, and they had experience and strength, so he asked to trust them. Isaac froze in fear, hearing the words of Ariel laughing behind him, who mockingly asked what she heard. She can't let it pass her ears. She said that these children were personally chosen by Aidan, and she taught them. Does he really think that it could be better them? People turned around in shock and looked at the confident Arya, who folded her arms on her chest, while around her, people were wondering, what and how long had she been here? Guild Master Phoenix looked at the girl in fear, amazed, thinking that he didn't even feel anything. He asked himself if she was a ranker, and why didn't he remember her? Then Arya smiled confidently, looking at him, while the guy asked himself, who is she? Suddenly one of the rankers rudely called out to the girl, saying that she did not dare approach Isaac as she pleased. He got angry, leaned towards the girl and told her not to try to attract the attention of the moderator and not to become arrogant while he was kind. Siri and Jake looked at the impudent man in amazement, and Mia's eyes widened in shock when she heard the words that those who know nothing are always trying to attract attention to themselves. Isaac called out to the surprised defender, raising his hand and asking what he was doing and if he had forgotten where they were. Suddenly a hand grabbed the insolent man by the head, forcefully pressing him to the ground. Enraged, Mia hit the man's head on the floor with such force the fragments of stone flew. She placed her palm on the man's temple and pressed his head into a dent in the floor, saying that his guild members had no discipline. She looked at the man, emitting an evil aura, and asked if they had forgotten what she warned them about. Nya pressed the man's head to the floor and angrily growled Isaac's name. The guy clenched his teeth excitedly and listened to her question about what she was telling him. Nya glowed with anger and her eyes glowed blue. The rankers were silent and excitedly listened to the operator, who said that she had been holding back all this time because the eldest was watching, but they had already finished her off. The test participants stood nearby looked at this picture. One of them said, admiringly, that even the rankers could not do anything to me. It was the first time he had seen her so angry. And the second added that he had already forgotten that she could be like this, because every time I only saw the sweet sigh. Looking at Mia, who was angry and blazing with fire, clenching her teeth angrily, they concluded that all operators are different. Suddenly, Arya's palm touched the top of the fox's head, stroking one of her ears and asking her to stop. The blue-haired girl smiled, stroking the girl's head and asked her to stop. Everyone watched as Mia whined, saying that they were rude to the eldest, to which she laughed and said that it was no big deal. Isaac looked at this in shock, thinking in shock that the girl was treating operator like a child. He asked who she was. Marius smiled calmly, while he looked at her and thought that maybe she was a new operator that he knew nothing about. Suddenly, the participants felt the crimson pressure of the system. Aidan appeared behind them and said that enough was enough. He looked confidently at the others, saying that he called everyone here to select new operators. The participants looked at him anxiously and listened, and that he needed to get straight to the point. Isaac looked at the guy in amazement, feeling enormous pressure. He thought that this had not happened, even when he faced the moderator. Aidan, in his eyes towered above everyone and was surrounded by red flashes of power with burning eyes, and he thought that it was not for nothing that he was called the new moderator. Aidan asked the guy that he said his name was Isaac. The red-haired man looked at the guy, saying that he understood what they were trying to tell him, but he was not going to make an exception for the rankers. Unexcited Isaac looked at him, hearing the moderator say that the testing would go according to plan, and the question that he could be better than Siri and Jake. Aidan said that if he thinks so, he must prove it in the exam. Operators looked at him, listening to the words of the moderator that they too would be tested and there would be no exceptions for them. Aidan looked away to the side, thinking, and said that he would ban them from using operator commands, and if the guy proved that he was better than them, then he would create him a personal weapon of submission. Lily and Owen were very surprised by these words. Rook stood next to the surprised Camilla and repeated that the weapon of submission is the strongest weapon that only a moderator can create. In his thoughts, an image of beautiful glowing weapons appeared in the form of swords, daggers, shields surrounded by a blue glow. He asked that they could get them too. Aidan snapped his black-gloved fingers, his hand surrounded by a red glow. From his hand, a red glow of power and red cubes spread into the room. Isaac and the others looked at the emerging cubes with the pattern of the system and asked what it was. The room was filled with red pillars with a blue pattern of system lines. And the guy thought that the place had changed in an instant. The players listened to Aidan standing behind him, who pulled them to listen carefully. Aidan walked past two rows of standing people, and said that he would now tell them about the exam. He stopped and paid attention to the standing guy in the hood. Kevin adjusted his hood. The guy looked out from under the hood a little excitedly, holding it with his hand, and looked at the guy. Aidan grinned. He put a supportive hand on the guy's shoulder. Kevin looked at the guy in surprise and continued to say that after a while, the participants would be moved to the training ground. It will be Vanson. The abandoned city was all purple from the many viruses that lived there. All the players were alarmed, asking again. The red-haired girl asked that the exam would be held outside of Ursh. Operators stood behind the moderator, and Siri asked if it was true, and Jake asked if the road would be too dangerous, to which they received the answer from Aidan, who turned to them that everything would be fine because he would move them. Among the rubble of the city, there were many purple viruses. Aidan introduced us and said that it has been a long time since this place turned into ruins. There must be many viruses there. The guy said that Vanson is the closest city to Urge, so he wants to make it safe. Aidan looked confidently at everyone surrounded by a glow of power, and said that the player's goal was the return of Vanson, which would be the operator exam. Isaac listened in amazement that it didn't matter what methods were used. The main thing was to secure the territory. Aidan left behind the amazed players, who looked at each other wondering what kind of test this is. He wants them to fight viruses. The other asked himself, how and by what methods shouldn't the moderator be doing this? Aidan pursed his lips as he listened to the player say that he was just telling them to go and die. He turned to the players asking why they were so scared by the word virus and they were going to become operators. The players looked at him, were nervous and that if they become operators, this will become their daily job. They better give up this idea, they are already so scared. Aidan created a huge black portal next to him, pointed his hand at it and said that no one would judge the players if they left. Kevin stood behind the players, remained silent and listened to the moderator say that this was a really difficult test. The moderator turned around looking at some of the people who had gone into the portal deciding not to participate. He looked at the remaining ones, chuckled and said that there were more of them left than he thought. Among the remaining crowd were his operators and former rankers who looked at him confidently. Aidan extended his hand, slamming the portal against his palm, and said that he scared them a little, but this was necessary in order to weed out those who were unsure of themselves. The players looked at the guy who said that, despite the fact that this is a test, he is a moderator, cannot put them in danger and guarantees the safety of their lives. Aidan turned around looking at the others. A red, shining halo seemed to appear above his head, and promised that as long as he was here, nothing bad would happen. Arya smiled. Niall listened carefully to the guy's words that there was no point in letting down your guard, because there was a danger zone there. The female operators stood looking at the others, and the guy added that they would monitor the participants and would also observe and evaluate their actions. Aidan folded his fingers, a ball of light appeared in his palm, and shining swords and blades materialized around him. A shining weapon descended on top of the others, surrounded by a red glove. Rook received a shining pole with a rounded tip, and Camilla received shining metal gloves, hearing that the guy temporarily gave them a weapon containing his power. Lily received a sword, and Owen received a large axe. They heard that it was pointless to fight viruses with ordinary weapons. Isaac looked at the glowing sword in his hand and said, "Great, that's what he wanted." Kevin excitedly clutched his sword, saying that he would finally be able to avenge his comrades. Aidan extended his palm forward, in the center of which a red ball of power was concentrated, and said that it was time to begin. The rankers stood resolutely surrounded by glowing fragments, and listened to him, expecting good results from everyone. The red light of power spread brightly surrounding all the standing people. Aidan stood in the middle of the glow surrounded by a white whirlwind of bright light, and heard the operator ask, "Will everything be okay?" He turned to Mia, who was worried, and said that no one except Siri and Jake had fought viruses. Wouldn't it be better to teach the basics? First, the moderator looked at her and answered confidently, "What is it necessary to become an operator? You need to at least have the courage to resist viruses." The exam participants emerged from a red portal in a city imbued with purple power. As the moderator continued that after the incident 3 years ago, people became obsessed with the fear of viruses. The participants moved forward through the destroyed city. In the city square, a portal glowed red and the ruins were surrounded by a purple glow and black tentacles from the black round virus above, while the moderator said that they must overcome fear. The virus and the horned helmet screamed cut by the red mark of the blow. Lily with a glowing katana and Camilla with huge gloves, glowing with power, looked at the defeated virus. The girls were surrounded by the protection of a firewall, looked around and talked. Camilla asked how this was possible, because this was the best weapon she had used, to which Lily replied that a weapon as a weapon was much better, that there was a firewall with which you could not be afraid infection. The exam participants stood surrounded by many purple viruses. Camilla, with a look of luminous determination, quickly attacked, saying that with this she could fight the viruses as much as she wanted. The participants cut the viruses with swords, leaving red marks. The brunette quickly attacked the viruses with her protected fists. Kevin stood behind and watched the battle unfold. He looked at his fighting teammates and thought that they were undoubtedly attacking viruses. Incredible. People had gathered here. The guy looked at the red system notification and thought that he couldn't just stand there. It reported a special task for an operator exam. Vanson's return contribution, 0 points. He remembered the first time the player saw this notification, and thought that everyone had received this task before the challenge began. The more points, the greater the chance of becoming an operator. The guy tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and thought that he should hurry up. He encouraged himself not to be afraid. He approached the virus from behind with a glowing sword in his hands, thinking that he had a gun and a firewall so he too could fight the viruses. The huge, horned, one-eyed virus towered over the guy. Kevin froze looking down at him in fear. Virus bared his teeth looking at the guy with his purple eye. The guy nodded fearfully, feeling his legs shaking. He looked at the black rays of the virus surrounding him and thought that he could not move. The participant covered his eyes with his hand, protecting himself from the bright flashes of light that remained from the many blows that struck the virus. The guy couldn't resist and fell, looking at the one who helped him and stood next to him. Isaac looked at the young man holding a sword in his hand and said that the strike means that the guy is from the Griffin Guild. He examined the guy and continued that there was nothing shameful in being afraid. Until now, it did not know what death was, so it was natural. Kevin looked at the guy and listened that he shouldn't force himself to become an operator. Isaac moved on, leaving the guy behind, and told him to look around and do everything he could, because fighting is not the only way out. Kevin looked after the guy and replied that he was right. He remembered how he stood watching his friends disappear, dissolving, thinking that he could not do anything when his friends and comrades died. He was here to change his helplessness. The guy squeezed the fabric of the, with his fingers removing it, clenched his teeth and thought that he was very pathetic and could not always be like this. The blonde ran his fingers through his hair, telling himself to pull himself together. He jumped into action, running towards the others, thinking he would do what he could. The players stood between the houses, looking at the huge black bowl that was spreading black rays of the virus around itself, and heard a call to hurry up. Isaac looked at the enemy and confidently stated that it was stupid to drag out the battle with viruses. If this continues, they will dig a hole for themselves. The huge, round virus looked scary, and the guy continued that he wasn't sure, but he thought he knew where viruses come from. They would go there, find a weak point and destroy them. The guy froze listening, feeling a shiver throughout his body. They looked at something and asked why the earth was shaking. A large animal-like virus stood sideways to the players and loped with 5 eyes peeking out from behind the houses. The players screamed in horror as they looked at it, shouting that this was no ordinary virus, and asking why it was so huge. The virus opened its mouth, revealing rows of huge sharp teeth. He stuck out his tongue, opening his mouth, and a purple sphere spread out from there in a wave. This was a fear anomaly. Isaac turned to the players, some of whom were trembling and screaming in fear, begging them to be saved and not to be harmed. He shouted for them to calm down, and ordered those with high resilience to protect their teammates. The virus swung its huge clawed paw right at the shocked guy. The sword's blow cut through the air. The swift blow cut off the screaming monster's paw, leaving a bright red mark. Virus opened his mouth in shock, screaming and feeling a strong blow from the sword on his neck. Isaac opened one eye. Near him, the head of the virus fell to the ground on one side and the body on the other. He looked at the man who asked if everyone was safe. It was Jake, who stood confidently with a sword in his hand, shining with blue light next to Sira, who stood with his back to the guy. They looked around intently, radiating power. Arya and Aidan looked at the many red screens that showed what was happening. Sirius was flying next to them. The girl said that she knew so. The guy looked at the screen, saying that the participants should not have problems with the operators. And the girl, holding her hand to her chin, said that if the situation gets out of control, they will intervene. Aidan was looking at the screen when he heard his friend ask him what he thought, and did he like anyone. He looked at the fighting Camilla and replied that only a few. Arya watched Isaac's teammates help him up, and said that this guy was definitely the best. The writer stood with his sword raised and confidently said something to the crowd of participants, and the girl commented on this by saying that he is able to assess the situation and manage people. Has leadership qualities and charisma. He has all the makings to become an operator. This screen showed how Kevin helped the participant, dragging him on himself. And the girl continued that besides him, there were a lot of good guys there. Kevin pointed his finger, showing the other players pieces of the virus on the ground. He stuck his sword into a cloud of virus lying on the ground. Aidan smiled, looking at the screens, and said he liked it. Suddenly, a video communication window appeared in front of the guy with Mia, who said that she wanted to tell him something. The moderator asked what happened, to which the girl standing replied that this was her feeling, but she thought that there was something dangerous. Mia looked at the huge, round virus concentrate hovering above the houses. The virus seemed to sink lower and lower, as Aidan asked, "Will it be difficult for even her to cope with this?" To this, he received an answer from the operator that this is not so, but she thinks that it is better for him to see for himself for the sake of safety. The girl smiled when she heard Arya's agreement in words that she could and should tell her if it was dangerous, to which the fox asked her not to worry. The swift jump left a mark on the ground. Mia rushed towards the virus, thinking that she could handle it herself. She ran very fast, causing her hair to fly behind her. On a dark days, amidst a huge flame of violet fire, stood a dark figure. The black-masked virus stood there. He was dressed in a fur cloak. On his head was a helmet with large horns, and his eyes glowed like a virus. He looked at the approaching girl. A huge explosion rang out among the city houses. The mutated dragon lay lifelessly on the ground, its mouth open from which purple blood flowed. Siri and Jake stood next to him with indifferent faces and looked at the disappearing body. The guy said it was harder than he thought. Isaac stood behind the two chatting operators and looked at them silently. Siri agreed with her partner when he said that, nevertheless, they were lucky that the monster was a fairly easy opponent for its size. Isaac looked at them with his eyes wide open in surprise and his mouth slightly open. He was amazed that the guy and the girl were able to kill this giant with one blow. He wondered how they could be so strong if their level was lower than his. The guy twitched when Jake turned in his direction and asked him and the other people to be careful, imagining what was said in his head. The operator began to say that they had now met a creature that had turned from a monster into a virus, and it was much more dangerous than ordinary viruses. He said that, however, their intelligence is very low, so if you know how to deal with them, they will not cause any problems. With a slight smile on his face, Isaac looked at Jake in fascination. He thought about what he said earlier, that he could be better than them, but when these creatures appeared, he was confused. He thought that he was just pathetic. Memories appeared in his head when he saw Siri and Jake in battle. The guy realized that it is not enough just to be self-confident, because there is a lot of information unknown to him. Isaac thought that instead of competing with them, he should learn from them. He looked at Siri and Jake, who were standing with slight smiles on their faces, and thought that he could not deny the fact that they were simply excellent operators. They said it was time to move out. After some time, a crowd of candidates stood in the middle of the street of an abandoned city, and in the distance a huge clot of the virus could be seen. One of the applicants asked if they needed to destroy this thing in order to return Vansa. Siri turned to Camilla standing next to her, and she said she had a question. The girl asked, if the monster turned into a virus so dangerous, then what will happen to high-ranking players if they are infected? The incumbent gave her a slightly puzzled look, raised her eyebrows and said that she didn't really know. She said that, until now, those who were stronger than her dealt with them. Dark purple images of the named viruses began to appear in her head. Siri said that what she knows for sure is that they become much stronger than in life, and that they live by completely different laws. The girl said that they were still not strong enough to fight such opponents. While two opponents stood on the battlefield shrouded in purple light, Siri said that this is why Mr. Aidan wants to increase his strength. Mia opened the system window and turning to the moderator, asked if he sees this. Looking at her opponent, the girl arched her ears back and said that she was a little unsure but now. Opposite her stood a tall, dark man from whom a negative aura emanated. Mia said that this is really something very dangerous. Opposite her stood a man with a fur cape on his shoulders and a mask with large horns on his head that hid his face. Arya and Aidan watched through the large system screen what was happening at Mia's place. The guy said that it seemed to be a virus, and the girl supported saying that they had never seen anything like this before. System signs with cameras sparkled around them from all sides, and the guy with his mouth slightly open asked if a new species had really appeared in 3 years. Arya asked Mia to be careful and not to overdo it. The pink-haired girl on the other end of the call stood with a small smile on her face when Arya told her to just watch a little longer and make sure it was as safe as possible. The girl replied that she would deal with him before he could harm the others. Mia narrowed her eyes looking at the enemy and thought that she was experiencing strange sensations. Virus stood motionless in front of her, head down, and he thought that it seemed to her that she had already met him before. The girl with a gloomy face stretched out her palm, and it shone with a bright white light. He thought that now it was no longer important, and she was sure that it had something to do with viruses. After using the command, may use delete, when the unknown person rushed to the side, leaving behind the destroy land, the girl thought that she had to get rid of him before he had time to do something. Her eyes widened in shock when moments later, a new type of virus was right in her face. Gritting her teeth, she pulled back, wondering who it was. She swung her clawed hand, but the unknown person suddenly grabbed her wrist. The girl was thinking about whether he was really trying to block the deletion. With an eye flashing behind his mask, her opponent raised his hand to strike. The girl pulled back to avoid the attack, but several strands of her hair were mercilessly cut. Wincing in the irritation, Mia clenched her teeth tightly. Making a sharp lunge forward, she slashed at the unknown with her claws. The enemy dodged and the girl continued to move around the area, delivering ragged, cutting blows. Finding herself close to him and Mia's open palm, a bright flame began to shine. A couple of moments later, a loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, and a pillar of fire shot upward. Noticing movement behind her, the girl turned around. She extended her hand forward, and the fire followed her movements. Mia sent a fiery strike towards her opponent. He waved his hand, and a dark weapon began to appear in his palm. When the flame was at an extremely close distance, the unknown person put up a luminous shield in front of him. A moment later, a beam of energy shot at Mia, narrowly missing her head. The girl, who had again lost several strands of hair, looked to the side with frightened eyes. She looked at the unknown man who was holding a bow in his hand, and noted that he had simply amazing power. Her opponent pulled the string with an arrow glowing with bright light. The girl said it would be bad if he hit the target. Raising his bow, the unknown man took aim in her direction. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and fear. Many fast, shining arrows were directed towards her. Mia maneuvered between them, trying not to get hit. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked sideways at her opponent and thought indignantly that he did not even give her the opportunity to use her commands. She wondered how much longer he would continue to shoot at her. Nia looked at the unknown man who continued to shoot many arrows in a row, and thought, how is he still not tired? She turned her gaze to the red system screen, when a loud voice came from there. Arya said loudly that it looks like the situation is getting more and more difficult. At this moment, Aidan and Arya were watching the battle through the monitor. The girl offered her help in the battle. Turning around, Mia smiled and said that everything was fine and she needed help. She planted her feet firmly on the ground for a lunge and exclaimed that she alone was enough here. Having pushed off, the girl rushed forward with lightning speed. Approaching the unknown, who continued to shoot sparkling arrows, she raised her fist, engulfed in fire. Clutching her palm tightly with flames sparkling around it, she grinned a predatory smile and loudly declared that she thought it would be worthy. The unknown man froze when light from the fire appeared next to his face. A moment later, there was a loud explosion and a column of fire shot upward. Operator candidates standing on a city street were surprised to see a fiery cloud in the sky. The existing operators looked in that direction with concern on their faces. Jake noted that something happened. Siri said that if it was Mio, then they urgently need to hurry. The battlefield was covered with thick clouds of smoke and dust. Nia stood opposite an unknown enemy, pieces of whose mask began to crumble from the blow. Her eyes widened in shock. Under the half-broken mask, she saw strands of familiar green hair. She exclaimed, telling the guy that he. Looking at him, Nia saw her former comrade, Operator, and loudly exclaimed the name Dake. The crowd of candidates walked towards the battlefield from where loud explosions were heard. Siri and Jake looked in that direction with wide eyes, and the girl said that the fighting had gone on for too long. The guy noted that this means that the enemy is strong enough, since Mia could not finish him off with one blow. As they got closer, they all watched the endless number of shots and fire attacks. The candidates looked at the battlefield with their mouths wide open in surprise. Camilla was indignant, asking what the hell was going on there. Isaac thought that he couldn't even follow their blows. The battle was very fierce, and there was not a single place on Earth that was not touched by an explosion or an arrow strike. The guy exclaimed that this means the real power of Operator. Mia, engulfed in flames, clashed with Dake and raised her hand to strike. Gritting her teeth, she looked at her former comrade, thinking that this was very strange, because she believed that he was infected with a virus, but all traces of destruction were missing. The guy jumped back and two sitting blades appeared in his palms. Nia thought that she had a feeling that Dake was now unconscious, since he attacked without an iota of hesitation, as if someone was controlling him. She put her fiery fist under the blade, stopping the attack, and loudly shouted the guy's name. Tensing, Mia continued to hold back the blade, not allowing it to strike, and approached Dake. She screamed loudly, saying that he should come back, and asked if he had any idea what situation he was in. The guy narrowed his eyes as she continued to scream his name. The young guy pulled the string of his bow. Several players were hit by the arrows and began to stutter blood as they screamed. As they fell to the ground, a dark male figure appeared above them, and the defeated player asked how he could. The guy with green hair pursed his lips into a thin line, as the player exclaimed that he thought his ray was a success. Take, who at that time was a ranker and was at level 399, looked down at them with a gloomy face while they said that he was a real monster. Gritting his teeth, the guy called them all trash. As the players' bodies disappeared, he opened the system panel and began examining their inventory. He noted that he even fell into their traps on purpose, and they didn't even have normal equipment. He said it was all waste of time. With an indifferent face, he looked from under half-closed eyelids, thinking that he was bored. Dake recalled how many players he had hit with his arrows during all this time. He said that after becoming a ranker, he had already unlocked all possible achievements, and since he was bored, in order to distract himself, he played countless PvP battles. However, he said that all this did not help. He wondered, what should he do now? Lost in his thoughts, Dake did not notice how a figure approached him from behind. He was trying to figure out what he needed to do to get rid of boredom. He turned around with an emotionless face when the stranger asked if he was a player named Dake. The twitching fox ears first caught his attention. The girl said that she could not confuse him with someone else, so she wants him to answer her. With her hands at her sides, Mia asked if he was Dake. Turning away from the stranger, the guy became gloomy, saying that he was not in a very good mood today. He threw an irritated side glance at her, and in a rude voice, asked her to disappear if she did not want to die. Hearing this statement, Mia smiled widely. She said that she had already heard about his nasty character. She noted that he wanders around and attacks players. The guy looked at her half-turned with a gloomy look, when Mia noted that in this way, his karma had reached the limit and now mounted to 200 points. Dake gripped the blade tightly in his hand and grinned. He said that he asked her to leave in a good way, but since she didn't understand the first time, now it's her problem. Taking off from his seat, he ran towards Mia, shouting that it was stupid of her to hope that he would look at her age. The young, beaten guy who was lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeing this, Mia opened her mouth and noted that he had finally woken up. The girl sat astride his back and wagged her tail. She indignantly asked how long he was going to keep her waiting, and then ordered her to wake up quickly. The guy lay with his eyes wide open from shock and could not contribute anything, but Mia complained that she still had a lot to do today. Dake did not understand what was happening and wondered if he had really lost and turned out to be so weak. He cast a frightened glance at Mia, while the girl sighed heavily, wagging her tail. He asked himself about who she is. The girl noted that she saw that he was already coming to his senses, so he should listen to her carefully. She said that she received a lot of complaints about him. Mia looked down at the guy with an irritated look and said that, until now, he had been slowing down the growth of players with his countless PvP battles. She said it was very stupid of him, because he had crossed the line a long time ago. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when Mia said that she personally came because, as an operator, she couldn't just leave everything like that. Dake was amazed and wondered if she was an operator. An image of Mia appeared in his head with her arms outstretched at her sides, behind whom stood several figures surrounded by blue light. The guy thought that he had already heard about them, and knew that operators are the strongest players in the world who help operator. He thought it was his first time seeing operator in person. Raising his head, Dake looked at the silhouette of a girl who stood at some distance from him. He thought that he was experiencing a strange feeling, and even though he lost, he felt neither resentment nor humiliation. Looking at Mia, he smiled faintly, thinking that for a long time he had been waiting for a new goal in his boring life, but it turned out this way. The guy understood that on that day, he found his happiness. Mia looked down at him with a calm face, noting that since his card had reached the limit, Dake should be punished. The girl extended her hand forward, and it shone with a bright light. She began to say that with the right given to her by the moderator, she would impose a fine on the Dake player, and this would take away all his equipment. Nya perked up when the guy, who was already enveloped in blue light, loudly asked her to wait. Rising up on his elbows, he looked intently at the girl, asking if it was clear that among the operators, there were still many players as strong as her. Dake asked what he should do to meet her again. Nya was silent, looking at the guy while he said that he wanted to fight with her again, and begged her to tell him how to do it. With his mouth slightly open, Dake looked at the girl with an incomprehensible look. When she asked if he hadn't come to his senses yet, the girl said that it was not the time to think about fighting again while she was giving him a fight. And then she was indignant that he was told to stop doing useless things and think about his behavior. As everything started to glow brightly, Mia said that she would keep an eye on it in the future. The bright midday sun illuminated the Hydra Guild building. Their men sat at a table in a distant place, while others sorted through the treasures with smiles on their faces. Dake was asked whether it was true that it was done by Operator. The dark-haired guy smiled and asked him not to be upset about it. The deputy of the Hydra Guild named Douglas looked at the guy with a smile on his face and one eyebrow arch. He said that the guy can take revenge on her at any time, because he has the money and resources of the guild. Guild Master Hydra, Dake, whose level was born at 10, sat with an indifferent face and looked at one point at this time. Douglas said that thanks to his notoriety, their guild entered the top 5, so he could not be shy and take as much as he wanted. Ake's karma was 150 points. Narrowing his eyes, the guy thought that the guild, which he created to get rid of boredom, had become his Achilles heel. He looked at the rest of the guild members, who were sorting through the treasure table with smiles on their faces. Dake thought that most likely this was also part of his karma. He realized that there was no point in staying here anymore, because he now had a purpose. The guy understood that here he was simply wasting his time. He sat with a downcast face, lost in his thoughts while Douglas continued to talk to him. The deputy said that while Dake was away, he had a very interesting deal. The guy with green hair called the man's name after he told him that there was a way for them, ordinary players, to use the power of the system, and since it was a tempting offer, he immediately agreed. The deputy was confused, his brows furrowed and his eyes widened and surprised when Dake said he was leaving the guild. Douglas looked at the guy with a worried face and asked what he was talking about, and is this really a joke? Dake replied that he had found something he wanted to do, so he no longer needed the place. The guild members began to turn around in interest when the head said that that was why he was leaving. He noted that, after all, Douglas was in charge of the guild, so his departure would not play any role. A dark-haired man, veins beginning to bulge on his face, loudly called out to the guy as he began to rise, saying that he had been given to the guild. Douglas grabbed his shoulder with his hand indignantly, asking him to wait. Turning the guy towards him, he grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him. The deputy, with concern in his voice, asked that Dake had really decided to leave because he was scared. After meeting with the operator, he exclaimed that all this time he alone had been working like hell to help Dake, and now he says that he is leaving. Throwing an irritated look at the man, the guy with green hair said, and a rude voice to let him go. Daring his teeth, Douglas called the guy names and swung his fist at him. The guild members jumped back with fear on their faces as splashes of blood began to fly to the side. Dake stood in front of his deputy with an indifferent face. He screamed in pain. He looked at the man with a look of disgust and called him by name. Douglas covered his right eye with a bloody hand when Dake asked, "Since when were he and he equal?" The guy asked if the man really thought that he didn't know that this guy was just profiting from him. As he turned around and walked away, other guild members ran up to the deputy. Finally, the guy said that he would kill everyone if they stood in his way again. Gritting his teeth in pain, Douglas loudly called Dake's name. Watching the guy leave the guild building, the man did not stop screaming. After some time, Dake stood at the railing, looking down on the city. Raising his head, he mentally reasoned that although he was determined to find that girl, however, now he was confused, because he did not understand what to do and did not even know her name. He wondered if he could find a way if he sent a complaint. Suddenly, people started approaching him from behind. The girl asked Mia. It was him, and she agreed. With shocked eyes, Dake turned around upon hearing a familiar voice. Mia said that she was looking after this guide, and she was told that this was the first time they had heard about it. Turning around, he saw Mia standing with her hands on her hips, and behind her stood a tall, white-haired girl. The guy exclaimed that it was her. Dake looked at the two girls standing aside and mentally wondered why she was here and with another operator. The guy grinned, thinking that this was even better. At that same second, a bow appeared in his hand. He said he didn't think they would see each other so soon. Standing with a bow in front of the two girls, energy began to rage around Dake. He turned to Mia and loudly declared that he wanted to fight her again. Staring intently at the girl, he narrowed his eyes and said that this time, it would not be so easy for her, since he was going to fight with his full strength. Looking back at him, Mia said nothing. Selena came up to her and hugged the girl around the neck. She asked, what was going on here, and why did the guy take out a weapon? Continuing to hug the slightly dissatisfied girl, Selena closed her eyes and indignantly declared that Mia had an affair with him, because of which she had come a long way and such a rude man. Freeing herself from Selena's grip, Mia looked in her direction and said that everything was fine, and she would sort it out. The girl crossed her arm over her chest, and flames began to sparkle around her. She noted that Dake was apparently still not in his right mind. She turned to him and said that if he wanted to fight so badly, then she didn't mind. Filled with excitement, Dake grinned as Mia told him to attack her. The place where they fought was littered with arrows and there were cracks along the floor. Dake, whose face was covered and bruises, was coughing loudly and blood was flowing from his mouth. Mia loomed over him with a grim expression on her face. Looking at the floor, the guy tried to regulate his breathing at the same time, thinking that this time, he did everything he could, and despite the huge number of PvP battles he had, he lost again. He thought it was all a complete disaster. Dake sat down on his knees, hanging his head, and said that he was admitting defeat. He noted that he had encountered a very strong operator, and realized that it was all over. The girl listened silently. She offered her to replace his player rights, delete him for good, and generally do whatever she wanted with him. The guy perked up and looked up when Mia said that he still didn't answer the question, "Is this name Dake?" Extending her hand to him, she asked him to rise. Dake's eyes widened in surprise when Mia, standing with her arm outstretched, asked if he wanted to become an operator. Selena, who was standing behind her, sighed loudly, asking if such a person would be a problem if he became an operator. Mia replied that everything would be fine, and that was enough. Looking down at Dake, she smiled widely. The girl noted that she really liked this guy's tenacity. She added that since Dake said that she can do whatever she wants with him, then she will first of all solve the issue with the labor force, which they lack. The guy gritted his teeth when Mia said that his bad karma needed to be dealt with first. After some time, the guy stood on one of the streets of the city and people gathered around him. The guy handed out bags of wrapped gifts to interested children. While they took the gift, Dake tried with all his might to keep a tight smile on his face. His karma dropped to 100. Glancing back, he saw Mia piercing his back with her intense, angry gaze. After some more time, he approached the man and handed him a bag of coins, and he bowed in gratitude. Selena laughed quietly, and Mia was beside herself with indignation when she saw how much the guy's hand was shaking from tension. Not wanting to give up the bag, Dake's karma dropped to 70. Mia sent him to the mine to help extract precious stones, and the guy, leaning on a shovel, tried to catch his breath while the girl gave orders further. Thus, karma dropped to 40. Walking along the city street, in the company of Selena and Mia, take us on the back of an elderly grandfather, who was already having difficulty walking. He looked at the girl with pink hair, who was laughing loudly and happily, twisting her ears. A soft smile appeared on his face. Closing his eyes, the guy smiled kindly, and his karma amounted to 0 units. Some time later, Mia brought Dake to the moderator's elbow and introduced him to Aster as a candidate. The moderator, standing on a hill, gazed at the guy through his mask. Dake's face was sweating from exertion. He exhaled noisily, noting that it was very scary. The guy walked along the corridor in the company of Mia and Selena. He said that at first he thought there was nothing special about it, but when he found himself right in front of the moderators, his mind immediately went blank. Dake looked at Selena with a smile on her face, who said that, to be honest, she was a little worried because she thought there might be problems. The guy replied that she herself knew that the current him would not have done anything unnecessary, while standing in front of the moderator. With a wide smile, Mia nodded vigorously as Dake turned to her and said that she would kill him if he did something wrong. The guy said that he was obviously very sensitive back then. With a soft smile on his face, he closed his eyes and yelled, or his head, saying that now that he thought about it, he regretted it very much. Dake added that perhaps it was because he didn't want to see what was going on around him. He remembered his childhood and the situation when surrounded by a large number of people. He tightly held a little boy by the collar. The guy said that since childhood, he always solved everything with his fists and chased only power. He said that he thought it was the easiest and most reliable way to live in this world. Then he remembered all the things he did to clear his karma. Dake said that when he put everything aside and looked around, he realized that there were many different and special things in this world. The memory of how Mia extended her hand to him after the battle flew through his naked mind. Turning to her, he said that it was she who allowed him to understand this. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Dake said that he was very grateful and, if it weren't for Mia, he would have continued to attack players and hang around. He said that he had one request for the girl. Stopping behind Dake and Selena, Dake said that if he steps on the crooked road again. The girl with pink hair laughed loudly, and the guy said that he wanted her to hit him with all her might in order to bring him to his senses. Dake looked down when Mia said that she was very unusual to hear such words from him. She told the guy not to worry about it. Closing her eyes, she gave him a wide beaming smile and said that she would have done the same even if he hadn't asked her to. She also noted that he should not complain later if it hurts. Clenching her teeth tightly, Mia looked at the guy with worried eyes. She dodged the blows of Dake, who continued to chase her with a blade in his hand. The girl wondered why he continued to do this, noting that apparently he did not hear her. A dark object began to appear in the guy's open hand. Nya was debating whether she should ask Arya or the moderator for help. A moment later, Dake pulled the bowstring and the medium of light sharply rushed towards the girl. Raising her head, she saw a bright light above her. At that very second, a mark appeared on her chest that was the mark of the pursuer. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She thought that this was Dee's skill that he used the most. A bright flame began to burn in her open palm, as she mentally said that the stalker's brand skill was that once you became the target, the arrow would never miss. Nya activated her flame explosion skills. An arrow of light flew towards her with indestructible speed. Watching her intently, she stood with her palms clasped together, between which a fire burned. The girl frowned, and her face darkened. She thought about facing to attacks hidden. When this happened, an explosion was heard on the battlefield. It was several times larger than the previous ones, and a huge cloud of flame rose up. Operator candidates began to run away in different directions with fear on their faces as the shock wave of fire began to approach them. They shouted that they needed to retreat urgently, otherwise they would come under fire. Siri and Jake, who remained watching with confused faces, loudly shouted the girl's name. Jake continued to stand, shielding himself from the bright light with his hands. Startled, he glanced at the girl. Mia ran towards him, but his fist was on fire. She tightly squeezed her hand around, which tons of flame were sparkling, and loudly shouted the guy's name. Looking at him with a furious gaze, she shouted indignantly that he should finally come to his senses. Her hand cut through the air with a harsh curse at Dake. With her fist, Mia hit right in the center of his mass. From such a powerful attack, the guy was pressed into the ground, and huge pieces of soul began to fly off in different directions. Such a battle caused great destruction even within the city. With her head down, the girl mozily tried to catch her breath. Leading the team was Siri, who loudly called Mia Camila and Owen. The man asked if operator was really associated with a strong virus. Camilla commented that at this rate, they would completely destroy the entire city. She noted that the operators themselves destroyed their target. A crowd of candidates stood among the huge rubble and watched as a huge fire emerged from far away from behind the dome. Some of them continued to walk through the ruins and loudly call for Mia. At one point, Siri's eyes widened. In the distance, she saw a girl sitting on the lap of a dark figure and shouted loudly that she had found her. The red-haired girl screamed Dee's name as the others approached her. They worriedly asked if she was okay. Two active operators stood with gloomy fall, listening to Mia asking the guy to wake up. She looked up when her name was called, blood running down her forehead. Everyone looked at the guy with green hair, who was lying unconscious at her feet. Siri asked who this is. Mia, whose face was all bruised, turned a sad look at Dake and told everyone his name. The current operators and candidates had a silent question on their faces when she said that he, like her, used to be an operator. Everyone again turned their gaze to the lying guy, who was possessed by a shining black-blue light. Suddenly everyone turned back when they heard a man loudly screaming that they were in trouble. Rook ran up to everyone and shouted in a worried voice that a crowd of viruses was approaching them. On the other hand, their dark silhouettes had already begun to appear from the middle of the city. Rook said loudly that they were apparently able to detect them due to the battle. Countless viruses, laughing loudly, approached the candidates. All the people seemed frozen in place, watching how they were surrounded. They began to argue among themselves, trying to decide what to do: run away or fight. A red system window appeared near Mia's head, through which she called Arya. The girl, who towered over the city and could observe the accumulation of viruses, replied that she knew. The corners of her lips moved slightly upward, and blue lightning began to sparkle around her. She noted that she had been watching me all this time. Seeing a bright flash in the sky, the candidates began pointing there with their hands and asking others to look. Arya hovered in the sky, engulfed in a bright blue light and lots of lightning, and people noted that this was the moderator's close associate. A long sword began to appear in the girl's hand. As she tightened her slender fingers on the hilt, lightning began to rage behind her. She asked people in a low voice to let her handle it. The girl turned her indifferent gaze to the virus. Using the lightning storm skill, she swung her sword upward, and at that same second many huge lightning bolts from all over the sky began to strike down. One by one the astral viruses are in terrible agony. The candidates watched what was happening with their mouths open. Camila quietly said that she couldn't believe her eyes, and Isaac said that this simply couldn't be. Rook asked in shock, "How is this even possible?" They looked at Arya, whose dark silhouette shimmered with blue light. The former rankers and other candidates perked up with fear on their faces when the girl indignantly asked what they had been doing all this time, standing still. Looking down at them, Arya stated that they didn't have time to sit idly by as the exam wasn't over yet. Weapons began to appear in the hands of Isaac and Owen, Camilla, Lily and Roke. Arya asked maybe they have already changed their mind about being operators. She said that she helped them this time, but then they must take care of themselves. Rising from their seats, the crowd of candidates rushed at the remaining viruses. Mia, who stayed with Dake all this yesterday, watched the fierce precipitation ahead of her. A portal opened to her side, and a red figure emerged. With a slight smile on his face, Aidan walked towards the girl, saying that she did a good job. Nyal looked up at the guy in surprise when he came up and asked him to leave the rest to them. Nyal looked at Aidan with frightened eyes and got down, asking him to help. The girl loudly asked if anything could be done. She looked at the beaten Dake, who, during all this time, had never opened his eyes. She reminded Aidan that he promised to fulfill any of her requests if she became an operator. Glancing at her, Aidan said that he remembered this. He examined Dake and said that this is what he came for. He recalled that all the named viruses he had seen before had a nucleus in the center of their chest, but this guy didn't have one. He thought it was definitely different from before. Aidan waved his hand and bright red energy ignited in his palm. He thought that this time, there was a very high chance that everything would work out. A moment later, a white silhouette of a guy glowing with red light entered the system. He frowned and looked at Dake. The guy's torso, as well as his arms, were tied with purple threads. Towering above him was a huge monster with several pairs of arms to which these threads were reaching. Aidan, examining the horned monster, wondered if this was the reason. He began to think about the fact that he had previously encountered viruses that affected a person from the inside, but in this case, he is isolated. Aidan began to think that this was a little different from the usual viruses, and this one seemed to specialize in object manipulation. A sword began to appear in his hands. The guy noted that, in this case, he would not have to delete or restore it, and he was happy about that. Gripping the handle tightly, he swung as hard as he could. Aidan hit the virus along the way, cutting the threads. At that moment, the horned monster began to glow with a bright light. The guy watched the bright flash. Dake, with his eyes closed, furrowed his eyebrows as he heard his name being shouted loudly. He opened his eyes slightly, listening to loud screams. He saw Mia's worried face looming over him. She asked if he was really coming to his senses. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He asked where Mia came from, and was he still sleeping. He asked the girl why she was covered in wounds. Having rebelled, Mia began to bludgeon him with her hand, and the guy tried to cover himself. She indignantly stated that it was all because of him. She loudly asked why he was making her suffer because of some kind of virus. In response to this, the guy shouted that he was in pain. Dak smiled faintly as the girl's fist came to his face again. He laughed quietly, noting that this was not a dream. After all, he looked at Mia with a gentle gaze and a soft smile spread across his face. Dake said she truly kept her promise. The other candidates surrounded them on different sides, and the blue sky opened up above them all again. The guy thanked Mia for this. In a huge purple sphere, inside of which everything was flickering white, there was a silhouette of little man. The man was looking at several system screens, and next to him lay a purple cube. The notification that appeared stated that the connection with the player, Dake, was broken and the hack was unsuccessful. The unknown person wondered why this happened. Continuing to look at the screen, he asked if the guy died or somehow came out himself. An image of Dake engulfed in viruses, wearing a mask with long horns on his head, appeared in his head. The unknown person said that he wanted to make a puppet out of him and use him, but he turned out to be stronger than he thought, so the control failed. The man clutched a purple cube in his hand from which small electrical discharge is used. He said he didn't want to call Ryujin about it. Douglas, who had become a cheater, engulfed in a violet light, squeezed the cube in his hand and it crumbled into pieces. He said that first, you need to personally verify everything. Aidan waved his hand, which was engulfed in red light. While inside the system, he spread both arms to the sides. Believe me. He lowered his gaze, narrowing his eyes. He selected the recovery command and activated it. A huge system field swept through the city, restoring destroyed objects. A new fortress wall was erected along the perimeter of the city, and a tower appeared in the very center. After some time, Manson was completely restored and fit for life. Looking around, Siri smiled widely. She exclaimed that everything happened as expected from Lord Aidan. Isaac stood behind and watched the conversation between two happy operating operators. Siri said with a smile on her face that she was amazed that he had restored such a huge city. Jake responded that he was glad they were able to bring Vanson back. Isaac looked around with surprise in his eyes. He thought that restoring such a hunger was just crazy. He originally thought that it would be difficult to restore everything in this place, even if they cleared it of all the viruses. Looking up, he saw two figures, 100 towering online orange columns. Isaac said that he could get rid of all the viruses. He looked at Arya and Aidan, who were watching the city with smiles on their faces. The guy said he could do it if he was with them. Aidan stepped forward as all the candidates gathered below. He said loudly that the test was completed, and then thanked all the assigners for their efforts. With a slight smile on his face, the guy said that thanks to all of them, they were able to return this place. A map of the territory in which the cities of Vanson and ERGs are located appeared in his head. Aidan said that with this, the scope of their activities will expand. He added that for security purposes, he is going to place an additional security system in the border areas. Simultaneously with the tower in the center of Vanson, the tower in the center of ERGs lit up, which was visible from afar. The guy said that for the safety and convenience of everyone, he plans to update the portal for public use. Standing on a hill, he looked at a large number of people. Aidan said that they had a lot of applicants for the first test, and then noted that they all probably want him to announce the results quickly. People looked up at the guy with their mouths slightly open, and he said that he had already chosen those who would become operators. Aidan, with a calm face, began to say that those who will now work with him as operators. He looked at the smiling faces of his two current operators, and she said that Siri and Jake scored the highest. He then glanced at Isaac and Camilla saying their names. They were followed by former rankers, Owen, Lily and Rook. A picture appeared in his head of Camilla surrounded by her comrades striking at the viruses, without any fear. Aidan said that all these guys were the ones who fought on the front lines and scored high. He added that he is sure that everyone agrees with this. He said that the last person remained. Many people started turning to look at the blonde guy when Aidan said the name Kevin. With wide eyes and parted mouth, he wondered if he had really been chosen at this time. Aidan said that those whose names he just named were appointed as operators. The guy recalled how Kevin helped the wounded and said that he supported the others until the very end. Next, a memory arose in his head of how the guy warned others about the remnants of the virus. Aidan said that Kevin took command of the virus cleanup and received a good response. He noted that many might consider this unimportant, but it was one of the main tasks. Aidan also saw Kevin walking around the neighborhood and finishing off small viruses that were scattered throughout the city. He said that even after finishing the test, this guy did everything to complete the job. He noted that this means Kevin knows his role very well and has a wide field of vision. Aidan looked at the guy with a soft smile on his face. Addressing him, he said that he was qualified enough and therefore should not doubt himself. He said that he would be glad if he would help him from now on. Kevin looked at Aidan with his eyes wide open in shock, and could not utter a word. He noticed Isaac had been staring at him the entire time. The high ranker smiled a little and nodded to the guy. Kevin, who had a slight blush on his face, smiled. Aidan said loudly that there was something else he wanted to talk about. Jake stepped in front of him, clasping his hands behind his back. Aidan said he knows a lot of people already know the guy, but he wants to reintroduce former operator Jake. People looked at the guy with green hair, with shocked eyes, and Aidan said that he and Mia would help him. People were surprised to see yet another operator, and commented that it must be very powerful. The guy with red hair looked at the people softly. He said their attitude towards the test was very good, and he was touched by how they overcame their fears of viruses and battled them. Aidan raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He said that despite this, they should not become arrogant, as this is just the first step. He added that just like today, he will provide them with an environment in which he can fight viruses. People started shouting and raising their hands in joy when Aidan suggested that they all get rid of viruses together. He waved his hand, and red and black energy appeared above his palm. The guy asked the others not to be upset, as they would still have the opportunity to become one of them. He said that he wanted to give everyone a small reward for great work. A large portal opened behind the people and Aidan said they could go home and have fun. The players exclaimed joyfully that they were watching to cope with the viruses. Several system screens appeared around the guy with red hair. Using voice transmission, he asked the operators to stay. Siri and Jake looked worriedly at the same red screens in front of them. Rook, Isaac and Camilla also saw them in front of them, and they all listened to Aidan's words that they needed to discuss something. All the operators lined up in front of the guy, and he asked if everything was in place. Becoming half-sighted, he looked at them and began to say that although everyone most likely understands this, everything he will tell now is confidential information. He noted that he decided that they should know, since they were now involved. The operators looked at him with lags of concern, and Aidan said that he would explain the details. Later, he started saying that the reason why he gathered them all here. They came forward, and the moderator asked everyone to listen to what he had to say. The guy with green hair perked up when a girl came out to them and asked if he remembered her. Approaching him, Arya crossed her arms under her chest. She said that she would be glad if he would answer one of her questions. The frightened Deke said that she could ask him anything in the Gaia city. A chain of hierarchy arose in which Arya was at the top, he was at the very bottom, and between the two were Mia. He thought that he needed to be very careful now, since Mia trusts and supports this person even more than the moderator, and if he does anything wrong, she will kill him. Arya asked him to answer honestly. With a worried face, she asked if her older brother, Astor, was alive. Dak watched as she clutched the fabric of her suit with a trembling hand. The girl said that no matter what method she used, she did not receive any answer. She asked what happened since he and the other operators saw her brother for the last time. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy lowered his sad gaze to the floor. He said that he also does not have information about where he is, but he only knows that. Arya breathed out a sigh of relief when Dake said that he knew that Astor was alive. Closing her eyes, the girl smiled, then put her hand to her chest. She said that it was a huge relief for her that he was alive. The guy looked up at the girl and said that that day was like chaos. He began to say that viruses got inside, and even the one called Trojan was there too. Lowering his eyes to the floor, he began the story that on that day, 3 years ago, a huge column of blue light hit the viruses swarming everywhere. Procyon, gritting her teeth, tried to clear the way, while Xenon carried Astor on his back. They were surrounded by viruses on all sides, shouting that the moderator himself would finish the aroma. They loom over the team of operators, loudly meaning and intimidating. They joyfully said that they could not resist this opportunity, and none of them would be able to escape baring his teeth. Xenon noted that the force and pressure of all these worms was annoying. Procyon clenched her teeth and veins appeared on her cheek when the guy said that if everything continues like this, then they will all definitely be finished. She screamed loudly, telling the viruses stawns should stop interfering. The viruses were alarmed when they saw the bright blue flash again. Turning to them, Procyon held the spear tightly in her hand. Raising her weapon and running away, she furiously shouted that they would never dare to touch Astor. The girl rushed forward and began to destroy the viruses, clearing the way for the rest. Xenon watched this with clenched teeth, not noticing how a cloud of darkness began to appear behind. A moment later, Beetlejuice emerged from it. The virus flashed its yellow eyes. Noticing him, Xenon turned around with horror on his face. Procyon turned to the guys with fear in her eyes when she heard a loud scream. She saw that all her friends were placed in black and purple bubbles, next to which stood a dark figure. Beetlejuice glanced at her when the girl called his name, questioningly. And at that moment, Xenon knocked on the bubble and tried to warn Procyon about the moderator. Addressing the girl, the virus said that all methods had failed. Holding her spear tightly, she rushed towards Beetlejuice. When he said that this was all to save Astor, she screamed, telling him to stop. Seeing Beetlejuice open a rift in space and Astor was next to him, in a bubble, Procyon loudly screamed Beetlejuice's name. Procyon stands in front of a human figure, which is surrounded by viruses. The girl calls moderator. The blonde opens her mouth wide. She asks the boss not to do anything in this situation. Procyon kneels down and generates lightning bolts that harm the viruses. The girl holds a weapon in her hands as her eyes glow blue. The ray of light that remains from the impact. Magical energy accumulates when there is a human figure opposite the blonde, which is surrounded by viruses. A trace remains from the blow of the weapon. Other players are breathing heavily due to the dust that has risen into the air. Procyon and Xenon look at the purple portal as it closes. The brunette says that the enemies took one person. The blonde's hand is shaking quite a bit. Xenon adds that viruses have stolen Moderator. Procyon is terrified. The girl calls Moderator by name. A human figure emerges from a purple portal located in the rock. Red blood drips onto the ground. Virus Beetlejuice groans in pain. The blue-haired man frowns and clenches his teeth. He mutters that he moved as fast as he could. The man looks back when he notices a wound on his back. He gets angry and calls Procyon. Behind the man with blue hair, another human figure can be seen. Virus Beetlejuice adds that everything is fine as they got what they came for. He adds that now he doesn't have much time left. Moderator is unconscious. The other players lined up into rows. Arya claims that what she said before is all she knows about her older brother. The girl stands opposite Dake and holds her head with her hand. She says that with Virus Beetlejuice involved, the situation becomes annoying and she doesn't know how to react to what's happening. The guy with green hair lowers his head and remembers how the portal with Virus is opened. The girl with blue hair continues that after the events that she spoke about before, other players were forced to fight the enemies, but failed to cope with the task and fled. People gathered in a circle to discuss something. Arya clarifies that this battle was already lost by their team, since they lost the Moderator, so they decided to split up and go in search of their boss. Dake clenches her hand into a fist as a blue glow appears around her. The girl continues to say that this path was dangerous, since the players lost the fire mage, but since the people from the team received the blessing of Procyon, this course of action became possible. Mia thought and tilted her head to the side. Arya adds that rescuing their boss was of the highest importance among other tasks. Dake looks forward and opens his mouth slightly. Moderator's little sister asks the players how they completed this task. The guy with green hair mutters something. He then explains that while searching for the boss in various places, something happened. Dake looks at the dark human figures that are opposite him. The guy clarifies that he met with other players from the game system. People's eyes glow with an ominous purple light. Dake says that when he saw them, he understood everything, mainly that they were somehow related to viruses. Dark figures attack a person with weapons. The guy with green hair claims that at that moment, he was excited by their great strength, speed and skills, and was finally convinced that they were no longer players. People lie on the ground, and Dake stands a little further and looks back at his opponents, whom he defeated. He adds that these people could not equal him in many respects, but the guy decided to find out where they got access to such power. A sign with dragon head shines in the center. Dake claims that his investigation led him to the Hydra Guild. The guy with green hair frowns and looks up. He says that when he learned the truth, he could not continue to do nothing. Aidan stands in front of Mia and Dake, who holds his head with his hand and sighs. He explains that it's just history now, but he was one of the people who founded this guild, so he felt it was his responsibility to close it down. Behind the man with red hair are several other players who are whispering among themselves. The brunette is surprised and asks his companion if this guy with green hair was the founder of the guild, which is notorious in the gaming system. She repeats the question after him. Aidan thinks he has figured out what's going on in this place. Dake continues to say that he came to this guild, but something did not go according to plan. It stands opposite the large guild fortress. The guy says that he was surprised when he saw the building in excellent condition, since the virus destroys all objects. He also said that he should have been careful, but made a mistake. A man stands in a stadium surrounded by many players. Dake admits that he fell into the trap of his enemies. The guy with green hair is surprised and scared. He explains that the players among the guild members were those known to their team, but there was also a certain person with a power similar to that of Operator. Dark hands press the man to the ground. The guy makes an excuse that it was very difficult for him to cope with a large number of people. Dark figures hold a person while someone is looking at them. Dake says he was caught. The guy who was beaten frowns and looks at the stranger. He clarifies that he was shocked when he saw him. The two men look down with disdain. Dake clarifies that the observer turned out to be the master of the Hydra Guild, who is Douglas. A man points something in the system window. The guy with green hair is outraged that this person used the power of the system without moderator rights. He was very scared at that moment. One of the human figures disappears into thin air. Dake is consumed by black, ominous matter. He clarifies that after this, the guy doesn't remember anything. Dake looks at his interlocutors. He claims that the Hydra Guild is a threat that can be compared to the problem of viruses in the game system. Two men are looking somewhere angrily. The guy with green hair explains that players who complete quests outside of the rules have high karma. Aggressive people look somewhere. Dake says that since these players have nothing to lose, they don't care about the fate of this world. A violet aura is visible around the human figure. The guy with green hair claims that the problem is that the strong player he met is now also part of this group of people, which means he has become stronger. The two men look down and refuse to hide their anger. Dake also says that these viruses have become even more powerful. The other players listen to the narrator in alarm. He notes that even Virus Raijin was very strong, although he is not a fighting-type enemy. The guy with green hair looks at his team members with concern. He claims that if they do not take the necessary measures now, they may disappear from the game like other objects. The unknown players look at Aidan, who is standing in front of them. They whisper that the guys from the Hydra Guild were quite suspicious from the very beginning of history, but when they teamed up with viruses, they crossed the line of what was permitted. A man with red hair looks forward thoughtfully. He thinks that their team doesn't have time to celebrate the uprising of Virus Raijin, and they need more information about this enemy. The red pillar of light is on the city wall. Aidan speculates that the fight against them may now be more difficult than other players expected. Large stones float above the ground. The evil black virus is breathing loudly. He burns with a purple flame. Man curses. The unknown man stands a little further away as his eyes glow blue. The enemy is angry because this figure followed him all the way to this place. The virus stomps his feet menacingly. He calls players nasty names. The black virus flame emits lightning. He asks the human figure to come to him. Sharp claws on the enemy's large hands. The virus grows in size and towers over the player who is chasing it. The enemy shouts that he is already tired of running away. The light remains from a powerful blow from a person. The virus, meanwhile, threatens its rival. Streaks of light remain from the player's many strong blows. The enemy is cut to pieces. The player holds his sword in his hands, which is surrounded by a haze of blue glow. A guy with blue hair watches his rival die. This man's gaze is full of contempt for the virus he defeated. A system window appears, indicating that the player has activated the game's anti-virus program. A human figure stands in front of black rectangles with gold patterns. The unknown man raised his head and looked forward. There is a hole in Virus Worm's chest that emits a purple glow. He looks down, wearily, responding to the assistant's voice. Someone says that they will definitely find something important. A man stands behind his boss and looks at him. He adds that the pursuit is still ongoing. The masked man's eyes glow white. He claims that this time, they won't miss out on something valuable when Virus Worm remains and silent. Frightening figures of two unknown viruses. The person assumes that something must have happened since they sent out their last named viruses. The man with white hair pursed his lips. His assistant clarifies that they will definitely receive good news soon. Virus Worm claims that it is stupid for his assistant to think he found someone when he didn't. A man wearing an unusual mask has eyes that glow white. Virus Worm asks his ward how long he is going to make him wait, when his interlocutor is silent. A man with long white hair walks past his assistant, who is very nervous. He tells the unknown man that he is disappointed at him. The henchman is worried because of this reaction from the boss. He asks him to wait a little longer, because then he will definitely bring the necessary results. Part of an unknown person's head dissolves into thin air. Virus Worm raises his hand to hold his weapon as it floats in the air. He claims that he repeatedly told his ward that this was a very important point. The boss looks at his henchman menacingly and points his weapon at him. He claims that he gave the assistant a chance to correct his mistakes. Virus Worm looks at the person opposite with hatred. He asks if these actions are really the best he can do. The henchman, who has already begun to recover from the attack, looks at his boss, who is leaving, and remains silent. Virus Worm says that none of this matters anymore, and he will go on his own. A man with long white hair frowns and walks away from his assistant. He mutters, "It was necessary to do this from the very beginning." There is a high stone castle. Mia smiles widely and looks at something. A girl with pink hair rejoices at a new magical weapon, and Dake holds a bow in her hands. She claims that it is a good weapon. Owen has a staff, Isaac has a red sword. Lily has a golden saber. Mia is happy that she was given the weapon that she had wanted for so long. Camilla has a throwing apparatus. Rook has a magic cane. Kevin has a blue sword. The girl with pink pigtails claims that if she has this equipment while fighting the said viruses, she feels that she can defeat them. Arya looks at the group of players who are located opposite her. She orders them to pack their things. The short-haired girl folds her arms and smiles as Aidan stands behind her sister. Moderator convinces her comrades that she will now briefly explain how an operator should act. The players look at her carefully and listen. She claims that everyone will have to adapt since the system of the game has changed, but reassures the guys that the basic rules have remained the same, which will ensure the safety of each team member. Arya says she hopes everyone involved will dedicate themselves to their roles. Aidan looks at the group of players who are opposite him. He claims that there is one more fact that he wants to announce now. The man with red hair looks seriously at his charges and remembers how some players showed him the rules for using system windows. He claims that everyone present in this place knows that Moderator has been gone for a long time, about which many problems have arisen. Children sit in the gateway as the city is destroyed. Aidan reminds that not only in this place, but also in the city, the cleaning is not over yet. The man extended his hand, which was engulfed in a scarlet haze. He claims that it is because of all these reasons that he cannot put off one important matter. A new portal opened near Aidan as other players observed his actions. He says that, for now, he is going to stabilize the game system. A man with red hair looks at a group of people and Arya. He announces that during this time, he's entrusting all other matters to Moderator's younger sister. The girl asks her subordinates if everyone heard Aidan's words. Red system notifications appear in front of Isaac as Owen and Lily look puzzled at the new game messages. Moderator's little sister asks if they'll start over with the basics, and says that it might be difficult at first, but players will quickly get used to the new requirements, and shouldn't worry. Arya looks at her charges with narrowed eyes. She invites them to keep up with her in learning new skills. The other players look down sadly. The girl with blue hair claims that she will show them everything beautifully and clearly. Nia looks at their boss's sister and the depressed guys. She calls up to the girl and asks her to give her some time. A girl with pink pigtails points at Dake, who is standing next to her. She claims that they will investigate together outside the security zone of the team's base. A map with figures, houses, and mountains, as well as a shining question mark. Nia claims that their team has information about areas around the city of Erst, so when they have the opportunity, they would like to check the situation in other places. A girl with cat ears looks up and smiles. She says she wants to dig deep and become more helpful to Arya and Moderator. A girl with blue hair looks down with a good-natured smile. She replies that if it is Mia, then she can entrust this task to her war. The girls hug warmly as a guy with green hair stands behind them, looking rather awkward. Arya warns her assistant not to overexert herself and get hurt. Dake opens his eyes wide and looks somewhere. The guy wearily looks up at the sky. He turns to his companion that when she said that they would go outside, she meant what is happening now. Two figures of people stand outside the city gates. Dake asks his assistant again if she said that they were leaving. Now, Nia encourages him and shouts motivational words. The guy with green hair grumbles that he doesn't have time to rest. The girl with cat ears turns to her companion. She asks him what he said just now. 8 gets nervous and claims he didn't say anything. Two players walk along the filling road to the mills. The guy walks ahead and calls the girl to follow him. Players hide behind trees and they notice virus spawns. They pass through a destroyed city. The guys also walk along a tree that connects the two banks of the river. At night, Dake carries Mia, who sleeps soundly. Two players stop on the shore of a gray lake, which is surrounded by rocks. Mia asks if they'll stop here, and then explains that she thinks it's dangerous to go any further now. Her companion is simply silent. Dake calls Mia by name. A guy with green hair points his finger somewhere, while the girl puts her hand to her forehead and peers into the horizon. He asks her if she sees anything. The girl with cat ears asks him where she should see this something, and then says that she does not have such a large radius of visibility as other people of her tribe. Many purple portals appear in the sky. Dake states that someone is currently fighting. The unknown person melts his snow-white wings. Mia and Dake's team is surprised. The wounded Selena soars in the sky and dodges attacks a girl with cat ears, calls the blonde by name. Mia is being held by the shoulder by a guy with green hair. The girl calls him by name and offers to help their mutual friend. However, her companion stops her. Mia gets angry and asks her partner why he doesn't want to help, and then claims that they need to help the blonde quickly. Flashback to when Selena destroyed the security system. Dake explains to her assistant that she was not in the special moderator space at that moment when this girl betrayed their team and opened access there for viruses. The guy with green hair is worried and frowns. He claims that he understands how his partner is feeling right now, and then asks if they can help her in this situation. Mia is silent and looks at her interlocutor. Selena lands on the ground with a crash. Dark figures of viruses surround her. They laugh at the girl and say that she is too persistent. Scary humanoid creatures that are filled with anger. They ask the blonde if it's time for her to give up. The beaten girl is breathing heavily. Her enemies ask her if the girl thinks that she would have saved the viruses a lot of problems if she had allowed herself to be captured. Beams of ominous purple magic are directed towards Selena. Her enemies are screaming for the blonde to give them some valuable thing and die. A new magical light of a different color appears. He deals a crushing blow to the viruses as the girl watches the events that take place. The enemies became even more angry, and the blonde was pleasantly surprised. Mia stopped and pursed her lips. A girl and a guy with green hair stand in the middle of fire and ashes and look angrily at the virus. The enemy screams and asks them how they got to this place. Selena looks forward and opens her mouth. She calls her companions by name and asks how they ended up here. The blonde looks at the guy with green hair who is standing in front of her. He says they'll talk later, and orders her to stand behind their team. Dake looks at the blonde coldly. He adds that she will need to explain everything in detail. Selena looks wearily at her former friends. The guy clarifies that he is talking about the day she betrayed their team. Humanoid, terrible, dark creatures look at a group of players. They smile and claim that they do not know what is happening, but are sure that the situation has turned out much better than they expected. Two guards surround the main virus. They say that this is a chance for them to get rid of several operators in one battle, and are happy about the chance that the players went beyond the city of Ursh. Mia glares at her enemies. These creatures claim that these travelers themselves are inviting them to infect themselves, and they laugh loudly. The girl with cat ears thinks that these words of theirs are rather strange. Someone writes something into the system window. Mia recalls that viruses are capable of sharing a fairly large amount of information through their clones. Virus Worm smiles slyly as his eyes glow in ominous purple. The pink-haired girl wonders why their enemies don't know that the players have begun to leave the city gates. A flash of bright red color. Mia thinks that now reasoning will be useless. The girl throws fireballs at a group of enemies. She is sure that the most important task now is to get rid of her enemies. A veil of dust and smoke appears above the ground. Due to the explosion, the viruses are thrown back. One of the terrible dark creatures laughs ominously. It states that the girl with pink hair is quite slow. There is a flash of magical blue color. The virus asks his rivals if they think they can defeat them with detailed tricks. One of the enemies realizes that a new attack is about to occur, but does not have time to do anything. Blue rays tear apart the bodies of viruses. They slowly die as they dissolve into thin air. One of them shouts that this is impossible. Dake is holding a bow with a blue haze around it. The virus desperately claims that after the moment when the moderator lost his power, no new people should appear with the same abilities. A guy with green hair stands behind his partner and points an arrow at their rivals. The creatures that the player team defeated scream and do not understand how their opponents could even have weapons for a while. A girl with pink hair looks at the viruses that die. She claims that they have always been stronger than ordinary viruses, and their good weapons only make it easier to fight their enemies. And then asks if this was all that viruses were capable of. Nya turns around at the blonde's voice. Selena says, "This is just the beginning of the battle." The blonde looks down subtly. She clarifies that the elites will soon come to this place. Someone asks, "What's going on here?" A cloud of dark purple energy is located opposite the group of players. He asks the question of where his subordinates, whom he ordered to remain in this place, disappeared to. Selena, Mia and Dako, scared and very surprised. Something is happy that he can bring more destruction, since no one will take his job. A clump of dark matter creates lightning. He claims that he knows very well who the players in front of him are as he saw them before he turned into a virus. Aspies and Silence appeared. They call by the names Mia and Dick. A girl with cat ears looks at the dark figures of viruses. One of them claims that now they can stage a real fight. The girl with pink hair looks at her rivals with disgust. Viruses say, "It will see how experienced these players are." Mia thinks these opponents are strong. Virus F and Virus E, Virus Regan and Virus Beetlejuice. The girl with cat ears argues that these rivals are not inferior to the name viruses. Mia types something into the game system notification. She thinks that she has already been in a similar predicament, namely, in a battle with powerful viruses, but she could not predict that their number would increase, so she urgently needs to contact the new moderator. Silence, frown, and looked angrily at the girl. He says that he will not allow the girl to follow what she was going to do. A magical dome appeared over the battlefield. An in-game notification appeared, indicating a hacking warning. Mia was very surprised and scared. She is trying to press something on a broken system message. Dake looks at his partner, who is standing in front of him. He calls her name and claims that they are in trouble. The girl with cat ears turns to her friend. The guy with green hair claims that he can neither send a message to headquarters nor use commands. A piece of the game notification is in the virus's hand. Aspies asks his partner if they can see the contents of this piece of code. Silence carefully examines his find. He replies that these messages are protected by some powerful force, so he is not sure what their opponents were planning to do. Mia looks at the viruses coldly. One of the enemies claims that players will no longer be able to make various changes to the game system, except for this one. The girl with pink hair uses her new weapon. She reasons that she cannot fight these opponents. Casually, flames light up around Mia. She thinks that she will do everything in her power. Dark humanoid creatures move towards the players. Mia and Dake send their attacks towards their enemies. Dust and smoke rise. The guy with green hair shoots many arrows at the named viruses. The attack is intended for Aspies. His eyes glow in evil purple as he draws his great sword. A purple field is formed that reflects Dake's arrows. Purple arrows fly towards the player team. Dake opened his eyes wide in horror. Powerful attacks are sent from Aspies towards the guy with green hair. He claims this was his skill. The virus holds a heavy sword tightly in its hands. He says that he will definitely return Dake's arrows back to him. The purple virus attacks are directed towards the guy with green hair. He tries to dodge these arrows. Dake curses and clenches his teeth. An explosion occurs as Mia diligently fends off attacks from another virus. She raises her head and glares at Silence. He skillfully dodges all the girl's attacks. She thinks something is going wrong and can't figure out why, since when she uses her weapon, it doesn't work. A magical explosion of red energy occurs. Mia recalls that their team was able to conquer the named viruses when they try very hard. The girl and the guy with green hair frown at their rivals. She thinks that now everything is happening the other way around. Viruses stand in the dust and smoke that rose into the air as their eyes gleamed evilly. The girl notices that she is now confident in her guesses. Silence and Aspies. Mia thinks that these named viruses are much stronger than the ones their team fought 3 years ago. Purple cracks appear somewhere. A cloud of dark, magical matter is formed. Mia and Dake cover their faces with their hands as dust flies at them. The guy groans and asks, "What will happen this time?" A girl with pink hair turns around when she hears a scream. She and the guy look at Selena, who is trying to kill the virus. The girl calls her friend by name. Dake asks how this could happen. Virus Worm looks at the blonde with hatred and sighs heavily. The blonde clenches her teeth in pain. The virus claims that it has finally caught Selena. He lifted the girl off the ground and called her names. Mia and Dake look at this situation with horror. The guy asks if this man is a virus. Virus Worm continues to hold the girl above the ground as his eyes glow with a purple light. The girl with cat ears asks why this virus is here. She is nervous about the fate of her friend. The girl thinks that this is a bad situation since Selene is in danger and she needs to be saved quickly. Dark humanoid figures of viruses. Mia remembers that this is the most aggressive virus named, which has the ability to create its own clones. And it is also rarely shown on the battlefield, as it is quite careful. The girl and the guy run towards the virus worm, who is trying to kill the blonde. Naya can't believe that this powerful virus has appeared now. Virus grits his teeth as a vein is visible on his cheekbone. He claims that if Selena's goal was to make him angry, Then she did a good job. Virus squeezes his hand around the blonde's neck. He says that he saved her and hoped that she would be at least a little useful. And then asks how he could be a colonel that she would betray him. Virus form's hand turns into a sharp weapon. He mutters that if he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken the girl to him. A trace of a magical blow. The virus hits the girl in the stomach with a weapon. Selena closed her eyes and coughed up blood. Nia is surprised and horrified. She calls the girl by name. Virus worm lets go of the blonde's blooded body as the pink-haired girl aims her attack at it. She screams at the virus to get away from Selena. Mia launches a fireball at her opponent and calls him nasty names. Virus worm stands in the middle of a land that has been scorched. He lifts his head and sighs heavily as his body comes to pieces. He turns his head and glares at the group of players. Nia looks forward angrily as the guy with green hair walks towards the blonde. Virus worm calls out to a girl with pink hair and asks her if it is her. She turns to her partner, who is trying to help their mutual friend. The virus claims to be tired of this whole situation. Day calls the dying girl by name. She has closed her eyes and is breathing heavily. Nia clenched her teeth as fire appeared around her. The girl with cat ears uses her new weapon. She claims that she will not forgive the virus. Nia stands in front of the virus worm as the flames around her increase in size. The virus looks at the girl with pink hair without emotion and presses his hand to his chest. He reasons that he doesn't care if it's a non-specialized operator, because there's something more important to him. Virus worm claims that it must end this situation quickly. He moves his hand to the side as white arrows are aimed at the pink-haired girl. The attack hits the ground. Dust and smoke rise into the air. Virus worm is surprised by something. Nia protected herself from the attack using a magic field. The virus is amazed that the girl still has special abilities. A big red hand attacks the virus worm. He wonders how this is possible if the players don't have a moderator. Mia's attack reaches the virus. He opened his mouth and was breathing heavily. He thinks he understands the situation. Now, Aidan walks forward. When seen from behind, the virus realizes that this player is still alive. Evil Mia extends her hand in front of her, which closes. A new window of the game system appears in which the attack is indicated, which is white fire. The fire gathers into a large ball. Silence and Aspies look at how this attack is being prepared. One of them asks why this sphere doesn't explode. The Aspie's hand prevents another virus from taking part in what is happening at the moment. He stops his brother. This virus looks ahead with an emotionless gaze. He states that they don't need to do anything now, since Virus Worm is not someone who would be harmed after such an attack. The guy with green hair shoots an arrow at the virus. Aspies insists that his partner look at the situation that is currently happening. The fireball glows blue. The human figure inside suffers from the wounds that were inflicted on it. Mia frowns and clenches her teeth. She wonders, what's going on here? The dark humanoid virus falls apart. The cat-eared girl reasons that she's putting all her power into this attack, but she doesn't think she ever be able to destroy this virus. She is angry that the opponents she fought before and knew are not so strong. Violet rays radiate from the explosion. The girl is quite scared. Virus Worm assembles its body piece by piece. Nia wonders if this virus has been hiding its power all this time. He extends his hand and creates a stream of magical energy. The virus created a big arrow. He looks at his opponents with contempt. Mia is terrified and desperate. She's trying to figure out what it was. Virus Worm launches its attack on a group of players. The girl with cat ears runs to her partner. She screams at the guy with green hair that he needs to dodge now. The girl with pink hair remembers their mutual friend. She looks in fear at the blonde who is lying on the ground and mentally calling her name. The ground beneath the player's feet is crumbling. The beaten Dake holds his head with his hand and groans. The guy with green hair turns to his partner. He calls the girl's name and asks if she's okay, then says it could be dangerous. The guy sees a girl in torn clothes who has a wound. He mutters that if he were even a little late, the consequences would be irreparable. The purple wound is on Nia's arm. Dake becomes more fearful, anxious and gloomy. The guy looks in horror at the girl who is sitting on the ground. He screams, calling his partner by name. The girl with cat ears tells her friend that she is fine. She looks at her hand wearily as the guy with green hair clenches his teeth in anger and anxiety. The girl with pink pigtails claims that it is just a small scratch and asks her friend to focus on the battle that is currently ongoing. Virus Worm looks at the figures of two people who remained alive. He claims that now this girl with cat ears is infected. This named virus stands surrounded by its wards, namely silence and aspies. Dare's strong boss says that he thought that this player would be able to dodge such an attack. But this will be even better, since he no longer has to waste his time. There is dust that has risen into the air around the viruses and players. Virus Worm claims that he does not understand how anyone could give their life for something so unnecessary. Selena moves her hand a little. The black humanoid creature notes that this was very stupid. It looks at the players with contempt. Virus Worm says that this could not have happened if the girl with pink hair lived in the role of who she was originally. Niall looks at her opponent with hatred. He asks the girl if our positions are opposite to what existed before. Virus Worm claims that it was unpleasant for him to see a girl with cat ears deluding herself that this world could belong to her. Black figures that appear to be human tower over Mia and Dick. They claim that this universe will belong to them. Yellow marks from impacts. Virus Worm is surprised that he could have been injured by a weapon. Everyone present on the battlefield is amazed and scared. The virus turns back. Selena now has one yellow eye. Virus Worm asks how the girl was able to do this. Selena heard the voices of her comrades. Selena opened her eyes slightly. Mia and Jake stood next to her. Selena thought it was their voice. Mia and Jake protected Selena with a red barrier. Selena couldn't believe they were still protecting her. Selena clenched her teeth and began to cry. Selena thought that she had betrayed her boast. The earth began to crack from powerful violet energy. Selena couldn't understand why she was still being protected. Silhouettes of viruses could be seen in the distance. One of the viruses said that risking your life for something so insignificant. Selena, trembling, began to rise. The virus said it was stupid. Selena reached her right hand into the portal. From the portal, Selena began to pull out her sword. Selena remembered how Aster stood with his back to her. Aster told her to remember this power is not of this world, so it is incompatible with them. Aster said that she couldn't even control her own mind when she had it at her disposal. Selena held the sword in front of her. Aster said that if she was going to use the thing he gave, then she would be able to use the true power of this sword just one time. Aster began to look towards Selena, saying that in return the price she would pay. This is her death. Selena grabbed the handle of the sword tightly, causing the sword to glow with yellow energy. Selena, holding the sword, began to walk towards the virus with white hair, who stood with his back to her. The virus opened its dark eyes as Selena's sword appeared in the center of its body. Selena, in front of the other viruses, stuck her sword into the main virus. Selena said that he had become inattentive. The white-haired virus clenched his teeth. He did not understand how Selena dared to do such a thing. Selena, standing behind the virus, said that since he could get rid of someone like her whenever it suits him. Selena asked, but how long did he think he could make her suffer? Selena said that as a result of his arrogance, an opportunity presented itself. Suddenly, a powerful blow appeared. Selena began to look towards the nose viruses with the words "Get away from him." They hit the floor where Selena was standing. But fortunately, Selena managed to dodge. The virus and the purple hood couldn't figure out what kind of crazy woman she was. The virus standing behind asked the main one if he was okay. Selena stood and looked completely tired from behind. The silhouette of Mia and Jake were calling her name. The virus told Selena not to think that she would die so easily. Mia, with her eyes wide open, was sure that Selena had a fatal injury, but this wound, a yellow wound, was visible on Selena's back. Selena stood with her back to Mia, saying nothing. Selena reached her hand to the wound that the virus left. Selena stood with a serious look and sweat dripping from her face. Selena thought it was all her fault. That's because she brought Mia and Jake into this. Selena began to move forward. Selena thought it was because of her that they were getting into this. Selena understood that now she would not be able to stop. The silhouettes of 3 viruses were visible in front of Selena. Selena realizes that right now she is about to do something that only she can do. The white-haired virus raised his hand and said that he had no words. Virus said he doesn't know what she is trying to do. Selena stood with white wings. The virus said that even this is an object containing the power of the Trojan. There is no point in using it, since she has no authority to do so. The virus with white hair stood with a disgusting face. Virus asked Selena if she thought someone like her could unlock the true power of this thing. The virus told her to know her place. Suddenly, the virus began to feel sharp pain, as if lightning were passing through its body. The virus did not fall on its knees. The virus began to spit out purple goo. The worm looked at his hand on which a purple liquid was visible. He did not understand what it was. With his dark eyes wide open, The worm couldn't believe he couldn't recover. The worm did not understand what was happening to his body. Many signs with crosses and errors appeared. The worm thought that it was as if an irresistible force was blocking everything. The worm couldn't believe how Selena could use the Trojan slip. Selena stood in front of 3 silhouettes of viruses. Selena said she knew better than anyone that something like that wouldn't kill him. Yellow cracks began to form on Selena's face. Selena said she kept thinking about it, a way to harm him. Selena, with a face that shows no emotion, said that a way to leave a fatal injury on the body. Selena remembered the dark silhouettes of viruses. Selena said that the ability to replicate and reproduce a powerful skill that always kept him alive, despite the countless times he was in danger. Selena stood with her family, but their faces were crossed out. Selena said that since he took something she valued from her, she would do the same to him. Selena, trembling with anger, grabbed the sword tightly. Selena said she couldn't forgive her younger self for believing his lies. Selena stood black, faced with anger, said she was going to use everything she could, if it meant she could kill him. It doesn't matter what price she has to pay. The worm clenched his teeth. Virus Worm stood between 2 viruses. He asked what they were doing. Virus Worm opened his mouth and began to angrily scream for them to kill Selena. Immediately, the virus in the hood and the virus in the helmet began to advance. Selena stood with her back to them. Selena knew she couldn't go back to the one time she used it. Selena gritted her teeth in rage as more yellow cracks began to appear on her body. Selena thought that she would kill the virus worm with this power. Selena's eyes turned yellow. Selena thought that she would personally see it through to the end. Selena flew into the air with the virus trying to finish her off. A powerful burst of purple energy appeared. Selena was holding a sword that glowed bright yellow. The virus in the hood and the virus in the helmet looked what was happening. Selena was in the air, her entire body, including her sword, glowing with a bright yellow light. Selena's face began to crack, and small pieces of her body began to fly away from her head. Notification: 5 seconds left. A powerful shock wave began to approach the viruses. Notification: for seconds, 87 milliseconds left. Selena appeared before the viruses. For seconds, 25 milliseconds left. Selena knocked back the viruses with a powerful attack. 3 seconds, 71 milliseconds left. Virus Worm watched as Selena flew towards him at great speed. 2 seconds, 68 milliseconds left. Virus looked with a frightened face. Virus Worm was shaking on his knees. Virus Worm understood what his body still had to do. 2 seconds, 9 milliseconds left. Selena soared into the air above the Virus Worm, preparing a powerful, crushing blow. 1 second, 34 milliseconds left. Virus Worm stood with his dark eye open. 75 milliseconds left. Selena's whole face was black and yellow with cracks. 0 seconds left. Selena delivered a powerful blow, sending out a yellow shockwave. The smoke slowly began to disappear from the battlefield. Mia called Selena. Mia and Dake stood in the smoke, Mia screaming and asking where Selena is. Dake told Mia that her condition is not good right now. The black silhouette of Mia and Dake found Selena lying down. Mia told Dake that Selena is over there. Mia ran up to Selena, whose entire body was covered in a bright yellow light, and her body began to fall apart. Selena, with a yellow hand that had almost disappeared, was reaching for the sword. Selena lay silent. Mia had a fucked up look on her face when she saw Selena. Mia's hand was wounded by the virus, and she sat down on her knees in front of Selena. Mia asked what to do if this continues. Selena. Dake began to look forward and call for Mia. Dake told her to look there. In front of Mia and Dake was the virus worm, which was slammed into the stone. The virus worm's belly showed yellow from Selena's blow. Dake said that virus worm is still alive. Virus worm started coughing up purple liquid. Dake suddenly opened his eyes wide. Dake knew this was a great opportunity, if Selena's words are true. Dake took his bow and loaded a blue arrow. Dake thought that the virus worm could no longer reproduce. Suddenly, a virus appeared above Dake. Dake thought that he could definitely kill the virus worm right now. The virus hit Dake, and thick smoke formed at the explosion site. Dake was slammed to the floor. Dake crossed his arms and blocked the virus attack. Dake couldn't believe this virus was still alive. A violet eye was visible through the virus's helmet. Dake said how outrageous viruses have become lately. Mia began to run to Dake to help. Suddenly, a powerful purple blast appeared. At the last second, Mia blocked the virus's attack, thereby protecting herself. 2 purple virus attacks flew towards Mia's black silhouette. The white virus in the hood began to attack. Nya understood that now there was no time for her to be like that. Virus Worm stood up and looked at the dark silhouettes of Mia and the virus. Nya understood that, after infection, her body did not listen to her. If this continues, she will die. Nya looked away in horror. Virus Worm stood in his black form, and in the center of his body was the wound received from Selena. Mia couldn't believe that Virus Worm had already started, even though Selena can't move anymore. Virus Worm opened his eyes in anger. Virus Worm didn't understand how Mia dared to do this to him. Virus Worm asked if she thought she could kill him. Virus Worm approached Selena, who lay unconscious. Virus Worm said he won't let her die however she wants. Virus Worm said that he would infect her so that she would not be able to die freely. Mia clenched her teeth in fear. Virus Worm said that after that, it would be their turn. Take. Blocking the virus attack, looked towards Selena. Virus Worm said he would tear them to pieces in front of Selena. Mia turned towards the black silhouette of Virus Worm and screamed for him to stop, because Selena couldn't do anything anyway. Virus Worm began to strike. Nya closed her eyes and screamed for him to stop. Suddenly, a red line appeared and flew at high speed. The red beam landed next to the Virus Worm, causing smoke to rise. Virus Worm began to cover her mouth with her hand. Virus Worm opened his eyes. Virus Worm saw that Selena in front of him had disappeared. Virus Worm thought to himself, is she gone? Nya started to cry with her mouth open. Mia asked why he came so late. Nya said that she sent so many urgent messages. Behind Virus Worm, there were two dark silhouettes. Aidan said he was sorry. All the messages were corrupted so he couldn't find them. Aidan exhaled and said that, thanks to this, he was late because he had to look for them everywhere. Aidan stood with his back to Virus Worm. Aidan said that Arya will be here soon too. Mia started wiping her face of tears. Mia told Aidan to look at Selena quickly. Mia said that she would soon die if they left her like this. Aidan replied that he would do his best. Aidan asked Mia to wait a little longer. Aidan began to look towards Virus Worm with a serious red gaze. Aidan said that first he would burn the trash so that they would no longer be a nuisance. Dayton began to walk towards Virus Worm, and bright red energy could be seen behind him. The helmeted virus and the hooded virus stood behind Virus Worm. The virus in the helmet asked what kind of power this is. Was there such an operator? The virus in the hood said that this is impossible. Maybe he's a moderate they only heard about. Aidan looked at them with a serious look. The virus said that this is impossible. The moderator is no longer there. Virus in a helmet stood behind Virus Worm. Virus in a helmet said that he thought they should retreat. Virus Worm's condition is not good, and there is no need to fight someone like him. Virus Worm began to stretch his hand towards the yellow wound. Virus said that on top of that, Virus Worm can't use his skill now. In rage, Virus Worm clenched his teeth. The helmeted virus stood with his back to the hooded virus. The virus in the helmet said that it will open a portal, so they will try to buy some time with its power. The hooded virus said that he was already thinking about doing it. Purple notice, blackout. The hooded virus launched a powerful attack on Aidan. A bead of sweat dripped down Virus's face. The virus thought it had caught it. Aidan won't be able to do anything when he's locked in there. The virus thought it could buy some time. Red lightning began to run across Aidan's body. Aidan easily destroyed the virus attack. Virus stood with his eyes wide open and could not understand how Aidan did it. Suddenly, many blue strokes appeared in front of the virus's tilos. It was written on the virus's face that it didn't understand anything. Arya moved at high speed. Virus couldn't believe he just cut himself. Arya quickly found herself behind the virus and began to prepare to strike the final blow. Anger was visible on Arya's face. Arya asked the virus where it was going. The blow was so powerful that the entire floor was divided into many pieces. The two virus silhouettes watched as the wall in front of them was broken in half by Arya's impact. The masked virus began to look towards Virus Worm. The masked virus asked if she could be an antivirus. The virus in the helmet hasn't even opened the portal yet. Virus Worm clenched his teeth in anger. The virus in the helmet said that at this rate, they will be removed. Virus Worm asked the helmeted virus to shut his mouth. Virus Worm remembered Selena's sore. Virus Worm said he doesn't care what happens to them guys. Virus Worm said that the problem was that he couldn't find the person's item. Aidan stood with a serious face. Virus Worm said that neither the moderator nor the antivirus will stop. Just why Selena has her back to Aidan. Virus Worm asked if the Trojan chose him. Virus Worm said that he would use any methods and means necessary to achieve what he hoped for. Virus Worm's face showed rage. He asked numerous questions. Why did this happen? Two silhouettes of viruses were in the smoke. Virus Worm couldn't understand why. Aidan and Arya, who was holding the sword, began to walk towards them. Virus Worm asked if someone like him wasn't chosen. The yellow gate opened. Virus Worm said, "No." Virus Worm began to exhale. Virus Worm ran into the gate screaming that there was no way. Virus Worm narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand why he was doing all this. Virus Worm recalled all his meetings with Selena. Virus Worm said it was all for her. Everything to make her wishes come true. Virus Worm remembered how Tian versus in the helmet stood with their mouths open. Virus Worm didn't understand why Selena was doing this. Virus Worm stood on the ground. Virus Worm watched Selena walk through the flower field. Virus Worm asked why she was leaving him. Selena's white hair flutters in the wind. Selena looked at Virus Worm with an arrogant look. Virus Worm asked Miss Trojan to answer him. The black silhouette of Virus Worm stood in front of Selena. Virus Worm said that he had been following her since the last world just to be with her. No one else knows and understands her like he does. Virus Worm, smiling, pointed at himself with his hand. Virus Worm said that he will grant anything she wishes. Selena looked at Virus Worm with her yellow eye. Virus Worm asked her to use it. Selena told Virus Worm that she was sure he knew better than her. It was clear on Virus Worm's face that he didn't understand what Selena was talking about. Selena said that a sense of duty is useless only with him. This is impossible. Aidan's image was behind Selena. Selena said what she wants is to return to the world from which she came. If there is only one person who can make it happen. Virus Worm stood with a devastated look. Selena said that's why she doesn't need him anymore. Selena said that this is because he is just a virus that cannot be accepted by this world. Selena opened her palm and said that she would sleep until the time came. Selena threw the Virus Worm into the yellow portal, telling him to stop bothering her and just disappear. Falling into the basement, Virus Worm extended his hand in front of him. Virus Worm ended up outside the gate. Virus Worm clenched his teeth, trembling. Virus Worm clenched his fist in sadness. Virus Worm couldn't believe it. Virus Worm remembered Selena's face and her words that she didn't need him. Virus Worm trembled in panic. Virus Worm understood that its existence was being denied. After that, he lost his goal and was unable to do anything. 3 years passed when his eyes and ears were closed to the world. Virus Worm remembered what Aidan looked like. Virus Worm didn't understand how Aidan, this insignificant guy, was chosen as a moderator. Aidan stood with a serious look. Virus Worm thought it was right. It was Aidan's fault. If it weren't for him, instead of using him, he should have killed him the first time he saw Aidan. Virus Worm gritted his teeth in anger. Virus Worm knew that if he killed Aidan and became a moderator instead, then, of course, Trojan would look at him again. The virus in the helmet began to shout to Virus Worm that he had opened portal. Virus in a helmet stood behind Virus Worm. The virus in the helmet said that there is no need to fight Aidan right now. The virus in the helmet wanted to say that they needed to hurry. But immediately after that, Arya cut off his hand. Virus screamed in shock. Arya asked with a calm look where he thought he was going. Arya stood with a cool look and said that she was standing in front of him. Arya began to deal a crushing blow to the Virus Worm and the virus in the helmet. Virus Worm's face turned completely black. Virus Worm said that he didn't want to use it recklessly, but Virus Worm stuck his hand into the purple portal. Virus Worm took a hammer out of the portal. Thankfully, there was nothing you could do to help. Aidan opened his eyes wide at what he saw. Aidan opened his mouth and started calling Arya. Arya, meanwhile, continued to fight. Virus Worm began to cut Aaron's sword. Arya was surprised. A powerful explosion appeared. 2 dark silhouettes were visible in the smoke. Aidan held the hand of Arya, who was holding her sword cut in half. Aidan asked if she was okay. Arya was upset, because this is her exclusive weapon. Aidan began to look into the distance and asked Arya why she needed it. A golden sword appeared in someone's hand. Virus Worm began to ask what happened. Virus Worm only took it because someone threw it away. Virus Worm stood with a giant two-handed sword. Virus Worm said that Aidan should have taken care of it properly. Smiling, Virus Worm said that he was also surprised at first, but unlike its appearance, it was made with the help of Trojans. Virus Worm said that the sword was made to protect someone. Virus Worm remembered how Selena appeared in front of Aidan Virus Worm said 3 years ago today. Virus Worm remember Aidan trying to delete himself. Virus Worm said he must have dropped it when he deleted himself. Virus Worm remembered how powerful energy appeared above Aidan. Virus Worm said that Aidan had no idea how important the sword was. Well, obviously, he couldn't even use it properly back then. Virus Worm stood in front of Aidan, glowing in the golden light. Virus Worm said that he will show Aidan what an incredible thing it is. Aidan clenched his teeth in anger. Aidan thought that Virus Worm represented the memories of Elise and him. Aidan stood with a cool gaze and was enveloped in red energy. Aidan said that the sword is not something that someone as pathetic as Virus Worm can swing around. Aidan used permanent deletion. Virus Worm was consumed by monstrously strong red energy. Virus Worm clenched his teeth in pain. Virus Worm continued to hold his sword. Virus Worm used the command cancel. Virus straightened his arms and got rid of Aidan's red attack. Aidan looked at him with a surprised look. Aidan didn't know that the virus could use commands. Virus Worm began to exhale heavily. Virus Worm laughed and said that is expected. This is the power of a Trojan. Virus Worm held the golden sword in his hand and said that if not for this, Aidan would have removed it, but if the moderator's commands were cancelled, then his strength is not yet at the same level as Miss Trojan's. Aidan stood with a blank look. Behind the black silhouette of the Virus Worm, a dark yellow portal appeared. Virus Worm said that he wants to kill them all right now, but it's not the time. Virus Worm, with a trembling hand, began to reach for the yellow wound. Virus Worm said that, since he is not in the best shape now, he will remember this next time. Aidan looked at Virus Worm with a menacing look and asked to. Aidan took out his black and red sword and asked Virus Worm, who said he could go. Aidan used for command lines, permanent, delete, target slash, enhance. A very powerful red energy was directed towards the Virus Worm. Virus Worm held out a golden sword in front of him. Virus Worm used the command reversal. All of Aidan's red attacks began to fly past Virus Worm. Aidan's powerful attack landed next to Virus Worm, causing a huge pillar of flame to rise up. Aidan stood with his sword outstretched to the side. Virus Worm told Aidan to stop doing useless nonsense. They can't kill each other as teams. In the yellow portal, there was a Virus Worm and a virus in a helmet. Virus Worm said that when he is ready, he will definitely come for Aidan. Virus Worm watched with his purple eyes and said that he was looking forward to it. Aidan looked at Virus Worm with a serious look. Aidan knew that he couldn't let Virus Worm get away like that. Aidan remembered how he cut a rock with a golden sword and defeated many monsters. Aidan knew that he knew the power of this sword better than anyone else. The sword was strong when Aidan used it back then, but if he swung it here, everyone would be swept away. Behind Aidan were the silhouettes of Mia and Jake. Aidan thought that on top of everything, there was someone seriously injured, whom he had to help immediately. Aidan knew he couldn't put this off any longer. This is all very annoying. Virus Worm disappeared in Aidan's face. Aidan gritted his teeth in anger and asked if he thought he would wait until he was cured. Aidan said that he will find the Virus Worm first. Virus Worm also stood with clenched teeth. Virus Worm was sure that Aidan would try to find him, but Aidan would still see. The hostile faces of Aidan and Virus Worm looked at each other. They thought with the same thought that the next time they saw each other again, they would completely erase each other from this world. Selena held her mother's hand. Selena and her mom and dad went for a walk in the city. Selena smiled sincerely at them. Selena was happy when she held her parents' hands. Suddenly, the silhouette of Selena saw someone in a small alley. It was Mia sitting alone, wearing shabby clothes. Mia looked at Selena. Selena saw Mia. Selena stood opposite where Mia was sitting. Selena remembered Mia's silhouette in the alley. Selena said she kept thinking about the child she was passing by at the time. Selena stands near the door and spies on her mother. Selena understood that she wanted to help Mia, so unbeknownst to her parents, Selena went to visit this child. Selena walked alone through the city, and when she arrived, Selena looked into the alley and saw that Mia was gone. Selena had no idea where Mia had gone. Mia holds Arya's hand. Selena thought that no matter where she was, she wanted Mia to be healthy. Soon after, purple portals began to form in the sky. Mia and the villagers stood with their mouths open. They realized that the viruses were attacking the village. Selena watched as a crowd of viruses began to appear from the purple portals. Misfortune is always sudden. Selena saw 3 viruses. They were scary. Selena's eyes began to water. Selena didn't understand what had happened. The crowd, out of fear, began to run and push Selena. Selena understood that she also needed to run. Selena closed her eyes and told Mom and Dad that she was afraid. Two blue flashes were visible against the background of the destroyed village. After this, Selena lost consciousness, and when she woke up during the examination, Selena, with a blank face, was sandwiched between her parents. Selena's mom and dad sat in an embrace to protect her. Selena understood that her parents sacrificed themselves to protect themselves. Selena raised her hand and wanted to touch the blue particles that her mom and dad had turned into. Selena realized that she had lost everything that supported her. Selena looked at her palms with a blank look. Selena realized that she was so empty. Two red guards and a moderator are clearing the village of viruses. The moderator was hooded and wearing a mask. Selena couldn't hold back her tears as she looked at him. Selena stands between viruses. Selena said that after that, she followed the viruses into the bad sector. Virus Worm looked at Selena with a smile. Selena said that was when she met Virus Worm for the first time. Selena stood with a black face. Selena understood that the viruses wanted her to become an operator for their own selfish reasons. Selena clutched her dress. Selena couldn't forgive viruses. Selena stood with her eyes wide open. Selena understood that the viruses were the reason she lost everything, so she had no way to cooperate with them. Virus Worm smiled slyly. Selena said it was as if Virus Worm knew her thoughts. Virus Worm made an offer she couldn't refuse. Recovery. Red arrow that goes counterclockwise. Forbidden's order from the moderator. Virus Worm stood in front of Selena's mom and dad. Virus Worm said that he has the powers of a moderator, and that with the power of restoration, he will bring back his parents. Selena stood with a blank look. She understood that she should not have trusted viruses, but she naive and young believed these words. Selena remembered how her parents protected her. Selena said that her parents too suffered to protect her. She was willing to do anything to get them back. Selena began to reach out to Virus Worm. Selena said, and that's how she made a deal with someone she shouldn't have. Selena stood in front of a crowd of scared, terrible viruses. Selena said she grew up going through many hardships and challenges due to viruses. Selena was able to survive to the end and become stronger. Selena stands back with white wings and a halo. Selena became operator. Selena looked away with blue eyes. Mia, with pink hair, also became an operator. Selena realized that she had met a girl whom she had only seen for a short time. Selena closed her eyes in front of Mia. Selena remembered how she saw Mia in the alley. Selena said that when she was younger, he was relieved to hear that she seemed to be doing well. Mia and Selena became friends. Selena and Mia stood next to each other and smiled. Selena said things were getting better, to the point where she wanted to forget about everything that had happened so far and start over. Selena stood in front of Virus Worm and held a golden sword. Selena said the fun didn't last long. Virus Worm, with the moderator in the background, told Selena not to lose sight of her target. Selena looked down with a sad face. Selena understood that Mia was the problem. Selena did not want to ruin the long-prepared plan. Mia closes her eyes and smiles sweetly. Selena was sitting at the operator's table. Selena said that while he was thinking about what to do, an opportunity suddenly presented itself. Mia sat with her eyes closed. Selena said that Mia said she wanted to stop being an operator. Selena stood with her eyes closed in front of Dick. Selena realized that she had deliberately not told Mia to stay. Selena stood with a sly smile. Selena said this was because she was hoping to put some distance between her and the other operators. Blue eyes stood out against Selena's face. Selena thought it would be better if everything worked out exactly as planned. Selena took out a golden sword. Against the background of many purple lines stood the silhouette of Selena. Selena opened a portal. Viruses came out of the portal and said she had done a great job. Selena watched as Virus Worm and the golden helmeted virus walked past her. The virus told Selena that she was finally worth something. Virus Worm was walking in the entrance, with Selena standing behind him. Virus Worm told her to wait for the next command. Selena was surprised when Rajin told her from the side that he would transfer the moderator to another location and let her know after he did so. Rajin looked at Selena standing behind him. Rajin told her not to let Troyan take the sword. Selena realized that this was the first time Rajin had spoken to her. Rajin looked down saying that she had better listen to his words. Selena instinctively felt that she should follow what he said. Devastation, a sea of blood, dead, residents. Selena said that after that, the world changed, After the appearance of Trojan and so much damage was done, the dark silhouette of Selena stood in front of the crowd of viruses and held her head. Selena understood that the plan had failed and only the harsh reality remained. Selena, with tears and panic on her face, held her head. Selena knew that this was not what she wanted. She needs to find a moderator and return everything to the way it was. The virus called Selena. Behind Selena stood a virus in a mask. The virus said her role was done. It's time for her to get her gun back. The virus in the mask with ears told her to her face that she was now useless. Selena remembered Rigid's words. Selena thought that this was exactly what he had predicted for her. Selena took the handle. Selena dealt a powerful blow to the virus. Selena said she wouldn't give it back so easily. Virus opened his mouth and started screaming as Selena hit him in the face. Selena said that she has listened to everything they have asked of her so far, that they didn't give her what she asked for. Selena stood with a cool look. Selena said they better find a way. It was her turn to get what she asked for. Virus sat with his eyes wide open. Selena said that she would take this sword with her for now. The virus sat and watched as Selena disappeared. Selena appeared elsewhere. Selena stood with a blank look. Selena thought this was the place Reagan told her about. But isn't this a bad sector? Selena began to look to the side and surprise, and she heard someone's voice. A moderator stood in front of Selena. Aster, shrouded in blue energy, told Selena that he had been waiting for her. Selena looked at Aster's back, breathing heavily. She clenched her teeth and recalled the past. Very frightened, little Selena was hugged by her parents. A silhouette flew above them, and together with the large guards, destroyed everything around it. Was Moderator. Selena was terrified. There was a sharp explosion. Selena flew up and grabbed Aster by the collar with her hand, with horror on her face, pressing Aster to the stone wall. She said that he removed her parents. She added that he had no idea. Little Selena, along with other slaves, dragged boulders under the leadership of Virus. In front of little Selena Virus, other children were killed. Selena added that in order to avenge her parents and become stronger, she had to go through a lot. The girl had to endure horrors. A little girl was sitting behind bars with the corpses of murdered people lying around her. Holding Aster by the collar with one hand, she raised the sword above his head with the other hand, and said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Aster said that he understood that, as expected, she too was a victim. The guy's words infuriated Clino. She screamed at him to shut up. She asked if he decided to say it now. Selena pointed the blade straight at Aster's face. She screamed at him not to try to speak, as if she understood. With horror on her face, she screamed that it was disgusting. Selena screamed "die," and began to bring the blade closer to the guy. Looking the guy straight in the face, she said that she remembered what he did. Aster said that she would do whatever she wanted. Tears appeared on Aster's face. He said, "So be it, if it would at least a little console her resentment." Aster, who had a blade in front of his throat, said that he would accept it. Selena clenched her teeth, trembled and roared. To be honest, she knew that he had no choice but to remove them. Little Selena cried in her parents' arms. The girl's relatives smiled tearfully. Even if Aster is the object of hatred, he will accept everything. Restoration is a power that even Aster cannot use. The red sign glowed with an aura. Orm's offered to resurrect her family was impossible from the very beginning. Sobbing with her head down, Selena understood that her parents would not return. Even if she killed Aster, the sins she committed are now irreversible. In the end, Virus is to blame for everything. All Virus, at the head of Worm, stood and grinned. It might have been despair to accept their death. Selena fell to her knees in front of Aster. It made her take her anger out on him. The girl sat silently on her knees in front of the guy. Aster repeated. He said that he would continue to face the sins he had committed. There was sadness on Aster's face. He said that from now on, to make sure that there would be no more victims like her, he thinks he will destroy the root virus. Selena sobbed, letting go of her gaze. Aster added that when everything is over, he will atone for his sins. Selena and Aster stood in the dark among the flying stones. Standing with his back to the girl, Aster asked what she was going to do now. Upset, Selena replied that she did not know. Selena replied with a calm face that she didn't think she cared anymore. Aster asked the girl if she no longer wants to take revenge on War. The girl gave a positive answer and added that it was impossible to kill him. Looking down, she added that he rarely shows his main body, and even if he does, it is impossible for her, since he can simply multiply his main body. The girl asked if everything is as Aster said. Why is he still here instead of returning and uniting with the others? Aster said with a confident look that they don't have a firewall, so he doesn't want to drag them into this anymore. This is also the reason why he did not return. Many viruses lived in these places. Aster added that viruses in this place are especially dangerous, so you need to prevent them from getting out. Aster said. More importantly, he is confident that Worm's main body, somewhere around here. Worm stood with his head turned back. The guy said that, on top of that Trojan too, Arya has disappeared. Aster added that they all lost something precious because of virus. Aster, with a strong aggression on his face, shouted that this is why he is going to destroy all the virus here. A few days later, Aster will inform her one more time before he leaves. Without turning around, Aster asked the girl to be careful and added that this power is incompatible with them, since it is not from this world. Aster added that it was even difficult for him to maintain his sanity with the strength he had. Selena held the glowing blade in her hand. If combined with the item Aster gave her, she will only be able to use the true power of the sword once. Selene opened a portal and went into it. Standing alone among the flying boulders, Aster said that he did everything that was asked of him. Annoyedly, glancing higher, Aster asked if everything was okay. The guy was talking to Beetlejuice. After that, lots of viruses were appearing around. The one-eyed man shot a beam from his eye into the ground. A lot of virus stood and grinned. There was an endless pursuit of virus. Selena stood holding a glowing spear in her hand. Selena flew through the balls of wind to return the sword. Worm sent an infinite number of clones and named virus, but in the end, Selena was able to wound him. The stunned Worm stood with a blade in his chest. Everyone around was scattered into pieces. Although Selena was unable to kill him, she thinks she did everything she could. The girl thought that everything was fine. Now she lay all wounded on the ground, looking at the sky. Her eyes were closing. The girl barely heard the voices that came to her and tried to open her eyes. Aidan and Arya stood with their hands raised above the girl. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the guy. The crippled Selena and Mia lay on the ground. Mia was breathing heavily. Selena was in agony. Selena grabbed the sword with her hand. Her whole body glowed with a bright light. Selena looked up blankly. She saw someone hovering above her. It was a girl. Selena extended her hand towards the girl, aired, and looked stunned as Selena reached out her hand to someone. Selena raised her hand and looked to the side. Aidan looked at what was happening in great surprise. The system issued a message about a system update. Aidan watched in horror as Selena disappeared. Aidan clenched his teeth. He put his hand forward, covered with an aura, trying to somehow help the wounded Mia. Mia didn't move. While Aidan looked at the fragments that remained from Selena, Arya took Mia in her hand and cried. Selena's hand extended to the sky, slowly disappeared. The girl's particles gradually evaporated. A bright silhouette appeared in the sky. A voice began to be heard asking why she did this. Selena turned her head. Someone stood behind her and said that she had a chance. There was a girl standing behind her. He said that there was a way that she too could live. Selena smiled without turning around. The girl asked if she was really okay. Smiling from ear to ear, Selena said it was the first time she made a decision that made sense. The girl remained silent. The disappearing girl said goodbye. She added that she would not be hurt anymore. The big hand held the smaller hand. Little Selena stood next to her parents. They smiled. Selena smiled widely, holding her father's hand. The silhouette watched other silhouettes from around the corner. Shabby little Mia sat pressed against the wall. Mia was sitting against the wall. Little Selena stood in the middle of the square. Selena reached out her hand. Mia was surprised when Selena took her hand. Selena smiled widely, looking at Mia. There was not a drop of sadness on Kleina's face. Mia smiled too. Selena and her parents held hands with little Mia in the midst of the Gardens of Eden. There was noise coming from the training room. Mia was breathing very heavily. She stood on the corpses of a large number of monsters. Dake called Mia's name. Dake, standing behind Mia, said that's enough. Dake said worriedly that the girl is not even resting. At this rate, she will faint. Dake added that everyone is worried about her. Mia turned to Theodora and asked him to turn it up more. Theodora, standing above, behind the large glass, asked if she was sure. Mia asked, please. The puzzled Theodora stood silently at the control panel. At the girl's request, Theodora included a more difficult level. A huge number of large monsters appeared around Mia. The system notified that the difficulty of the test was extreme. The masked monster struck. Mia jumped back and dodged the attack. Mia was thinking about Selene. Mia struck the monster. The girl cut off the monster's hand. She thought, why didn't Selene tell her? Selena and Mia smiled happily. Mia thought, why did she hide this from her? Mia looked at her dying friend. She thought that she should have known. Tears appeared in Mia's eyes. She thought, if she were stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Mia put her palm forward and created an energy ball. A moment later, releasing the ball, everything around exploded. Mia fell to her knees amidst the explosions. Someone's steps were heard behind Mia's back. It was Aidan. He told the girl that that was enough. Mia sat silently. Aidan said that she did everything she could. Arya looked at the girl with concern. Mia, slowly turning her head, turned to the moderator and asked if nothing could be done. Mia added that it has the power of restoration. Turning her head towards the guy, Mia had tears on her face, and asked if it was impossible to save Selena. Aidan said he was very sorry, he couldn't do anything. Mia lowered her head. Aidan added that everyone else was also in danger. If they were infected with the virus, it would be impossible to save them. The one-horned virus poured out dark power. Selena was injured. Aidan said that with Selena's sacrifice, he would do everything to restore Mia. The guy added that it was a big relief that she was safe. Aidan said it was for Selena. Mia was on her knees, tears falling from her eyes. Straight to the ground, the guy asked her to stop blaming herself. Mia sobbed loudly, raising her head up. Arya hugged Mia and pressed her to her, stroking her head. It was a clear day. The rays of the sun were falling on the large stone house. Aidan was fiddling with the system. Exhaling heavily, the guy said that he was so busy. Since Arya is looking after Mia, he must take care of everything. Aidan said that nothing can be done. The guy put his palm forward, and a glow appeared from it. Artifacts, a large blue crystal and a Selene sword appear in the guy's hands. Looking at the artifacts, the guy thought, what should he do with them? The guy was thinking about the item that Selene gave him at the last moment. Aidan sat and watched as Selene raised her hand in the air before she died. Selene, looking at the guy, used something on him. The guy recalled that at that moment he could feel it when he was holding it. Looking around himself in shock, the guy thought he had received an update. Aidan said that thanks to this, he was able to save Mia. The guy put his palm to his chest and said that now he can restore the usual virus. Because of this dagger, Aidan senses Elise's power, so he must investigate it. The dagger glowed brightly. The guy noted that there was something else more important. The blue crystal shone with a bright blue light. The system showed an unknown origin. It was the star Betelgeuse. The guy noticed that this was the most suspicious thing. While the guy was sitting examining the crystal, a girl approached him from the side. It was Siri. She turned to Sir Aidan in surprise and asked where he got it from. Coming closer, Siri said that she realized that something similar had happened. Sirius glanced at the crystal and said the name Betelgeuse. The crystal glowed with a bright blue glow. Sirius asked the question, how did this happen? Sirius looked at the crystal and asked why Selene was in possession of it. Aidan, holding the crystal in his hand, said that he also did not understand. Aidan said he tried using recovery. The guy stood looking at the crystal. Aidan added that nothing happened. Siri watched as the guys talked. Aidan said that he was the only one who knew about Aster's whereabouts. Sirius added that, of course, they could not find out anything about the situation. Aidan said Arya didn't express it, but she was very concerned. Arya looked at Selene with a worried face. Aidan asked, what should he do? Sirius added, how about asking Procyon? Sirius said that he is sure his older sister is looking for Aster, so she knows something. Aidan wondered if it was Procyon. A picture of a girl appeared before his eyes. Aidan thought, is he talking about her? Sirius said that between dragons, they can send a special signal, so he will try to find her. Sirius added that, until then, Aidan would try to finish all his important work. The dragon said that he was sure there was a reason why Betelgeuse became like this. Sirius asked Aidan to keep it away. The crystal shone in Aidan's hand. The guy gave a positive answer. The city was covered with a huge energy dome. There were beautiful houses around. People were walking along the street. The bridge allowed access to the city built on the hills. A huge castle among the buildings appeared in all its glory. The system showed that it was Tracine, capital city. Virus appeared in front of the city. Virus grinned thoughtfully. His face was white. Patterns were visible on it. Virus asked, is this place the last stronghold of people? The horned, three-eyed Virus stood side by side with the other Virus and said that for a name like him, this was the perfect place for his debut. Seeing the protective field, Virus asked, what is this? Is it like a firewall? Virus added that it sucks. Raising his dark staff upward, he said. Do they really think they can block a name of his caliber with this? Virus said it would destroy it in one fell swoop. His staff began to emit a bright purple light. Another virus called out to him from behind and asked what he was doing. One horn added that he thought it would be better if they left him alone. Virus asked if he didn't know why this was the only place still standing. The one-horned one said that this place has a guardian god. A girl with a spear defends this place by killing Virus. Virus added that he does not want to interfere and chat aimlessly. Three Eyes chuckled. As he continued to use the spell, he asked, "Did he think you would be afraid?" For some reason, Virus fired a shock beam that destroyed everything in its path. The shock crashed into the city's energy shield. Smoke rose all around. Virus watched in shock at what happened. Three Eyes was surprised. Through the clearing smoke, it was clear that the defense was not damaged in any way. Virus noticed that there was not a scratch there. Virus shouted that they needed to leave. This man would come. Blue glimmers of aura appeared in the sky. Something fell to the ground with a crash, leaving a blue trail behind it. A layer of smoke rose all around. The three-eyed Virus was blown away by the shockwave fan's scream. A silhouette appeared in the sky above the city. Virus noticed it. The girl used a spell. Virus said that he should not have become attached. There was a guardian god, Procyon, in the sky. Various drawings were visible on the walls. A bright light shone from above, and Virus made strange sounds. Worm was bleeding and breathing heavily. Standing among others, Virus Worm asked what he should do to get rid of this pain. Worm asked if there is any way, since this is an injury caused by Trojan's power. There was a glowing hole in Worm's body. In anger, Worm shouted Celine's name, gritting his teeth and shouting that she was crazy. Worm added that even after death, she continues to torment him. Celine was shining in the sky. Worm said that this is not good. Now that he doesn't have the multiplication skill, he will be at a disadvantage over time. Virus stood next to the huge obelisk. Worm noticed that until now, they were able to last this long thanks to their multiplication speed. But now, Worm cannot cope with the speed at which his clones are removed. Everything around was collapsing. The toothy one flew and demolished everything in its path. The Virus clones die in agony. Worm added that from now on, their overall strength will decrease dramatically. Worm reported that right now there is a fool who is rampaging to kill him. Aidan and Arya stood around the clouds with gloomy faces. Worm said, "This guy won't miss this opportunity." Turning pale and looking down thoughtfully, Worm said that he needed to make a decision. The slab moved among the obelisks upholstered with patterns. Virus stood among the slabs. Virus grinned. Virus standing on top of the others grinned. It was Rajin. He said that it is very boring here. Looking at the others, Rajin noticed that Virus had not appeared since that day, so it looks like he's no longer needed here. At that same second, a portal began to open. Rajin turned his head in surprise. A portal opened above one of the obelisks. Worm appeared from there and asked what suddenly happened. Worm and the other Virus exited the portal. Rajin thought dumbfounded about Worm. He thought that he had not heard any news from him, so why so suddenly? Rajin thought. More importantly, who are these people behind him? There were a lot of Virus behind Aspies. Rajin thought it couldn't be. Are they all called Virus? He thought it was impossible. Lots of Virus came with it. Rajin thought that they were either equal in strength or superior to him. He wondered when Worm had accumulated so much power. Worm arrogantly said that Rajin is pathetic as always. He added to think that you are still playing house with the players. Worm asked, during the 3 years of their superiority in the war, what was Rajin doing? Virus stood in a large crowd on the obelisk that is higher than Rajin. He asked in surprise, what the hell? Worm, looking from top to bottom, announced that a new moderator had appeared. He added that this is someone Rajin also knows very well. There was bewilderment on Rajin's face. Rajin thought, is he the new moderator? Aidan stood with his back turned. Rajin thought, wait, hasn't it been deleted? Worm looked down at Rajin and said that from now on, they will launch a full-scale attack. This time, they will do everything that they could not do 3 years ago. Worm thought that with the powers of moderator in their hands, they would regain their rightful life. Worm, with a purple sphere burning in his chest, thought that they would fulfill her wishes. Shells flew in the sky above the city protected by the field. Crozian landed on the ground, rocks flying around her feet in smoke rising. The girl thought that Virus was constantly getting stronger. Christine walked on the burning ground and thought, what should she do? If things continue at this pace, she won't have time to solve anything. The girl thought that is expected. If she wants to protect people, then she needs the power of the moderator. Standing next to the barrier, the girl thought that the protective barrier she created was only a temporary measure if virus launches a full-scale attack. Huge hordes of virus are grinning. Procyon is confident that the barrier will not hold. A red flash appeared out of nowhere. Procyon was stunned. Looking around, she thought, "What is this?" She knew that someone was coming, but not virus. The girl thought it was Aster. Excitedly, the girl said that she needed to take a look. A red portal appeared among the sandy walls. Aidan appeared from the portal and said that they had reached the location. Ceres, Arya and Siri appeared behind the Aidan. The guy asked if the dragon was sure that Procyon was here. Looking at the city protected by a barrier, the guy noted that this place, unlike others, seemed untouched. Aidan said it's probably because Procyon is protecting the place. The guy added that people are safe here. Looking around, Aidan said that they need to find her. Aidan added that they didn't need anything else. At that moment, Procyon was flying over the guys. Aidan said that their work decreased. A moment later, something fell to the side of them and landed on the ground. Procyon stood amid the rising smoke and said that this could not be. In a stunned cry, Procyon asked if he was alive. Aidan turned his head at her. Procyon thought before this feeling. Procyon looked at the guy in great surprise and thought, did he really receive moderator powers? When Aster was a moderator, he wasn't that powerful. A moment later, someone joyfully called out the name Procyon. It was Arya. She joyfully ran up to the girl and hugged her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Procyon called Arya by name in surprise. Noticing her brother on the side, Procyon asked if he was really here too. Siri said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling the girl her big sister. Procyon, looking at her brother in bewilderment, asked how this was possible, because Aster said that it was deleted. Sirius replied that it was so. But Aidan became moderator and restored it. Tears fell from Procyon's eyes. Sirius said that the only reason he is now in this form is due to recovery. Procyon said it was such a relief. While in the arms of a joyful Arya, Procyon said that she thought she would never see them again. A moment later, silhouettes of people appeared from behind the city. They shouted the name Procyon. Aidan turned his head to look. People shouted, "Is she okay?" The second noticed that great power emanated from here. The guys were very surprised when they saw Aidan in company, and wondered if it was him. Aidan glanced at the guys and said that he already suspected it when Jake told him, but as expected, they were here with Miss Procyon. These were former operators. Lloyd and Isabel looked at the guy in surprise. Main castle of Procyon City. Procyon asked Arya for forgiveness. Hanging her head down, she said that she could not protect Aster. Arya replied that it was okay. It wasn't her fault. The former operators silently watched the conversation progress. Lloyd and the guys thought this was really unexpected. Normally, Lloyd would be happy about this, but to think that the guy was labeled as a bug. Now there is a new moderator in their hope. Looking at Aidan with his arms folded, Lloyd wondered what the hell had happened in the last 3 years. Arya turned to Procyon and said that they came here to ask her something. Arya asked, first of all, does she know anything about the older brother's place? Procyon looked down and said that she really didn't know where he was. The girl said she did not receive any additional information after Beetlejuice picked him up. Procyon said she thinks he's alive, but she's not sure, so she's really worried. Procyon added that she also hasn't seen Beetlejuice since then, wondering what the hell happened. Aidan got into the conversation and said, if that's what she's talking about. Then Aidan put his hand forward, and light began to shine from it. Aidan asked if the girl would admit it. Very surprised, Procyon screamed that this couldn't be true. She watched as a blue crystal appeared in the guy's hand. She screamed, where did he get it from? Procyon extended her hand to the crystal. Procyon and Sirius began to look at the star Beetlejuice. Aidan explained to them everything that had happened so far. The fact that Aidan can use recovery, Mia, Dake, and about what happened to Celine. Aidan stood with his hands folded in front of the guys. Lloyd, Isabella and Xenon looked at the guy in shock. They regretted Celine's death. Aidan told them about the limits and capabilities of the recovery skill. Approaching the talking guys from behind, Procyon said that they had finished. Aidan asked if they found anything. Procyon and Sirius answered no, upset. Procyon said that she and her brother looked through the dragon's eye. Blurred silhouettes were visible among the fragments. Procyon said that due to the damage, they could only see fragments of memories. Procyon added that they have found out that Aster is located in the bad sector, just in case they tried to signal him, but received no reaction. Procyon approached Arya and apologized for giving her false hope. Arya smiled and said that everything is fine. They can just start looking for him right now. Aidan addressed everyone. Standing in front of the guys, he said that he had something to say. Aidan said that even though they made a mistake, they all have the same goal: viruses. Aidan reported that viruses are much stronger than before, and there are many of them. Aidan asked with a confident look if they would fight viruses with them. Aidan added that, however, they needed to recognize his powers. Procyon and the former operators listened silently, folding his hands, watching the operators communicate. Aidan thought that he was sure it would be difficult for them to make a decision, since it was a sudden proposal. Since they have been supporting Aster for a long time, Aidan won't be able to do anything if they reject his offer. Looking at the guys with a confident look, Aidan thought that this was because, from their point of view, he was an outsider. Procyon considered the offer. Pros responded positively. She and the operators confidently said that they accepted his offer. Aidan said that they accepted it easier than he thought. Procyon answered with a smile, of course. Procyon added, after all, Aidan is the only true moderator that Aster has recognized. Procyon added that although their methods are not always correct, as operators, they never forget their goal of helping people. Operators confidently said that they will do everything possible to move forward to help people. Procyon confidently said that they recognize his strength. Arya glanced at how Aidan smiled. Aidan raised his hand up and began to dissipate the aura there. He added that he understood their feelings well. Aidan made them as operators, and said it was a choice he liked too. The domed city of Procyon. The city residents were very surprised. Residents shouted, "It's Miss Procyon." Procyon and the guys walked through the main square, people chanting and shouting their names. People around were chanting Procyon's name. Aidan smiled and noted that she was quite popular. Lloyd noticed that it had been like this since Miss Procyon and stayed here and protected the people in this city. Lloyd added that everyone is grateful to Miss Procyon. The residents looked at the guys smiling. Lloyd added that they were grateful until the city's name was changed. Smiling, Arya said that, as she expected, Procyon is simply incredible. Procyon blushed from embarrassment. A boy called out to Procyon from the side, calling her his big sister. The boy asked, "Isn't this too much? His mother is not the same as before." Sirius asked, dumbfounded, "He really doesn't need to be in this form." Turning her head, Procyon aggressively ordered Sirius to stop. She asked how long he was going to stay in his cub form. Procyon, in an instructive tone, said that being in such a form for a dragon is a problem concerning his dignity. Sirius, covered in sweat, sarcastically, noted that it was convenient. Laughing, Procyon turned to Aidan and said that they had arrived at the place he was talking about. A large white building with many windows. Procyon said that this is the guild hall where players gather. Looking at the guy, Procyon asked if he was going to update their firewalls. Aidan, looking at the building, replied that this is exactly what he decided to do. Procyon asked Aidan in advance not to pay attention if the players began to behave rudely. The guy asked what she was talking about. As soon as they entered, some guy got hit in the face. The building was very noisy. Someone was talking. Someone was fighting. Procyon said that they themselves could see that the players were very animated. Aidan said that it was a mess. Procyon said that the 5 great guilds were the best players gather. Among them are 3 of the 5 great guilds. Procyon said they received their protection and have worked hard until now. Guild members defended the city from virus. Procyon expressed confidence that they will be a great force for Aidan. The conversation was interrupted by a loud scream. A bearded guild member laughed and called someone stupid, and rudely asked if they could keep quiet. He shouted that Miss Procyon was here. All the guild members began to pay attention to the entrance and surprise. A moment later, Miss Procyon was surrounded by a crowd of fans. The girl blushed. Sirius noticed that this always happens when everyone's attention falls on the older sister. A moment later, someone shouted in a commanding tone for everyone to get up. The heads of the guilds appeared before the guys. One of them, Baran, laughed and asked what personally brought them here to this modest place. Guild leader Griffin greeted Procyon. Tinos asked what brought her here. Arya turned her attention to the guy. Venthouse glanced to the side in horror. He saw a girl with blue hair. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was Arya. Venthouse shielded himself from her with his cloak. In horror, Cold sweat broke out on Venthouse's face. He thought in horror, why is this man here? Prasen said that there is someone she would like to introduce to everyone. Pointing her palm at Aidan, she said that this is the person who will lead them operators and the one who will update the firewalls of the city and everyone else. The guild members looked at the guy in shock. Prasen said that this is the new moderator, Aidan. People looked in shock at Aidan, who folded his hands. Prasen, standing in front of the whispering crowd, said, although this is unexpected, it is true. She said, as the moderator returned, they will be able to overcome the dangers that are happening right now, and they can go against viruses. Baron watched in surprise. Darren apologized, interrupting Prasen. Looking at the surprise girl, he said that he had to make one thing clear before she continued. Darren came forward and said that, until now, they only trusted. Prasen smiling, Baron said that suddenly, entrusting their life to someone they just met today is something they can easily accept. Baron asked if Aidan could prove himself. Aidan exhaled confidently. Prasen asked excitedly. Baron didn't understand what she said. He is a moderator. Aidan said everything was fine. In fact, it was even better. Aidan added that it is simple and undeniable. Aidan, amid the noise of the crowd, walked into the circle towards Baron. After throwing off his armor, Aidan said that his body had become a little stiff since he had been sitting recently. With a smile on his face, stretching his hands, Aidan said that he was ready to see what this old man was capable of. Smiling, Aidan told him to attack. Darren smiled broadly in response. Darren, with great joy, rushed towards the guy with his fist. Aidan calmly dodged the blow by moving to the side. A blue aura scattered around and destroyed everything around. People watched as the stones flew into the air. The crowd was delighted. The guild member noted that if he was hit once, he would most likely die. Another guild member added, as expected, this is the strength of the former ranker. The guys from the crowd added that something seemed wrong. Darren continued to throw punches furiously. The crowd noticed didn't it seem like none of his attacks were hitting their targets. Aidan calmly dodged all of Baron's attacks. A moment later, Aidan struck Baron violently. One blow to the stomach pushed Baron away and created several shock explosions on his body at once. After choking on blood, Darren thought this was madness more than anything else. Baron is confident in his defensive skills. Baron thought, how could the guy do so much damage? Then it's exactly the same as it was then with Miss Procea. Baron thought that he thought all transcendental beings were so powerful. Jumping into the air and creating an energy weapon, Baron shouted that the battle was not over yet. Aidan watched as Baron created a huge hammer in the air that flew at the guy. A crowd of people watched in surprise as Baron laughed and told the guy to get ready. Prasen shouted excitedly that this is dangerous. Does Baron want to destroy this whole place? The old man's eyes were full of confidence. They glowed with a blue glow. With a sharp swing, he attacked the guy with a hammer. Aidan, with a calm expression on his face, raised his hand and began to use his power. A moment later, a huge energy beam appeared from his hand and flew forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The beam was so strong that it cut off half the mountain. Baron was shocked. Late Baron. There was a huge hole in the wall just a little further. There was half of the mountain, Baron excitedly admitted. Aidan is truly incredible. With a smile, kneeling in front of Aidan, Baron admitted defeat. Residents looked in surprise at the consequences and wondered what kind of attack it was. Half the mountain outside the city has disappeared. Going his head, Baron shook Aidan's hand and said that, as expected from the moderator, the old man had no chance. Aidan asked, smiling, did he fight with him already knowing about it? Laughing, Baron said that he thought he couldn't fool the guy. Aidan and Baron walked through the crowd. The old man said that the guy needed to prove it in front of everyone. He added that there are many people who don't believe in something until they see it. Laughing, Baron said that now there will be no one who will doubt the guy's strength. The head of the Griffin Guild silently looked at the scanning crowd standing behind. He thought that this was great. Now he will quietly leave for now. Everyone is focused on that. Remembering the meeting with Arya, Venthouse thought that he could not face this person. Arya walked up to the guy with folded hands and called him by name and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Venthouse screamed in fear. Arya looked slyly at the guy and asked if he was going somewhere. Venthouse turned pale and named the girl. Arya, grabbing the guy by the ear, angrily accused him of ignoring her calls. Venthouse tried to justify himself. Aidan, seeing this picture, came up and asked who it was. Arya held Venthouse by the ear with a smile on her face, and said that she had already talked about this before, about the fact that she was close to the head of the guild. Aidan remembered what time the girl was talking about. Arya said that she helped him once when he was a newbie. After that, he grew stronger, and she offered him the position of operator, but he refused. Venthouse was writhing in pain. The guilds looked in surprise and wondered, she can treat Sir Venthouse like that? Who is she? Is she also an operator? Arya said, with a smile on her face, that since the situation had come to this, she needed him to become an operator. Arya expressed hope that he would understand. The girl said that Kevin from his guild is now an operator. Venthouse was surprised. Venthouse asked in surprise, Kevin operator? Arya gave a positive answer and added that he is trying very hard now. Arya said that now she will tell why she is here. The entire crowd listened as Arya said that viruses began to actively move. Turning to the guilds, Arya said that she needed their help. She added that she does not have enough strength to fight viruses. Crozian and operators listened attentively. Arya added that she doesn't force anyone anyway. Arya, standing next to Aidan, said that the choice is up to the people themselves, and in areas that are lacking, Aidan and others will cover. Arya, please ask for help. New moderator. Aidan, many purple portals have opened. Aidan felt this and was very surprised. Aidan lit up with a red aura. Arya looked at him and asked what happened. Aidan said, he is here. Worm moves faster than Aidan thought. Aidan released an aura from his palms. Aidan wondered if Worm had noticed that the more time passed, the more he would be at a disadvantage. Aidan sent an aura towards all the people. The crowd was surprised. The system announced the completion of the firewall update. Aidan reported that viruses had infiltrated. The guild heads frowned. Aidan added that their numbers are not comparable to what they have seen before. Procyon and operators listened confidently. Aidan added that there is no need to worry, because he's here. Many portals opened in front of the city. Viruses appeared in hordes from the portals. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Viruses screamed as they hit the protected barrier. Behind the hordes that surrounded the city stood a girl. Virus smiled and said that time is the only problem for this barrier. She added that as Worm told her, besides this guardian god, there is nothing special in this place. The girl smiled and said, now shall we start? Several more portals opened above the city. Viruses fell from them in droves. The barrier began to crack. People ran away in horror. The girl said that this was the beginning of a massacre. The barrier collapsed under the onslaught of viruses, from behind whom many dark limbs stretched out. The girl stated that the Procyon barrier was now destroyed. Smiling madly, she added that now the insects won't be able to do anything about it. Viruses began to enter the city. People tried to run away. In horror, the girl ordered to erase them all. People shouted in horror that these were viruses. Run away. People prayed for someone to save them. Aidan used his power. The system notified that the permanent deletion command was entered. A huge energy wave hit viruses. Viruses were shocked. They screamed at the moment when a huge ball of energy was formed. The girl watched in surprise as the ball exploded into a huge area, taking all the viruses in its path. Viruses behind the girl were wondering, what is going on here? Why is there a person here who can use the delete command? The girl was silent in fear. She was stunned, wondering what was going on here. People watched Aidan use her power. The girl thought it was different from what she heard. Aidan stood with his hands in front of him, and using removal. The girl wondered why. Aidan stood surrounded by a crowd, with a huge flash shining above his head. The girl thought, why is there a moderator here? Aidan was unshakable. System cubes began to appear around. Aidan, holding one of them in his hands, looked at him. The system notified that the firewall update was completed. A new red energy shield has appeared over the city. The girl said that now there is a firewall. Their attacks are useless. The girl said that they cannot remove this firewall on their own. A red flash flew by sharply. Aidan appeared in the middle of viruses behind the frightened girl. The girl turned around in surprise, and the other viruses also glanced at the guy. Aidan stood gloomily. Viruses, in fear, thought it was the moderator. Aidan said, so many named viruses came here. Turning his head, Aidan said, to think that you all came here at once. Aidan asked, they are asking him to remove them, right? The girl, in fear, ordered to disperse. She screamed that they should never fight him head-on. All the viruses disappeared at that same second. Aidan aggressively said that he will not let them go. With a powerful flash, Aidan flew after them. He appeared behind one virus. Virus disappearing from complete removal, asked him to wait. Aidan used full removal and hold virus. The virus was wiped off the face of the earth. If the shot hit the ground, destroying it, the energy began to attract everything around it. Smoke rose and the energy continued to gain momentum. All viruses began to be pulled into the energy ball with tremendous force. Aidan unwaveringly stood with his back and destroyed viruses with the help of removal. Aidan turned around. On the hill stood the older viruses. Aidan glanced at the girl. The girl looked at the guy with fear on her face. Aidan thought it was strange. He doesn't see Worm here. Didn't he come here to settle things? Aidan, standing surrounded by a crowd of viruses, thought, where is Worm? Aidan understood. If you think about how they reacted to him, looks like viruses didn't know he was here. Aidan thought, annoyingly, as expected, did Worm go to ERGs? Aidan thought Worm probably thought he was there. The guy thought that all the strong viruses would go to ERGs. Aidan thought that if he continued to stay here, then all of ERGs would fall under the onslaught of the viruses. Aidan thought he needed to get back quickly. At the same instant, something hit the ground near the guy. It was Arya. She addressed the guy by name. Arya said to leave it to her and return first. Smiling at the guy, Arya pulled him to go and kill Worm. Aidan smiled and realized that Arya was thinking about the same thing as him. Aidan agreed. Jumping into the portal, he said that he trusted Arya with this. Arya, standing in the middle of the crowd of viruses, laughed and said that they are annoying now. Now that operators and guilds are on their side, Arya said that this workforce should be more than enough. Arya, along with a crowd of people, stood up to defend the city. Arya added that they will make the viruses thoroughly understand. The girl stood with the viruses' army. Arya smiled belligerently and said that there was no more room for viruses. The girl bared her teeth angrily. Berg City. The barrier over the city fell from the onslaught of viruses. Worm said that he came here after much thought. Theodore sighed heavily. Worm, smiling and standing above him, said that, unfortunately, the moderator was not here. Laughing, Worm said that their efforts would be in vain if they continued to maintain the firewall. Theodore knelt in front of Worm, looking arrogantly at the guy. Worm added that, even in this case, they are quite annoying. Worm said it still wouldn't be enough, even if they tried their best. Theodore, behind whom silhouettes could be seen, looked annoyed at Beerus. Worm said, Theodore was a fool for getting caught, for trying to protect these things. Henry and Helen were crying behind Theodore. Worm advised the guy not to be so crazy, because he's going to kill everyone here now. Worm said, I wonder what kind of expression Aidan will have when seeing such a terrible sight. With hellish eyes, Worm asked, isn't Theodore curious? Smiling, Worm said that just the thought of it. This is so exciting. Worm hit Theodora, behind whom the children were hiding. Worm's face was horrified. In an instant, the shock wave from the impact traveled for kilometers. Worm stood amid the rising smoke. Worm looked back. A girl stood behind him. He asked what she was doing, addressing her as Virus. The Virus girl protected Theodore and the children with her hand. Behind the hill of the city of ERGs, the girl smiled and held her head in her hand. A girl with a horn on her head, smiling, lying on the shoulder of the big Virus, said that he did not need to take her here. She thanked him for doing this every time. Looking to the side, the girl sighed pleasantly. Seeing two silhouettes leaving the barrier, she said that they had come this time too. The girl ran up to them and shouted the names Henry and Helen. The children joyfully shouted the name Violette in one voice. Coming closer to the guys, Violette said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked if everything was fine with them. Henry said they were doing great. She was the one they were worried about, since she lives outside. Helen added that she missed her and asked what they would do today. Helen suggested not playing outside today. Violette asked in surprise, do they want to go to the village? Instead, the children said, with a smile on their faces, that there were people in the village whom they would like to introduce to her, but if she doesn't want to, then they can play as usual. Violette lowered her gaze thoughtfully. She was thinking about the village. Should she go to this place? Will she be okay there? Violette thought she knew it was dangerous, but to be honest, she always wanted to go there. Looking back hard, Violette thought, since she is the only one who is able to get through the firewall, she thought that it would be nice to be apart for a while. Violette thought that nothing would happen in such a short time. The children and Violette went to the barrier. Big Virus watched silently from the bushes. Violette stood in the village in the middle of the people's square, smiling from ear to ear. She said it was incredible. Looking at the people passing by, she thought that everything here was made up of things that you couldn't find in bad sector. People were going about their business. Someone was buying something. Violette thought that if she had known what it was earlier, she would have come earlier. Violette recalled that when she went through the firewall, she was a little nervous, but nothing happened. And because Henry and Helen are happy, Violette thought it was fun. Violette smiled sincerely. Violette and the children talked to passers-by. The three of them laughed loudly as they passed people. The children laughingly treated Violette to a drink. Violette, having fun loudly with Henry and Helen, said that this was really fun. With a smile on her face, Violette thanked the guys and said it was the most fun she'd ever had with the two of them. She said that they were both really the best. At that moment, someone appeared behind them. It was Theodore, and he loudly shouted the names Henry and Helen. The children turned around in surprise. Theodore abruptly grabbed Henry and Helen and ran away, leaving the girl alone at the barrier. While Theodore was running away, the children asked what happened. Theodore asked if they were injured. Looking at the girl with eyes with an aura, he shouted, "How could she get through the firewall?" Violet stood with a frightened expression on her face. Theodore shouted, "Did she think she could hide?" He added that she could not deceive him. Theodore loudly called the girl Virus. The pale girl stood in fear at the barrier. The children looked at the girl in horror and asked, "Is Violet a virus?" Violette, in a panic, raised her hands up and examined herself. From fright, her appearance returned to its previous form. She asked them to wait. She said she just wanted to play with them. The children watched in fear as Virus extended her hand towards them. Violette was terrified. She silently removed her hand. Turning around, she said that they both seemed to find her intimidating. With her head down, Violet cried and said that it was impossible, as she had expected. Violette said goodbye to the children. They looked at her in horror. The girl walked through the firewall, and the children said her name in unison. Theodore, using his ability, shouted for him to stop. Theodore launched projectiles at the girl. He shouted, "Does she think she can escape from him?" Henry and Helen turned pale and watched this picture in horror. When the smoke cleared, only virus particles were visible. The children thought sadly about Violet. Theodore turned to Q and asked, "Did the girl run away?" The children breathed nervously. Theodore said, "Just think, he couldn't notice the invading virus." Theodore said he urgently needed to take action. Henry and Helen were silent. They said Violet was crying. The boy asked his sister, what should they do? Should they be the ones who believe Violette? Henry said that if they could meet her again, he would like to apologize. A moment later, many portals appeared. Theodore was horrified to feel this. Jake and Mia also felt the portals in a daze. Kevin, Jake and the campaign realized with horror that the invasion had begun. The city's residents looked up. Many portals appeared above the established barrier, and people were gripped by fear. Worm appeared from the portal. Worm held a sword in his hand, and around him, the other viruses smiled evilly. Worm stood motionless. After a moment, he swung his sword. The system notified about anti-debugging. A huge black ball appeared high in the sky, above the city. Theodore thought, in horror viruses, Aidan really talked about this, but to think that this would happen so soon. Theodore thought, then, what kind of virus was it before? Was it really conducting reconnaissance? Theodore opened the system panel. He said that due to anti-debugging, he could not establish a connection with Aidan. Using the system, Theodore contacted all residents in the city. He said that firstly, they need to receive as little damage as possible. Secondly, they need people in reserve. Theodore, while operating the system, excitedly thought about Aidan. He should return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Violette was sobbing loudly while sitting in front of her great friend. He was silent, upset. Violet asked why he was born virus. The other virus said nothing. Suddenly, they both felt something. Violette realized with horror what it was. They hurried to the edge of the hill. Violet saw it. Many portals opened above the city from which viruses came out. Violette screamed, "What's going on here? Why is Worm here?" Violet was worried about Henry and Helen. Violet's face turned pale with horror. City residents ran headlong in different directions. There was a loud cry calling them to a certain place. People stood at the entrance to the red building, and waving their arms, called others to join them. They shouted that this place was a special refuge created by Mr. Aidan, and that it would be safe here. Logan stood with his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide with shock. He thought that although they had been warned about the coming of viruses before, This was the first time he saw so many. The guy stood and looked at the many purple spots that were visible on the other side of the dome. He was thinking about where Mr. Aidan is now. At this time, Worm walked forward among the viruses that parted before him. He noted that it is very strange that people did not react at all. Holding a sparkling sword in his hands, he approached the dome and wondered what the moderator was up to. Gripping the handle tightly, Worm jerked his hand, raising the weapon. He said that, since they were not resisting in any way, making a sharp lunge forward, he swung his weapon and shouted that then they would continue. A moment later, the virus struck the protective dome. Because of such a blow, a gap was formed in the protection, which gave viruses freedom of action. In a huge heap, they all rushed into the hole that appeared. Worm laughed loudly and ordered them to kill absolutely everyone. All the shining emblems appeared in the sky, from which two beams shot out. A barrage of fire began to burn the viruses alive. They started to step back, shouting in their nasty voices that it was very hot and trying to understand what was happening. Stepping forward, Mia clenched her teeth in anger. She asked how they even dared to come here. All the operators led by Mia went outside the city walls, and behind them were accompanied by large red guards. The girl screamed that they were all not letting them down and take a step further. Frowning her brows, she said that all this needed to end right now. Arya stood opposite and listened silently to her. Some of them began to back away, while several big men walked forward through them. One of them noted that no one knew that people would gather so much strength. Several large viruses in protective armor came ahead of everyone, along with which there were also humanoid viruses in. One standing in the middle noted that this too would come to an end. Nya, furrowing her brows and baring her teeth, locked eyes with him and said loudly that there is only room in this world for one of them. Moments later, the army of guards rushed forward and began to hold back the attack of the viruses on the first line. At this time, Theodore was in the square with the children opening the system screens while a fierce battle unfolded far ahead. The children stood behind him with frightened faces, and the guy, without turning around, shouted that they should not leave his side. Frowning his brows, Theodore watched what was happening through many screens. He thought that things were bad and the monsters frivolously destroyed their protective barrier through the tracking system. He looked at the huge hole in the defense. He thought that while Mr. Aidan is not there, he, as the guardian of this land, must restore the barrier. A voice boomed from behind, asking if he was really thinking. Theodore's eyes widened and shock as Worm began to appear behind him. With a wide smile on his face, he asked if the guard thought he would allow him to do this. The guy rushed to the side, covering the children with his back, looking at the virus with a sword in his hand. He wondered when he had time. A silhouette of Aidan appeared in Worm's head, engulfed in bright flames. He said that he was hoping to meet the moderator here. Gritting his teeth tightly, Theodora stared intently at the virus that he said he had simply embedded a fake to replace it. The guard thought that the sword in the hands of the virus belonged to Mr. Aidan, and wondered where he got it from. Worm said that since things were like this, he got rid of him first. He looked at Theodore with a look full of contempt and said that he was going to kill everyone anyway. The guardian activated his robotic assistants, and they began to shoot lasers at the virus. He, with a smile on his face, struck the ground with the tip of his sword, and a protective dome formed around him. Henry and Helen, who had moved some distance away, trembled with fear as they watched the battlefield. With their mouths slightly open, they looked with frightened eyes and loudly shouted the name Theodore. The children saw that the guy's attacks had no effect that time. Like the virus continued to strike, they thought that their affairs were very bad, and if everything continued in the same way, then Theodore would die. Looking at the shocked face of the guy with wide eyes and the satisfied Worm with a wide smile, they mentally called for help from at least someone. Henry and Helen held each other's hands, and tears began to appear from their frightened eyes. They prayed for someone to help Theodore. With a glare, Violet rushed forward. A couple of moments later, there was a loud bang and rocks began to fly away. Helen opened one eye in fear. Directly in front of them, the two children saw Violet's back. They shouted her name joyfully as the girl with a serious face covered them. With one hand the series asked, "What is she doing here?" Shining with a bright purple light, he began to approach the girl, asking how she looked to stand in his way. Virusy told him to step back and never return to this place. Blazing with a bright purple flame, the girl bared her teeth when Worm grinning asked her if she was really going to protect this garbage, while its arms turned black and dark shoots appeared from her back. In a low voice, she asked what he called these people. A moment later, The girl took off. Finding herself directly in front of the worm, she directed her tendrils at his shield. Indignation appeared on her face, and she exclaimed that these children were her precious friends. Virus clenched his teeth tightly as Violet screamed, asking, how dare he attack them? There was a loud impact sound, and Worm's body was pressed into the ground. He tried to maneuver in different directions while the girl chased after him, pointing sharp appendages. Worm turned around with a look of fear on his face. Behind him, he saw Virus F appear out of nowhere. At the same second, Worm activated his shield again. The big virus swung his fist and hit the shield. Worm gritted his teeth as purple blood flowed from his mouth. He held one of the appendages in his palm, while the second one fused into his hand, and Violet stood next to him with a grim face preparing to strike. She asked, really? She reached out with her hand from the luminous dome. The girl asked if he forgot that she had a shield bypass. She moved her hand and it passed through the protective barrier. Violet frowned, saying that nothing could stop her. Serial bared his teeth and veins appeared on his face. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and said that it didn't make any sense how strong she was. Virus F's eyes widened in surprise as Worm exclaimed that compared to this tower of his, everything was insignificant. A moment later, a bright yellow explosion was heard. Among the settling dust stood a large, dark figure. Opening her mouth wide, Violet screamed loudly. She was in the arms of Virus F, whose body began to fall apart. The girl indignantly asked why he protected her. She screamed that he was the only one who got hurt. A forest figure began to approach them from the side, and Worm said that even though they were born the strongest among the viruses, he walked with a gloomy face, dragging a sword behind him, saying that, without the ability to control their strength, they are useless. Frowning his eyebrows, the virus bared its teeth and cast a look of contempt at them. He said they were both losers and had only been in the way from the start. Theodore stood with the children at some distance and watched the squabble of viruses. Worm said that in order for them not to get in his way anymore. Standing next to Virus F, the girl clenched her teeth tightly as Worm said that he would take the chance to get rid of them. At this moment, the sky began to become covered with cracks. 2 large cuts appeared on the barrier, placed by Worm. The white-haired guy looked up in shock and wondered, what just happened? The viruses and the people cowering with them also began to raise their heads up. Worm began to say that this cannot be. Mia looked at the dark sky with surprised eyes, and the virus was indignant that its barrier was destroyed. Suddenly, a dark approaching figure appeared, and the guy exclaimed that the moderator was here. Bright flames blazed around Aidan, who had a gloomy face. Lowering himself to the ground, he gazed downwards. The entire sky began to become covered with cracks from which red lines emerged. New operators and other people rejoiced at the appearance of the moderator. There was a loud cry of excitement that Mr. Aidan was now here. Looking up at him, they raised their hands to the sky and loudly chanted for moderator. The guy's eyes lit up and the silhouette began to flicker with bright energy. A moment later, lightning struck from the sky, creating a large explosion. The viruses that came under attack began to burn alive. The remaining ones watched the bright flash as their bodies fell apart. They screamed, trying to understand what was happening. Seeing the dark silhouette of Aidan not far from them, they shouted that they urgently needed to do something about it. A shining sword appeared in the guy's hand. With a grim face, he held it forward, pointing the tip at the viruses as lightning sparked around him. He opened the command line and applied permanent delete. A bright flash burst out of it and flew towards the approaching viruses. Falling under it, they began to be irrevocably erased from this world. A couple of moments later, the guy observed a huge longitudinal hole form. As a result of the removal, the viruses that remained alive looked at him with clenched teeth and exclaimed that somehow they would all die. They said that only a named person could whitewash the moderator. They looked at the back of Aidan around whom bright red energy was blazing. A moment later, purple rays flew towards the guy. The guy did not move, and when they were at a dangerous distance, a protective field appeared around him. Aidan frowned, and his gaze darkened. There was a loud cry to continue the attack. Army of viruses continued to rapidly attack Aidan. They said that even though the guy is a moderator, he also has his limits. The named virus in a dark robe man helmet pointed the others in the direction with his hand and loudly said that if they kill the moderator, then his protective screen over the village will say. He shouted that together they could win. 2 named viruses also went into battle, one of which was wearing strong, bulky armor, and the other with large horns and long white hair. Aidan stood with a calm face as the attackers tried to break through his defenses. Holding his sword tightly in his hand, he raised it to strike. The guy swung in the air and sent a glowing cutting attack forward. The viruses who did not expect such an attack were shocked when they saw the bright glow. The moderator's blow cut the ground, and the monsters scattered from it in different directions, only managing to tell each other before that they needed to be careful. The cut went further and cut many kilometers of land in half. The viruses that were on opposite sides looked into the abyss from which red energy came out. The named virus in the helmet was among them, and a bead of sweat ran down his face. In his own thoughts, he cursed, thinking that this was too much because the moderator had only hit them once, and they had already suffered such losses. He thought that they all needed to stall for as long as possible, until Worm arrived. The voice said that it now understood who it was. The virus's eyes widened in surprise when Aidan appeared behind him with a gloomy face, who said in a low voice that the unknown was the most powerful among these viruses. Throwing an interested look at him, the parquet said that before fighting the worm, it would be better for him to get rid of the rest of the name. At the same moment, a stream of light energy hit the virus. He screamed as his and his comrades' bodies began to slowly crumble away, piece by piece. He froze in a silent scream covered in white light, and thought that this was simply impossible. The named one wondered if this was his end. A huge blazing fire of light began to rise into the air, which began to suck other viruses into itself. Virus wearing massive armor and a helmet turned back, seeing a glowing sphere start everything that was nearby. He exclaimed loudly that this simply could not be. He lowered his frightened gaze, which was not visible under the helmet, and thought that the moderator was much stronger than they thought, since he could really defeat all the named ones at once. Making a sharp lunge forward, Mia bared her teeth while the virus was thinking that they should urgently do something. The girl struck him in the stomach with lightning speed, and he flew back with a loud cry. She indignantly asked, how dare he be distracted during the battle? There was anger in her eyes and her brows furrowed. The girl loudly declared that this is the end. She looked at Aidan, who had come down, and red lightning was sparkling around the guy, and his expression was terrifying. Mia shouted that none of them stood a chance against the moderator. The guy sucked in a loud breath, lowering his eyebrows. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, calling Worm to come out to him. He continued to scream, and the sound coming out of his mouth was so strong and loud that it sent energetic vibrations around. He shouted that he knew the virus was watching. From such an onslaught, people began to cover their ears with their hands, uttering loud words to Aidan that he wants to end this once and for all. A gloomy voice was heard that said that he hoped that they could do at least something. Worm appeared and looked at Aidan, saying that even the named one could not do anything, and then called them all failures. Aidan threw at a dark figure in the fog with a sparkling sword who said that without him, these viruses are not capable of anything. Worm frowned as his silhouette began to glow with bright purple energy. He looked at Aidan, who was standing at some distance from him, and said that he still couldn't lift one thing. He asked why the guy was chosen for the role of moderator. Out of dissatisfaction, Worm clenched his teeth and said that he would never admit this fact. He noted that this entire world should belong only to Trojan. The two guys locked eyes with each other, but Worm's gaze was filled with disappointment, and Aidan's gaze expressed confidence. The virus loudly declared that everything around exists only for her. The guy with red hair told him to shut up and noted that he would personally make sure he never said such things. Orion clutched his sparkling golden sword tighter and said that he didn't care whether the moderator understood his words or not. His pupils constricted and his gaze became wild. The virus said that everything will end when he gives her the whole world. Swinging his sword, he began slashing through the air towards Aidan. One of the blows, blazing with lightning, cut the earth in half. Aidan and Worm rushed around the territory at great speed, destroying everything around and trying to deal fatal blows to each other. During all this time, the moderator managed to set up many system areas around. With a sullen face, he extended his hand forward, and it glowed with a bright red light. Opening the command field, Aidan activated permanent deletion. Worm, watching him, grinned and laughing, asked what it is. The moderator clenched his sword tighter, while the virus screamed what it had already told him. At this point, the command was cancelled. Aidan frowned, gritting his teeth as Worm exclaimed that his commands had no effect on him. The two swords clashed, making a loud metallic sound. They began to swing their weapons, sending attacks at each other. Gritting his teeth, the virus clicked in displeasure. When a scratch appeared on his cheek, he screamed as multiple cutting blows began to pass through his body. Leaping forward, He cursed loudly and swung his sword at Aidan, but the guy was able to block the attack. At that moment, the moderator's eyes lit up and clenching his hand into a fist, he swung. When he hit the virus, the energy rushed upward in a huge column. Daring his teeth, Worm began to stutter blood and veins appeared on his face. Looking at Aidan, whose face showed no emotion, he wondered how a guy could be stronger when he has the Trojan sword. Gathering its strength, the virus rushed from its place, raising a cloud of dust, and thought that if it could, at least once touch Aidan. In a few moments, its dark figure was above the guy, and the sword was drawn to strike. Hatred blazed in Worm's violet eyes, and he exclaimed that there was certainly no way to avoid this. Hitting Aidan, he knocked him into the ground, which began to crack. The guy who blocked the blow with his weapon gritted his teeth when he saw cracks creeping up the sword. Everything around was illuminated by the shining energy of the Trojan sword. From such an attack, the black sharp fell into pieces. Seeing this, the virus grinned smugly. Looking at the moderator, Aidan stared back at Worm with an intense frown. Guardian of the city, to children and to viruses standing on a hill and looking at the fierce battle in the distance, the girl asked in a frightened voice if he was arguing. Violet grabbed Virus F with her hands and looked at him with eyes full of concern. She kept asking if he was okay. Virus lowered his head and his whole body trembled while the girl said that if he died, then he waved his clawed hand, and it glowed with a bright purple light. A large portal appeared in front of them. The girl took the monster's hand. Already entering the portal, he turned and looked at her with a questioning look. They looked at each other for some time. When the two viruses began to hide in the violet light, Henry and Helen, who had been standing behind Theodore all this time, loudly asked to wait. Rushing forward, they looked worried with wide eyes and called out to Violet. The girl turned around and the corners of her lips turned up. Throwing a good-natured glance at her friends, she smiled and said goodbye to them. The two viruses then disappeared into a dark portal. At this moment, a fierce battle continued outside the dome that protected the city. The battered Siri, who stopped for a moment, tried to normalize her breathing. With her palms facing forward, she fired a stream of energy killing the viruses. Leaving one hand in this position, she frowned, still breathing loudly. She mentally wondered how many more viruses were left, noting that there was no end in sight at all. Glancing back, she watched as her fellow operators continued to fight the monsters. Siri thought that everything was not so bad, and they were even pushing aside viruses. Not noticing a dark hand creeping up on her from the side, she continued to think that at this rate, a large fanged virus, having turned its hand into a drill, was approaching Siri from behind, while she was thinking about how they could win. Sirius, who appeared next to him, opened his mouth and became indignant, saying, "How dare he?" The girl recoiled in fear, and she saw the virus behind her, which immediately made a hole in Sirius. Debo looked down at the smiling Siri and asked if she was okay. Floating in the air, he smiled and asked the girl not to be distracted anymore during the battle. Sirius gave her a good-natured look and said that he would always protect her if Siri was in danger. Not far from her brother, who continued to attack monsters with beams of energy, was Procyon. Holding her spear tightly in her hand, she confidently headed towards a huge army of viruses. The blue eyes on her gloomy face glowed with a bright light, and the girl swung her spear. A column of energy hit the monsters, and they began to disappear one by one. Among the viruses that were fighting in agony, she saw three figures that were covered with a protective barrier. Narrowing her eyes, Procyon frowned too. Large viruses and armor and helmets and one with long white hair were heading towards her. She immediately realized that these were named ones. Pushing off the ground with her feet, the girl took off, kicking up dust. Swinging her spear, she rushed at the viruses, which also tried to hit her with their attacks. Holding his weapon tightly, Procyon drew his teeth, thinking that he had never seen these three before. She thought that she is not as simple as she seems, and hides her strength very well. The thought appeared in her head that there are now many more named people next to Arya. At this moment, the girl with blue hair stood surrounded by many viruses and Procyon wondered if she would be okay. A huge number of dark figures were moving towards the girl from different directions. One of them noted that she is fearless. Virus with long white hair grinned and looked at her with a predatory gaze. She asked if she was really going to fight them alone. Arya stood silently and blue lightning sparkled around her as the virus exclaimed that she apparently did not fully understand that without a moderator, she was nothing. A voice from the side said that he would go first. A tall virus, completely covered in armor, came out to the girl and asked if she was called Danti Virus. He waved his clawed hand, in which a cloud of purple energy shone and loudly declared that he did not know all its strength, but he knew that she was not worthy to bear this name. When it hit, a large column of purple energy rose into the sky and pieces of soul flew in all directions. The three named viruses stood to the side, covered in a cloud of dust. One of them laughed and said that she couldn't even dodge. Arya slowly walked towards them, holding the head of the virus in her hands, while they continued to say that everything happened as they thought. A moment later, the black and purple eyes of all three of them widened in shock. They saw in front of them a girl with a gloomy face holding her sword in one hand and the head of their comrade in the other. They exclaimed loudly, saying that this cannot be. The girl briefly said that they were fools. Arya rudely threw her head at the virus's feet. She said that they apparently had never encountered each other before and therefore did not know why her name was Antivirus. The girl proudly raised her head and blue lightning began to sparkle behind her. She said, in a low voice, that all the viruses that came her way were removed. The white-haired virus immediately became alarmed, and baring her teeth, began asking the others why they were just standing there. She exclaimed that they must attack. An army of viruses began to approach Arya from all sides, while the blonde continued to shout that she should not be allowed to prepare. The girl flashed her eyes and swung her sword. She began to swing it in the air, sending many cutting blows. They began to cut everything around and move towards the viruses. Swinging her sword in a circle, Arya easily got rid of those who came close to her. As she continued to fight, she cut each virus into many pieces. The named virus with long white hair, who was watching on the side, clenched her teeth tightly, and a drop of sweat ran down her cheek. In her head, she loudly cursed what was happening. Looking at Arya, who rose into the air, whose blue energy blazed in different directions, she thought that if she had known that this girl would be so strong. Arya took her sword to the side, and huge jabbling lightning swirled like a whirlwind behind her back. Virus exclaimed that then she would not have come here at all. Arya cast her indifferent gaze down. A moment later, a huge blue flash headed towards the viruses, destroying them completely. After a while, the girl stood and watched as a huge cloud of her energy moved on, destroying everything in its path. With a smile on her face, she turned around as Procyon landed on the ground behind her and loudly called the girl's name. When Arya turned around, they stood opposite each other. Procyon asked if everything was okay with her, and then said that she came to help, but realized that she was worrying in vain. The girl replied that everything was fine and thanked her for worrying about her. Standing on a hill, they did not notice that one virus was still showing signs of life. Arya offered to join Aidan, and Procyon noted that they had already removed most of the viruses here. The named virus, who had only her body left above her chest, clenched her teeth in anger. She wondered if she would die such a miserable death. Now, with the last of her strength, she abruptly took off, telling people in her thoughts not to deceive themselves. Arya and Procyon, who were deep in conversation, did not notice the virus approaching them. The girl with long white hair mentally said that there were at least two of them. Arya and Procyon opened their eyes wide, and the virus shouted that it would take them with it. The two girls froze in place when they saw the named one shining with a bright light approaching them. Daring her sharp teeth, she laughed loudly, saying that they would all go into the darkness together. Suddenly, a guy with hair on his lips appeared on the battlefield. A moment later, there was a large explosion that raised a strong wind. Blue energy glowed faintly in the clouds of dust. The two girls looked at the male silhouette in front of them, who was holding a large energy shield. With her mouth slightly open, Arya froze, and Procyon, with her eyes wide open, began to cover herself with her palms. She quietly said that this couldn't be. When the guy started to turn around, she joyfully exclaimed that he was alive. Aster looked in their direction with a calm face, and blue lightning sparkled around him. Worm attacked with his sword. Due to the impact, pieces of earth began to fly away, raising a cloud of dust. Aidan jumped back sharply. He frowned at the broken sword in his hands. The virus laughed and asked what it was doing. Holding a shining weapon in his hand, he walked towards the moderator, and behind him, everything was blazing yellow. He knew that weapons now break much more easily than before. Looking at Aidan, Worm grinned. He told him that he himself already understood everything. The moderator stood opposite him, and behind him lay a huge amount of broken weapons. Swiftly heading towards Aidan, the virus exclaimed that it should just stop resisting and accept its death. The guy, without a single emotion on his face, waved his hand, creating a new sword. Maneuvering in the air, he tried to evade enemy attacks. A few moments later, One of the blows touched the weapon and it broke again. Gritting his teeth in despair, Aidan frowned. Activating system commands, he applied construction. A moderator's abode, consisting of many cubes, began to form around the two guys. They began to gather around the virus, blocking its movements. The worm's crazy eyes flashed purple. With one swing, he delivered many cutting blows. Having gone around the obstacle, he continued to approach Aidan, cutting cubes along the way. Many blades appeared around the moderator, which he pointed at the virus. A huge stream of bladed weapons headed towards the enemy. Continuing to swing his sword, Worm cut all the blades. He grinned as a stream of blood ran down his cheek from the cut. Continuing to follow the flying cubes, he maneuvered away from the attacks of the blades shooting at him. Having approached the required distance, Worm swung his sword. When a loud explosion was heard, a dark figure jumped to the side. Aidan landed on one of the flying cubes. He looked down, frowning and thinking that all this was annoying him. At that moment, a worm climbed onto one of the cubes opposite. The moderator thought that his sister's weapon was much more powerful than his attacks. He thought that he urgently needed to look for another way out. He thought that what bothered him most was the fact. Looking at the virus, the guy gritted his teeth and thought that he would use Alice's weapon after. He looked at the worm holding the shining sword with a grin on his face, and thought that this trash was using it as if it belonged to him. He wondered why. Looking at the large golden sword, the guy tried to understand why Elise gave him this power. Aidan froze in the moment, and his eyes widened a little. He thought that it seemed, and then plunged into memories. The red-haired guy with a drop of sweat on his cheek called his sister by name. The little girl was holding a hammer in her hand, and Aidan asked where she got it from. Holding the instrument behind her back, Elise smiled widely and said that it was a secret. The girl approached her brother and hugged him, and he stroked her back. She said it was a gift, after which Aidan thanked her and asked where she found it. The girl said that there was a special power hidden in this hammer. The guy with a pleasant mouth asked her again in surprise. Elise replied that she personally cast the spell on him. Hugging her brother tightly, she smiled, saying that he would help him. However, the day would come. Aidan looked down at his sister in disbelief as she said that the day would come when he wouldn't need him. She added that she hopes when that day comes, he will grant her wish. Returning to reality, the guy lowered his sad gaze. He thought that he realized this only now. He remembered the bright red core and how it began to glow in his palm. Aidan thought that he was the moderator of this world and the only one who could change it. The guy remembered his little sister's smile, thinking that she knew from the very beginning that this would happen. With his head drawn, he thought that was why she trusted him and waited. A bright orange sphere began to hover above his open palm. He thought that he was not sure that he could give exactly what Elise really wanted, but a small column of light, energy from the sphere began to rise upward, and red rings circled around it. The guy thought that he was going to bring change to this world. Worm wondered silently, watching the bright flash in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he asked what was going on. Moments later, a sword shining with a red light appeared in that place, and the virus indignantly asked the moderator what he was up to. The red and gold sword with a small sphere glowing at the hilt began to descend. Aidan grabbed it and squeezed it tightly in his hand. When he raised the sword, it began to blaze with a fire of energy. A system notification announced the completion of the justification to Ver 2.0. Aidan, painted in bright light, began to walk towards Worm. Virus with an excited face clenched his teeth tightly and asked, "What kind of jokes are these?" A huge burst of energy hit the air again, and the virus screamed loudly that the moderator would never be able to resist the power of Trojan and he could not win. His crazy eyes glowed with a bright purple light, and he began telling the moderator his death wishes. Releasing a gigantic stream of energy, he directed it towards Aidan. The moderator stood firmly on his feet, looking at the attack approaching him. He gripped the hilt of his new sword tightly. It shone with a bright light when the guy put it forward, flashing his gaze. The half-lidded eyes behind his gloomy face glowed red. A cloud of bright energy began to form at the tip of the sword. As the virus attack approached him, Aidan struck back. A couple of moments later, Worm was standing, looking at the flow of deadly energy approaching him and wondering what was happening. Now, virus pulled back and fear appeared in his eyes. His mouth was slightly open. He asked, in fear, "How is this even possible?" Red lightning sparkled around Aidan, and he said that he had rid the world of viruses. Looking towards Worm, the guy furrowed his brows and said that he had already told him earlier that he would get rid of him. Worm screamed loudly as the bright light began to completely envelop him. Aidan said that this was the end. The virus that began to disappear from the world continued to scream that it was impossible and that it could not die. When there was almost nothing left of him with his last breath, he uttered the name Trojan. A couple of moments later, a bright light began to consume the entire space. Some time later, a dark figure stood there in the light blue sky. Aidan looked down without a single emotion on his face. Before him was a view of a giant hole left after the battle from which bright lightning sparkled. The remains of viruses were smeared on the ground. A sword stuck into the head of one of them. Altogether, the local residents finished off the creatures that were still able to move. A joyful victory cry rang out. Raising their fists in the air, they shouted loudly that they had won. Nya stood behind the cheering crowd who praised their operators. Ignoring the dry blood at the corners of her mouth, she smiled and exhaled noisily. The girl said she was very tired. She asked if he said that one of them would disappear today. Nya turned her gaze to the disappearing remains of the virus on which she was sitting and said that victory was theirs. Looking up at the sky, she smiled widely and happily said that now it was finally over. Looking at the bright sun in the blue sky, she said she was glad the war against viruses was over. Aidan stood alone outside the city with clouds of dust surrounding him on both sides. Looking down, the guy frowned. Looking at the cracked hammer in his hand, he noted that it had completely collapsed. With sadness in his eyes, Aidan looked at how the particles of the instrument scattered in different directions, and said his sister's name. A memory arose in his head of how he carried Alice on his back when they were in the flower field. He raised his head up, watching the pieces of the hammer fly away, and said that he no longer needed to rely on his sister. He asked her to wait a little longer, because he would definitely find her. Dark particles flew upward. Lowering his eyebrows, Aidan turned his gaze to them. To the side lay the remains of the worm's body, and in its chest was a glowing core. The guy thought about the virus. Moving closer to him, Aidan watched as the remaining upper part of his body disappeared. He thought that worm was the most violent virus that had caused pain to this world, and he should not have been an easy opponent. The guy got a lot excited. His attention was drawn to a blue sphere that remained on the ground after the virus disappeared, and he asked what it was. Taking the sphere in his hand, he asked if it was a worm core, and said that he was seeing something like this for the first time. An image of a huge army of viruses appeared in his head. And the guy said that if you think about it, worm created many clones thanks to its power, and although they defeated most of them, some probably remained. He noted that perhaps if he could study them, he could figure out their weaknesses. Aidan began to influence the sphere, and the color began to change to red. Communicating to the system's commands, he began the search. While the guy was looking at the sphere, he began to receive notifications about the percentage of downloads, where 21% was a deadly virus detected, and 68% was the extraction of weaknesses. The system notified the end of weakness extraction. Many windows with new information appeared around Aidan, which began to be loaded into the system. Notifications have been received that the update to Ver 2.1 has been completed. Raising his head, the guy with a smile on his face read the second notification that all errors had been corrected and viruses would no longer appear. He said that since everything was ready, it seemed there was nothing more to do here. A large blue portal appeared behind Aidan, and he, turning back, began to say that he needed to quickly clean up this place and go to Arya. The girl with blue hair, who came out of the portal, called out the guy's name. Along with her were Aster Prosen and other guys. Arya told the guy that she was back. Smiling widely, he grabbed the girl by the shoulders, and she, laughing, said that she wanted to quickly deal with everyone in order to come to his aid, but he managed it himself. Having finished the courtesy, Aidan returned to the side of the others and told Aster that he knew he was alive. The guy with blue hair and Prosian approached Aidan. Aster contacted the moderator standing opposite him. He said that he wanted to discuss something with him. Purple light flickered along the dark mountain rocks. In one of the fronts, there was a glowing diamond hovering. Suddenly, a hand began to come out of it. After a couple of moments, Worm fell to his knees on the ground trying to catch his breath. He shook his head, looking around with wild eyes and a large vein bulge on his forehead. He was glad to be alive, noting that he was very lucky to have only one clone of him left. Virus sat on his lap, surrounded by Purple himself. He said he didn't think the moderator knew about the place. Virus noted that he knew that this world had not abandoned him yet. The guy smiled weakly and sweat ran down his face. He laughed and said that when he mutated, his proliferating and cloning skills came back to him. He exclaimed that with them, he could kill the moderator. The guy imagined how he would create an army of viruses again, and said that this time he would do everything slowly and carefully. He stated that now they will not be careful, but will destroy and absorb everything and everyone. A huge pair of yellow eyes appeared behind Worm. The frightened guy turned sharply back. He asked what it was. A couple of moments later, he saw a large light silhouette and wondered who it was. A dark head began to emerge from the light. Virus F confidently took the lead. When he turned towards Worm, he thought that no one should have known about this place. He wondered how he got here. Virus F stepped aside, and another light figure began to appear behind him. Virus E, Violet emerged from the light. She approached Worm, who sat silently on his lap. A girl with a gloomy face approached the guy and hovered over him. A moment later, she called his name. Looking down on the virus, Violet said, in a gruff voice, that it would turn into mutated trash, noting that this must be the result of its stubborn desire to survive. The girl asked him to answer the question. Hanging as a dark silhouette over Worm, she asked what he really wanted. She asked if he really wanted to gain strength and become a moderator. The guy clenched his teeth tightly, and sweat began to flow down his face. When the girl asked, or maybe he is trying to destroy this whole world, he cursed in his thoughts, wondering why she was interested in this. He thought that he needed to run away from here, but he was not sure if he could stand against her. Stretching out a dark palm, the virus grinned. He thought that he needed to first study the area and find a way out, and then answered the girl that the ENF viruses themselves knew everything. Violet silently listened to Worm's words that this world is hostile to people like that. A stream of energy began to be sucked into the portal, while he said that there was no point in this, because this world was just an imitation of the original. With his eyes flashing, Worm smiled widely with a predatory smile, saying, "Viruses are the true owners of the world, because they were the first to appear in it." He added that what is being returned is what rightfully belongs to them. Violet silently continued to listen to his words that in order to achieve this, they will need Trojan, the moderator of the true world, her power with which they will succeed. The girl replied that she understood him. Virus E narrowed her eyes, calling him Creeper. Worm's eyes widened in shock at this moment. When the girl's hair began to fly through the air and everything around her began to turn yellow, the virus thought that only one person in this world knew his real name. He said that this couldn't be. Looking at the girl standing next to him, he asked in surprise if she was Trojan. The girl's face darkened, and she said that, as expected, Worm was not at all different from its creator. Going into shock, he started waving his arms, looking at her with a desperate look. When Trojan said that he wanted to use her too, Worm exclaimed that this was not true and she misunderstood him. The guy screamed. When yellow lightning struck him, he fell to the ground, leaning on his elbows. Closing his eyes, Worm swore loudly in despair. He asked Trojan why he did this. Looking at the indifferent face of the girl who hung over him, he shouted that he did all this only because of her. Frowning his brows, he turned his head and looked at Trojan with evil eyes, shouting indignantly that this whole world should have been theirs. He asked why she was so angry if he wanted him back. Worm said that, unlike her, he does at least something. Trojan's yellow eyes looked at him from under half-closed eyelids while the virus asked her if he was wrong. The girl replied that he was again thinking only about himself. She bent her index finger and a small stream of yellow energy appeared at the tip. The girl said that it was all his fault. She noted that, until this moment, he did what he wanted himself, so blaming her now is pointless. Her yellow eyes glow in a gloomy face. She said, in a low voice, that her name was Trojan and her name was Alice. She added that she would tell him one last thing. The guy clenched his teeth, his eyebrows lowered, his eyes became sad when she said that he had never helped her in this world. A moment later, a bright flash flew in his direction. He said that this simply cannot be. The guy began to scream, heart-rendingly in pain when the energy struck his body, repeating that all this cannot be. After a few seconds, several small pieces remained of his body. The girl and virus F looked at the bright, blazing yellow fire. Elise said that now he was disappearing completely. She turned to the big man and called Teddy by name. When he bowed, the girl reached out to his bare hands and asked forgiveness for having to borrow the child's body. She said that if she had not given this up, then everything would have come to an end. She stood sideways to Virus F, who bowed to her and did not overfill with propolis. Elise said that she would definitely keep her promise to Teddy. She said that finally. Elise straightened up, looking ahead of herself, and said that the time had come. In the endless space, where there were many stars and galaxies, an island fluttered in the air. It was World 1. A bright yellow light shone on Alice. She stood with her eyes closed, and between her palm there was a dark sphere from which many shining threads stretched. In the sphere, she saw herself in the body of Violet and Teddy next to her. The girl looked at the image from under half-lowered eyelids. Elise turned her head sharply to the side. Looking up, she saw a silhouette sparkling with bright white light. A snow-white silhouette with long hair looked down at her. Many happy people moved along the busy streets of the city. Among them were Logan and Sophia, who laughed joyfully. Aidan watched them through the system screen. Seeing this, the corners of his lips turned up. The guy with a soft smile on his face looked at the many red signs around him. This was a world where renewal began. People walked calmly in the restored streets. Aidan said that now they are all free from the oppression of viruses and are enjoying calm times that did not exist before. From above, one could see how all the restored cities were connected by portals. The guy said that he, together with the operators, tried hard to create many firewalls and added new updates around the world. Outside the city, it was also calm, and people again went out to go about their business. The guy noted that ordinary people also did a good job of adapting to the new world. He noted that unfortunately, with sudden changes come unforeseen problems. A horde of dark silhouettes headed towards the mills that were not far from the settlement. Aidan said that he wanted the viruses to disappear completely, and bugs began to appear in the form of monsters. He recalled how he spent a lot of time in the moderator's abode in order to regain balance, and said that he continued to try to get rid of them, and fortunately, nothing serious happened, because he continued to work on it. People armed with various types of weapons, and to clean up. The guy said that a new quest had appeared. The fighters fought the bugged monsters, and Aidan said that many people voluntarily joined the quest to receive part of the rewards. Several people gathered around the board reading the announcements. The guy said that, among them, veteran players formed the basis of the team, and were able to easily cope with the monsters. A large red guard accompanied several of the fighters, and the guy said that a security system had been added especially for newcomers. People gathered in the square and irritably expressed their indignation. Aidan said that, of course, there were people who were dissatisfied with the system and wanted to regain the benefits that they had as players. The guy looked at the guard who accompanied him with a smile on his face. The moderator said that despite this, most of the people were quite happy with this situation, so they did not pay much attention to those who were indignant. And since people are now free, the barrier between the NPCs and the players has disappeared. In a large, green clearing, a small figure stood at the altar. The girl said that a lot of time had passed. She placed a bouquet of flowers on Selena's grave and greeted her. Smiling widely, Mia began to tell her that she had been very busy lately so she could not come, and now almost all the viruses that threatened them had been destroyed. An image of the Hydra Guild and its members arose in her head, teaming up with viruses and becoming cheaters. The girl said that she thinks that they don't have much time left, and the last headache will be guild players with cheaters and the Rajin virus. A memory of one of the battles with Camilla Lily and other operators arose in her head. She said she is now working with other operators to gradually get rid of them. Nya said that she thinks that with time, they will be able to finally sort things out. Approaching the grave, Aster heard the girl say that the world that Selena had hoped for taking a few steps forward. He said that it would soon become real. Nya turned around when Aster stood next to her. She questioningly cursed him by name, but he remained silent, lowering his gaze. The guy turned to Selena. Looking at her grave, he said that he thought that he came here for relief and for her, it means nothing. He added that one day. Nya looked in surprise at Aster, who, turning away, said that he would make this world like this. How Selena would like him to be. The girl replied that Aster had grown up. He turned his gaze to her, listening to the girl's words that now he at least shows emotions, because before, when he was an operator, his face was scary to look at. The guy agreed with her and said that he had not been in the best shape before. Mia, closing her eyes, waved her hand when Aster, lowering his eyes with a smile on his face, said that she should not forget that now he is an ordinary operator like her. Mia said that she was very surprised. Then she remembered the day when Aster returned to all of them. She said that then he suddenly showed up all alone and asked the moderator to appoint him to the position of operator. Looking down, the guy with blue hair smiled and said that Aidan is a real moderator, and he is sure that he will handle everything much better. He recalled how Aidan reconstructed everything after the disaster, and said that, in addition, This guy was able to restore the world and return it to its original state. He and Arya, like faithful antiviruses, followed their moderator everywhere. Aster said that he feels that the council is now all in place, and Aidan is leading them, and he and his sister are protecting him. Putting his hand to his face, he closed his eyes and began to laugh, saying, "What a fool he was." Persine, who was also walking towards the grave, heard Aster ask why he was saying all this. Only now, looking at him, the girl smiled softly. The guy apologized to Mia for disturbing her. As he turned around and said that he was leaving, and then noted that he would never forget their contribution to this world. Leaving Mia alone at the grave, he said that they all could not forget this. Looking after him, the girl with pink hair smiled. She turned to Celine's grave and said, with a smile, that it was time for her to go too. Mia said goodbye to her friend. She went back and left a bouquet of yellow flowers lying on the grave. Aidan stood in his abode looking at the many red system windows. Holding his index finger outstretched, he carefully studied each of them. Harry watched him from above. She sat on one of the pillars, crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her hand. The girl thought with indignation that so much time had passed and Aidan still hadn't come out. Narrowing her eyes, she exhaled loudly, thinking that if he was left like this, he would never stop working, and then called the guy a fool. She thought that she didn't want to get involved, but the belt became her choice. The guy turned around when his name was called. With a smile on his face, he looked at the girl who was sitting on the pillar and asked when she came here. When she jumped down next to him, he asked her, "What happened?" Suddenly, Arya grabbed his ear. She indignantly asked how much longer were he going to stay locked up. At this time, Aidan squealed in pain and asked her to stop. Frowning, Arya continued to pull him, saying that his status did not give him the right to work and kill himself. Aidan squinted in pain, while she indignantly said that rest is also important and he should take care of his health. He exclaimed that he understood and asked to be released. That same night, the two of them stood by a tree. Arya said it was a lot of fun. With a big smile on her face, she glanced at Aidan and said that she was very glad that their world was alive again, and noted that the guy did a great job. Smile. He replied that there were still things he needed to work on in the office. He added that all this is not only his merit, since they all helped a lot. He recalled how today, he went out into the city for the first time in a long time, where he and Arya were immediately surrounded by local residents and joyfully welcomed. He said that today he could not rest because of this fuss, because now everyone knows them. Not noticing the light behind her, Arya looked up at the tree and asked the guy if he remembered. Aidan asked, "What does she mean?" Arya replied that the mango here she became his operator. The guy turned back in surprise, while the girl, lowering her embarrassed gaze to the floor, said that that's why this was from the place he asked her to wait. He looked up in shock at the shining particles, and Arya did the same. Aidan immediately understood what this meant. He opened his palm, and several glowing petals landed on his hand. He said it was Elise. A woman's voice greeted them. Elise appeared behind the guy in Violet's body, and the guy's eyes widened in shock when she called his name. While Aidan and Arya looked at her with round eyes, the girl noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the guy with her yellow eyes, she quietly asked if they could talk a little. Aidan and Arya looked at the shining silhouette of Violet approaching them, but the guy knew that it was Alice and called her. The girl was looking at them when the guy asked where she had been all this time. Aidan looked at her in shock, asking if his sister knew how long he had been looking for her. He remembered the moments of the fight with the virus and the removal of the virus worm, thinking that after the removal, he continued to search for Elise. He remembered how he looked through the system window with the names and numbers of the players, that there was no one in place of number 1, and thought that he had tried all the methods. The guy was in gray space with circles around, and in the blue space of the system, but he could not find it within this world, and ran into a wall because there was not a single clue. The moderator looked at Arya, who had stepped forward a little. She covered the guy who called out to her with her hand blocking him, and said Trojan. Then corrected herself and called her Elise, that the guy talked a lot about her. The girl stood and looked confidently at her interlocutor, saying that she understands that everything is difficult for them now, but she must protect the guy. She asked why the virus came here and what was it up to. Elise looked at her and remained silent. Instead of answering, she extended her hand and addressed her brother kindly, saying that she wanted to give him something. She approached the guy and extended her hand to him, telling him to come with her. Aidan turned to Arya when he heard that she could come with them too. A black portal with yellow edges appeared in an empty orange space. Aidan came out and looked around and said that he was thinking about it. Arya stood nearby, folding her arms over her chest like Elise, still dark on the other side. The antivirus said, "Who would we have thought would be here again?" And the guy said that he had come here countless times. A moment came to his mind when he hit himself with the power of deletion, and he thought that he had become a moderator here. He looked at his sister and asked why she brought him here. Surrounded by yellow glow, Elise turned her gaze and looked at her brother, and then told OC to show herself. Aidan looked in surprise at the bright yellow ball that burst out of his chest and spread bright rays of light. The ball flew off, rising higher, leaving a luminous trail behind it. The red star ball remained hovering above them. Arya got scared and screamed the guy's name, to which he replied that he was fine. The moderator looked at him and thought that he would never have thought that the operating system would listen to Elise. He looked at the red crystal surrounded by a bright, golden light and asked in his mind, "What is happening?" Suddenly, a red system notification appeared, indicating that an intruder had been detected in the system. Affected players saw numerous notifications calling for their attention. The notice stated that the offender could not be identified. Elise smiled, looking at the OS crystal, and the notification said that the system was not protected. The notification window contained words advising the moderator to remove it immediately. Elise, surrounded by many notifications, extended her hand forward, and a fireball appeared in her open palm. A yellow notification indicated that the hack had been successfully completed. The crystal shorted out red, lightning flashed in all directions, and the notification stopped mid-sentence. Aidan looked at this in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. He saw the crystal's color change to yellow and glow brightly, and he thought about the state of the operating system. A red emergency notification window appears. Arya and Aidan were very surprised to see that the moderator had been changed. The system notification stated that Trojan was the new moderator. The girl emitted a yellow glow as she looked at him calmly. The red-haired man watched as she extended her hand towards the shining crystal of the operating system. His eyes widened in horror. He thought how she changed the moderator. How is this even possible? Surrounded by radiance, Elise turned to her brother, saying that taking the role of moderator from him was not so easy. Aidan listened carefully to the girl, who said that he had become stronger, but he was still missing something. A reflection of power shone yellow and the pupils of the girl's black eyes. She said that in his current state, he would not be able to bear the information that she wanted to give him, and would completely lose to the creator. Aidan listened to her and mentally asked about the creator. Elise extended her hand forward, and many red swords appeared in the air. She said that as the moderator of this world, he must regain control of the OS. She was sure that he would succeed, and told the OS to begin. The crystal glowed brighter, spreading rays of light around it. A yellow system notification indicated that system protection has been activated. The swords that appeared suddenly flew towards the startled Aidan. The swords collided with the round protection of the barrier around the guy and flew off. Arya exclaimed, looking at the guy surrounded by blows. A black sword appeared in the girl's hand, spreading lightning. The girl's eyes lit up blue. The movement of the sword left a bright mark. With many quick movements, Arya cut the flying swords in half. Elise, who was watching this, said that there was no point in interfering. Black waves of power began to appear around, the antivirus swirling around, and the girl told her to just stand and watch. Aidan turned to the black ball that hid the girl behind him and screamed, and she asked, "What is this again?" A large column of red power flew straight towards the guy. There were several similar rectangular slabs flying towards him. They were getting closer. With a movement of his hand, the guy increased the area of his protection, and the stones crashed against the impenetrable dome. He looked seriously at the attacker and said to himself that he thought that the wasps would listen to his every word. But what was happening? The system glowed surrounded by a yellow sphere. The guy thought that he had a lot of questions for Elise, but first he had to return the system. Aidan extended his hand, which glowed with the usual red power, and created a command chain. The rays flying towards the crystal collided with the firewall that protected it and did not break through. The system used the reflection and protective wall commands together. The red-haired man frowned at this. He knew it wouldn't be easy. A bright trace of movement appeared in open space. The huge rectangular pillars glowed again, looming over the former moderator. Aidan extended his hand as if to grab the OS crystal, and shouted for her to stop playing and calm down. The guy grabbed the crystal and slammed it onto the ground with a scream. He looked at it confidently and said that he had caught it. He held the OS tightly in his hand, blazing with power, and asked, "Will she not attack again?" An alien palm reached out to him, as if it had no physical embodiment. In the center, there was a red, luminous ball of the system. He turned around, dodging the beam that flew very close. He turned around, following the movement, and saw a body forming around the crystal of matter. The outline took the form of a girl with long blonde hair. In the center of her chest, a diamond-shaped crystal of the system sparkle. The guy exclaimed that this cannot be. Standing nearby was a girl in a white dress with a black collar, in which a crystal shone. Her eyes were red and her ears were black and stuck out of her hair, and red cubes with the system pattern were flying around. Aidan looked at the girl in surprise and thought that her appearance had changed. The standing stranger that the operating system had turned into stood straight and looked like the guardian of Ursh, which the hero also thought about saying that she looked like Theodore. The girl's eye glowed with a yellowish light. The yellow notice indicated that the security system was at maximum level. The girl flew into the air above the guy and glowed brightly. The glow also enveloped the guy next to whom the red dome was spreading. He looked in amazement at the notification that appeared that the command wasn't available, and asked himself that the OS could block commands. Next to the operating system, the image of Alice appeared in Violet's body, and the guy thought that she had become stronger thanks to it. The impact slammed into the ground, scattering pieces of rock. Aidan did not expect this, and looked at the girl in surprise. It hit a wave of such force that the space around them collapsed. The hero managed to defend himself by blocking the glowing blade with his sword, and thought that although this is his exclusive weapon, he is glad that he can use it. His inventory works fine, which means he cannot only use commands. The girl attacked, pressing the tip to the blade, and looked at him. Finally, the weapons bounced off each other with a bright spark in the middle. The OS made multiple sharp blows, which the guy managed to block. The girl's eyes shone brightly, and she looked at him. Command limitation. The guy's hands were pressed to his body, intercepted by bright shackles. The girl jumped up and struck with a glowing sword. Aidan clenched his fist, throwing off the team's ropes, and asked if she thought this would be enough to hold him. The bonds fell apart, breaking into bright fragments. The enemy noticed this in surprise. The blow hit the ground with enormous force because the guy managed to jump to the side. He ran at the girl, who turned around from behind, intending to hit her with his blade. The blow was parried by the sword from which a circle of light spread, but the girl flew back. Aidan, gritting his teeth, looked at her and thought that everything would be fine if he continued to drive her into a corner. In this way, the girl's sword, broken into pieces, flew far behind her back. Many glowing red swords appeared around her again. The player turned away, trying to hide from them. Yellow command window. A lot of sparks ran through the guy's body from using the command to degrade all characteristics. He looked in amazement at the girl, shrouded in an aura of power. She stretched her hand forward and created commands to reduce attack power, degrade defense, degrade magic power, degrade agility, degrade vitality, degrade XP. Aidan was indignant, shouting for her to take it easy, block his commands and use her meanly. Red cubes hovered around the OS, and in her palms, she created a glowing vortex, and used the cloud and copy commands. Glowing blue copies of former and current operators appeared. The moderator silently looked at them, which were shining brightly, and at the opponent hovering above them. He laughed, because it was a treacherous situation. He asked if she copied the operators that were connected to him through the cloud. The copies from all sides attacked the red-haired man with their weapons, and he said that he was weak, could not use commands, and had to fight with these guys. He grinned confidently, saying that it had been a long time since he had fought so many at once. Blue flames shot up from the powerful blow. Aidan fought back, waving his weapon. A strong blow cut through the rocks, leaving a mark. The guy dodged many opponents and struck him, self-blazing with red power. There were many traces in the air. Luminous clouds of dust rose. A figure flew out of the blue space of the fight. It was Aidan, who was hiding from the attack of the operators who were pursuing him, saying how stubborn they were. He frowned, thinking that even if it wins, they are copied again, so that there is no end to them. He looked at the OS and decided that he needed to attack the main resource. The girl's gaze flashed yellow. Team wall of fire. The guy crashed into a red spherical dome. He looked at the protective shield and thought that, due to his weakening, he could not break through the protection. The girl inside the sphere still stood with her arm outstretched, and the guy asked if she was going to move at all. The hands of the opponent's spears reached out to the guy. The ghostly Baran squeezed the moderator's neck with his hand, pressing him to himself. Aidan resisted, gasping for breath, and thought that he needed to find a way to awaken the operating system. He looked at the blonde and thought that he was in such a situation without commands. What could he do now? Something only he can do. The guy opened his eyes and thought. He thought that a team was not the exclusive power of an administrator, but something a little different. He remembered standing in front of the many notification screens with information and diagrams, and thinking that maybe getting the moderator's seat taken away from him was not a real problem. He remembered the words of Trojan, who said that he was just an improvement capable of changing this world. The guy grinned, touching the copy, holding his hand with a glowing palm, and said that it was simple. The protective dome was broken, shattering in one place. Version 2.3. Notice update complete. The guy's hand glowed red, and pieces of destroyed spears flew around. He created a red circle in his palm, and decided that, since he could not use the commands, he would update them. Command: destruction of the wall of fire. A large crack appeared on the dome, which spread in a circle. The protection shattered into fragments, exposing the girl who was there. Aidan reached out with his palm to the crystal on her chest. He smiled, turning to the OS and asked to forgive him for taking so long to realize. They looked into each other's eyes, and the guy reminded her that she said that he was the admin of this world, so stop it now. The palm opposite the crystal turned brighter, and the hero said that from now on, it has a different name. OS version 1.0 update complete. The girl beamed brightly when her new name Alpha was announced. The operating system floated in the form of a crystal. Her voice was heard, which said that at a certain moment she realized that she had woken up in a completely empty space where there was nothing. At the top of the space where the crystal was floating, a light appeared. The thought continued that it was unknown why she woke up, but it didn't matter. It was necessary to support everything that she had been doing earlier. This was her priority. The OS studied the bright yellow light around her, saying that in the system of this world, she was helping the administrator to make this world function efficiently and correctly. This was the mission and the reason for existence. She said that she simply went with the flow, making the world function as it should. An image appeared of a man, a master, all for his sake, who would one day appear in her life. The crystal was shrouded in pink light because no matter how long the wait lasted, the master never appeared. In this world which had no administrator, began to slowly collapse. The OS crystal lit up upon hearing the address to itself. The girl's figure hovered nearby, surrounded by system notification windows, because, after a while, someone came to visit the OS. A girl with red hair tied and to ponytails looked at her. The OS said that it was Trojan who arrived from another world. The crystal glowed brightly, issuing a notification of danger. The system registered the girl as a virus, a very long time ago. Among the galaxies, a structure glowed on a flying rock, and OS continued the story that the girl was someone from the first world, but in this she was a nobody, but still easily invaded the space where OS lived. The notification stated that the security system had been activated. The crystal floated above a pile of red-clawed hands below Command Delete. The hands were covered with lightning bolts of the system pattern. The girl looked at it. At her command, the hands flew apart, dissolving around. The operating system blinked in surprise. Trojan looked at her and told her to calm down, saying that the master administrator was in danger. The girl's eyes glowed yellow. She said that it had been deleted, and asked the system to help her find it. Many windows with information and code appeared around the crystal. In the rift, Aidan was flying backwards, and the OS saw it. She began to shine, signaling that no 2 Aidan had been found. Trojan, looking at her, told her to hurry up and cancel the delete command that Aster used, and then she would wake up her sleeping master. Trojan turned around and said that she would help him grow up. Perhaps it's hard to understand now, but she asked me to believe that this was all for the sake of the OS. Crystal was silent while the girl asked to be allowed to act together. The OS said it knew Trojan didn't need to listen. An image of Aidan appeared in her memory, reading notifications, contacting players in the system, healing, creating commands, and the OS thought that she had no choice, because the safety of the master was her highest priority. She remembered how she placed antivirus in the position of operator, because until now, she had not been able to find anyone for this position. Aster stood in a cloak against the background of windows with information and diagrams and read them. And the OS continued the story by saying that it had found its master and did not need a replacement. There were many red system window was floating around the crystal. She continued that since the administrator had awakened, the world would gradually return to a stable state. She watched on the screen as Aidan spoke with the operators in Arya, and thought that everything would return to normal, for silhouettes appeared in the illuminated space. Arya looked and asked what was going on, and then thought about it. She stood with Aidan next to the girl and asked if it was her, to which the guy replied that her name was Alpha. Operator continued that she was sure it was a woman's voice, but didn't think it would change that much. Alpha watched calmly and turned to the moderator. He looked surprised. Alpha threw herself on the guy's neck, hugging her, screaming that he had finally woken her up. She pressed his head to her chest and said that she had been waiting for this moment all her life. Arya got angry and sparkled, thinking, who the hell is she? Operator watched as the girl hugged the red-haired man. In Alpha's memories arose of the guy next to whom Arya was sitting in the ball, hovering how Aidan took this glowing ball into himself and thought that she was waiting for the moment to wake him up, but the system was updated along with her. An image appeared of how Alpha's body was formed, and she said that now it was he who awakened her. She looked into the guy's eyes thanking him, and Arya's fist shook with jealousy. She was confused and trembled as she spoke. That I understood. The blue-haired woman approached the pair and rested her hands on them, pushing them apart in different directions with a cry to unhook them from each other. Alpha's eyes shone with delight. She clasped her hands, pronouncing the girl's name with admiration, saying that she is the most powerful antivirus that protects the administrator. The radiance of Alpha was so blinding that the girl closed her eye, listening to the words about respect and gratitude for protecting Aidan all the time, to which she replied that there was nothing. The OS walked away, put her hand to her chest, and asked to be allowed to introduce herself. She said that she is the operating system that moves the world, and her name is Alpha. She was born with the purpose of protecting her master and is now completely at their disposal. Behind them, the figure of Elise appeared in the body of Violet, who said that the OS of this world was quite lively, and asked if everyone had finished introducing themselves. She looked at the others with yellow eyes and said that if everyone agreed, she wanted to talk about the main thing. Aidan called out to her in surprise, and Alpha shouted indignantly that the virus had been using her all this time. The guy looked at the OS in surprise, to which she stated that they couldn't leave it like that, because Trojan was an uninvited guest from another world. Elise stood with her back to them and listened, and that she had control over viruses in order to get closer to the moderator and she needed to be removed now. Aidan shouted Dio's name, surprising her. He looked at the girl and said that she was his younger sister, and asked not to call her a virus. He looked down and said that she was not Trojan, but Elise. The blonde opened her mouth in surprise. She was worried, and squeezed one hand with the other. Aidan looked at the OS sternly, and stated that, using his power, he is upgrading her to become someone from their world. Alpha's eyes flashed yellow at the update. There was a notification that his order had been carried out. The following stated that object name number 1, Trojan, is being created. Red system windows appeared around Alpha with codes and lists of all players. Notice that no one, Alice, has been updated. She took a place in the list of players ahead of Aidan. The system said that identification was complete. The girl shone brightly, renewing herself. She smiled and thanked the guy for still considering her his family. The guy looked at her saying the name. The girl folded her hands in front of her and asked him not to forget what he learned today. Aidan turned around, looking at the smiling OS, listening to his sister's words that one day this experience will help protect the one who is truly dear to him. The guy looked at Arya in surprise. Aidan then turned to the blonde and said that he understood that she had her reasons, but he would be glad if she explained in more detail what the first world was and why she became an uninvited guest. Elise looked at him, listening to his request to tell, then agreed, saying that since he needed to know the truth. The space around the girl flashed yellow with dark power. The participants in the conversation found themselves in empty space where there was nothing but stars. The girl created a ball in her hand that looked like a luminous planet, and said that there was another world that was created before. Aidan was very surprised. Elise held the ball in one hand and broke it into pieces with the other, clenching her fist, saying that after the creation of the second world was completed, the first world was destroyed. An image of 3 balls appeared, one of which consisted of 3-dimensional cells and outlines like the others. And the girl continued that a third world was being created. Now, she looked seriously at the interlocutors and said that when his creation comes to an end, this world will also be destroyed. Arya and Aidan looked at her in complete horror. The weather was clear above the high-rise buildings. These were religious memories of the first world. Elijah walked with a smile on her face next to a girl who had blue hair. Elijah held on to the briefcase she carried on her shoulders with both hands. A girl with blue hair stood next to a guy. They waved to Elijah, and she responded in kind. Alicia approached a multi-story building. Elijah opened the apartment door and walked in. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth. There was a guy with red hair standing in the room. The guy smiled joyfully. Elijah changed from her school uniform into home clothes and sat down to play in her room at the computer. Elijah clenched her fist in anger and lightly hit the table. Elijah fell onto the bed and hugged the pink plush toe. Elijah puffed out her chin and looked at her phone. Her eyes began to droop due to sleepiness. When Alicia closed her eyes, an unknown bright yellow light appeared. The space was like space, in which a black silhouette could be seen. It was Alicia. She didn't understand where she was, and began shaking her head, looking around. A bright light shone behind her, and she turned towards the source of the light. Only the black silhouette of Elijah was visible and a blinding light shone above her. Alicia was stunned by what she saw. Aidan stood in the company of Arya and Alpha and did not understand what Elijah was talking about. Aidan was perplexed and opened his mouth slightly. Aidan was surprised to hear about the third world and did not understand why their world was being destroyed. Elijah was cold. Aidan was watching her closely. Alicia told Aidan that that world is no longer needed, since as a new world appears, the reason for the existence of that world disappears. Arya and Aidan were horrified by what Elisha said. Elisha said that when the creation of the third world is completed, that world will go through what the first world went through, and most people will either die or become viruses. A small island appeared above the guys emitting yellow light. Aidan and Arya opened their mouths slightly in bewilderment. Elijah said that she was the administrator of the first world, but there was nothing left of it. The black silhouettes of the guys were visible, above whom the island hovered. Elijah's real body was in chains. Aidan didn't expect to see Elijah in this state. Elijah's eyes were closed. The chains completely covered her body. Aidan was confused and asked Alicia how she became like this. Aidan watched closely what was happening. He widened his eyes. He was terrified. Above the black silhouettes of the guys, a brightly glowing silhouette of a man appeared. Powerful energy emanated from the golden silhouette. Elijah said that the Great will repeats creation and destroys. Alicia opened her mouth slightly. Aidan stood in a daze with his head raised. Alicia said she calls it the Creator. The man's golden silhouette emitted a bright light. Elijah looked at the Creator with a cold gaze. Aidan was in complete amazement. Elijah told Aidan that the reason she came to see him was to show him all this. Alicia addressed Aidan, calling him brother, and said that she wished to return to where she came from. Alicia grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly. Alicia sadly lowered her head. Aidan looked at her with regret. Alicia told Aidan that this is the only reason she is helping him, as he's her last hope. Alicia looked at Aidan with hope in her eyes and told him not to die. Aidan looked at Elijah sadly, his mouth slightly open. Red, spinning spheres floated in space. Alicia noted that it is surprising that the process of creating the third world has not yet been completed. A golden light emanated from Alicia's body. She sat motionless, chained. Elijah said that at first she tried to stop that process, but as Aidan could see, she could only slow it down. The black silhouettes of Elijah and Aidan looked at the Creator. Elisha told Aidan that almost all of her energy was involved in its creation, and added that, however, she would not be able to endure it for long, and the seal was getting weaker and weaker every day. Ellie looked at the Creator indifferently and said that when he wakes up, the process of creating the third world will speed up. There was a hole in the rock with cracks coming from it. It glowed brightly with a yellow light. Alicia told Aidan that from now on, the influence on his world will increase, and it is possible that even now, maybe something unknown is affecting his world. Aidan lowered his head and looked down tensely. Alicia noted that they need to prepare for the fact that this time will come. Alicia looked at Aidan and opened her mouth slightly. Alicia told Aidan that she told him everything she needed to and now she needs to go. Alicia opened the portal and entered it. Aidan opened his mouth wide in surprise. Aidan didn't expect Alicia to leave so soon, and told her that he had so many things to ask her. Alicia asked for forgiveness and said that the time she could spend there had expired. Elijah addressed Aidan, calling him brother, and asked him to understand her. Alicia turned around and looked at Aidan with a serious look. Alicia told him not to forget what she told him. The guys watched as the portal began to close. Aidan looked subtly at the place where the portal closed. Arya looked up in bewilderment and noticed that they had heard something truly incredible. Aidan thoughtfully lowered his head and looked down. Aidan thought that after he became a moderator, he thought that everything would work smoothly and harmoniously, but he was careless. Aidan remembered the image of Elise and chains and wondered if this meant that Elise did everything herself. Aidan thought he had to pull himself together for religious sake. Aidan turned to Arya and Alpha and told them that first they need to go back to where they started noticing that they need to tell everyone about it. Alpha beamed with happiness and smiled. Aidan said that they should introduce it to everyone. It was a clear, peaceful day over the city of ERGs. Alpha stared at Theodore. She knitted her eyebrows and pursed her lips. Theodore raised one eyebrow and looked awkwardly at Alpha. Baron opened his mouth wide. Aidan frowned and bared his teeth, scratched the back of his head, and sighed heavily. Mia and Arya stood next to Aidan. Baron approached Aidan, calling him a moderator, and said that he had brought a very interesting person with him. Mia asked Arya who Alpha was, and added that she was also like that towards her recently. Arya noticed that Alpha did not behave like that with her. Xenon looked slightly confused. Lloyd looked at Alpha and Theodore. Xenon said, "It's amazing." Anyway, Lloyd said he had no idea that everything they did went through her. Alpha extended her hand and pointed her finger at Theodore. Alpha told Theodore that he should know that she is the one who helps Aidan in everything. Alpha knitted her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide. Theodore turned his head away and closed his eyes in displeasure. Alpha told Theodore that if he insisted that he was there first, he would get in trouble. Theodore asked Alpha to calm down and told her that they both serve Aidan, and these disputes are useless. Alpha closed her eyes and smiled widely. She looked pleased. Alpha said that she was in a higher position than Theodore, and from that moment on, he must obey her. Theodore raised his eyebrows and looked at Alpha incomprehensibly, his mouth slightly open. Alpha told Theodore that if he understood everything, then he should set the rules, and added that he would call her Alpha because the OS sounded a little harsh. White clouds slowly floated above the background. Theodore sighed heavily, calling Aidan. Alpha told Theodore to focus. A rocky area where glowing blue water flowed. Aster walked along the ground, and clouds of dust rose from his steps. Aster looked at the light source with a serious look. The black silhouette of Aster stood near a crack in the rock, from which a bright light emanated. Aster looked at the rift. He turned his attention to the crystal in his hand. Aster said that this indeed turned out to be it exactly like the vision that Beetlejuice showed him. In Aster's hand lay the star Beetlejuice. Aster recalled the moments where he stood with Procyon and there was a star in front of him. Aster said that Beetlejuice was once restored by a moderator, and added that he heard that restoration was impossible due to severe damage. Aster recalled the moment where a sad Procyon stood nearby. Aster said that the sacrifices of countless people, including Beetlejuice, awakened in him a sense of responsibility to preserve peace. Aster looked carefully at the crystal he held in his hand. Aster noted that, just like Beetlejuice, he was dedicated to his cause, protecting this world with the help of his abilities. Aster said that the future he saw through the vision must have warned of a rift. From the crack in the rock, the light began to glow even brighter. Red lightning came from the rift. Aster looked at the rift. Aster was at a loss. He did not understand why the rift suddenly began to grow, and noticed that he had not seen this in the vision. Unknown people came out of the rift. They were wearing armor. Aster didn't understand how this could happen. Aster furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth. Aster thought that he should report this to the moderator as soon as possible. Aster watched his unknown people and armor and huge monsters emerge from the rift. Aster wondered who they were, and noticed that they didn't look like virus. Aster thought that he needed to gain some time before the moderator arrived. The weather was warm over the city of ERGs. Alpha felt an unknown surge of energy. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and her eyes widened. Alpha opened the system windows in front of her with Dake and Sully standing behind her. Dake asked Alpha what happened. Notification: uninvited guests discovered. Alpha stood in front of the open system windows, her Koran eyes glowing orange. Notification: unauthorized and unidentified objects detected. The level of danger cannot be measured. Urgent action required. People were perplexed that this happened. Aidan watched what was happening. People popped up noticing that they were told the virus was bigger. Aidan opened the system window and looked at it. Arya was surprised and opened her mouth slightly. Aidan said he just received a message from Aster. Aidan looked at the window with confusion and remembered Elisha. Aidan thought that this was what Elise was talking about, and didn't realize that it could happen much faster than expected. Aidan ordered operators to be distributed throughout the area to protect people. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly. Arya and Persine looked serious. Aidan told Arya and Porchin to follow him as they go to Aster. Loud explosions were heard near the vaulting clouds of smoke and dust rose. The impact produced blue light and lightning. The strangers in armor instantly scattered from the blows. Aster stood with his sword outstretched to the side, his opponents falling behind him. Aster slightly narrowed his eyes and furrowed his eyebrows. Aster noticed that these guys are strong. The guardians of the system were attacked by guys in armor. Aster noticed that the guardians of the system he had summoned were helplessly attacked. Aster clenched his weapon in his hand, and flickering lightning began to emanate from it. Aster thought that he needed more power to completely stop them before the moderator arrived. Aster extended his sword hand to the side. His eyes lit up with a blue light, and powerful energy began to gather around him. Aster hit the entire area from the impact. Stones from the ground began to fly into the air. The guys in armor were attacked mercilessly. A powerful blow was heard across the area next to the rift, which shone with a blue light. Black silhouettes appeared in the fissure. Among them, there was a girl with long white hair. Aster noticed the approaching people. He widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. Black silhouettes of people began to emerge from the rift. Aster was surprised that there was someone in the rift. Aster raised his head at the people who approached him. A portal opened and 3 black silhouettes were visible. Aidan said they had arrived. Aidan directed his gaze downwards and knitted his eyebrows. Aidan said that, based on the message, they are in place. A system window appeared in front of Aidan's face, which surprised him. Alpha contacted Aidan and said she had bad news. Aidan asked her what happened. A table with numbers and names opened in front of Aidan. Alpha said Aster's signal was interrupted. Persine was horrified and covered her mouth with her hands. Arya was stunned by what she saw. Aidan was embarrassed by this incident. The black silhouettes of Alpha and Theodore stood in front of the system window. Those Alpha noticed that he seemed to have suddenly disappeared from this world. Alpha looked worried. Theodore stood behind her with a serious face. Alpha told Aidan that she thought they needed to hurry. Aidan said that he understood everything, and rushed forward, calling Arya and Persine behind him. Black silhouettes of the guys arrived at the site of the Aster battle. Aidan looked at the battlefield in bewilderment. Everything was destroyed. Huge holes and cracks were on the ground. Aidan didn't understand what happened there. Persine opened her mouth wide and raised her hands to him, a blue light glowing nearby. Aidan turned his attention to the light source. On the ground lay the small remains of the system's guardians, and next to them the remains of guys and armor. Aidan took the head of one of the unknown people, who was slowly disappearing. Aidan noticed that there were parts from the guardians and did not understand what was lying next to them. Aidan said this is the first time he has seen something like this. Aidan held his head and stared at her with indifference. System windows appeared around Aidan. Alpha said the scan results, noting that this is an entity that does not exist in this world. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and looked at the entity in his hands. Alpha noticed that this is what Elise was talking about. Aidan told Alpha that he thought so too. Aidan introduced spherical worlds. Aidan did not understand where the third world entities came from, and said that he needed to figure out what happened there. The entity's head began to glow red. Aidan used the connect command. Aidan looked at the golden source of light emanating from the entity. Aidan told the entity to show him what happened there. The golden light began to emanate brighter from the third world entity. The man from the third world said, as expected, this is amazing, and noted that after disconnecting from the local system, he managed to subjugate it. Aster was unconscious, protected by a system shield. The third world man noticed that the shield was still there. 3 black silhouettes stood in front of Aster. The third world person noticed that the second world moderator was much better than they thought. A girl with white hair stood in front of a floating Aster, which was encased in a blue sphere. She told the other kids to be careful with him, because he was an important person. The girl closed her eyes slightly and looked seriously at Aster. She said that Aster would be their moderator. The girl with white hair turned out to be a third world operating system Elysian. Elisha furrowed her eyebrows and stuck one hand out to her side. Elygia said that Aster should finish creating their world. Clouds of smoke and dust rose on the field where Aster fought. Persine's eyes widened. She was shocked that Aster had been caught. Aidan put his hand to his chin and bared his teeth. Arya and Persim looked intently at Aidan. Arya said that they couldn't catch Aster that easily. Aidan told Arya that they most likely captured him under false pretenses. Aidan represented a huge black portal from which golden light emanated. Aidan said that they need to save Aster quickly, but they cannot determine his location. And added that, in addition, the problem is that even if they find out where he is, it will be impossible to get there. Aster looked towards the source of the bright light and said that they needed to go back, since there was nothing more to find out there. Aidan looked annoyed and opened his mouth slightly. He said that they didn't have time to chill out. The black silhouettes of the guys stood next to the rift from which red lightning emanated. Aidan said that they must come up with something that will help save Aster. Above the Hydra Guild, the sky was colored with purple light, and there were purple crystals everywhere. Rajin grabbed his head. He was in a panic and holding his head, did not understand what to do. Rajin recalled how he walked all beaten and exhausted. Rajin noticed that everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to come to his senses. Rajin presented an area belonging to the Hydra Guild. Rajin thought that the guys from the Hydra Guild should have supported him, but something went wrong. Rajin recalled how operators destroy virus. Rajin noted that the infection no longer works as the moderator updated the system shield and added that operators should now be in touch. Douglas called out to Rajin. Douglas looked at Rajin, who sat holding his head. Douglas asked Rajin how long he needed to remain in this state. Douglas looked furious and opened his mouth wide. Douglas told Rajin that cheats and hack commands can no longer be used. Douglas twisted his face in an unpleasant grimace, frowning his eyebrows. Douglas asked Rajin how they could continue, and added that they were doomed because they should not have gotten involved in this business from the very beginning. Rajin got angry and started emitting an ominous roar and told Reagan what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The veins on Rajin's face bulged with anger. Rajin said that everything is complicated, and it all irritates him. Rajin looked at Douglas furiously and told him that if he wanted to die, let him continue to talk and he would tear out his tongue. Douglas furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth in anger. A portal began to open in space, emitting purple light. The black silhouettes of Rajin and Douglas widened their eyes. Douglas and Rajin turned their heads to the portal and were dumbfounded. A black silhouette appeared from the portal. Rajin was surprised that he was still alive. Teddy appeared from the portal with a serious face. In front of the Hydra Guild stood two black silhouettes emitting blue light. Venthouse told Isaac that no movement had been detected yet. Venthouse and Isaac watched the guild. Venthouse said that they have only one hope, and added that they surrounded the Hydra Guild and they would not be able to escape. Venthouse recalled how the viruses were destroyed. Venthouse noted that the viruses are now weak, so they have a chance and are no longer a threat to them. Behind the black silhouettes of Isaac and Venthouse stood the guardians of the system. Venthouse said that, with management's permission, they could remove them at any time. Venthouse and Isaac turned their attention to the source of purple light from the Hydra Guild. An explosion occurred in the guild, causing stones to fly in different directions. Venthouse and Isaac looked at the explosion with confusion. Venthouse didn't understand what was happening. Isaac was surprised and wondered if they were fighting each other. Black smoke rose from the guild. Venthouse told the guys to be careful and keep an eye on everything. Teddy gave off an intimidating energy. Rajin was in a panic and held his hand with the other. Teddy looked towards Rajin. Rajin approached Teddy, calling him Virus F, and asked what he was doing. Rajin furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide. Rajin asked Teddy why he was suddenly attacking them, and if he was in his right mind. Rajin's eyes widened and Teddy's hand appeared in front of his face. Teddy slammed Rajin into the floor, which broke from the impact. Teddy opened his eyes wide and swung at Reagan. Teddy punched Rajin in the face. From Teddy's blow, the floor broke into pieces. Rajin opened his mouth wide, his face grimaced in pain. Teddy told Rajin to shut up, calling him stupid. Teddy held Rajin by the throat, pinning him to the floor. Teddy said that now they are the only viruses left, and even if they join forces, it will not be enough. Rajin asked Teddy why he was doing this. Rajin lowered his gaze and looked at Rajin. Teddy squeezed Rajin's throat. Rajin bared his teeth. Rajin looked at the guys from the guild and told them not to stand there and attack Teddy. The guys from the guild were terrified. Rajin said that otherwise he would kill them all. The guys from the guild rushed to attack Teddy. Teddy turned around and looked at them. Teddy stood up from the floor, and a powerful force emanated from him. Douglas and his guys were in a panic, their mouths opened. They looked at Teddy, from whom a purple light was emanating. The light blinded Raijin, who was in panic. Teddy created a powerful, destructive explosion that sent a column of energy into the sky. There was a blue sky above the rocky area, and a portal opened among the rocks. A huge black silhouette appeared in the portal. Teddy came out of the portal. Teddy was pretty shabby, and he looked up. Elisha sat in front of him in the body of Violet. Eligia told Teddy that he and Violet are the only viruses left. Eligia looked at Teddy slightly, knitting her eyebrows, and said that in this world, viruses have no place. Eligio recalled the image of the shining creator. Elijah told Teddy that when the creator is freed, the lower beings will disappear. They will be considered unclean, worthless, and will eventually disappear. Teddy recalled moments with Violet. Eligia told Teddy that therefore he would die in the future, and noted that their time was up. Teddy subtly lowered his gaze and looked down. Eligia asked him if he had brought what he promised. Teddy reached into the vault from storage. Teddy pulled out multiple cores. Teddy handed the cores to Alicia, who looked at them. Eligia told Teddy that this was how he was able to obtain so many elite virus cores, including Raijin, and added that it must not have been easy to keep the cores from disappearing. Eligia extended her hand towards the glowing cores. Eligia told Teddy that enough was enough. Unfortunately, thanks to his hard work, all was not lost. Eligia told Teddy that she would help him and Vol by making her someone who could exist in the second world. Eligia began to glow with a golden light, and she opened her mouth slightly. Eligia said they were barely able to meet all the conditions. Eligia hovered in the air with her arms extended to the sides. She began to shine. Teddy looked at her. Eligia looked at Teddy with indifference and told him that, as he wanted, she would keep her word. Teddy looked at Elijah with hope. Eligia told Teddy that Violet will become human. Teddy was remembering his past. The earth began to collapse and bright rays broke through the cracks. Black silhouettes of people began to fall into the crack of the earth. Teddy was a man. He was hugging his daughter. His daughter was shaking with fear and clung to him, saying that she was scared. Teddy told her that everything was fine because he was nearby. Teddy took his daughter by the head and looked at her. Her eyes were swollen with tears. Teddy held her to his chest and said that nothing would happen and that everything would be fine. Teddy raised his gaze and looked angrily at the source of the light. A bright light engulfed the black silhouettes of people. Teddy told his daughter that Dad would definitely protect her. Teddy's eyes were closed, and he suddenly opened them. Teddy became a virus. A purple light emanated from him. Teddy noticed that when he opened his eyes, an unfamiliar sight lay before him. Teddy stood on a green field and looked into the distance. Teddy said that after a while, he realized that this was a different world that was completely different from the one he knew. Teddy raised his hands and looked at them, confused. Teddy said that he didn't understand if he had always been like this, and noted that he was confused at the time. Teddy said it doesn't matter. Now, Teddy's eye glowed orange. He said he had a strong sense of loss, as if he had missed something valuable, but he couldn't figure out what it was. A black portal glowing with a purple light was sucking in something black. Teddy said that one thing was clear. His memories were lost when he found himself in that world. But even this did not stop him from achieving his goal. Teddy remembered Aster and Arya. Teddy noticed that it was not easy, because in that world, there were people who called themselves antiviruses. They destroyed people who had entered their world who were called viruses. Teddy remembered Worm with a malicious grin and the virus army. Teddy said that viruses were the ones that destroyed their world, and added that then a war began that could not end. Teddy stood on the edge of a cliff and looked at the dense green forest. Teddy said that he was not interested in wars because he had a different goal, and added that he had no clues or memories. He moved forward purely by instinct. Teddy said that after all his wanderings, he finally found it. Teddy saw Virus smiling evilly among the rocks. Teddy's eyes widened at what he saw. Teddy saw the small, black silhouette of the virus girl around whom huge viruses were crowded. Little Violet was scared and pretty battered. She held her hands up in defense. Teddy looked at Violet in shock. Teddy dealt with the viruses that were mocking Violet and approached her. Teddy said he knew when he first saw her. Violet looked at Teddy in fear, frowning her eyebrows and baring her teeth. Teddy said that this child was the one he had been looking for so long, and added that the memories that had been lost began to resurface, and he did not understand how he could forget such an important thing to himself. Violet and Teddy looked at each other. Teddy said that his daughter was Violet, and added that it was very difficult for her to be alone. Teddy extended his huge hand. and Violet grabbed his finger with her small hand. Teddy noticed that this time, he would definitely protect her. Teddy put Violet on his big and strong shoulder. Teddy said the days went by very quickly. Teddy sat cross-legged on the ground. Violet sat with her legs pressed to her chest. Teddy said that both the operators and Virus were very calm for a while. Teddy recalled all the moments with Worm and the battles with operators. Teddy noted that there were some minor battles that were affected by viruses, but the safety of Violet was always a top priority. The black silhouettes of Violet and Teddy emerged from the portal. Teddy noticed that as time went on, big problems arose over time. Teddy leaned over and grabbed his chest with his hand. Violet looked at Teddy and got scared, her mouth wide open. Teddy recalled Worm holding a sword in his hand that had a golden ore emanating from it. Teddy noticed that he was mortally wounded while fighting Worm. Teddy raised his hand and looked at it. There was a wound on his hand from which a golden light was emanating. Teddy looked down with a tortured look. Teddy said he knew his life was coming to an end. Violet looked at Teddy with terrible sadness, her eyebrows knitted together. Violet was very upset to see Teddy in such a state. Teddy said that he didn't care how, but he couldn't just leave Violet, and added that he had to find a way. A huge gray gate opened, golden light emanating from it. Alicia asked Teddy that he wants to save Violet. Alicia opened her mouth slightly, showing her teeth. She said it wasn't that easy, and that she wasn't sure it would go well. Elijah stood in the field among the flowers. Alicia told Teddy that in order to do him a favor, he had to do something for her. However, with such large wounds, it would not be possible to do this. Elijah looked at Teddy indifferently, her mouth parted. Alicia told Teddy that by the time he was ready to save Violet, his body would be dead. There were numerous cracks on Teddy's body that glowed yellow. Alicia told Teddy that if he was willing to take the risk, she would do whatever she could to help him. Teddy looked at Alicia, who was floating in the air and shining with golden light. Alicia looked at Teddy with her mouth slightly open. Teddy looked at Alicia with hope. Alicia told Teddy that despite becoming Virus, his love for his daughter remained unchanged, and added that he did everything he could for Violet. Alicia raised her hand and pressed it to her chest. Alicia told Teddy that his time is running out, so he must say goodbye to his daughter. Alicia told Teddy that, since she was his moderator, she would carry out her duties until the end. Alicia closed her eyes and lowered her hands. A bright light illuminated her entire body. Alicia told Teddy that she would wait until he finished. A notification has appeared. Creation of a new creature instead of Elijah under the number 1. Notice a new creature. Violet is created. A system table with numbers came out. Notification. Search for a number. The numbers in the system table have changed. Number 1 became Aidan. Number 2, Aster. Notification. All rooms have been updated. A huge cloud of bright golden light appeared above the black silhouette of Teddy. Violet became human. Violet was unconscious. A blinding light emanated from her. Teddy approached Violet, who was lying on the table. Violet opened her eyes slightly. She saw Teddy's blurred, black silhouette. Violet closed her eyes, exhausted. Teddy reached out his hand to Violet's face and touched it. Teddy was happy to see his daughter, and gradually his body began to break down. Teddy remembered happy moments with Violet when she smiled joyfully and widely. Teddy calmly closed his eyes. His hand began to glow with a golden light and gradually collapsed. Teddy's body collapsed, and only small patches of golden light floated in the air. A white silhouette of Teddy appeared in the golden space. In this space, Teddy was a person. His face was serious. Elijah, in the body of a small child, approached Teddy and called out to him. Teddy turned around and looked at Elijah. Elijah told Teddy not to worry, and added that she made sure that Violet got to her brother, Aidan, safe and sound as soon as possible. Teddy looked at Violet with a serious expression on his face. Elijah asked Teddy for forgiveness for not being able to save him. Teddy thanked Alicia for her concern, calling him a moderator. Teddy got down on one knee and bowed his head in front of Alicia. Teddy told Alicia that he saw how hard she tried to help everyone, and added that as her operator, he understood everything. Teddy and Alicia looked at each other. Teddy told her that he now has no regrets. Teddy looked happy. He smiled widely and raised his eyebrows slightly. Teddy thanked Elijah from the bottom of his heart. Elijah smiled slightly, noticeably. The black silhouette of Teddy and the white silhouette of Elijah began to retreat into the depths of space. The blue sky and white clouds were visible through the green trees. Tears began to flow from Violet's eyes. Violet lay among beautiful flowers. She opened her tear-stained eyes and suddenly looked into the sky. Violet rose from the flowers she was lying on. She lowered her head down. The girl remembered the wide smile of her father Teddy. Violet closed her eyes and began to wipe her tears with her hand. Violet raised her head and looked forward with a sad look. The girl headed to the side, passing among trees and beautiful flowers. The weather was clear over the city of ERGs. Violet walked along a city street, among a crowd of people. The girl looked around the city in confusion, looking for familiar faces. Violet said she never thought she would be able to return to this city again. The girl presented the image of Aidan, realizing that she needed to meet with the moderator as soon as possible. Voila shrank and pressed her hands to her chest, not knowing how to find Aidan. Alpha extended her hand to the child. Alpha raised little Violet with her hand and looked at the frightened girl with a serious look. The girl glanced at Alpha in surprise. Alpha told Violet that there must have once been a virus and asked her how she became human. Alpha raised her eyebrows and smiled widely, looking at the girl. Alpha told the girl that there had been changes in the system and noted that this meant that it was connected with her, adding that she certainly could not be fooled. Violet opened her eyes wide and looked at Alpha with her mouth parted. Alpha told Violet that she would take her to Aidan. Black silhouettes of the guys stood not far from the huge red system units. Xenon furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth as he looked at Lloyd. Xenon asked Lloyd if they still hadn't found a way to save Aster. Lloyd responded to Xenon that they did not know his location and there was no way to track him. Kevin looked annoyed as he furrowed his brows and bared his teeth as he looked at Sully. Kevin asked Sully if the virus were invading their lands again. Sully told Kevin that, looking at the video Aidan showed her, she didn't think it was virus. Kevin told Sully that the residents are now under great threat. Sully told Kevin that if they inform people about the invasion, they will start to have chaos. Kevin asked Sully, how about doing as he said? Aidan and Arya stood behind Jake and Sully and watched everything that was happening. Aidan thought that he was still marking time. Aidan and Arya looked at the guys excitedly. Aidan thought that if there is no way to get to the third world, then nothing can be done in this case, and noticed that those guys from the third world were able to cross it. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and remembered Elise. Aidan thought it was strange that those guys only disappeared with Aster. Aidan thought that they really had no other choice. A portal opened, and a black silhouette of Alpha appeared, holding Violet in his arms, and Aidan looked in their direction. Alpha called out to Aidan. Alpha smiled widely, holding Violet in her arms. As Aidan opened his mouth slightly, Aidan asked Alpha where she suddenly disappeared without finishing the conversation. Alpha made fun of Aidan, saying that he was extremely surprised. Violet looked at Aidan with concern. Her eyebrows knitted together as Alpha beamed with happiness, smiling widely. Holding the girl in her arms, Alpha noticed that it was the child who was virus, who became human. The operators clearly did not expect this and looked at them in shock. Alpha said that she brought her to the guys because the girl was wandering around the village alone. She also noticed that this was the virus girl, and asked the guys if they remembered her. Aidan remembered what Violet looked like before his virus. Violet looked at Aidan with a harmless expression and raised her eyebrows. Aidan asked Alpha if she was really the virus. Violet stood in the middle of the hall, and a bright light emanated from her as she was surrounded by a crowd of people. One of the operators did not understand how this could happen. Venthouse and Isaac approached Aidan. Venthouse told Aidan he had something to report. Venthouse recalled how he and Isaac were at the Hydra Guild. Venthouse told Aidan that while he was on a mission, he met the strange virus he spoke about earlier. Venthouse recalled how he and Isaac saw Teddy next to the portal. Venthouse told Aidan that when he arrived, it was already too late. Venthouse saw Rigid's body completely dissolve. Venthouse and Isaac looked at what was happening with concern. Venthouse said that at the time, it seemed like virus were fighting against each other, but it seemed like they had a specific purpose for it. Teddy, who was standing next to the portal, turned around and looked at Venthouse and Isaac. Venthouse noted that he now thinks it was all done for the sake of the child. Alpha stood next to Aidan, smiling slightly as the system window opened in front of Aidan. Aidan said that it was amazing that virus was able to turn into a human, and added that scans showed that there was no virus left anymore. Alpha told Aidan that finally, all the virus in this world had disappeared, and congratulated him. Aidan turned his attention to the confused Violet. Violet opened her mouth slightly and raised her hands, pressing them to her chest. Violet told Aidan that Elijah's sister entrusted her with something. Aidan widened his eyes and knitted his eyebrows. Violet told him that Elijah asked him to pass it on to the moderator. Violet spread her arms, and a bright, golden cloud of energy appeared above the guys. A small ball of energy headed towards Aidan's chest, and he looked at this cloud of energy in surprise. Aidan's black silhouette appeared in the golden space. A white silhouette of Elijah appeared behind Aidan, so he turned back and smiled widely when he saw her. Elijah greeted Aidan calling him brother. Aidan's face changed dramatically, and he became more serious. Elijah told Aidan that if he received this message, then all the virus had disappeared. Aidan was surprised that it was a pre-recorded message. Alicia opened her mouth slightly and looked intently at Aidan. Elijah told Aidan that she would not be able to see him again, and this might be their last such meeting. A picture of 3 worlds appeared in the form of black spheres from which red pillars of light emanated. Elijah told Aidan that the power she has, she will give it to him, and added that for her, this power no longer makes sense, so he should just accept it. Aidan raised his hands and looked at them as yellow energy appeared around him. Elise told Aidan that he would need this power more than she did. A notification has appeared there. 2.2. The update is complete. A notification has appeared. Shift changes. You can cross otherworldly worlds with moderator rights. Available number of people. 1. Elijah imagined her body shackled in gold chains. Elijah told Aidan to be careful the next time he saw her, because there was a high chance that her body would be taken by her creator. Aidan stood with his hand raised and looked at Elijah. Elijah told him that this was the end of her story, and added that he should take care of Violet. Elijah presented Violet in human form and in virus form. Elijah noted that Violet was a very good child, and despite the fact that she was a virus, she did not destroy people. Elijah slightly opened her mouth and began to disappear, finally telling Aidan that she could no longer help him, and asked for his forgiveness. Aidan watched as Elijah disappeared into space. Aidan lowered his gaze and looked down sadly. Alpha and Arya opened their mouths wide, calling out for Aidan, who had a yellow light emanating from him. Arya looked at Aidan worriedly and opened her mouth slightly, asking him if he was okay. Aidan replied that everything was fine. Aidan looked at Violet with a smile and thanked her for giving it to him. Violet looked up at Aidan as he placed his hand on her head. Aidan told Violet that Alicia had already told him everything about her, that she did not harm people. Aidan looked at Violet with a smile, keeping his hand on her head. Aidan congratulated Violet on the revival and welcomed her to the new world. Aidan told Violet that they would help her get comfortable there. Violet smiled with relief and looked at Aidan. Notification personality renewal. Violet was renewed and became a free man. Alpha smiled and extended her hand to Violet's back, to which Aidan smiled happily. Aidan told Violet that Alpha would take responsibility and take care of her, and added that she was better off staying with her than with them. Alpha invited Violet to go play. Aidan turned to the operators and Alpha led Violet away. Aidan told the operators that he would now tell them everything about what happened. Operators looked closely at Aidan. Aidan told operators that he has one way to find Aster. Aidan frowned and looked at the guys with a serious look, saying that it was better to show than to tell. Aidan put his hand forward, and a fiery column of energy appeared in front of him. The red lines of the system began to spread out into space. A portal opened in front of the operator to another world which shone brightly. Surprise and confusion were visible on the faces of the operators. Aidan looked at the gate and smiled slightly. Aidan told the guys that he has the power to cross any world, and with this power, he can find Aster. Arya widened her eyes and opened her mouth in surprise. Aidan said that he is the only one who can enter another dimension. A picture appeared with a rift where black silhouettes of people fell into space. Aidan said that, besides, he himself does not know where he will end up, and added that the rest should stay there. Aidan stood at the entrance to the gate, and his comrades stood behind him. Aidan said that he will go alone. His comrades told him it was dangerous. Arya grabbed Aidan's hand, looked at him in fear, knitting her eyebrows and widening her eyes. Arya asked Aidan to wait. Arya told Aidan that even if he has the skills, it is too dangerous to go alone because he does not know what awaits him there. Aidan told Arya that he knows, but she shouldn't worry so much. Arya looked at the floor with sadness in her eyes, knitting her eyebrows and pursing her lips. Aidan told Arya that there is nothing to worry about, because even in another world, There is no one stronger than him. Aidan looked at Arya and smiled sweetly, telling her that he would return safe and sound along with Aster. Aidan's eyes glowed orange as he looked at Arya with a smile. Aidan told Arya to take care of others here while he was gone. Aidan forcefully bounced off the ground into the gate. Aidan entered the gate, moving at unimaginable speed with a black pillar of light behind him. Aidan's silhouette headed into an otherworldly space in which a blue energy beam cut through the air with a bright light. Aidan was surrounded by a blue magical aura with a sad expression on his face. He felt that a lot of time had already passed, and he did not understand how much longer he had to go. Aidan's silhouette glowed with red light in the otherworldly space where the outlines of cubes hovered in blue light. Aidan thought that everything became like this. As soon as he left his world, he also felt his body go numb. Aidan's silhouette flew through the magical space between the geometric shapes as yellow flames appeared. Aidan wondered if he was on the right track. These yellow flames looked more like hands reaching towards the sky. These magical hands with claws were reaching out to Aidan to grab him. Aidan raised his head and turned around with a confused face, not understanding what kind of things they were trying to catch him. Aidan recalled that he had already encountered a similar phenomenon in his world when he was climbing a mountain, and the same hands with red energy tried to grab him. Aidan remembered how those hands tried to cup his face as he grinned his face in despair. Aidan thought that these things were specifically designed to stop intruders. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and looked angry. He felt that these things won't be able to stop him. Now, Aidan emitted a powerful stream of red light from himself, which scared the magical hands back. Aidan raised his head and was looking forward intently when a bright blue light appeared in front of him. His gaze was surprised by what was happening. Aidan flew closer to the magical sphere that appeared similar to a planet from which blue circles emanated, emitting sparks of blue light in different directions. Aidan descended to the ground with the help of his red magical aura, which was directed from the sky to the ground in a powerful stream. Aidan widened his eyes and looked forward in confusion. Surrounded by a red aura, he thought, what should happen? He also felt that it was difficult for him to move around in the other world. Aidan walked through the expanses of the new world, which looked more like a mountain range illuminated by blue light. Aidan curiously examined the new land, which had large holes in it. He thought, ironically, that he now understood the phrase of an unfinished world which was perfect for the new space. Aidan put his hand to his chest and lowered his head with a feeling of emptiness. He felt that the connection with the Alpha operating system was lost, and he could not feel it at all. Aidan stood in his red aura and a bunch of warning notifications hung above them. System rejected. The system was not detected. Commands are not available. Danger warning. Aidan understood that if he left everything as it was, then it would be difficult for him to use his power. Aidan stood thoughtfully in place and thought about what was happening, when suddenly, a black funnel appeared behind him. Guards in silver armor appeared from the crows. Notification from guards, an unknown intruder has been detected. Two silhouettes of a guard tried to approach Aidan from behind, who managed to notice the protective force of the new world approaching him. A squad of guards who emerged from the black crater headed towards Aidan to eliminate the threat. Aidan turned towards the guards with a malicious grin, expecting that they would appear, in any case, and try to protect the system. Aidan flew into the air with his blue magical aura, which illuminated the entire dark space and the silhouettes of the guards as well. Aidan noticed that the new version of the world looked much more improved. A red magical beam was directed towards the guard whose armor crumbled from such a blow. The guards turned to their comrade, who flew away from Aidan's attack and his armor crumbled. Aidan clenched his fist, which was surrounded by a red magical aura, with a mischievous grin. Aidan understood that he had lost part of his power, but still he wanted to try to realize his plans. Aidan put one hand on his belt as the silhouetted guards tried to surround him. The system guard clenched his fist, which emitted a blue beam to begin his attack. The guard was surrounded by blue magical beams that cut through the air as he headed towards Aidan. Aidan, with a deft movement of his hands, tried to grab the guard's fist right in the air. At the same moment, using his reaction, Aidan snatched the hand with the dagger from the guard. Aidan widened his eyes with a lost expression on his face as he fought the guard. Aidan immediately flew into the air with the help of his blue aura. Aidan cast his contemptuous glance to the side. On Earth in the other world, a fierce battle took place, causing clouds of dust and fragments of Earth to scatter in all directions. Aidan swung his hand and flew at the guard from the air. With his powerful, magical blow, he slammed the guard's body into the ground, causing the entire landscape of the earth to immediately crack. Aidan glanced to the side, clenching his fist to examine what had happened. Aidan headed forward to implement his plan, passing through the lying corpses of the guards lying on the ground in a cloud of dust. The guard's crumbled body was still illuminated by white light, which was reflected by a magical aura. Aidan understood that this fight would cause him a lot of trouble in the future. Aidan raised his hand, which contained a glowing magic ball, and examined it with a thoughtful expression on his face. Aidan felt that he would have to stay in this place for a while, as he needed to adapt first. The magic sphere in Aidan's hands began to glow red. Aidan closed his eyes in peace. From the operating system, where there were a bunch of name tags, the name Aidan was sent in his direction. Notification: you have successfully connected to the third world. Aidan raised his hands in the air and glowed with a bright light, looking around himself with an expressive expression. Notification: the update is complete. Aidan was glad that he would be able to use at least some of his power. Aidan continued to follow his path through the defeated corpses of the guards lying soullessly on the ground. Aidan registered himself as a guardian, so he assumed that the operating system of the new world would not immediately notice him. One of the guards did not plan to give up and raised his head towards Aidan leaving the battlefield. The guard's silhouette began to fuss and a cloud of dust rose near him. The guard with the cannonball on his chest glowed blue. The guard's silhouette flew into the air and was surrounded by a bright, magical sphere. As Aidan just began to suspect something was wrong, and his expression looked confused, Aidan glanced back in surprise and saw a bright, glowing sphere. The silhouette of the guard illuminated the dark space in the air, tilting his head slightly forward. The guard has transformed into a more modified form, with stronger new armor. Aidan looked at what was happening in amazement and did not understand how this was possible. Aidan stood on the ground and watched the new appearance of the guard floating in the air. He thought about how these guards were able to unite and transform into a higher entity. The huge guard punched a hole in the ground with a powerful blow where Aidan was located, who managed to dodge the blow. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and looked offended. He understood that in any case, it was necessary to quickly finish with the boss guard. Aidan tried to attack the guard from the air, swinging his fist. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and was greatly shocked that his attack didn't go through. Aidan channeled his magic from his hand towards the guard's armor, which sparkled and glittered in response to the magic. Aidan didn't understand how the guard could be so durable. Aidan looked furiously at the silhouette of the embittered guard and held his hand. He did not understand how high the guard's defense was, thinking that perhaps his strength would be useless here. Aidan looked at the guard with wild confidence in his eyes. He understood that now he would only be able to use simple commands. Moving his hand to the side, he was about to use another of his red light spells. He uses the item creation command. Aidan created a hammer and held it in his hands, realizing that it was his only hope. Aidan looked forward with a malicious grin, his brow slightly furrowed. He reminisced about his old days, how he had once used this hammer. The entire earth of the new world trembled under the pressure of such military battles, raising clouds of dust into the sky. Aidan swung his hammer, which glowed red, and headed towards the guard who was already waiting for him. Aidan looked furious and angry. A notification came out: blacksmith skills follow the rules. Aidan, with a quick maneuver, punched a huge hole in the guard's armor, depriving him of his arm. Notification: the sharpening was successful, the item is destroyed. Aster stood with his back and glowed with a blue magical aura. They approached him by name, saying that they couldn't do anything. Aster bared his teeth, hiding his face under his long and thick blue hair. A voice from the side begged Aster for a favor before it was too late. Aster did not want to accept such a fate. A girl with long white hair was fueled by purple energy through the veins on her body. Aster, from the outside, said that there had to be another way. The girl with white hair and a blue cloak was called Elise. She said they had no other choice. Aster, with sorrow in his eyes, lowered his head and began to cry. Elisha tried to say very kind words to him, apologizing in advance. Aster brought his hand to Elisha's face, directing a stream of energy towards her. He used the permanent delete command. The silhouettes of Aster and Elijah were surrounded by a blue magical sphere that emitted bright streams of light. Elijah's silhouette began to crumble as soon as she was clothed in white light. Elijah said that this action was not Aster's fault, so she asked him not to blame himself. Elijah put her hand on the tear-stained face of Aster, who was very sad. Elisha's silhouette began to dissolve into the air while she continued to be near Aster, touching his face. Elijah said that they would meet again and see each other again. Elijah smiled slightly at Aster with tears in her eyes. She said goodbye to him. Aster watched as particles of Elijah's body began to fly into the air like feathers. Aster looked at his hands with which he had to remove Elijah. Aster grabbed his face and cried convulsively, feeling pain in his soul. While fighting viruses, they had to lose a lot of people. Aster fell to his knees and sat on the ground as his silhouette was illuminated by a bright light. He realized that the more he did this, the faster he fell into despair. Aster felt wounds on his body that were splitting and crumbling. He felt what was even worse was the power that was within him and began to manifest itself, and it was breaking him even more from the inside. Aster brought a white mask to his face, as he was clothed in a black cloak. In the end, he decided to close all his senses and focus on strength. Aster, as a moderator, looked powerful when he was in his world with energy blocks flying by. He began to separate things into 0 and 1. Aster explored the territories of the other world. Along with his guards in red armor, everything that had anything to do with virus was destroyed by Aster because he considered this mission as duty. Arya raised her hand and frantically screamed towards Aster. Aster recalled that Arya tried to stop him with all her might. Aster stood with his back to Arya, who turned her gaze towards him. Aster didn't listen to Arya, because, instead, it was easier for him to run away from everything. Arya tremblingly extended a red magic ball with an aura towards him. Aster knew that Arya wanted reciprocity and for everything to be mutual, because she even tried to use recovery, but still failed. Arya looked forward with indifference as Aster stood behind her in the company of other operators, including Xenon, who tried to stop her. Aster remembered that Arya almost poked everyone in danger because it went beyond the operator limitation. Arya's silhouette continued to move away as she followed her plan through the magical blocks in the other world. Aster recalled how Arya left him after that day. Aster recalled the city of ERGs and how the guards tried to destroy and exterminate everything that was infected with the virus. Aster remembered that when there was no one to stop him, the changes stopped, and the world seemed to stop. All the city's residents fussily turned around and looked at each other as their city was completely surrounded by virus aura. Aster knew that he could not find a single way to stop the virus because there were too many innocent people who should not disappear. Aidan walked over to the big screen in the other world where the operating system was located. Aster felt that if he were even stronger, then perhaps so many people would not have been hurt. Aster thought about how many people he could save at this time. The silhouette of Aster glowed with a bright blue light in the dark space. He understood that it was already too late to save anyone. The red hand of the monsters tried to grab Aster's face. He understood that it was already too late to regret everything. Aster went into deep discussions with his mind, where someone else's voice accused him of all moral sins. The dead body of the white-haired girl came out from behind her back, causing Aster to widen his eyes in surprise. This female voice said that it was Aster who killed everyone. This voice asked him why he alone was able to survive. Aster woke up on the cold ground, exhaling air from his lungs in confusion. Aster stood up and looked around when he was in the new world. Aster slightly moved his lips, and having regained consciousness, realized that he was in a strange place. Aster plunged into his memories when he was surrounded by a crowd of virus, because that was the last thing he remembered. Aster recalled how the shadows of virus obscured his vision, and tried to remember what happened after. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man called out to him from behind Aster. The man asked if Aster had come to his senses. Aster turned back and threw his contemptuous glance towards the arriving man. Aster saw in front of him the silhouette of a white-haired girl in a blue cloak who timidly held her hands. Aster asked the girl who she was. This girl looked at Aster with one eye with warmth, while the other eye was covered by her long bangs. Aster looked at the girl in amazement, realizing that she knew him. The girl looked intently at Aster from under her thick bangs. Aster did not understand who was in front of him. However, the girl noticed that she did not think that they would meet in such conditions. Aster did not understand at all what was happening, and looked at the girl, dumbfounded. She noted that this meeting was fateful. Aster looked at the girl and saw in her a copy of Elisha. He realized that it was Elisha. Elisha was glad to meet since they had not seen each other for a long time. Aster, sweating, widened his eyes in her direction as he understood such an event to be impossible. Elisha said she missed him. Aster bared his teeth slightly and looked at what was happening in disbelief. He understood that this simply should not have happened since he deleted it irrevocably. Aster remembered this moment when he touched her and her silhouette began to evaporate into the air. Aster clearly remembered that he himself had deleted it, and now could not believe that it had appeared again. Deletion lowered her head with a smile on her face. She said that she thought so too. However, so much had happened, and therefore she wanted to tell him everything. Without fail, Elise said that she was reborn. Elisha recalled how she was an empty space and in front of her was a huge, glowing silhouette of the creator. Elisha said that the reason she was reborn was because the creators of the world decided it, so her role was to complete the construction of this world. Her silhouette glowed with a bright light that illuminated the space. Liz said that she could use the powers of the creator for this mission. Elijah looked towards Aster with a smile. She said that her goal is the will of the creator. Aster looked at Elijah with admiration and listened to her attentively. In the otherworldly space, there were cracks right in the ground from which blue light leaked. Elijah added that at some point she stopped feeling the power of the creator. Aster watched Elijah with a lost expression. She told him that it was for this reason that she brought him there, because this world had not yet been created. Elijah clasped Aster's arms with warmth. She told him that he could become the master of this new world. Elijah looked at Aster with anticipation and joy on her face. She asked to become his master of the new world. Aster immediately drooped and looked confused at the proposal. Elijah added that he should stay with her in this place, and then they would definitely be happy. Red beams of energy penetrated the barrier into their new world. Silhouettes, Aster and Elijah took notice. Aster and Elise looked confused as Elijah looked on with confusion that she was unable to detect the enemy in time. Elijah watched on her blue screen, which were in the air in large numbers. Elise's gaze watched what was happening with despair. On the screens, she watched clips of Aidan's infiltration as he dealt with the guards. Elijah realized that it was a man and did not understand how he could have gotten here. Elijah realized that she was not the only one who could cross this world. Shards of stones and earth flew past Aster and Elijah. Aster and Elijah looked at the newly appeared man with concern. The stranger arrived, and said with irony that the two of them hid very well. Aidan's silhouette appeared through a cloud of dust. Aidan said sarcastically that it was not difficult for him to find them. Aidan glanced menacingly at the guy, saying that he had come for Aster. The huge flying island emitted a bright beam of light into the magical sky. A girl's silhouette was surrounded by a bright yellow circle in a black space, while another girl's silhouette was on the ground. It was Alice, who was shackled in gold chains with a sad expression on her face. The luminous silhouette of the girl was clearly visible in the black space, which was surrounded by a magic circle. This glowing magic circle emitted small electrical discharges from itself. Alice, with her head down, coughed slightly, letting the air out of her lungs. Elise looked up broken. She wondered if it was too cruel to leave her like this. The magical black core emitted powerful electrical discharges in different directions. Elise turned to the creator from the black poison. A powerful light stream directed bright light in different directions. A huge, bright silhouette of the creator appeared looking down at the small silhouette of Alice from the creator's chest. Bright rays enveloped his silhouette. A powerful energy flow of light transformed the huge silhouette of the creator into a more miniature version. Elise watched everything that happened with a desperate look. The creator's hand appeared wrapped in white bandages and a wide red sleeve. An image of the creator appeared, wearing a white cloak and glowing halo above his head, as he extended his arms to the sides. Instead of the creator's face, under the hood, there was a magical space similar to outer space. His card No 0, creator appeared. The black silhouette of the creator, who was surrounded by a bright yellow light, illuminated the entire dark space in front of him as he headed towards the ground, towards Elise. Elise frowned slightly and bared her teeth. She turned to the creator. Elise, with a despicable expression on her face, was shackled in gold chains. Elise said that the creator cannot control her so easily. The creator directed his gaze in the form of a magical space from under the hood towards Elise on the ground. The creator told Elise not to even try to stop him, because it was all intended for her sake. Elise looked at the creator with aloofness. With her head raised, she said that the creator was talking complete nonsense. The creator told Elise to trust him. The creator, in a white cloak, looked at Elise as he began to open a portal in front of him in the form of a red stripe. A portal to another worldly dimension began to open before the creator. The creator said that this time, he created a world that would be perfect, exactly the way they imagined it. The creator was surrounded by his glowing halo behind his head as he looked forward. create asked Elise if she remembered that it all began with her desire. The silhouette of Elise's face was lowered. All the glowing gold chains at the same moment began to crumble and crack. In an instant, Elise was able to get out of the chains crumble, pieces of which scattered in different directions. Elise said that she never wanted such a world. Elise cast her irritated and contemptuous glance towards the portal. In the magical new world from where bright discharges of current sparkle, there was the silhouette of the creator. Elise looked at her creator with an enraged expression as a blue magic circle with the outline of a polygon inside flashed in front of her face. Elise ironically noted that she would not simply allow the creator to leave this world. She also added that in any case, the creator would not be able to kill her because he just wanted to use her. Elise glared at her creator with furrowed brows and used her power, causing a bunch of blue magic circles to appear in front of her face. Elise said that she would hold back the creator's pressure until he did something bad. There was a huge explosion that blew slivers of earth in different directions. From the blue magic ball summoned by Alice, blue rays were directed towards the creator. Elise emitted a yellow aura from herself as she moved along the way to attack the creator with her blue energy in the form of balls. Elise raised her hands with a contemptuous look and sent out a yellow stream of energy from them. 3 bright streams of light were directed from Elise towards the creator. A blue luminous funnel appeared above the creator's head, which was supposed to absorb Alice's energy. Past the silhouette of the creator, yellow rays of energy cut through the air towards the blue absorbing funnel. Alice furrowed her eyebrows and looked angrily at what was happening, realizing that her attack had gone into emptiness. Behind the creator's head, a bright blue light appeared from the blue funnel, which emitted its blue rays in different directions. New chains that were intended for Elise stretched out from the blue magic funnel over a long distance. Elise, with a deft movement of her body, dodged the golden chains that were supposed to bind her. The luminous chains could not grasp the agile body of Elise, who deftly squirmed from the shackles. Elise continued to follow her path through the glowing silhouettes of the chains. Elise's eyes widened as the creator was behind her, surrounded by a magical purple wall of protective red orbs. Elise, with an angry face, pointed her hand towards the silhouette of the creator. All the directed attack rays from Elise passed through the silhouette of the creator, flowing around him and being absorbed by the yellow magic sphere. A red beam was directed from the sky to the ground, destroying all the ground below it. A bright magical sphere illuminated the entire dark space of the dark world. The creator spread his arms to the side and emitted bright rays of light from himself, forming a sphere. The evil gaze of the creator, in the form of bright sparks of light, was visible from under the hood. A bright yellow ray of light pierced the ground, causing the whole earth to crack into even pieces. This bright beam of light completely penetrated the floating island, causing its lower part to be completely destroyed. The creator flew closer to the resulting hole, from which a bright fire burned, along with electrical discharges and lightning. The creator hovered among a cloud of dust after an explosion in the ground. He said he didn't want to leave, against Alice's wishes. The silhouette of the creator illuminated the entire space with its halo behind its head. The creator begged Elise to understand him, because it was their common dream, and nothing more. Bright yellow lightning came from the air and from underground, tearing out pieces of earth, which were observed by the creator in the form of a black silhouette. The creator said that the world was like the one they desired. He also added that they could build something new here, so he asked Elise to wait a little longer. Among the black space, the silhouette of Elise, reborn from an egg, appeared. The creator said that Elise is the only thing he cannot create. An indifferent and cold look could be seen on Elise's face as she walked through the bright rays of light. The creator said he couldn't create a new user. A powerful light stream was directed towards the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise as a shock wave. The glowing silhouette of the creator was in anticipation of further events. A red, dark sphere appeared nearby above the creator, with the silhouette of Alice in the center. Her red hair looked silky, emitting bright flames from itself. A user named Alice appeared, and her reincarnated look included red hair. Enraged, Alice raised her hand with a magical aura to cast a spell. Elise said that there was no point in resisting because the world created in this way was not the world in which she would like to live. A bright flash of light in the sky illuminated the entire otherworldly space, lifting pieces of earth into the air. The image of the creator was illuminated with white light from such a bright flash. A bright red spot of light in the form of a funnel captured all the pieces of earth and stone. A huge new world with big buildings. 3 black silhouettes walked along the land of the new world. Aidan looked ahead with a cold expression. Aidan turned to ask her to come back Aidan looked at two black silhouettes, one of which was Aster. Aidan noticed that everyone was worried about Aster. Arya looked with admiration, breaking into a smile at Aster, who looked unhappy. Aidan noticed that his sister was most worried about Aster. Aidan continued to walk forward, wearing black boots towards Aster, calling out to him. Elijah's gaze looked panicked and desperate. They understood that if Aster allowed her to return, and all her plans would be destroyed. Aidan straightened his shoulders proudly and looked forward. The silhouettes of the moderators stood one after another in a row. Elijah understood that it was too early for moderators, but she had no other choice, so there was no time left to save her energy. The moderators began to come to life, and their eyes glowed blue. Alicia understood that she would have to give it her all. Aidan was trying to call out to Aster when the black silhouette of the moderator appeared behind him. Aster's silhouette glowed blue as three black silhouettes of moderators headed towards it. There was a huge explosion from which the shockwave raised a large cloud of dust into the air. Aidan bowed his head and covered his face with his hand to prevent dust from getting into his eyes. Aidan cast his contemptuous glance towards the moderators who appeared. Aidan realized that Elijah did not intend to just let Aster go. Aidan looked forward at the three silhouettes of the moderators who looked back at him with contempt. Aidan understood that this was predictable. Aster and Alicia stood behind the moderators for their protection. Aster told Alicia from the side to stop and not continue with her plan. Elijah looked forward with a welcoming gaze as Aster furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise. Aster added that Aidan is not their enemy. Elijah remembered the moment when they stood together at the screen in the previous world. Elijah said that she knew that Aster was tormented by guilt from that world. Elijah looked ahead pitifully and begged Aster to start all over again. The moderators hurriedly headed towards Aidan's silhouette. Elijah said that she would do everything possible to implement her plan. The angry moderator headed to attack Aidan. Elisha knew that Aidan could not use the new world system. Aidan continued to fight with the moderator, deftly dodging his dagger. Aster watched from the sidelines over the ongoing injustice, and therefore raised his hand to make Elijah stop. Elisha said that while Aidan was weak, they had a chance to defeat him. Aster was very angry with Elijah, and therefore showed his teeth. Aster knew that Elijah was wrong because it didn't matter that Aidan couldn't use the system. Aster represented an image of Aidan, who was confident and decisive. Aster understood that even without this skill in using the system, Elijah had no chance. A red beam cut through the dark space in which bright lightning flashed. Angered by this coincidence of circumstances, Aidan dodged the attacks of the moderators, who hovered in the air among the bright yellow rays. One of the moderators was hit and crumbled in the air. Aidan's predatory gaze was visible on his face as he was about to plunge the glowing red sword into the back of the prone moderator. Before he could finish off the prone moderator, Aidan raised his head up when he saw a bright blue light in the sky. Another moderator tried to attack from the air when two red swords blocked the moderator's blow. The moderator tried to swing his blue sword at Aidan, who looked confused. At that same second, Aidan managed to block the blow from behind with his sword, with the deft movement of his hand. Aidan and his two glowing swords repelled all possible attacks from the moderators, causing blue sword marks to shine brightly in the sky. Aidan cast his appraising glance towards the moderators. Aidan realized that the guards were not so weak. Aidan recalled the moment he held his hands in the air above a pile of small blue balls. He remembered that before entering this territory, he had analyzed the system through those moderator guards whom he had defeated at the entrance. Aidan was about to take out his fire sword. He understood that he could not use all the power yet, but he still had an idea. He used the create item command. A huge glowing sword appeared in Aidan's hands, which he deftly maneuvered in the air while the moderators tried to dodge him. An enraged Aidan brandished his huge sword. Such a huge sword destroyed the entire earth, raising dust and pieces of stones into the air. Aidan's sword shrunk slightly in size, and its tip was surrounded by a cloud of dust. Aidan straightened his back and straightened his shoulders proudly as his huge sword began to slowly evaporate. One of the guards bowed his head in powerlessness, stabbing his sword into the ground. From the back of this guard, a blue, luminous circle was visible above his head. Elijah, floating in the air, watched as Aidan dealt with all her guards. Elijah was confused as she realized that he had overpowered her guards. Aidan threw his frowning grin upward towards Elisha. Alicia realized that she couldn't even subdue this Aidan by force, so she wondered where he came from. Eligio recalled the moment when she stood in front of the huge silhouette of the creator. Alicia understood that she had nothing left to do because she wanted to save Aidan's life, but chose the path of extreme measures. The drop fell into the water, glowing yellow. Eligio felt very sorry for Aidan. Eligio's silhouette lit up with a bright light that spread to the entire space of the new world, which Aidan watched with curiosity. A talisman in the form of rotating swords appeared around the floating silhouette of Eligio. Aidan looked up angrily at the upcoming performance of his Eligio power. Aidan noticed that Elisha's power was very similar to Elise's. A bright yellow beam spread throughout the entire space. Aidan watched as Eligio prepared to point her lightsabers at him. Aidan furrowed his brow slightly and pointed his red sword away from Alicia's glowing swords advancing towards him. Aidan was confused. Aidan noticed that this force seemed ominous to him. Aidan looked forward disdainfully, hiding behind his red swords. He was already beginning to worry about what was happening. At the same time, Eligio was hiding behind her yellow lightsabers. In a fierce and intense duel, both swords crossed each other, emitting their bright colors. Alicia and Aidan were both wounded, but still continued to glare at each other. Angered by what was happening, Aster intervened between the guys and told them to stop. When the guys put their swords behind their backs, Aster looked at Elijah with concern. He said that there was no point in fighting, and before it was too late, they should listen to each other and find the right solution. Aster looked anxiously behind Aidan and pointed his hand towards Elijah, who stood behind him. He told Aidan that Elijah was part of their world. Aidan continued to look at Elijah with contempt and distrust. Aster added that Elijah is not their enemy. Aidan was hooked on Aster's words, that Elisha was also from their world. A huge, bright sphere spread its rays in all directions as the dark space was filled with a veil of bright stars. The silhouette of the creator was in front of small yellow circles, which were connected by a thin thread. The creator watched as different moments of the children's lives, including Aster, appeared in small circles. The creator watched from above across the open space at the conflict between Aidan and Eligio, which Aster was trying to resolve. The creator raised his hand, which glowed with a bright yellow outline. With his pointed finger touch, he touched the dark space and created a rift there, from which lightning discharges leaked in different directions. Houses located in the city. A group of players stands in some space of the system. Someone screams loudly and breathes heavily. Arya looks at Alpha, who is in the center of a group of people. The girl with blue hair asks what's going on here. An unknown player from the crowd responds to Moderator's younger sister that the blonde is not feeling well. Arya and Dake look at Alpha, who is holding her head in her hands. A girl with blue hair asks why her friend behaves this way. The guy next to him replies that none of the players in the crowd know this. Violet holds the hand of a blonde who is breathing nosily. Dake claims that this happens when Aidan is not with this girl. She claims that some of them are hacking something. Arya looks at the blonde who is screaming. Alpha repeats that someone is hacking something. Moderator's younger sister is quite surprised. The blonde suggests that this someone could be the creator. A yellow human figure is surrounded by a golden bill. Arya remembers that this man was locked up by Elise, and wonders why this situation happened so quickly. The blonde claims that the creature she is talking about is trying to take control of this world. Large eyes and a hand of a man appeared above the girl. She claims that the creator's power is beyond her imagination. The blonde screams and asks why this creature suddenly decided to free itself from its imprisonment. The girl's hand trembles and scratches the ground. Alpha apologizes to the people standing around her. Arya and Aidan look at the many system messages that appeared in front of them. The blonde claims that she cannot stop someone who is trying to hack the game. A group of players are seriously looking at some of the world system notifications. Alpha recalls that they were looking for many ways to do something like this. One of the blonde's eyes glows yellow as new red messages from the game system appear around her. She claims that only Aidan can give her orders. Arya screams and looks at her friend, who is encased in a red light when she is in front of Moderator's little sister. She calls the blonde by name. A girl with blue hair turns around at the voice of a certain player. He claims that they have a big problem. Theodore opens his mouth wide and runs forward. The former boss's sister asks him what happened. He replies that something happened outside. The girl with blue hair and the other players behind her look at the guy in horror. He argues that behind this systemic space there are people. The team runs to the exit of this place. Arya stops, looks up and gets pretty scared. A black circle appeared in the golden sky. The other players are talking excitedly to each other. Moderator's younger sister asks how such a situation could happen. People are on the street. Arya claims that all the guys stopped except them. The black circle is broken by yellow lightning. The girl with blue hair opens her eyes wide, looks up and becomes more gloomy. The sky is torn by a large hand. As moderator's little sister observes this situation, a giant eye appears in the hole, looking at a girl with blue hair. Aidan and several other players are in the system space. A man with red hair asks his former boss something. A guy with blue hair stands in front of a girl with long white hair. Aidan asks his interlocutor if he means that this man was his partner and unexpectedly resurrected in this place. Moderator agrees with the other man's assumption. He looks at Aidan, who stands opposite him, and covers his face with his hand. Moderator states that Elise is his most trusted friend out of everyone. Couldn't do anything wrong to harm the game world. A man with red hair covers his nose and mouth with his hand and looks carefully at his partner. The guy with blue hair asks him to talk first. Aidan thinks this situation is much more serious than he thought. Elise is silent and stands behind her interlocutor, a man with red hair. He talks about how he thought he could take the former boss with him when he destroys this place, but now the situation has become even more difficult, and wonders how he can take the moderator. Aidan suggests listening to a girl with long white hair. He stands opposite the guest and looks at her. The man clarifies that he wants to know what her goal is. The girl looks at her interlocutor and listens to him carefully. The man with red hair asks her why she brought her former boss here. The blonde begins to remember her past life. The girl stands next to unknown players who have been given their numbers and a system message with her name appears in front of her. She claims that she woke up with her future colleagues at the same time and in the same place. Someone looks at a group of new players. The blonde says that when they woke up, they didn't know what they needed to do to protect their world. A guy with blue hair and his sister in front of whom system windows appear with the numbers and names they have. Elijah claims that these people were already waiting for them. A group of unknown players is following Moderator and Arya. The blonde says that these players were seniors and taught a lot to the people who had recently woken up. The guy with blue hair is followed by his team. The girl claims that he led this group of people. Moderator turns around and smiles. Elijah claims that at that moment, everyone recognized this guy as a good leader, and he also treated his charges very well. The blonde looks at him with a loving gaze. She and Moderator walk together and hold hands. The girl claims that she fell in love with this man as he exists. She adds that after these players awakened, something began to happen. Persine, Beetlejuice, Sirius. Elijah clarifies that new creatures have begun to appear. The blonde Arya and Moderator look at the little dragons with emotion. The girl recalls that it was a time when players could live in peace. The guy with blue hair smiles and looks down. Eligio remembers that he gave blessings to new lives that arose. He strokes the white dragon with his fingers. The girl clarifies that these times were the happiest. She adds that the joke did not last long, a dark hole that accumulates darkness within itself. Eligia explains that a virus invasion has begun. The blonde looks at many portals from which terrible humanoid creatures appear. She says that they are stopping the enemy invasion, since that was their first mission. Moderator looks at the girl who disappears. The blonde claims that as a result of these battles, all the antiviruses die, except for the guy with blue hair and his younger sister. The guy put a hood on his head and is looking somewhere. Eligia adds that at the end of all these events, Moderator took full responsibility and protected himself from other people. The girl looks carefully at the system alerts. She claims that after she was revived by the creator, she continued to follow the world of the game. Elijah looks at the suffering of her loved one. She says she felt very sad, and the girl thought her heart was going to break. Moderator feels bad and holds his head in his hands. Eligia states that she thought that their team did everything to protect this world, but the result was not good. The girl adds that she really wanted to take away all the pain of her beloved guy. At the moment, the blonde opens her mouth. She claims that she decided to do what she wanted so much. A human figure stands in front of large system notifications. She says that she was confident that she would protect Moderator from all negative memories, suffering, and the virus, which is the main problem of this world, should disappear. The blonde screams and frowns. She says that being in this game makes the guy with blue hair suffer quite a lot, so he shouldn't go anywhere. Aidan becomes gloomy and looks seriously at the girl as she tells her story. She claims that her beloved will be able to start all over again in this place. The man with red hair says that he sees how hard his interlocutor is trying. He frowns and looks ahead gloomily. He objects to Alicia's words. The girl is surprised and sad. Aidan asks her why she decided that this decision would make Moderator better. The blonde opens her mouth and gets angry. She asks the man with red hair what he means. He tells her that the girl is still living in the past. Moderator holds his head in his hands and remembers the nightmare he did. A man with red hair asks his interlocutor if she forces her beloved guy to choose again, and if he ever said that he wants to run away. And then adds that his friend himself chose to endure this problem. Aidan looks ahead unhappily. He asks the blonde if she thinks this man will like it when he is kidnapped and decides to leave him in this place. Eligia clenches her teeth and gets angry. The man with red hair claims that she acts according to her wishes. He turns away from the blonde who is opposite him. The girl shouts that he himself is currently performing the duties of a moderator, and then asks if, in this case, he can understand the feelings of the guy with blue hair. The man replies that he cannot. He looks at the blonde in front of him with displeasure. The man objects that such a decision cannot help his friend. Eligia gets scared and sad. The man with red hair says that it is funny that the girl thinks that such a decision will help her beloved guy, and then adds that the answer is in front of her at the moment. Aidan is confident that Moderator should solve this on his own. The guy with blue hair is surprised and opens his mouth. His comrade apologizes to him as he forces him to choose again, but then explains that he cannot take part in this matter. Aidan is depressed. He asks Moderator if he will stay in this world and help Eligia. The guy with blue hair sadly lowers his head. His friend asks him if his former boss wants to return home. Moderator begins to say something. Big eyes, a giant hand and danger signs appear. A system alert appears that warns of a critical situation. Aidan is shocked when new messages from the game world appear around him. Golden rays fall into this space. The man with red hair looks in fear at the new messages from this world. Them as Alicia and Moderator look around in surprise. The guy with blue hair screams and asks what's going on here. The blonde recognizes this power, but cannot believe that this power belongs to someone she knows. The man with red hair frowns. He shouts out the creator's name. A new in-game notification appears, indicating that movement between spaces is not currently possible. The next message that appears contains information about the destruction of the second world of the game. Cracks appear, from which a red light appears. The Earth is collapsing. In some place, golden rays break system space. 3 human figures are under powerful attack. The guy with blue hair lowers his head and gets pretty scared. He thinks that such pressure is quite strong, despite the fact that in the past, the situation was not the same as it is now. The blonde smiles as Moderator looks back at her in surprise. Elijah is glad that someone has begun to carry out his actions. The guy with blue hair is nervous. The blonde screams out the creator's name. She reaches her hand towards the golden rays and sighs. The girl claims that she has been waiting for this long enough. The blonde looks up and smiles joyfully. She screams that her power has returned, and soon this world will be able to manifest itself. Aidan is silent and looks at the happy girl who spreads her arms to the sides. She invites players to complete the creation of the world of this game. The man with red hair is scared and frowns. He wonders if someone has removed the seal under which the creator was hidden, and if his world is being destroyed. Elise and Arya. Aidan remembers these 2 girls. Yellow cracks appear on the black screen. A giant eye looks down at the players through a hole in the sky. The man with red hair and the Moderator are watching in horror the situation that is now happening. They ask if the person who has entered their system space uninvited is the creator. A rather large eye of some creature. Black and yellow magic rays appeared to attack. Moderator watches them head towards Elisha. The blonde is horrified when the rays of magic bind her hands. The girl is called by the name of the guy with blue hair. Eligia breathes loudly, screams and asks why it was her. Creator claims to own all systems. A large figure of a man towers over the girl. Magic rope spread poison. The creator says that all worlds follow his will. The magic toxin spreads to the blonde's face and one eye. The girl screams loudly in pain. Moderator runs to his loved one. He's trying to stop what the creator is doing. A guy with blue hair touches the skin of a girl infected with a magical poison. He screams for creator not to harm Eligia. Moderator sees a huge eye and a lot of game notifications. A guy with blue hair opens his eyes wide and breathes heavily. He thinks that someone is not moving. Lots of yellow system alerts. Moderator reflects that these notifications contain a huge amount of information that he cannot decipher and wonders what to do in such a situation. A red dot from which many lines diverge. The guy with blue hair is behind Aidan, who breaks the black barrier. He shouts to his comrade to wake up. The man with red hair looks back at the moderator. He claims that something needs to be done, since everything around is collapsing, and asks the guy behind him to calmly analyze this situation. The girl was almost completely consumed by the magical toxin. Aidan says that creator takes away the system when he turns on Elise, and then asks his comrade if he understands what is happening, and states that they need to do something now. The man with red hair and the moderator are heading somewhere. Aidan warns that he will try to fix the system and the rest of the important actions must be carried out by the guy with blue hair. He claims to have understood the command. To human figures surrounded by yellow light, someone is floating in some space of the system. The man with red hair is very surprised when system alerts appear around him. He says that he has never seen such formulas and letters, and also that he does not have time to check all this data. Aidan touches one of the yellow pieces. The man claims that to save the blonde it is necessary to find the necessary creator commands and cancel their action. A human figure moves through a certain space, which consists of yellow game notifications. Aidan is terrified. He thinks about how this place never ends, and wonders how it is possible to control such a large amount of information. He mentally calms himself and thinks that there is some way out of this place. A lot of red system notifications appear in front of the man with red hair. Aidan is quite surprised when he looks at them. The man frowns and is nervous. He wonders if these formulas are connected to his world, and then speculates that they can carry out force commands such as destroy and delete. Some unknown noise occurs. Someone is trying to contact the new boss. This creature asks to hear its voice. The man with red hair opens his eyes, eyed in surprise. It changes something in system notifications. The man recognizes this voice. He calls Alpha by name and asks her if she can hear him. The girl also recognizes her interlocutor and calls his name. The small version of the girl cries when a man with red hair sees her. She calls out to her partner again. The girl hugs her friend and screams. She says that something bad happened, and the creator appeared. Aidan, Arya and Alpha look at some notifications from the game system. The girl claims that at first she held this creature. Moderator's little sister looks at the blonde who is surrounded by red light. Alpha says that creator was later able to free himself. A human silhouette is located on a red on some map. The girl explains that no one knew what was happening in the present, and now she does not understand what is happening in their world. Aidan frowns and is quite nervous. He thinks that he did not expect the problem to be so serious, and also that he needs to return to some place quickly. The man tells his friend to wait, as he will be back soon. The girl cries and agrees with him. A small version of Alpha waves his arms in front of a man with red hair. She very much asks him to return as quickly as possible. Golden rays go to a red, in the center of which there is a person. A man with red hair is breathing heavily and holding a weapon in his hand. He curses out of despair. An unknown yellow device in the shape of a square. Aidan says that this is a temporary solution, but this device can help, and explains that this will prevent Elijah from being completely absorbed by the magical toxin. At the moment, red signs appear on the windows of the game system to notify you of danger. The man with red hair is in shock and horror. He asks what it is. A hole forms under Aidan's foot. The man's eyes widen in fear. A white spot of light flashes. Aidan lies in an unknown location as golden dots fly above him. He frowns, squinting in pain and breathing heavily. The man with red hair rises to his feet and touches the back of his head. He curses and asks, what is happening here? An unknown space with a yellow spot at the end of the row. The man asks where he is now. It removes something. Aidan watches as the silhouette of a man appears, a yellow circle at the end of an unknown space. Someone goes to a man with red hair. He is surprised and frightened by what is happening at the moment. Aidan recognizes the man he saw. Arnab looks at the man with red hair. Many large eyes look at the group of players. Arya screams and asks how this could happen. Moderator's younger sister runs somewhere and talks to the image of a woman in the system notification. She asks if her interlocutor can get the security system to work again. Sierra replies that she thinks this will be difficult to accomplish. The brunette looks back at Theodore, who is trying to touch the control panel of the game world. The woman says that none of the systems can answer them. Moderator's little sister gets pretty scared. The brunette claims that at the moment, there is no way to fix anything. The girl with blue hair wonders what's going on here. Alpha looks at the many red notifications from the game system. Arya argues that it was necessary to expect that the creator would try to subjugate the blonde, so their team was prepared in advance for such a development of events. That none of the guys expected that this creature would create such a nightmare. Moderator's little sister looks back at Dakesvos. A guy with green hair calls a girl and asks her to look at a certain place. A large gap appeared in the sky. The guy claims that a new crack has appeared. A huge robot emerged from this gap. Arya, Dake and Procyon look at the situation that is happening now with horror. They swear out of despair. A huge robot goes somewhere and destroys the earth. Players say, it's a nightmare, and ask each other why the creature is so big. It raises a cannon, which glows yellow. Other people open their mouths in fear. They cannot believe what is happening at the moment and try to understand what their opponent is going to do. A powerful light attack is directed in a certain direction. Smoke is emanating from the side of impact of this projectile. The players resist the strong wind that has risen. The other guys from the team look at the alien in fear. They claim that this creature does not come from their world. At the site of the impact, a deep hole is formed in the ground. One of the team members claims that their opponent is trying to destroy everything around them. One of the players pushes off the ground and begins to float. Mia flies over a huge robot. She screams that he has no right to the actions that he is committing at the moment. The girl with the cat ears is pretty angry. She claims that the alien cannot harm their world. The girl attacks the enemy with fireballs. She calls the robot to go into its world. The other players watch as the alien begins to burn. Lloyd argues that the time has come to attack. Isabel tries to stop her comrades and asks them if it is strange that this creature does not try to defend itself from their attacks. The unknown robot's eyes glow yellow. The brunette claims that this robot does not give them shells to protect themselves. Nia is surprised and scared. The other players are in great fear. The whole robot looks at them menacingly. One of the players' team claims that the alien was not even harmed by their attacks. A huge rival is heading towards a group of people. His gaze glows yellow, and an unknown player claims that their opponent is completely ignoring their team. Isaac and Baron Procyon and Lloyd are terrified. They swear out of despair. The players get pretty angry. They claim that this alien is an intruder. Players go on the attack when the robot goes in the opposite direction from them. Someone shouts that they need to attack their opponent. The alien moves on as his armor is hit by many different attacks. One of the players flies up to the robot's head. Xenon curses and claims that their opponent doesn't even have a scratch when his comrades are trying so hard. A dark silhouette of a robot being attacked with various magic. The brunette screams and asks a weapon can help his team destroy this creature. Arya watches her charges attack their opponent and draws her sword. The blue hair girl's sword creates blue lightning. Moderator's little sister frowns and gets pretty angry. She jumps very hard as the ground cracks underneath her. Blue light cuts off one of his guns. The alien looks in surprise at the girl with blue hair. Other players watch what is happening with delight and surprise. The robot is standing and one of its weapons is lying on the ground. One of the team members is happy that they were able to harm their enemy. Another person asks Arya how she did such an act. The girl with blue hair opens her mouth wide. She orders her subordinates to check their system messages. Moderator's little sister raises her head and screams. She asks her companions to update the necessary information. Aidan looks at the small version of Alpha, who is crying. Arya assumes that the blonde has contacted their new boss. Silhouette of a man on a red dot. The girl with blue hair claims that Aidan has updated the system and strength and the skills and weapons of his comrades so that now their players can use these skills. Nia controls her favorite weapon. The younger sister of Moderator warns that you need to update your system first. A girl with cat ears controls a fire and Dake holds a bow in her hands. Rook is holding a magic staff. Owen is waving his device. Lily is clutching a sword. A new system notification appears, indicating that players' abilities have been enhanced to combat trespassers. A team of people attacks an alien from another world. Attacks cause the robot to stop. The alien is surprised and angry. He tries to charge his cannon and launch a new attack. Ellie and Baron attack the enemy. The The gray-haired man encourages other players to attack faster. The alien delivers another light strike. This creature's attack destroys the ground. Nya floats above the ground that was hit. The girl with cat ears thinks that if she were hit by an alien, she would turn to powder. She is nervous and laughs. The pink-haired girl reasons that the robot's movements are very slow so his attack can be avoided, and then wonders if her opponent is going to use some of his skills. Arya claims that it is too late for such actions. A girl attacks a creature that came from another world. It's quite surprised. Blue light from a powerful blow, a very strong blow, splits the alien into two halves. The ground breaks under the alien. A girl with blue hair walks through soil that has been destroyed when a robot falls behind her. Moderator's younger sister breathes heavily and looks around. She says that this intruder was quite annoying and it was necessary to get rid of him immediately. Arya looks around at the other players and smiles. Nya calls out to the girl and thanks her for her efforts. The girl with blue hair replies that all team members tried their best. A group of people stands on the destroyed ground. Arya warns her, charges that they should not relax as violators may come again. All players agree with Moderator's little sister. New cracks appear in the sky. One of the players claims that this large alien destroyed everything in this place. Some other player replies that now that they have bought some time, they can help Alpha return their world system to normal. From the cracks that have formed, even more intruders emerge. All players are scared and surprised. Lots of big and dangerous opponents. Someone mutters that there are even more violators. Some other player curses. Arya frowns and gets angry. The girl reasons that she could not imagine that the creator's power was so great, and also that she could not fully appreciate his abilities. The younger sister of Moderator invites her comrades to split up in order to quickly destroy their opponents. Players head towards the robots to launch attacks. Arya wishes all her comrades good luck in battle. She adds that they must protect their world until Aidan returns to help them in this matter. Aidan watches as the silhouette of a man appears, a yellow circle at the end of an unknown space. The man with red hair is surprised and frightened by what is happening at the moment. Aidan calls a person named Elise. Arnab opens his mouth and turns to the guest. He addresses a man with red hair, a white human figure surrounded by yellow. He angrily asks how Aidan got to this place. The man with red hair frowns and looks angrily at the man in front of him. He thinks that this is not his younger sister. Arnab looks at the man with hatred. Aidan assumes that this creature is the creator. Arnab claims that it all started in this place. An unknown portal opens behind the man with red hair. The guy claims that Aidan cannot be in this dimension. The man with red hair crumbles into gold dust. He wonders if his creator is driving him away. Arnab claims that someone asked to help him so he needs to return to his own world. A man without emotions looks at the man opposite. He says that some of her will not return to that world. The man with red hair is quite scared. Arnab explains that if this certain one leaves, then this world will disappear. Frightened, Aidan is in another system space. He looks around and curses. The red-haired man clenches his teeth and frowns as he remembers Arnab's face. He reasons that this creature is definitely the creator, and wonders why it looked like Elise. The man clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks about what Arnab told him that if his little sister leaves, this world will disappear, and cannot understand what that must mean. The dark figure of the man moves away. Aidan reasons that at the moment, he cannot harm the creator in any way. The man with red hair raises his head. Moderator and Alicia are sitting together. Aidan says that they are in this place, and probably he managed to temporarily stop the effect of the magical toxin. A man with red hair frowns at his lovers. He calls Moderator by name. A guy with blue hair calls out to him. Opposite Aidan are Moderator and Alicia. The guy thanks his friend for being able to save the girl because of his help. The man with red hair replies that everything worked out because the Moderator bought time for him to act. Aidan looks down at the blonde. She claims to have heard what will happen to him when the third world is finished. Alicia opens her mouth and frowns. She claims she didn't mean for this to happen and asks for forgiveness. The girl looks at a man with red hair in front of whom new system windows have appeared. He tells her that the blonde should not blame herself for this situation, since the creator should be responsible for this and they need to decide how to proceed. Memories of a malfunction in this dimension of the game system. Aidan states that they need to find some way to go back and adds that he is trying to do this, but at the moment, he has not succeeded yet. A man with red hair looks at the lovers who are talking. Moderator asks the blonde if she knows why events are developing this way. Elise replies that she cannot even guess anything. The girl remembers the creator's huge eye and the many notifications from the game system. She explains that the reason she was able to move to another world was because she used the person's power, and adds that it was impossible to avoid being watched. But sometimes it disappeared for a short time. A man with red hair put his hand to his lips. Elise assumes that when they get out of this place, they will find out the real reasons for these events. Moderator and Elise look at Aidan in surprise. He claims there is one way. A group of players are talking in the middle of a destroyed space. The blonde swears and asks if the man is sure of his plan. He replies that he only answers this question once. A man with red hair asks to fulfill 2 of his requests. He is gloomy and sad. Aidan claims that he cannot use his power in this world. Elise is surprised and scared. A man with red hair asks his comrades to transfer their system abilities to him. The girl anxiously asks if she needs to give up all her rights. Aidan calmly changes something in the game notification. He says that the second request is that he needs to obtain the power of the creator, which is now in the blonde's possession, and explains that this can be compared to him asking them to give their lives to his power. But for now, this is the only option to return to system space. He adds that the plan is much simpler than his comrades think. The ball glows against a dark background. Aidan asks to trust him to save their world, and says that this change is unfinished, but he needs to ask them for some energy. The huge eye of the creator, which monitors what is happening. The man with red hair claims that, as Elise said, her boss is monitoring their activities. The blonde sadly lowered her gaze. Aidan says that he should be able to control every system in this dimension. Moderator puts his hand on the shoulder of his beloved girl. The guy with blue hair calls her name. The blonde looks back at the moderator. She smiles and calls him by name. The guy claims that he would like the girl to be able to trust Aidan now, since only he can help them. At the moment, he looks at his beloved. The guy asks her very much for this favor. Elise looked up at her loved one. She agrees with his opinion. A lot of system notifications appear in front of the blonde. The girl claims that she will transfer all her powers in this world to Aidan. A man with red hair stares at the game's notifications. The blonde warns the man that he must be careful, because he may be infected with the creator's power. Elise lowered her head in alarm. She again asks the new boss to be careful. The girl presses the button. Aidan's figure descends to a certain place. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. He flies towards the source of yellow light. The frightened man again finds himself in this system space. Moderator and Elise look at the new boss with excitement. The blonde claims that this matter is over. The guy with blue hair asks how his friend is feeling. Aidan looks at his hand, which he clenches and unclenches. Moderator asks him if he succeeded in accepting the power. The man sighs and agrees. He gets nervous and clenches his teeth. The man with red hair claims that it is quite difficult to adapt to such power, but he thinks that it should be enough. He warns his companions about certain things. Aidan looks at Elise, who is standing behind the guy with blue hair. A man wants to tell her important news. Rays of light go to the human figure. He clarifies that what he did for the girl was a temporary measure. The man is holding a weapon in his hands. He says that the blonde is not completely controlled by the creator. Now unusual, square-shaped device. Aidan adds that he doesn't know when Elise might lose control. Again, red blocks float in the air. A man with red hair holds one of the blocks in his hand and looks sternly forward. He explains that he will first update the girl and separate her from the creator. The surprised blonde begins to disappear into thin air. A new system window appears, in which the man is asked to start updating Elise. The following system alert appears, indicating that this command is synchronized by Aidan. Elise looks at her hand, which has various patterns appearing on it. The man with red hair claims that no one else can control the blonde. He looks at his comrades. Aidan is holding some sphere in his hands. He claims that they can begin to implement their plan. A new system message appears asking you to start this command. The space sparkles with yellow light. Moderator and Elise look in surprise at what is happening around them. Various figures levitate in the air. The countdown is on until the end of copying the world. A red streak of light appears on a black background. A dark portal appears, which the players look at. Aidan claims that everything has completed. The man with red hair looks at his comrades. He claims that this will help deceive their eyesight for a while. A man looks at his former boss and his girlfriend. The guy with blue hair claims this is normal at such a high level. Olivia adds that the skill to create another world is blocked due to creator. Aidan exhales nosily and smiles. The blonde claims that their problem is still not resolved. The man with red hair explains that he hasn't even started on this part of the plan yet. Moderator and Olivia look at their friend with interest. A man with red hair asks them if they think this is the only way they will act. Joyful, Aidan stomps his foot. He asks his companions if it would be better to move something other than their company. The blonde is quite surprised. The ball falls into the green portal. The girl is indignant that a man with red hair cannot do this. He agrees with her. Aidan looks at his companions with determination. He proposes to move the entire world. Moderator and Olivia look at Aidan. The blonde asks, "What's going on?" The man with red hair smiles. The girl asks him if their world is moving now. He agrees with her. Olivia is unhappy with this course of action. She asks the man opposite if he has become crazy. Dust and stones are found in this dimension. The blonde screams at her interlocutor and asks what he said a few minutes ago. The man raises his voice and asks, "What is wrong with this plan of action?" Elise and Aidan stand opposite each other and argue as moderator stands between them and looks nervous. The blonde claims that she knows that the man with red hair is a strong player, and then asks, even so, if it is possible to do so. He gets angry and asks why the girl thinks this might be impossible. Aidan agrees and claims that he will now prove everything to his companions. A man with red hair types something into the system notification and smiles. He says that his comrades will see for themselves some things and remembers that he did not tell them about something. Moderator and his girlfriend are quite surprised. Aidan announces that he managed to contact Alpha, Ray, and yellow lines on a black background. The man with scarlet hair boasts that he was able to find a small gap between their real world and this dimension. He extends his hand upward when there is light around it. He explains that through this gap, they can return home. A red sphere of light appears in the hand of a man with red hair. He shouts that he can move all the data from this world. A large black hole appears above the players. Lovers are quite surprised. The blonde raised her head with a joyful smile. She is delighted with what is happening at the moment. Red glow connects the abyss in some world. The girl is surprised that this method worked. A man with red hair raises his hands up. He grits his teeth and closes his eyes as veins appear on his face. A new system window appears with the command data. The sphere passes through the portal. The next system window indicated that the loading of the third world had completed. There was a new game notification that warned about sending all data to the second world. Players fly towards the source of the red light. Hayden disappears into thin air. He thinks his plan worked. The man argues that it is enough to make one mistake for the passage to close. The exit to their real world is already closed to the players. Aidan reminds himself that he needs to keep his focus until he can connect with Alpha. The person who is located on the red dot is breathing heavily. The girl is nervous and has her mouth open. She reasons that a very powerful force is trying to control her, and if she cannot withstand this and loses control, then her world will no longer be able to exist. Memories of in Arya. The blonde thinks that the man with red hair could not receive messages from Moderator's younger sister for a long time, and she might give in under such pressure. Many eyes and a large hand appeared above the girl. Alpha is afraid that for all these reasons, the creator's power may become even greater. The blonde frowns and closes her eyes. She reminds herself that she can't let go of her control. Now an unknown, incomprehensible noise appears. Someone calls a girl's name twice. Alpha opens his eyes wide and raises his head. She calls the new boss by name. Aidan asks her if the girl is waiting for them, and then adds that they will arrive soon. The figures of 3 players move in a certain direction. The blonde rejoices at the presence of her friend and says that she has been waiting for a man with red hair for a very long time. He apologizes to the girl. Aidan looks ahead gloomily. The man warns the blonde that he will not come alone. Alpha is nervous and listens carefully to his comrade. He warns her that a lot of information and systems will still arrive with his company, and asks her to prepare for it. The blonde asks him what happened. The player's figure floats above the red sphere. Alpha calls his friend by name. A red funnel appears. The girl asks the man with scarlet hair why he didn't explain the scale of all the information. The black sphere collides with another ball, a human figure surrounded by yellow light. Several new system notifications appear in front of the guy. He doesn't understand what's going on and claims that the third world must be in this place. Arnib squints and frowns. The sphere passes through the portal. The guy argues that no one should act on their own, and says that he somehow forgot about this detail. The guy raises his head and opens his mouth. He sighs and mutters that just as he thought he would have to make this man his enemy. A man with white hair looks at a golden cube in a black circle. He claims that secrecy no longer makes sense to him. A black, shining cube floats. The guy explains that with other actions, this situation will threaten him. The girl with red hair is sleeping. The guy addresses her as Alice. She is lying on the floor in some room. He says that he would like to keep this person in this world. The guy touches one of the golden threads. These threads create a certain pattern. He claims that he will no longer doubt. The creator's eyes glow golden. He extends his hand to the sign. Creator claims that he will fulfill all the wishes of this girl. This creature is angry and frowns. It claims that it will do what it plans to do, even if it conflicts with the user's right. The red sphere and the portal are nearby. The passage between worlds is closing. 3 players come out. Aidan looks down in horror. He thinks that this course of action has taken longer than he expected. Players descend onto the destroyed ground. The man with red hair hopes they are not late. Aidan is scared of something. The soul that was destroyed by aliens. Jake and Siri are injured. The man with red hair calls them by name is Abel. Jake and Isaac are beaten and lying on the ground. Aidan sees other players. The world that robots tried to destroy. The man with red hair realizes that his comrades were fighting the intruders. Aidan is furious. Moderator and Elise. Ach's red light appears around them from the new boss. The blonde is nervous and opens her mouth. The man sighs heavily. He is gloomy and quite angry. He mutters something about what was done to his world and friends. Elise looked at Aidan, who was surrounded by a large red beam. Sweat started dripping from the girl's face. She was surprised at how much pressure Aidan was exerting. Elise remembered the first time she met Aidan, and how they fought in battle. The girl said that the admin is Aidan. He is so strong. A black silhouette of the main character with red eyes surrounded by monstrous red energy. Elijah understood that Aidan was not fighting her at full strength. After all, the black silhouette of the main character looked at the white explosion. Aidan stood with a serious face. He understood that even now, someone was trying to block the system. Could it be Arya? Aidan said that we need to finish setting up the world as soon as possible. The main character suddenly changed his face. He looked with a bright red gaze, and said that he would not forgive. Aster and Alicia turned towards Aidan, who wanted to ask them all operators were unconscious. Aidan told Aster and Alicia that all operators are still alive, but seriously injured. He wants them to help them. Raid barriers protected the villages. The main character told them to evacuate people to a safe place. Black planet with red lines. The main character said that this world is combined with that world. Aidan asked that they can cross the world without using chain shift right. The ground cracked under Aidan's nakedness. Aidan flew away from the place where Aster and Elijah were standing. Aidan said that he will deal with all violators. Aster turned to Elisha and said that they also need to start moving. Alicia replied that we had to hurry. Aidan's black silhouette flew over the ground. Aidan asked his friends to take care of themselves. Aster's silhouette landed in front of the unconscious operators. Aster called Xenon and Day. A man with blue hair began to help the operators. Aster apologized for being late and said that we need to start treatment right now. The main character gritted his teeth in horror. He saw that everything was in a terrible state, but why again? Aster called the creator. Aster was very angry, and he looked with blue eyes. The main character didn't understand why the creator was throwing away unnecessary parts. Didn't he need them? Aster clenched his fist and said that he wants to help the main character destroy them right now. Aidan does everything for them. The main character was flying at great speed. Aster understood that he had no choice but to trust Aidan. Something caught the main character's attention. A powerful blue explosion leveled everything to the ground. Aidan realized that Arya was there, and asked her to wait for him. Suddenly, a bright flash caught Aidan's attention. Powerful yellow energy attacked the main character, who protected himself with a barrier. Aidan fell to the ground with great speed. The main character's red barrier began to disappear. Aidan couldn't believe that he didn't notice the attack. In front of the main character stood 7 black silhouettes. Aidan thought that these were soldiers sent by the creator. The soldier's shoulder was armored, and yellow particles were flying around it. The soldiers looked like knights with a spear. Aidan started to take out his sword because he realized that these guys are strong. There were soldiers at different levels of the rock. Aidan thought that the energy of suppression could be felt in these guys. At worst, they have antivirus capabilities. The soldiers jumped sharply, leaving pieces of earth behind them. 3 soldiers flew straight towards the black silhouette of Aidan. The protagonist thought that from the creator's point of view, they became viruses. Aidan looked at the approaching blow with a serious look. Aidan realized that it seemed that way. A large explosion was visible in the background, and blue explosions were closer. Powerful blue attack. Arya began to deliver even more attacks. The girl sighed heavily. Arya sat leaning on her sword. Sweat and blood were visible on the girl's face. She couldn't believe that these guys were so strong. Black silhouettes of soldiers stood in front of a girl with blue hair. Arya knew they were just wasting their time, and her characteristics are much lower than theirs. The armored soldiers glowed with yellow energy. Arya understood that the problem was that unknown people had invaded their world. In addition to being resistant to attacks, they reflect attacks. If it weren't for this antivirus, Arya remembered how soldiers appeared in front of the operators. Arya understood that she and the operators could destroy them. The soldier's arm began to transform as he began to attack. Arya defended herself with her sword from the soldier's attack. The girl clenched her teeth. Arya began to move at lightning speed, but the soldiers pursued her. Arya turned around in flight to face the 3 soldiers. The soldier began to prepare an attack with a spear. A bright core formed at the end of the spear. The soldier fired a flaming cannonball at Arya. The girl's eyes glowed blue. Arya cut the core in half. Suddenly, the girl with blue hair felt something. Turning back, Arya saw 3 soldiers preparing a powerful attack. The masked soldier was charging a powerful strike. The girl did not understand what to do. Arya watched with her mouth open as a powerful blow rushed towards her. From a powerful yellow explosion, the ground began to crack. A crack has formed in the blue barrier. The girl with blue hair lay unconscious. Arya opened her eyes slightly. She understood that her body was already at its limit. The armored soldier swung his spear in front of the girl. Suddenly, a red line appeared. Someone crashed into the ground at high speed. The creator's soldiers turned around at the explosion. Shock was visible on Arya's face. Aidan held the severed head of a soldier in his hand. A strong red energy was visible behind the character. Arya, opening her mouth, began screaming at the main character. Aidan stood in front of the silhouettes of soldiers. The girl asked him to be careful, as they are very strong. The main character looked away. Arya was shaking in pain, and her body was covered in blood. Aidan couldn't believe they were using a powerful firewall. Out of anger, the main character clenched his teeth. Strong energy emanated from the protagonist. The main character's hand became covered in red energy. Aidan said that they are trespassers in this world. The main character was preparing a powerful blow. The soldier stood with yellow eyes. A red hole appeared in the center of the guard. The protagonist cut them down with one blow. The soldiers' bodies began to fall apart. Aidan stood with a serious look and said that he would not leave anyone. The protagonist's hands were covered in red armor, and he said that he would destroy them all. The creator's soldiers looked at the black silhouette and yellow system screens appeared in front of them. World. To changes are loading. The knight's eyes glowed bright yellow, changing the world. Aidan's manager becomes the head. For a while, the soldiers were shrouded in yellow energy. The system told them to get rid of the violators. Many eyes appeared, and a holographic giant hand appeared. The knights pushed off. From the ground, a bunch of soldiers with spears appeared above the main character. The ground cracked from the powerful impact. Aidan began to destroy all the knights. The main character's eyes glowed red. With powerful red blows, he destroyed the soldiers. The knights saw a powerful red explosion. The armored soldier said that there was a system error. The combat power of the controlled target did not match the data. The main character continued to smash the knights. The soldier said that the chance of destruction is 6%. The knight's hand began to glow yellow. He said that the program was being reconfigured for more effective protection. The soldier snatched the cannonball from his comrade. The corpses of the knights lay on the ground. The yellow kernels began to be directed towards one person. A soldier in armor hovered above his dead comrades, glowing with a yellow light. The knight looked with his yellow eyes. Aidan finishing off. The soldier turned to the side. A powerful explosion appeared in front of the main characters. White armor of a knight. Notification. Download. Complete chance of destroying the target, 85%. The high indicator has been achieved for the destruction of violators. The knight in armor took out a yellow sword. Notification. Mission resumption. Aidan stood with a surprised look. He thought, when will this stop? The main character remembered how he was in the barrier and a battle with a soldier. the main character realized that nothing would change. The knight held a yellow sword. A second later, he was preparing a sword strike to destroy Aidan. The main character managed to dodge. At the last second, a powerful blow cut the mountains in half. The guard struck again, but the main character managed to evade him. Aidan landed on a destroyed pit. He understood that the monster had become stronger. The soldier and armor began to walk towards the main character. The main character began to collect red energy in his hand. Aidan took out a red sword and said that he would fight seriously. The knight was wearing a helmet and the main character had a glowing red eye. Powerful red blows cracked the ground. The silhouettes of the guard and Aidan exchanged many blows. The main character blocked the knight's attack with his sword. Through the screen, the guard saw many red icons with crosses. Notification probability of target destruction 55%. Aidan dealt a powerful blow to the knight. Notification probability of target destruction is 40%. The silhouette of the protagonist continued to deliver numerous blows, thereby reducing the soldier's chance to destroy the intruder. The knight's helmet began to crack. Many errors appeared. The main character with red eyes continued to strike. The probability of target destruction decreased. Notification: the solution to the problem is being adjusted. Error. Red figures began to appear. Aidan directed his figures towards the fleeing guard. The knight's helmet began to turn red. Monstrously red, rectangular figures destroy the earth. The black silhouette of the knight watched the attack. Part of the soldier's helmet began to crumble. The creator's soldier received numerous notifications that the continuation of the battle was impossible. The knight was told that he should immediately return back and wait for new commands. Aidan couldn't believe that the knight was going to leave. The silhouette of the main character with a sword appeared above the soldier's head. The main character opened his mouth and asked if the knight thought he had a chance with the words, "Get out of our world." Aidan landed a powerful blow. The main character cut the soldier's body in half. The black planet continued to rotate. Aster, using blue energy, treated a girl with yellow hair. The former moderator said that everything should be restored soon. Procyon smiled and thanked Aster. The man with blue hair looked at the girl, who said that she felt better. Procyon said she was very glad they came to their aid in time. There were many silhouettes of people walking on the blue planet. The girl said that if they were a little late, all the people and operators, the protagonist's team, began to rise to their feet. Procyon said that they all might not be able to stand on their feet again. The man with blue hair looked down and said that fortunately, everyone survived. The former moderator remembered how he stood in front of the guards and said that the creator's soldiers were very strong. Even for operators facing 3, he was unable to defeat them. Aster remembered how the guards jumped to attack and said that if they had not gone to the center, the situation could have become much more serious. A bright blue particle appeared in the sky. A man with blue hair and a group of operators looked up. The former moderator, the pact between the two girls, said that now everything is overnight. The girl with yellow hair confirmed his words. Faded red messages appear. A black silhouette stood between red rectangular figures. Violet asked if everyone is okay. The girl with pink hair smiled happily and said that the system had finally returned to normal. The main character holding Arya looked at the black silhouettes of the players. Violet said that Aidan has returned and solved all the problems. No more intruders have been detected. All the players smiled when they heard the news. The main character grabbed the shoulder of a girl with blue hair. Violet said, "Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief." Mia and Aster started screaming at the dark silhouettes. The main character and Arya approached them. The man with blue hair asked if she was okay. The girl replied that yes, she was just a little tired. Aidan replied that there were no serious injuries. First aid was provided, so there was nothing to worry about. In any case, this time, it was very dangerous. Arya looked at the protagonist, who said that if they hadn't made it in time, the damage to the world would have been critical. Aidan remembered the giant eye of the creator and said that this is not the end. The creator will definitely attack again. The main character held a red holographic planet in his hand and said that before that, they need to come up with a plan of attack. They need to hold the line so that the creator does not take over their world. Yellow slits appeared in the sky. An orange portal appeared above the main character, who stood in shock. A voice was heard from the portal that said that this would not happen. The main character began to look up. An unfamiliar voice said that their actions were pointless. A black silhouette could be seen in the orange portal, which said that he had given them a fleeting moment of joy over victory. The creator, in a cloak, spread his arms to the sides and told them not to expect any more indulgences from him. They won't succeed. The creator's eyes glowed with yellow lightning. and he said that they would disappear along with this world. All the players looked at the yellow silhouette, which was preparing for a crushing attack. All the characters felt a tremor. The girl with yellow hair looked at her feet and couldn't understand what kind of pressure this was. If she moves, she will be crushed like a bug. Prokian looked at two black silhouettes, the creator and Aidan. The girl with yellow hair was thinking how to stand against him. The main character stood with a blank look, remembering the white bow. The creator said that everything is wrong, and he asked Aidan if he thought anything was possible for him. The silhouette and a white cloak said that, unfortunately, all this is for their own good. He created a better world where there will be no wars. A drop of sweat rolled off the main character's face. The creator said that now he can only use 30% of his power, but this is enough to achieve his goal. A silhouette and a white cloak began to reach out with a yellow hand and said that he would remove all the garbage that stood in his way, because no one can stop him. All players were placed in transparent rectangles. Aidan was horrified and began to turn back. All his friends were stuck in the figures and were calling him for help. The yellow rectangles began to close, and a girl with black hair screamed the name of the main character. The black silhouette of Aidan stood between his imprisoned friends. The creator stood in a white cloak and said that he expected more from them. A high-level firewall is definitely different. Is this really due to the update? The main character stood in shock along with the operators. The creator said that he would have to fight them. Aidan clenched his fist in anger. Things appeared on the main character's face, and he told the creator not to say anything stupid. He wouldn't be able to get rid of them. They are the ones who will get rid of him. Since he leaves them no other choice. The creator, surrounded by yellow energy, looked at them and said that, simply put, they decided to die. The black planets were crossed out with a red cross. The creator said they were making a big mistake. To create a new world, you need to restore the old one. Aidan opened his mouth and began to furiously ask why he would go so far to create a new world. What is he even going to do? The creator stood in a white hood and said that Elise created this world. The girl with white hair was shrouded in gold chains. The creator said that he wants to get rid of her. The main character stood with a blank expression and asked what he meant. The creator replied that perhaps he had already noticed. Aidan remembered how many times he had seen Elise. The creator said that he is sure that she asked the main character many times that she wanted to come back. And after hearing his request, she made him an admin. Black silhouette of a girl with yellow hair. The creator said that she is a unique being who came from a higher level dimension. Elise stood with her eyes closed against the backdrop of black planets. The creator said that thanks to her existence, they were able to appear in this world. If she disappears, they will also disappear, because the meaning of life is lost, as if nothing had happened. Dark Abyss. The creator asked Ali now. He accepts it. Yellow lightning came out of the eyes of the creator, who said that they were not her family. She was just a shell that created them. They are just her tools. From these words, the main character stood in shock. The creator said that they should also be grateful to her, because this makes him angry and he wants to create a new world. A yellow silhouette appeared in the black space. A girl with white hair stood in front of the system screens. The creator continued and said that where no one will obey anyone. Gray City. The creator said that now he will not hesitate because he wants to create a new world with new rules. The creator's face was divided into two parts, and he said that this was his reason, therefore stop this pointless resistance. A blue circle began to appear in the sky. The main character and his friends looked at the creator. The white boy stood in front of the black cube. Inside this cube lay a girl with red hair in a small room. Elise lay with her eyes closed. Then she opened them. A girl with red hair held a toy and asked if it was not beautiful. The main character asked her where she got this toy. The main character's sister hugged a pink bunny and said that her friend gave it to her. She is her best friend. Aidan smiled. Elise jumped on the back of the main character. Aidan asked her if she thanked her friend for the gift. The sister answered, yes. Aidan smiled and told them to go home and brother buy her something tasty. The girl with red hair pressed her face to the main character and said, okay. Alice closed her eyes. The main character's sister said that only now she remembered those forgotten memories. The black silhouette of a little girl stood in a strange space. Alice said that she arrived in this world on that first day. The main character's sister stood in a white sweater. She thought it was a dream. Alice walked through the darkness, leaving yellow footprints. The sister said that there was a deep, empty darkness that stretched on forever. It was an aimless road where she was alone. The silhouette of a little girl stood in absolute darkness. A tear began to flow from Alice's face. She didn't understand where she was. It was scary and dark. The girl with red hair pressed her legs to herself. She wanted to go home to her brother. Behind Alice, a yellow spot began to appear. Laughing, a yellow sphere appeared from under the darkness. Crying, Alice began to look towards the light. There was a bright yellow glow in front of her face. A small flying robot appeared. The main character's sister didn't understand what it was. The robot quickly headed towards the silhouette of the girl. The flying eye began to scan Elise, who was laughing and could not understand what he was doing. A yellow light glowed from the robot's eye. Elise said she was ticklish. The large screen of the system displayed all the moments of Sister Aidan's life. The robot was suddenly surprised. Notification. System creation is complete. Start OS optimization. Alive watched as an hourglass icon appeared on the robot's eye. The girl started pointing her finger at the robot, asking why he was doing this. He already suddenly began to move around her. Is everything okay with him? The little robot stopped. Elise didn't understand what happened. The robot began to transform in front of the girl. A greeting message appeared. Elise, smiling, asked the robot if he could hear her. Her name is Elise. The flying little robot began to circle around the silhouette of the girl. Elise said that she thought there was no one there and was very scared, but she is so glad that he came to her. Sister Aidan made a tired face in front of the robot and said that her legs already hurt from walking. She could no longer walk. It would be nice if there was a place where you can sit and relax. A silhouette of chairs and a bench immediately appear in the robot's head. A small flying object made a bench. Elise looked at it with a surprised look and realized that it was cool. Sister Aidan sat on the bench and said that this was amazing. He can use magic. Elise asked if he could create anything else. Thoughts about plush toys immediately appeared in the robot's head. The flying object made a pink butt. Elise hugged him and said how cute he was, and she asked the robot, did he do all this for her? The girl began to stroke the flying object and thank it. The dark silhouette of Elise and the robot walked through the darkness. The girl said that now she is not so scared in the dark. She is not afraid of anything because he is nearby. Elise, holding the toe, turned towards the robot and asked what his name was. I'd like to meet you. The flying object stopped and thought about its name. Elise asked, does he have a name? Then let her give it to him. Sister Aidan closed her eyes and began to think, Arneb. The robot looked up when Elise asked, what about the name Arneb? The girl with red hair smiled and said that she saw that name in a book. These are some of her favorite constellations. The robot began to glow with happiness when Alice asked if he liked it. Notifications. New data has been received from the user. Your body is changing. Reconfiguring the system. Increasing the level of synchronization with the user. Alice, holding the toy in her hand, looked at the bright light. The flying object began to transform into a person, but with white hair, a child with a yellow halo, and a white suit. Notification. A new object has been created. Number 0. Arneb. Elise smiled when she saw Arneb and said, that's what he's like. She asked how he did it. The boy began to open his mouth and began to pronounce the name of his sister Aidan. Smiling, Arneb asked if she was happy. If Elise is happy, then he is happy too. Sister Aidan smiled when she heard Arneb ask if she would be friends with him. Elise took the boy's hand and said, of course. Let's play. She will make him happy too. Two black silhouettes of a child were holding hands. Elise said, this time, it will be even more fun. Arneb watched Elise slide down the inflatable slide. The dark silhouette of Aidan's sister spread her arms in front of the toes and said that she had never even seen such a thing in her dreams. Elise smiled. Arneb smiled sweetly in response. Two small silhouettes of children stood in front of an entire amusement park. The girl said that she had a lot of fun today. Arneb replaced with a turn in his eyes when she said that she thought it was time for her to return. Elise squeezed the stuffed bunny in her hands, and with a smile in her eyes, asked the boy to return her home, since she had already spent too much time here. Arneb, looking at the girl and slightly opening his mouth, asked why. He lowered his sad gaze to the floor and asked why she wants to return and doesn't she really want to stay here. The two of them stood surrounded by various toys and entertainment that Arneb had created especially for the girl, and asked if she wasn't having fun here. Elise protested and exclaimed that she really liked it here. The image of Aidan appeared in her memories, and she said that her older brother was waiting for her at home. The boy clutched the hem of his white jacket with his hands, and the girl added that if she didn't come, he would worry. Arnab hung his head and sadness appeared in his eyes, noticing the change in his mood. Elise smiled widely and asked him not to be upset, offering to play together next time. She exclaimed that she would definitely come back here again. Debo perked up and asked if it was true, to which Elise happily answered with an affirmation. They clasped their pinkies together, swearing that they were now friends forever. Removing his hand, Debo looked at his little finger in fascination, and the girl exclaimed that they would soon play together. A soft smile appeared on his face. He said he was looking forward to it. Arnhem, raising his head up, looked at how the bright, fishing star flew away into the unknown. Standing in the middle of his monastery, he said that he had sent Elise back and was looking forward to when they would meet again. Periodically, he observed the girl's world. Looking at the gray high-rise buildings, he understood that she would not return soon, since time in her world flowed 72 times slower. Arnab smiled good-naturedly, thinking that it didn't matter to him, because he promised that he would wait for Elise and they would play it again. He said that, however, 700 years had already passed, and Elise never came. In the middle of the light neural sands, in zero gravity, there was a large luminous ring, and in its center there was a bright point. The system notified about the failure many times and gave an excuse to attempt recovery. Suddenly, a large sign appeared saying that system recovery was not possible. Watching the failure notices, Arnab hover in a dark space. He asked if Elise had really forgotten about him. Debo, weakly, opening his mouth, continued to convince himself that this could not be, and his girlfriend did not forget him because she promised to return entertainment and toys that he created for her many years ago appeared in his memories. Arnab, asking Elise for forgiveness, said that all the memories associated with her disappear and everything went to dust. The contents of his monastery, at one moment, began to be sucked into a dark ring. The boy stood with his arms outstretched and light seeped under his palms. He said that he tried to prevent all this, but it didn't work out. Nothing helped, and everything disappeared. With fear in his eyes, Arnab looked at his palms, in which there were crumbling pieces of space. He thought that this must be right, since this whole world began with Elise, so without her, it collapses. He thought that without her, all this was completely pointless. Memories of the time spent together popped up in the boy's head. He realized that only their common memories of the promise that Elise gave him, only they supported this world. He whistled into space from under half-closed eyelids, and thought that was why he would not forget her. Suddenly, a bright yellow star sparkled in the black sky as Arnab asked for forgiveness. His eyes widened in shock, and he silently wondered what was happening. Codes began to float around the bow in a huge stream. He was surprised that everything was starting over again. Aidan froze looking at the bright light, and mentally said the name Elise. He saw a dark figure standing in the distance, and knew that she had returned. There was a loud question, asking if anyone was here. A girl with red hair, putting her hand to her mouth to amplify the sound, screamed loudly. Looking around, she continued to make noise, asking at least someone to answer, and looking for her brother. Standing alone in the unknown, she wondered if there was really anyone here, and prayed for at least someone to appear. The girl clenched her teeth, hugging herself with her arms in order to stop the trembling in her body from the cold. She asked someone to help her and tried to understand what had happened. Continuing to walk, she did not notice the bright glow behind her, and asked if it could be that she was dreaming all this. The girl turned around questioningly when she saw the light. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked what was going on. In front of her in the bright light, she saw a boy in light clothes with long white hair, and asked where he came from here. When the child began to descend to her on the ground, she asked who he was. Seeing her, Arna began to cry, repeating Alice's name and ignoring her questions about who he was. He smiled widely while tears rolled down his cheeks and joyfully said that he had been waiting for her all this time, and knew that she would definitely be returned. Alice looked puzzled at the boy who came up to her and began to hug her, saying that many years have passed since she disappeared, but now he is happy that she is here. The girl began to say that her name was really Alice. However, Arnab's eyes widened in shock when she asked who he was. He pulled away from her and grabbed her sleeve, continuing to look with rounded eyes. The girl asked if he too was brought here by accident, and then said that he need not be afraid, because now she is with him. Pecking her cheek with her index finger, Elise smiled, asking if he could share information about this place with her, if he knew anything. Arnab looked at the girl with his mouth slightly open, while she said that she had no idea where she was. Memory of Elise. He unfolded the girl's memory on many screens, but everything there was connected only with her real world. Haruhiro said that all memories of him completely disappeared. The time spent having fun with the girl appeared again in his memory. He continued to note that there were no memories, and wondered if their entire friendship was just a dream. He thought about how after promising Elise, he had been patiently waiting for her here. He watched the large ring from the bright central point of which a girl then appeared. He wondered what next. Elise called the boat. She looked at the child who hung his head and remained in this position for some time. She asked if he was okay. Arnab clutched the hem of his white jacket with a trembling hand while she said that he should not worry and that they would definitely get out of here together. Arnab froze and an electric shock seemed to pass through his body. Raising his head, he smiled. Debo greeted user Elise. She looked at him with surprise in her eyes as he explained that there had been a small misunderstanding and he should have explained everything earlier. He said that they are now in a system space built on the basis of the information received from it. Kicking off the ground, Arnib said that he was the operating system of this world. With her mouth slightly open, Elise looked at how the boy flew around her and said that he would help her, and with his salt, she could do whatever she wanted. Flying up to the level of her head, Arnib smiled and folded his hands behind his back, saying that she should not worry, since this world was created especially for her. He said that, in other words, the user Elise ended up in another world. Her eyes widened in surprise, and Elise asked again, after which Arnab confirmed, with a smile on his face. They stood together in a boundless space, and the girl asked if this was really like in the book she had read before. Debo replied that he advised her to fully enjoy the moment, and moreover, the passage of time in her world, in this place, were very different. Arnab smiled when Elise asked if he really could do anything she wanted. He thought that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. He said that when he was left alone, everything disappeared. He became helpless, and he felt very lonely. He thought that he was afraid that he would never see Elise again, so that when she came back, he thought that he hoped that she would stay forever. Arnab's face darkened with a slight smile, and he wondered whether Elise would now remain with him forever. A bright light was visible in the interdimensional territory. The fashionable blow struck the ground, leaving behind a long hole. Aidan, with a sword in his hands, dodged the attacks. Breathing loudly, the guy frowned and clenched his teeth. Raising his eyes, he looked at the creator soaring in the sky who controlled the cubes. His eyes sparkled with bright yellow lightning, and he raised his palm to him, and many small cubes appeared on it. A moment later, they all headed towards the moderator at great speed. While hitting Aidan, they collided with his protective barrier, and he noted that the creator is very strong. Putting his hand forward, he continued to hold the barrier, which had already begun to show cracks. He thought about trying to hold out a little more time. Continuing to hold his hand, Aidan clenched his teeth tightly and veins began to bulge on his face. He thought that Arya and Aster would arrive soon, and maybe they could all cope together. Arriving, Arya looked at the moderator, who continued to hold the defense, and shouted telling him to be careful. The girl looked in his direction with worried eyes, and the others stood behind her. The girl screamed and said that no matter what he did, he would not be able to destroy it, and besides, permanent deletion was activated. Aidan's eyes widened in shock when she said that at this rate, their world would be destroyed in half an hour. Images of Dake and Mia, Lloyd, and Isabel appeared in his head. The moderator thought that they all. Then he remembered all his new moderators and thought that they would all be deleted. Aidan, having removed his shield, stood not far from the creator, who said that the timer had already been activated and it was impossible to restore it. Looking at the guide, the creator spread his hands and said that they would all become material for a new world. Aidan clenched his teeth in anger, and a vein bulged on his forehead when he added that this one could no longer be restored. Hearing this, Arya asked Alicia, Sirius and Procyon froze with shocked faces. The moderator asked how this is not possible. Straightening his shoulders, he told the creator that since he created it, he could restore it too. He raised his sword and gripped its hilt tightly. The guy sternly said that he did not want to be removed. When the others stood in line with Aidan, he said that he is the master of this world. Rushing towards the creator, the guy shouted that this is why they will defend their world to the last. Alicia, with a gloomy face, tearing off the system panels, created many blue seals. Procyon, waving her hand, surrounded herself with glowing blades, and Sirius stood next to her, gritting his teeth, preparing to attack. At the same time, they directed many blue rays towards the creator. Having covered the required distance, they pierced his body right through. Seeing this, Elisha and Prasan stood up and looked with wide eyes. When the holes in the creator's body began to close, they exclaimed, saying that the skill had hit him, and then asked what happened. Suddenly, Arya and Aster approached him from different directions. Waving their weapons, they made many cuts. The two antiviruses, having finished the attack, rushed back. Gritting her teeth tightly, Arya turned around, thinking that the creator didn't even move, watching as the cuts on his body also began to heal. She thought indignantly that Aidan had used the command to disable the firewall. She wondered if any commands really worked on it. The creator said it was all very funny. Not noticing the approaching red glow, he asked why they thought they could hurt him with their pathetic attacks. A moment later, Aidan stood next to him with a grim face and swung his sword at him. When he hit a shield around, the creator rejoiced and the shock wave began to smash everything around. Gritting his teeth, the guy pressed his sword against the protective field, trying to break through it. He grinned and asked, "Did he really block it?" The moderator kept trying to break through the shield, asking if it was susceptible to physical attacks. The creator frowned when the guy asked if he had really found a way to get rid of him. Turning to his friends, Aidan, looking with wild eyes, shouted that he was convinced that physical attacks would get through, and loudly told the others that they needed to attack head-on. Serious Elijah and Prasin listened to the moderator's words that they did not need to pay attention to the commands, but attack with all their might. Arya and Aster, gritting their teeth and furrowing their brows, looked at Aidan as he said that they must show everything they are capable of. A moment later, all five of them scrambled to their seats as Aidan continued to try to cut through the shield. The creator stood silently watching the many attacks that came against him. He said it was all too troublesome. He released a huge stream of energy, which caused the smeared person to be thrown back. Screaming loudly, they all covered themselves from the bright light. The creator opened his palm, which flared with yellow energy, and said that it was necessary to destroy them all at once. Behind him, Aidan created a gap, saying that he would not approach him again. The guy opened his eyes, eyed in shock when the space in front of him began to tighten, and the creator said that he would send everyone to another dimension. Stretching out one hand, Arya ran towards the rift where the moderator had fallen, and screamed loudly. Continuing to hold her hand, she ran and looked in his direction with saddened eyes. Before she could run, the girl saw how space collapsed, forming a bright flash. The creator turned to the others, saying that they decided to challenge his opinion. He looked down at the people standing on the ground and said that, because of some Aidan, they decided to go against the will of their creator. Gritting their teeth, Elijah, Arya and Aster looked with fearful eyes when he said that with this person, they would only die. The gloomy silhouette of the creator began to blaze with bright yellow fire, and a giant eye appeared behind it. He said it was all because Aidan was weak. The creator, looking through his giant eyes, sent a beam of energy at people. Prasam, Sirius and Elijah fell to the ground with shocked eyes, and the latter exclaimed that she could not breathe. Arya and Aster were also lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. The girl said she couldn't even move. The creator asked if they were all barely resisting. He remembered the attacks that people inflicted on him, the movement in space. He said that he controls their skills, commands and even physical abilities, because he was the one who created them. He stuck out his index finger with yellow energy and pointed it down, saying that he was now going to create a new world. So he saw no point in wasting any more time on them. Arya and Aster froze, eyes wide in shock as glowing rods began to appear from their bodies. The giant eye looked at the people, and they screamed in pain. The creator said that from now on, they should obey only him. The creator looked at the guys and said that they left him no other choice. Accompanied by a knock, a cry was heard that they would not open and no one answered. Aidan, who found himself in another dimension, stood near a closed glowing fissure and knocked on it. He screamed indignantly about why he couldn't use his abilities. The guy screamed when an electric discharge ran through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he frowned and lowered his eyes to the floor. He thought that he needed to find a way to return and that he was afraid to think what the creator might do while he was gone. Yellow pieces of energy began to rain down from above, and a quiet voice was heard that called him. The guy froze and his eyes widened in surprise. He wondered what the creator did. Raising his head, he saw a bright sphere in the darkness in the center, and again screamed, demanding an answer. The voice asked him to calm down. It came from a tunnel from which a bright white light emanated, and a voice called to it. Aidan looked in that direction with worried eyes, thinking that it was very strange that he heard Elise's voice. He thought that this was unlikely to be another trap, since he was already locked. He realized that if he stayed put, he would achieve nothing. Heading towards the Vos, Aidan thought that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. After some time, the guy found himself in a dark place. Turning toward the light, he glanced to the side. Elise was sitting in a black and gold room with shackles on her legs. She gave him a frustrated look when he called her name. At this time, a fierce battle continued in another world. The beaten Arya, holding her sword, clenched her teeth and there was blood at the corners of her lips. He and his brother, looking at the creator, tried to catch their breath. The creator's yellow eyes flashed on his dark face, and he said that he could get it into his head. A moment later, Aster rushed towards him and struck, but the sword collided with the protective field. Looking at the guy with blue hair, who continued to attack the defense, the creator asked why they continued to persist. He waved his hand, and Aster fell to the ground. Baring his teeth, he tried to get up, but new pins began to appear on his body. Elise and Arya froze as the same thing began to happen to their bodies. Having fallen to the ground, they all began to breathe loudly, and the creator asked them to stop. Looking down at them, he said that they could not even move from their place and were wasting their strength in vain. Everything around was shining with light, and Procyon sitting on the ground looked at her two friends in the creator who said that although they would die here, they would be able to meet in another world. The girl who had blood at the corners of her mouth thought, breathing heavily, that this would not happen. Her face darkened and horror froze in her eyes. Procyon thought, will she really not be able to save them again? She felt the dragon core in her body thinking that she didn't want to lose anyone. The blue core twisted with a bright yellow light, and the girl thought that this time she would try to save everyone. But it didn't cost her. The creator said that they wouldn't dare stop anything, and it was all over. There was horror in Procyon's eyes as she listened to the words that they had to come to terms with the fact that they would be transported to another world. Looking at the creator, she wondered what kind of other world this is, and what is it talking about. Raising her frightened gaze, Procyon thought that she would not allow this to happen. The creator, who loomed over the others, looked towards the former unfinished world. He said he was going to create a third world and start all over again. All the other people were in another safe place, while the creator said that this world had already failed and was no longer able to exist. At this moment, Logan and Sophia watched Henry, Helen, and Violet talking. The creator said that they all have a happy life ahead of them, and that is why he gathered them. Procyon looked at him with shocked eyes when he, sparkling with his golden gaze, said that there they meet even those whom they do not see next to them. Now, Procyon was called by name. In the past, she stood in her city surrounded by people who sincerely thanked her for protecting her. She said that she was the guardian of this world. She was asked not to blame herself. Arya stood opposite a crying girl who was clutching her face with her hands. The antivirus said that everything was fine, and it was not her fault that Sirius fell into traps. The guardian, stammering, said that she was supposed to protect everyone, but could not. She said that this time, she simply had to succeed. Returning to reality, Procyon hung her head. She looked at the friends who were in front of her and asked Aster to listen to her. Aster and Sirius, eyes widened in shock when the girl said that she needed all the star power and asked them to give it to her. Turning to her, they began to shout indignantly. Sirius asked why she needs such power. Aster said that her body could not stand it after this and she would die. In response to this, the girl said that she understood perfectly well. She remembered the joyful faces of the residents of her city. She said that the creator was already going to destroy everyone, so there was no choice, and if they did nothing, then everyone would die. She added that she had to buy time until Aidan returned. Procyon smiled and looked at them with a good-natured look, and said that this whole world is her life, and she must fulfill the mission of the Guardian. Aster looked at her with a dissatisfied look when the girl began to forgive and shouted indignantly asking if she really thought that he would call her. With her head down, Procyon listened to his indignation that he would not allow her to die because of such a stupid reason, and would do everything in his power. She quietly apologized to the god. Two nuclei separated from the bodies Aster and Sirius. They turned in her direction as the cannonballs flew towards the girl and shouted that she should stop. When the two cores were next to her, Procyon continued to listen to the indignation of her friends. At this moment, the creator, turning to the new universe, clicked on many system screens. Lowering her gaze, sparkling with yellow lightning, she said that in order to disable the firewall in such a short time, he added that he had already figured out the code so no one could do anything. There was a blue light behind his silhouette. The creator turned around, looking at the bright flash. Looking at Procyon, who was holding 3 cores around her, he wondered what she was planning to do. Recalling the cores, he noted that long ago, he collected all the energy of the stars to create a dragon. He asked the girl if she was going to use this power against him, noting that she was weak. He said it was very strange. Looking at the girl, whose eyes and silhouette began to blaze with a bright yellow light, the creator asked why he felt the power of Alice in her. A bright blue dome rejoiced around the girl. Eligia looked down as she saw the golden pins begin to disintegrate, and asked if their abilities had been unlocked. Arya, at that moment with frightened eyes, loudly called Persine by name. A huge column of energy struck upward, raising a shockwave, and a girl fluttered in its center. The creator calmly watched what was happening. They say that he faintly senses Elise's power. Frowning, he said in a low voice that it wouldn't change anything. He looked at the girl, who had a huge white crack on her chest, and said that the result would not change. Procyon looked back at him with wings of energy appearing behind her back and dragon horns on her head. The system flagged Procyon as an error. She issued a warning saying that, due to outside influence, the object could not be associated with the system. A notification appears that the current object has been excluded from the system and will soon be deleted. Blue shining spears began to appear. Having reached enormous sizes, they stopped behind the girl's back. The creator watched as she walked towards him, and noted that she was ready to lose everything in order to leave him. He lowered his head, saying that she had given up even the chance to be reborn again. Procyon waved her hand, and weapons began to appear for her palms as the creator spoke that once she was out of his system, there would be no turning back. The girl took off and ran forward, while he continued to say that she still had time to think and make the right choice. A moment later, Procyon, swinging her spear, refused behind his back. Having struck, she collided with a barrier. The flow of energy from her weapon quickly headed towards the defense. Walking on a tangent, she began to knock off pieces from the creator's barter. Give out a bright blue flash. Glowing golden blood dripped from the creator's body. On his knees, he grabbed the huge cut on his chest. Arnab's consciousness moved into his own body. Gritting his teeth, the boy clutched his wound. Glancing at the floor, he noted that he had apparently underestimated her. From the other side of space, he said that he did not think that everything would turn out this way, noting that the power of the star was great, but it exceeded all his expectations. The creator started when the bright light again blinded him. In a couple of moments, he recreated a protective barrier, which Procyon's blades began to hit. He frowned as the attack began to breach his defenses and hit him again. He noted that in addition to this, she also uses Elise's power beyond her capabilities. Keeping his hand in the direction of the enemy, Procyon continued to send out glowing spears, and the creator said that he was in too much trouble. While on one side, the blades continued to crush the defense. On the other, huge spears flew towards him. There was a loud explosion, destroying a huge area around it. When the protection fell, the rest of the team instantly appeared after the creator and directed their forces towards him. Holding the sword in his hands, Aster began to turn to the others with worrying in his eyes, shouting that even if their attacks failed, they must force him to use the firewall. He looked at Procyon with a grim face as she continued to attack, and shouted that they should buy time so that she could prepare. Frowning, Arya and Elise rushed forward, listening to Aster's words that they should give her a window to attack. At the same time, they all began to attack, and everything around was filled with blue light. The creator frowned, trying to figure out his next steps. He waved his hand, and yellow energy began to sparkle on it. Putting his hand forward, a huge yellow wave spread out towards the guys. Daring their teeth, they tried to cover themselves, but scarlet blood still began to ooze from the wounds. Procyon gritted her teeth and sent a blue beam towards her friends. It wrapped itself around everyone as a protective field, and they were all able to retreat back. Holding the spear tightly in her hand, the girl's face darkened and she rushed forward. As she swung, a huge blue bolt of lightning struck the creator's dome. The barrier began to crack a little under the tip of her spear. The girl looked in that direction with a plea in her eyes, clenching her teeth tightly. Lowering his head, the creator repeated that he had already said that this would not help them anyway. When the shield fell, Aster appeared behind him with glowing eyes. Swinging, he plunged his spear into the creator's back, causing him to be shocked. Turning around, he looked at the guy with evil eyes, and he, frowning, shouted to Procyon that the time has come. Continuing to tightly grip the spear, he raised his crazy eyes to the girl and told her to ignore him and attack with all her might. The crack on her chest lit up, and at Aster's urging words, she grimaced and pursed her lips into a thin stripe. Procyon's face darkened again, and putting her hand forward, she grew a ring of energy. Many rays shot out sharply from it. With enormous force, they began to hit the creator. The same one feeling pain sat under the blow and quietly shouted, asking him to stop. From behind, Aster with burning eyes continued to hold him with his spear. A bright light began to appear, and the creator screamed to stay. Spreading his arms to the side, he released the energy, which erupted around him in a huge flash and shouted, telling them not to dare do such a thing. The shock wave threw Aster aside. Seeing this, Procyon grimaced and horror froze in her eyes. She watched as Arya ran up to Aster's body burning with blue flames. Looking away, Procyon hung her head and clenched her teeth, thinking that she did not have enough strength. Cracks appeared along her chest, where the 3 cores were located, and the girl thought that she was ready to give everything. As the 3 cores began to crumble into pieces, she mentally apologized to Aster. The creator perked up when he saw a bright flash. He furrowed his invisible eyebrows, saying that they had crossed the Rubicon. He looked at Procyon fluttering in the sky behind, which was a huge white dragon, and said that now there was definitely no way back. The dragon opened its mouth, and a huge cloud of blue energy began to accumulate from it. He growled loudly, turning his muzzle towards his creator. The snow-white silhouette of Procyon that stood in front of the dragon roared along with him. It was a skill called Dragon's Breath Stardust. The creator's eyes went wide as he looked at the bright light. A giant blue beam rushed towards him, demolishing everything in its path. The blow was so strong that a column of energy hit the sky, overcoming their world and falling into the vastness. A bright flash struck the barrier of the creator's double. Maintaining his defense was difficult for him. He squinted. The bow was surrounded by yellow signs and had difficulty controlling his avatar after all the attacks. An image of his double appeared in his mind, and he thought that he had to withstand the user's attack and that his double's abilities were not enough. The creator sadly lowered his eyes, thinking that Elise would definitely have been there when the stars were born. 3 blue crystals hovered next to someone's shackled hand, and the guy realized that he was already starting to get angry. The wall of his space was covered with a web of cracks. He realized in shock that someone had broken through to him, golden shards raining down near his face. The boy looked into the punched hole from which light came out, and a cube was visible. Suddenly, he noticed that the silhouette of a man appeared in the light. He looked at it with wide-open eyes, not understanding what had happened. It turned out to be Alice, and the creator mentally asked how she managed to get out. The girl put her hand in front of her. Golden light shone from it. Suddenly, a digital cage with closed lock signs appeared around the bow, and he himself looked shocked. The girl grabbed his hand. Holding it, she grabbed the creator's head, trying to immobilize him. The boy looked into her eyes and mentally asked if she really wanted to go to the end. Elise looked at him sternly. The creator kept his second hand shrouded in energy, extended towards the screens to control his double, and thought that if the process was interrupted, it would be difficult to control it. A shining dagger was heading towards them. Aidan thrusted into the bow's body with a sharp movement. The guy silently frowned in pain and thought that he should have isolated her in another space. Looking at Aidan's stern face, he asked why he was here. The hero's head played back memories of how he, standing opposite his sister, sitting on the bed, called out to her and said that the creator had already appeared, and he was very worried about her. After which, he asked if she was okay, if she was injured, what kind of rune, and how they got here. Suddenly, the girl interrupted him, extended her hand, apologized, and said that she had no time to answer his questions. She raised her eyebrows timidly and asked him to talk later. When the dust had settled, Aidan lowered his head in frustration, and the girl added that now he is something to protect. She looked at her brother and said that she needed to stop the creator, because everything was out of control, and now she was stuck here alone, waiting for Aidan to come for her. She extended her hand to him, on which the shackles hung, and said that it was time for him to leave. Aidan began to shine, and a dagger appeared in his chest. Elise said that his strength in the dagger should be enough to defeat him. He looked at what happened in shock. Memories of the dagger and Trojan appeared in his head, after which he thought that this was the power that he had before. Elise looked him sternly in the eyes and said that the key that would connect the creator with the power of his brother was now in his hands, and asked that as soon as he left this room, he would immediately carry out her order. After which she added that it was time for him to find out who he really is. The hero's memories were interrupted, and he, gritting his teeth and holding the dagger, thought that if Elise was right, then the dagger would allow him to take away the power of the creator. His weapon became covered with tracks that continued onto the creator's body. The boy looked at this in fear. He saw his power transfer through the dagger into Aidan's body, and wondered what was happening. He struggled to stretch out his veiny arm and decided that now was not the time to be distracted. The golden threads broke. The barrier in front of his hand was covered with cracks. The creator looked angrily in front of him. With a flash, the cage shattered into pieces, sending shock waves across the ground. Procyon continued to hold her dragon breath, hitting the double shield, and thought that she should not give up the pace. Because she had not yet reached her goal, her face cracked and her eyes glowing, she decided that the enemy who threatened her world must be eradicated from the face of the earth, and told herself not to give up. The double had difficulty holding back Procession's pressure. The golden threads broke again. They led to the creator's double, and after they broke, their connection weakened. Procyon noticed this and realized that now was the time. She put her last strength into the dragon's breath. The creator's double began to incinerate. Under the influence of the flame, the sky blue beam extended over a huge distance, cutting through the air and scattering the stones next to it. Procyon floated above clouds of dust and bare ground. The girl was on her last legs. Her hand crumbled into pieces. She hung in the air above a huge trench formed by the dragon's breath. Procyon began to lose consciousness. Her other arm also began to disintegrate, and she thought it was all over. Her vision became clouded, and with a slightly open eye, she looked into the heavens, thinking about how bright the light was. The girl's body glowed and was shrouded in small particles. The cage in which the creator was locked was covered with a web of cracks. Aidan, gritting his teeth, could hardly hold the dagger, and thought that the boy was already giving up, and only he and Elise could stop this monster. The girl, looking from behind the bow's head, told Aidan that she would cover him, and that he should go forward. The guy looked at her in confusion and shouted that they would get out of there together. Elise, continuing to hold the enraged creator, smiled timidly and said that everything was fine because he would not harm her. Aidan lowered his gaze in annoyance and clenched his teeth, and the girl added that he should take care of himself. Taking the dagger out of the bow's body, he said that he would definitely return for his sister. The creator and Elise watched as the young man ran away into the red portal that opened. The bow, with a stern expression on his face, extended his hand, beginning to accumulate strength for a blow, and asked if she really thought that he would let him go so easily. Elise told him to stop and called him Arnett, after which the bow's hand weakened and he looked shocked. He looked at her with wide eyes and asked what she just said. The girl looked sadly into his eyes and apologized for forgetting him, and the boy said her name. They stood in the middle of the vast space created by Arnett. Light emanated from them, and the boy again said her name in a trembling voice. He hugged her, burying his face in her chest, and timidly asked her if her memory had returned. The girl hugged him and said that it was true and apologized for not remembering him earlier. Tears flowed from Arnab's closed eyes. Elise added that she had forgotten about her promise, but the boy interrupted her and said that he still remembers these days, after which he thanked her in a trembling voice. Elise looked at him affectionately and suggested that he take a walk. They walked some distance through this space. The girl looked back and gasped. Arnab looked at her and asked with a laugh if she remembered this place, then adding that this was where they first met, and that they had to go very far. He called Elise to look and stepped on his foot. Light burst out from under it. A park formed around them, and the boy happily said that he had recreated the place where they first realized how happy they were. Images of their memories from walks in this park appeared in space, and he asked Elise if she had as much fun as he did. Suddenly, he stopped awkwardly, lowered his gaze and folded his hands and said that when he learned that her memory had returned, he completely forgot. The girl said with a smile that everything was fine. Arnab exclaimed that they were now together again, which made the girl droop a little. She turned to Arnett, and the bow turned to her joyfully, and Elise said that they had been through a lot and times had changed. After hearing this, the smile disappeared from the bow's face. The girl, looking at him, added that it would not be the same as before, and they would only hurt each other more. She lowered her eyes suddenly and said that time had changed them, and that she did not belong here. Arnab stood with his back to her and listened silently. Elise said that she had to return to her world. Her face became even more saddened, and she added that it was because her family was waiting for her. These words hurt the bow, and he only said no. The girl wanted to approach him and called him by name, but he interrupted her, asking why. Arnab turned to her. He looked broken and asked her again, his voice trembling with anger. Why? Why did she keep repeating this? Talus watched as he shrugged his shoulders and lowered his head, after which he said that she had no idea how long he had been waiting, because time in the outside world passes much faster than here. The boy looked at his trembling hands and said to his family, in a trembling voice, and said that he too was waiting for her. He took his face with his hands, looking madly through his fingers, and said that he was ready to fulfill any of her wishes, to make everything she wanted come true, after which he angrily asked why she was so eager to come back. The girl felt his reproachful gaze on her from everywhere, and silently listened as he raged that he didn't want to be alone, but should listen to Elise. Asked her why she didn't want to help him if she wanted to leave him again. The girl looked up at him sternly and said that she had already told him that her answer would not change. Arnab continued to hold his face, and Elise added that she would return. The guy lowered his hands, looked into her face, and said that if she really wants to come back, then let her act, because she knows how. He spread his arms to the sides and said that if she erased him, she would immediately get out of here. Arnab looked at her with a pitiful look, and continued to say that she could have done this at any time, because she is a user and he is just a tool. The girl sadly lowered her eyes, and Arna added that, however, she did not do this because she, in essence, is weak. The young man put his hand to his chest, bowed his head a little, and said that he sincerely wanted her to return, but apparently both he and this world would disappear. Elise silently lowered her head, listening to the guy say that she had no choice, because even now, she couldn't get rid of him, after which he asked what other proof she needed. They stood opposite each other, and the young man continued to say that she still could not decide. But it was not scary, because he had the power to create a new world. An image of Aidan looking at him angrily appeared in his mind, and he said that, however, this guy was similar in strength to him. A moment from a recent battle began to appear in his head, and he added that Aidan ended up depriving him of half of his power, and now he doesn't even know what awaits them in the future. He raised his head, looked forward, and said that this was her desire. She was just watching. Arnab looked at her sternly, continuing to say that no matter what changes happen, the end will not change. Alpha sat in a sort of red circle surrounded by notification windows. Her face was covered with sweat. She could hardly stand and thought that there was too much information coming in, and she had no time to be distracted. The creators double-pointed his hand into the firewall sphere. Alpha thought that even now the firewall was on the verge of being breached. Breathing heavily, she looked at the windows and decided that she would not allow this to happen. An image of Logan, Sophia, Henry and others appeared in her mind, and Alpha said in her head that people were in danger. She watched as Aster, Arya and Alicia fought the creator as Procyon threw her charges at him, and thought that those fighting the creator were already close to their limit and that she was also protecting them with her system. She saw a huge explosion occur, shattering the ground beneath it. He wounded the heroes, after which a huge column of light appeared. Alpha decided that this would buy at least a little time. An image of a copy of the creator appeared in her mind, and the silhouette of Arnab looking at her, which made her wonder if the creator's power was infinite and whether they could not stop him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a notification window appearing. She looked at it with wide eyes. It said that an anomalous increase in energy had been detected from number 12 Procyon. Alpha watched as Procyon created Dragon Breath and exclaimed what he was trying to do, because if he used this power, there would be no turning back. The Dragon's Breath ray destroyed everything in its path, creating a huge trench. The blow hit the Devil's Barrier, after which he was incinerated by the effects of the Dragon's Breath. The beam burst out of the firewall sphere, sending shock waves through it. Thousands of system residents looked at this, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, notifications appeared in front of them, which surprised them, and someone shouted for them to check the information. Quickly, a man with blonde hair turned to the crowd and shouted that the news was good, that the enemy had fallen, and that thanks to the hard work of the operators, they were able to survive. Thousands of people on the empty rocks began to shout that they had always believed in them. Androjos, long live. The admin Alpha watched what was happening through the screen. Looking down at another window, she saw how Procyon died, disintegrating into particles. Her gaze exuded hopelessness, and sweat appeared on her face. She said her name in her head. With a slightly open eye, Procyon looked into the heavens. Her body glowed and was surrounded by golden particles. In her last moment, she plunged into memories from her childhood, where she walked with other children in a field next to the forest and joyfully shouted that she would become a guardian deity, and would protect everyone. Alpha and Beetlejuice looked at him, and he continued to say that he would protect them too. Beetlejuice smiled and said that she would indeed be a true guardian deity. Hearing this, Procyon smiled widely. "Where are you?" The thought shattered the silence. The translucent dragon, with his eyes closed, heard some muttering. He heard someone say that it was hard for him. The little dragon opened his eye. The voices became clear. Another voice asked the first one whether he really couldn't wake up now, to which the first one answered in the affirmative. The dragon saw the blurry outlines of children. It was Elise and Arya. The voice says that these children have just been born. 3 identical little dragons floated in space with a shining star. And Elise said that she really wanted to talk to the dragon. And the boy replied that they needed to grow up. The dragon saw the children moving further and further away from them, and heard the girl say that she was looking forward to them waking up and that they would leave them otherwise it would disturb their sleep. Before he closed his eye, he heard the creator ask what Elise would like to do, and the girl asked if he could create the place where they played recently. The dragon's eyes closed and he fell asleep. Procyon plunged back into memories. There was a huge blue gate in the rock, and voices were heard from afar. One of them asked the brother where he was going, to which a male voice replied that he had been somewhere before and found a secret place. Another voice said that there were some eggs lying there, and suggested that they open the door and check. It was Aster, Arya and Elise. They were looking at something in surprise. It turned out to be 3 little dragons looking back at them. Elise covered her face with her hand and blushed. Arya squealed and happily called them cuties, and Aster leaned towards them. Elise said that she had definitely seen these creatures before. Aster happily looked at the glowing dragon sitting next to him and said that he never thought that he would see dragons in such a place. And another little dragon was watching them. He looked at them and thought that the first people had come and that they were very glad to see them. The dragonites took the form of children and walked along the cliff with this company, and Procyon thought that this is how they followed them to the new world. The girl looked forward with wide open eyes and an open mouth, and thought that the first world she saw when leaving the nest was indescribably beautiful. Procyon hit Sirius on the head. He was indignant that he didn't like it, and the girl told him to quickly say what she said, otherwise he wouldn't get anything, to which he shouted that he wanted to say so. And the girl sarcastically asked why he was still arguing. The girl was holding an apple in her hands and looked at it admiringly. And Sirius looked at her angrily and held his head, saying that he wanted more. And the girl said that this was the fruit that Arya was talking about. Holding the apple like a jewel, she added that she heard it was very tasty. Procyon took a bite of the fruit and closed her eyes with pleasure, saying that it was delicious. Sirius looked angrily at the girl chewing an apple and asked if she would share. Then said that next time she would watch him eat. Beetlejuice put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked him to calm down. With a calm face, he pointed to the apple tree and said that there were plenty of them here. And the boy lightly agreed with him. Looking at the fruit, someone was looking at the children from above. The boy added that he did not notice them, and they began to mutter something. This man called out to them, and the children looked back at him joyfully. It was Aster, Arya and Elise, and behind them stood a group of other people. When they saw them, the children exclaimed with joy. Aster approached them and asked how they were doing with joy on his face. Procyon said that she missed them very much. The guy stood next to the children, and the people who came with him were a little further away. He continued to ask if they were comfortable here, if they liked the food. The children happily replied that everything was very beautiful here. Aster turned to Procyon. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, and the guy asked if he could ask her again. The girl looked at him. He looked shabby. His clothes were dirty and his face was covered with abrasions. And the girl immediately understood what he meant. Looking him up and down, she thought it was like she was fighting viruses again. Looking back at Arya, who was giving orders to other people, she mentally said that antiviruses have no time to rest. Procyon brought her hands out in front of her. Energy immediately began to accumulate in them, and she told him to rely on her, because she could handle it. The radiance of energy in the girl's hands illuminated the entire field with a blinding light. She used the protection ability, which protects allies with bright light, blocks evil spirits and restores physical strength. Aster was enveloped in light. He raised his hand and looking at it, thanked Procyon, saying that he was now safe, after which he apologized for constantly bothering him. When leaving, the guy turned to the girl upset, and said that today, most likely, they would come late because there were only more viruses. And the girl replied that everything was fine, after which she asked to go with them, because she wanted to help. but Aster did not let her in, saying that they were antiviruses, and that was their job. An image arose in my imagination, the group of guys standing in front of a horde of viruses, above which many portals were open, from where more monsters came. He added that no matter how many enemies they face, they will cope. Aster put his hand on the top of Procession's head and told her not to worry, and that he knows how strong they are, but where they are going is very dangerous. The girl looked at him with admiration. Aster smiled, then affectionately asked her to believe in them. The thought flashed through the girl's head that this world was beautiful, and it shone so much thanks to its inhabitants. Aster and his group were leaving the kids. Tree leaves were flying around in the wine in the field. The girl said in her head that these people are part of this wonderful world, and she too. Persine looked after them. She stood a little ahead, serious, and Beetlejuice looked at her. She enthusiastically said that she wanted to help them. Standing in the middle of a field, the girl spread her arms to the sides and enthusiastically said that she would become the guardian deity of this world and protect it. Sirius and Beetlejuice looked at her, and Procyon added that she would protect them too, and asked to believe her. To Beetlejuice look became a simple sitting silhouette. Moments from her future life flashed through Procyon's head, and she mentally said that this is the future that awaits her. Returning to her childhood memories, she saw Beetlejuice smilingly say that she would indeed become the guardian of this world, after which she smiled widely. Procyon shining appear in another space. With a shocked expression on her face, she began to look around and asked where she was. Her wings on her head disappeared, and her shirt was missing from her clothes. A familiar voice answered her question, saying that objects appear in this space for the purpose of rebooting, for the transition to the next life. Procyon quickly turned around. Behind her stood a man with long purple hair. He added that everything goes through him when destroyed or removed. The girl realized that it was Beetlejuice and called out to him. He stood with his arms crossed on his chest and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Procyon looked at him with her mouth open and listened as he said that he already thought that they would not see each other, and that all this time he had been waiting for her here. The girl clenched her teeth and lowered her head sadly, asking for forgiveness from her brother. Standing opposite him in this space, she added that she could not fulfill her duty. She could not protect Sirius and him, the people dearest to her, as a guardian deity. She could not do this, and in the end, she tried to come to terms with all this. In her mind, an image of Beetlejuice appeared, in whose hand the crystal was floating, and an image of Aster covered with cracks, after which she said that when she saw Aster, how he sacrificed himself to save everyone. The image that appeared was replaced by the moment when Beetlejuice, in the form of a virus, tasked by a girl with angel wings. Procyon continued to say that she learned from other people's lips what difficulties he went through to get rid of the viruses, and added that she did not know this and was stupid, after which she apologized again. The guy listened to her silently, after which he said that she seemed to have not understood something. He looked calm, looked into her eyes, and continued to say that everything they did was of their own free will, and no one was to blame for it. Moments from the life of Beetlejuice began to arise, and he said that although it was difficult then to understand his motives, these images gave way to the moment of Trojan's death and the theft of Aidan's abilities. And the guy said that he acted in the most rational way in order to prevent the worst. He lowered his gaze a little, exhaled and said that perhaps he had made a mistake then, but she should not regret it. The girl looked pitifully and silently at her brother. A golden portal appeared behind Beetlejuice, and the guy turned to it, saying that he had to go because he had already stayed here too long. The girl spread her arms and said that he shouldn't go that far, because the admins have recovery, and if she can't, then at least he'll come back. Looking at her, the guy said that before he had not responded to restoration because he had rejected himself. Procyon looked at her brother in horror. Beetlejuice began to remember the past, how he stood in the wasteland, and said that then many people died due to the fact that he left viruses, and he decided that he did not want to be saved. Standing in front of his sister, he kept his arms crossed and added that this is why he will not return. Procyon called out to him, but the guy interrupted her, telling her not to worry and that the reset wasn't that bad. The girl looked at his back in confusion and asked him to stop. Looking into the abyss, he said that the creator had thrown more than one soul there, and that he would not be the first, after which he asked his sister if she had thought about it. Arnab watched them through the gap in space, and Beetlejuice continued to say that this space was created for a specific purpose, because the creator wanted them to meet here. The boy silently listened to the conversation between his brother and sister. Beetlejuice turned around and walked towards the portal, saying that he had to go. Procyon asked him to stop. The guy looked back and looking at Procyon with a smile, said that it seemed that he had passed on too heavy a burden to his sister. The girl with horror on her face tried, with all her strength, to grab her brother. Finally, the guy asked her to save this world again. Beetlejuice disappeared into a bright light. Procyon tried to reach him with her hand and screamed for him not to leave. Procyon began to fall through space, her body not obeying. Looking up suddenly, she thought she's still. A moment later, someone grabbed her hand. Procyon turned her head in surprise. Someone was dragging her along. Through the bright light, the outlines of Aidan were visible. The girl asked, "Is it him?" The guy who appeared from the bright flash pulled out Procyon behind him. The system reported a restart. Screams were heard. A voice called for his sister. Another voice called out to the first one to calm down. At that same second, Procyon sharply opened her eyes. She was at the tree trunk. Her younger brother, Sirius and Mia stood in shock in front of her. The guy asked if she really woke up. Tears began to flow from Procyon's eyes. Procyon asked where it is. Friends, standing a little further away, whispered she woke up. Take shouted her name. Benthouse whispered to Ellie. It seems to him that she came to her senses. Ellie exhaled and said that she was very happy. Sirius shouted nervously. Has his sister gone crazy? She almost died. Sirius, looking angrily at his sister, said that if she ever did something like that again, he would never forgive her. Procyon apologized to her brother in a guilty voice. She said that she was sorry. Aidan, who was standing nearby, added that Sirius was right. Procyon turned her head. Procyon, looking at Aidan in surprise, shouted his name. The guy, looking at the girl with a dissatisfied look, asked, did she even understand how much she was risking? Aidan added that the girl was outside the system. Even he could not detect her. He was scared that he could not do anything. Aidan added that if it weren't for Beetlejuice, she would have remained in this space forever. Aster, standing nearby, turned to Procyon. He said that he was very glad that she was okay. Noticing that Aster was holding Arya on his shoulder, Procyon asked how he was. Aster said that everything was fine. He was fine. Aster added that if Aidan had been even a little late, there would have been trouble. The power of restoration saved him. Aster said that the same thing happened with the rest of the operators. They managed to survive with such injuries. This is a real miracle. Procyon, sitting by a tree, surrounded by friends, exhaled calmly. She thanked God, and added that it was finally all over. Aster added that they had to pay a lot for this. The plains were parched and there were gashes in the sky. Aster said recovery will take at least a year, and they don't know when the creator will attack again. Aster added that the situation is still critical. Aidan interrupted the guy. He said that in that case, they don't have to worry for he is here to meet the creator. All the guys looked at Aidan in surprise. Aidan said that the creator would not be able to attack them for some time. With the help of Elise, Aidan was able to buy time. The guy hit the creator with a sword. Aidan said that he managed to get a part of the creator. He cannot completely control it, but everything will change soon. Taking out a particle from his chest, Aidan said that it would happen now. Aidan flew into the air and carried the particle above his head. It illuminated the entire sky with its bright light, and the friends watched in surprise. Flying in the air, Aidan, with glowing eyes, said that now they can gain power, similar to the creator. The ball became huge, like the moon. It illuminated everything around. The system announced a reboot. The outbreak spread throughout the world. The guys looked in shock at the bright glow. Arya thought in surprise about their destroyed world. Arya realized that the world had become the same. The Flash was restoring the whole world. The system announced multi-world integration. World 2 and World 3 are united together. A flash connected the worlds. Light seals were visible around. The clear sky shone again around the hordes of people. People were shocked and wondered what happened. Their world began to move. The girl said that she knew this place. Aidan shone in the air at the guys. The residents began to applaud loudly and shout about the return of the operators. They told each other in the crowd that the operators had done it. Xenon, Lloyd and Isabel arrived in shock. Isabel said that it was amazing the whole world had become the same again. Xenon asked, does this even happen? Aidan sank to the ground. Arya ran towards him, shouting his name. Arya put her hand on the guy's chest and asked if everything was okay with him. Didn't he overwork himself? Aidan smiled and replied that everything was fine. Aidan, happily examining his hand, said that he used a huge amount of energy, but the power still overwhelms him. The guy added that it was amazing. From the crowd, a girl shouted the name Aidan. The guy turned in surprise and looked at Alpha and Theodore. Alpha attacked the guy, squeezing him tightly in her arms, shouting that he did it. Arya angrily turned to the girl and said that she would strangle him. Now, while Arya was trying to unstick Alpha from Aidan, her sister called out to her. Violet, Henry, Helen, and the rest of the villagers smiled happily. Alpha happily called out to them. Everyone around began to hug their loved ones. Alpha hugged her sister tightly. Aidan stood aside, smiling, with his hands folded. He thought that, fortunately, the problem had been solved. But this was not the end. Aidan sadly looked down and thought about Elise. The guy recalled how Elise told him not to worry, but he left her there. Aidan added that he has no idea what happened to her there. While Aidan thought he had to find her, a girl appeared behind him. There was a smile on her face. Aidan was very surprised to feel her behind his back. Aidan turned around in a hurry and saw her. Aidan was shocked. It was Elise. Arnab said, "Just watch." Arnab, standing opposite Elise, said that it doesn't matter what happens, because there is only one possible end. Elise remained silent. Elise lowered her head and began to speak. The space began to crack. Elise lit up with a bright light in surprise and became covered with cracks. Arnab watched in surprise as a strange light emanated from Elise. Elise turned pale. She covered her mouth with her hand. Arnab asked what was wrong with her. Drops of blood fell. Elise looked at her hand in surprise. She was coughing up blood. Arnab was very surprised to see this. Elise continued to cough up blood. Arnab screamed her name. Arnab ran out to the girl in shock and asked what was wrong with her. The girl continued to cough. Arnab said she was bleeding. Elise looked down, sweat dripping from her forehead. Arnab raised his hand, filled with aura, to the girl, and said that something needs to be done. Arnab, turning pale, understood. This is impossible, because he is weak. Arnab asked if she was sick. Arnab hugged the girl among the bright lights and held her. Arnab remembered that Elise was sick. The little girl was coughing while holding a tow hair. From their first meeting, when he shared his power with her. Gritting his teeth, Arnab said that time is running out. Taking Elise in his arms, he said that she did not belong here. Holding the coughing girl in his arms, he thought that he had to protect her. Arnab thought that now it would be better for her to be with Aidan. Arnab smiled, then told Elise not to worry. He will protect her, no matter the cost. A bright flash flashed around Darnhead band Elise. Elise stood in front of a surprised Aidan, who shouted her name. Elise greeted her brother. She said she was here. Aidan ran towards his sister, hugging her tightly. He said that it was really her. He congratulated her on her return. Aidan, hugging his sister, said that he was very glad that everything was okay with her. He could not find a place for himself. Smiling and hugging her brother, Elise apologized for taking so long. On the side of the hill, someone called out to Aidan. Aidan and Elise turned to the side. The girl asked, what was going on here? It was Arya. He was dumbfounded and asked where Elise was here from. Elise looked at her brother in surprise and thought that it was he who brought her. Aidan looked down and wondered how it all came to this. Aster called out to Arya from behind. Approaching closer and asking what she was doing, Aster glanced at the girl in shock. Seeing Elise, he asked, in surprise, is it her? Elise greeted the guy. Everyone around in shock began to ask about the girl. Prason and the guys wondered in surprise, is she Moderator's younger sister? How is this possible? Aidan and Elise stood in the middle of the crowd. Dake noticed that they definitely looked alike afterwards. He added that it didn't matter. He asked if the girl was okay. Looking at his sister, Aidan said that everyone, including him, had a whole bunch of questions. Elise replied that she understood. Smiling, she said that she would start from the beginning. Peace was restored. The sky was bright blue. Elise added that she now had enough time to talk. Arnab, standing alone in space, said that this was somehow strange. Looking up, he reflected on the power he shared with Elise. Why didn't she help? Arnab thought why his strength could not cope with the disease. Looking into the endless, starry distance, he thought, maybe the reason was something else. Creating an energy ball in his hand, he said that he had to do something. The guy said that first he needed to restore his strength. The guy began to collect energy around him into a ball. The guy intensely concentrated energy into a ball, making painful sounds. The guy plunged this energy into his chest. The guy lit up with a bright glow. He was very surprised to feel something. The guy looked down in surprise. Something began to open there. A moment later, or rift appear under the guy's feet. The guy, stunned, looking down, wondered, is this an interspatial rift? The guy noticed that he didn't do anything. A huge hole opened that sucked everything around. The guy was surprised when he was pulled into the rift. Stunnedly looking at the fault, the guy wondered what happened. He added that he was being forced there. Arnab was sucked into a huge black space. The guy was in complete emptiness. Surprised, he opened his eyes. The darkness began to turn into space. A window appeared. The guy looked around. A room began to appear around him. Arnab asked where he was. The guy glanced to the side in surprise. He saw a hand connected to enro. It was Elise. She was lying in a hospital bed. The heat was visible on her face. Arnab stood in surprise and called Elise from above. The guy wondered why she was in front of his eyes. Elise was breathing heavily. Arnab thought what happened to her. Elise opened her eyes. Arnab flew above her. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. Breathing heavily, Elise turned her head. Next to her stood a hair glowing with an aura. Arnab asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Elise asked if this was a dream or not. She laughed and said it was a relief. Elise closed her eyes again. A tow hair sat at her side. Arnab, hovering above her, thought, well, that's it. Arnab remembered that the current Elise was older. The guy watched as Elise, whom he had sent, flew back. Arnab noticed that now it was as if she had returned to those years when he sent her home. The guy said excitedly that if that's the case, then he's begging. A moment later, quick steps were heard, and Aidan suddenly opened the door. The guy tried to catch his breath, leaning on the door. He was wearing a school jacket. Aidan screamed Elise's name in horror. Running up to the girl and putting his hand on her forehead, he asked if she was okay. Aidan asked what the doctor said. Elise replied that everything was fine. Looking at her brother, she said that this had happened before today. She was simply dizzy. Elise added that she will get better soon. Aidan smiled and said that the doctors definitely help her. Aidan said, with a wide smile, the main thing is not to worry. The guy apologized to the doctor and asked Elise, will everything be okay? The doctor replied that it is difficult to say yet. He added that now it will be difficult to predict how the hereditary disease will develop. Aidan stood excitedly in front of the doctor when he said that most likely everything would quickly stabilize, but he did not know when the next attack would happen. The doctor added that they were unable to help her in any way, they could just observe. Arnab watched from behind the doorway as Aidan talked with the doctor. The doctor said that he would now advise placing her in hospital, but she refuses. The doctor strongly recommended keeping a very close eye on her. He added that he would prescribe medications. Arnab watched as Aidan turned tail. The guy remained silent. Aidan turned to his sister. He asked where she got this rabbit. Elise, hugging the toy rabbit, laughed and asked, is it really beautiful? The girl happily said that her friend had given her the toy. Aidan asked, this is how it is. Aidan smiled widely. Elise confirmed that her best friend gave it to her. Elise jumped onto her brother's shoulders. Aidan asked she didn't forget to say thank you. Did she? Smiling, Elise said, of course. Arnab watched them. Aidan said, that's good. Now they will quickly return home, and he will please her with something tasty. Following the happy guys, Arnab said that now he saw it for himself, the world she lived in, the illness she suffered from, and even her good brother. Elise happily told Arnab about her life. Arnab noted that everything was as she said. Then, looking down, the guy understood. Arnab hovered over the street of a big city. The guy realized that he was in a world where Elise used to live. Aidan asked what the doctor said. Elise was lying on her bed at home with soft toes lying around her. The girl said everything was fine. He didn't have to worry. Elise laughed and added that she really missed home. It was very stuffy in the hospital. Aidan said that he understands, but if she gets sick again, he should immediately tell her about it. Smiling, Aidan said that he had already called her school. Elise was lying with her arms out from under the blanket. Aidan added that she should rest. Aidan wished his sister good night. Elise wished him the same in return. Arnab watched as Elise fell asleep, hugging the rabbit. Arnab thought maybe it was time for him to return. He said that he was worried about Elise. The girl coughed up blood and the frightened Arnab could not do anything. Looking at the sweetly sleeping girl, Arnab said that he did not want to leave her here. Raising his hand to his chin, Arnab thought, if he would stay here and watch her, then he can suppress her illness. But for this, you need to establish direct contact. Arnab shared some of his power with the girl. Arnab noted that in the current state, this is almost impossible. Looking at the girl, he thought, what should he do? The guy paid attention. A girl hugs a toy hare. It was a clear day, and there was a green plus sign on the hospital building. The doctor admired. He said. The girl's condition had improved markedly. Aidan, standing next to his sister, smiled widely and joyfully asked, is this true? The doctor, putting his hands forward, said that it would be possible to cancel the treatment for a while. He added that we still need to continue to monitor her condition. Aidan gave a positive answer. The doctor said that now they can rest easy. Aidan and Elise thanked the doctor with a joyful smile. Elise was sitting on the sofa, Aidan holding the phone in his hand, and asked if she wanted to eat. The girl happily answered, yes, she was hungry. Aidan showed her the phone and offered to order something and celebrate her recovery. Aidan added that his parents contributed some money. The guy said that today is a special day. Elise's eyes lit up with happiness. She was pleasantly surprised. There was a hare sitting in the next room. The voices of the guys could be heard from behind the door. Elise said that her brother was the best. She would like pizza. Aidan replied that she would get whatever she wanted. The hare glowed with an aura. He said that everything turned out great. Smiling, the hare exhaled and said, that's good. Arnib said that his power helped her. Elise slept hugging a toe. Arnib said that the rabbit he gave her became the link. He allowed the guy to establish direct contact with Elise. Arnab, in the body of a rabbit, said that little by little, her health is returning to normal. It was a clear day, and there were a lot of people on the playground. Aidan apologized to Elise. Elise was sitting on the swing. Aidan, leaving, said that he forgot his phone and asked his sister to wait for her here. Elise smiled and said that everything was fine. Aidan added that he was quick. Elise gave a positive answer. Angry Arnab clasped his hands together and said that it was not for him to judge this, but he had problems with his memory. Arnab said that Aidan hasn't changed a bit. Elise happily swung on a swing among happy children and their parents. Arnab noticed that Aidan left Elise like that. Suddenly, Arnab felt something in space. He looked around in surprise. Arnab asked, in surprise, what is this? He noticed a boy in the crowd from whom an aura emanated. Arnab noticed that it was a force similar to his. The bow turned his head. A bow with red hair and a white shirt looked to the side. The bow's eyes lit up with a golden aura. Arnab thought, who is he? Approaching the bow, Arnab asked who he was. Arnab thought in surprise, is this really the master of the world? Arnab noticed that the guy looked a lot like him. Strong energy emanated from the bow. Arnab noticed that he felt a powerful force. The bow turned to Arnab and said that he was not from this world. The bow asked why he was here. The bow asked what his purpose was. Arnab turned pale. Standing opposite the bow next to Elise, he said that he just wanted to protect Elise. The bow glanced at Elise. He saw her entire past. Her avatar was broken. The bow watched silently. He said that because of her, the course of fate would be distorted. The bow said that Arnab got here through a fault. He added that if this crack does not open, then the merger of two worlds will begin. It will create chaos. This should not happen. The rift between the worlds was open. The bow added that then the whole world would disappear and nothing would remain. The universe around is crumbling into particles. A small eye flew among the darkness. The bow noticed that Arnab had probably spent an eternity alone, and desperately wanted fill the void. The eye lit up brightly. The boy said that this crack was caused by his desire. Arnab suddenly lowered his head. The boy said that if nothing was done, Elise might get hurt. He added that the rift will grow as long as he remembers this girl. Elise happily swung on the swing. The boy put his palm out in front of Elise. An aura appeared there. He said that her soul was still too young. She simply wouldn't be able to survive if she went on a trip. Looking at Arnab, the boy noticed that she also had a weak body. Arnab was horrified when the boy said that if Elise crossed the world again, she would die. Arnab thought about Elise. Is she dying because of him? Elise smiled happily. The boy said that the guy doesn't have time to think, to change everything. He must make a choice. The boy stood next to another girl. He said that he would fix what Arnab had ruined. The boy put his hand on the shoulder of the girl standing next to him. He said, so that Arnab understands that he does not want enmity. The boy added that no matter what he did, he would not interfere, as long as it did not affect his world. The boy, looking at the guy, said that when he was finished, he should simply return to his world. Arnab looked at the boy as he disappeared. In his place, there was simply a boy standing who was happily talking to the girl. Arnab flew over the playground where children were laughing joyfully. Lowering his head, he thought that he did not expect to meet someone like himself. Aidan returned with the phone. Arnab thought that the rift appeared because of him. Looking at how Aidan was smiling and swinging his sister on a swing, Arnab thought that he needed to come up with something before the rift grew even larger. Arnab suddenly lowered his eyes and said that he would not let Elise die. Arnab watched as Elise slept. Stretching out his hand, Arnab said, addressing Elise, if she continues to remember him, her peace and her health will all suffer. Arnab touched the girl's hair with his hand. He said he wouldn't let that happen. Looking at the girl with sad eyes, he said, because she remembered him. Elise played happily with Arnab. She never forgot and kept her promise. Arnab lowered his head and said that he was also offended by her. Elise had a nice conversation with Arnab. He was sad when she left. Arnab flew into a tow rabbit. Having stroked the girl's ear, he said that now he understands why she forgot about him. Then suddenly stroking the girl with his paw, he realized that everything was because of him. Looking suddenly at the girl, Arnab, in the form of a rabbit, asked her for forgiveness. A bright light flashed above the bed. All their memories together slowly disappeared. Tears flowed from the sleeping girl's eyes. She opened her eyes. She was surprised. Alice, wiping her tears, thought, what was that? She noticed a strange feeling. Suddenly, hugging the rabbit, she said that she felt as if she had lost something. Elise started crying. From behind the wall came a voice shouting the name Elise. Aidan ran into the room. He asked what happened. Aidan asked what hurt her. The girl called out to her brother. Elise, standing in front of her brother, continued to cry. She said that she could not remember the name of her friend. Aidan asked what she was talking about. Elise began to cry even more. Aidan, perplexed, tried to understand what was happening. Arnab said, everything is fine. Being inside the rabbit, he thought that everything was right. Now she will be safe. Arnab received information from the boy about how everything would be better. Arnab said that he would not let her die. Arnab laughed. He remembered his world, happy inhabitants, various creatures, beautiful plains. Arnab recalled how he spent time with Elise. Arnab thought he had it all protected. Arnab flew out of the rabbit. He thought that he had nothing else to regret. It was a clear day. The sun was shining over the city. The girl called out to Elise. Elise turned around with a backpack on her back and saw Arya, who offered to go together. Smiling, Arya asked what her plans are today. Alice, smiling, answered, in principle, nothing. Smiling, holding onto the straps of her backpack, Elise said that today she planned to sit at home and play. Alice walked with her eyes closed and looked at Arya with a smile. Arya looked at Alice with a smile and asked her that she was still playing, and added that she was a fun girl. You couldn't argue with that, and would at least take the time to give her some time. Elise laughed and asked Arya for forgiveness. Elise recalled how she was small and lying on the bed in a bad state. Elise told Arya that as a child, she was often sick and constantly sat at home. And so it turned out she was simply used to sitting at home. Elise looked at Arya and held her briefcase on her shoulders. With her hands, Arya turned her attention to the guy in front of them. Elise suggested to Arya that they go out to eat the next day. The guy with blue eyes smiled sweetly and looked towards Arya. Arya called out to the guy, calling him Nya. Arya waved her hand at Elise and told her that if she promised that they would go somewhere the next day, she was all for it, and added that it was time for her to run. Nya and Arya waved to Elise, and she waved back. Elise said goodbye to the guys. Nya looked up with a serious look. Arnab watched as Nya and Arya left. Arnab hovered next to the unsuspecting Elise. Arnab looked intently at the departing Nya. White clouds floated above the multi-story building. Elise came home, closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. Elise told Aidan that she had returned home. Aidan turned to Elise and smiled when he saw her. Aidan asked Elise why she came so early. Elise looked at Aidan and smiled. Arnab was behind Ellie. He raised his hand and looked at her sadly. Aidan told Elise that she seemed to want to go out with friends. Elise told him that there was no such thing, but promised Arya to go out the next day and asked Aidan for permission. Arnab looked at his hand, which began to distort. Aidan told Elise that, of course he could, and asked what she wanted for dinner. Arnab looked down suddenly and knitted his eyebrows. Elise changed into home clothes and sat at the computer. Arnab watched her from above. Elise bared her teeth in anger. Arnab was behind Elise. Arnab thought that there was just a little time left, and Elise might soon fall into the rift. Arnab remembered the rabbit he gave her. Arnab thought that he had been sharing his power with her through the rabbit for a long time, thanks to which she did not get sick, and noticed that this would allow her to be reborn in another world in the future. Arnab recalled how he transferred some of his power to Elise when she was little. Arneb thought that even though he had greatly depleted his strength the past, part of him still continued to care about Elise. Arnab recalled how a rift appeared in front of him. Arnab noted that he also recently finished studying the fall. Arnab recalled how he was sucked into the rift. Arnab thought that if the power store in Elise was activated at the moment he expected, then she would definitely be able to survive. Elise was lying on her bed and looking at her phone. Arnab looked at Elise and thought that everything was ready. Arnab hovered behind Elise and extended his hand to her. Arnab began to think that when Elise fell asleep, he would transfer all his remaining energy to her. Suddenly, cracks appeared unexpectedly. Arnab widened his eyes in surprise. Arnab looked scared and didn't understand why this was happening. Streams of energy appeared around Elise, glowing with a yellow light. Arnab didn't understand why this started happening so early. A yellow core appeared in front of Arnab, from which a bright light emanated. Arnab was horrified. He knitted his eyebrows and watched what was happening. The rift began to appear, and Arnab said that Elise's soul would not survive. Elise's core glowed brightly and was heading into the rift. A bright, blinding light appeared. The whole world turned gray. Arnab was stunned. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth. The rift stopped, and Elise's core did not move. Everything turned gray. Arnab noticed that the world had stopped. Arnab opened his mouth in surprise. Nya told Arnab that he was worried this would happen. Nya stood behind Arnab. Arnab turned behind him and looked at Nya. A bright, golden light emanated from Nya, and he opened his mouth slightly. Nya told Arnab that the inevitable had happened. Nya folded his arms across his chest and looked at Arnab with a serious look. Nya stared at Arnab and said that he stopped time because he didn't want it to end like this. Arnab looked at Nya with a dumbfounded look. Nya told Arnab that he had been trying to block the rift all that time, but his reserve of strength was completely depleted, and now he could not do anything. Arnab looked at Elise's core and opened his mouth. Nya told Arnab that he could say goodbye to her one last time before he returned to his world. Arnab extended his hands to Elise's core. Arnab closed his eyes and touched the core with his forehead, holding it in his hands. Arnab told Elise that she is the most important thing in the world to him. She is his only friend. Arnab held the core in his hands, closing his eyes. Arnab told Elise that all this happened because of his greed, and in the future, he will never make such a mistake. Elise's core emitted a blinding light. Arnab said that his desire to protect Elise would turn into a powerful force. Arnab's hands became distorted, and he released the cannonball from his hands. Arnab looked at the core with sadness and knitted his eyebrows. He said that this was his conscious choice. A bright light filled the entire space. Arnab's white silhouette appeared in the darkness. Arnab's eyes were closed. Arnab did not understand what was happening, because he had to die. A stream of powerful energy appeared above Arnab. He opened his eyes and looked at the source of the light. A bright light illuminated the darkness in which Arnab appeared. A huge black hole appeared in front of Arnab. Arnab looked ahead in horror and did not understand what was happening. Arnab raised his hand and put it to his chest, opening his mouth. Arnab noticed how this could happen because he used all his strength. Arnab realized what this place was and widened his eyes in surprise. Arnab said he was back. Cracks appeared in the world, and Nia's white silhouette was visible. Nia looked to the side, where the girl approached, emitting blue light. Nia asked the girl what happened, and added that initially he had no desire to interfere, but it seemed to him that it would not be right. The girl looked indifferently into the space in front of her. Nia called out to the girl, calling her Arkai. Nia remembered the image of Elise with her eyes closed. Nia told Arkai that although Elise might become a resident of that world, she would remain his precious friend, and added that he would not allow her to continue to be in the rift. Nia asked Archie if Elise would be in danger. Arkia smiled sweetly and looked at Nia, opening her eyes wide. Arkia told Nia not to worry. Nia smiled and breathed out a sigh of relief. Archie said that fate can be changed. The white silhouette, Nia stood not far from the blue silhouette of Archie. Between them, there was a crack in space, as if separating them. Arkai said that everything is subject to an unshakable will. There was a blue sky above the small green hills and a small lake below. Nia opened her mouth and showed her teeth. Nia told Dake to move quickly. Nia looked at Dake irritably, her eyebrows knitted together. Nia told him that she had no time to bother with him. Dake leaned over slightly. Mia looked at Dake even more angry. Dake suggested to Mia that they take a little break. Mia said that he had already rested a day ago, and that was enough for him. The guy stood with his head down. Mia bared her teeth in displeasure at Dake. Mia told the guy that they were just walking and asked why he managed to get tired. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled tiredly, saying that it looked like her. He told Mia that when someone uses a power borrowed from a moderator, their own powers quickly run out. Mia and Dake walked along a path among green fields. Mia told Dake that she didn't care and he should go faster. Mia thought that with the help of the moderator, they were able to restore peace. There were huge rifts and countless destructions in the world. Mia noticed that the creator did it all. Mia remembered happy people walking peacefully through the streets. Mia thought that, as if nothing had happened, everything returned to normal. People began to live everyday life. Mia remembered happy Logan and Sophia. Mia noticed that they quickly got used to the small changes. Mia recalled that when the world returned to normal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and she decided to finish what she had long wanted. Mia remembered her destroyed city. Mia wanted to restore her hometown with Selena and return it to its original appearance. Mia recalled how she approached Aidan. Mia thought that if she had asked the moderator earlier, he would have restored the city for her. However, she did not bring up the issue because she wanted to restore it herself, and added that she finally talked to Aidan about it to get permission. Aidan smiled slightly, showing his teeth. Aidan told Mia that he was wondering when she would contact him, and asked her to continue. Aidan poked his fingers at the system windows. Mia watched him. Aidan told Mia that it might be difficult to do this alone, and it would be a good idea to take Dake with him. Mia recalled that Aidan agreed. Mia pursed her lips and raised her hand, clenching it into a fist. Mia thought that she would rebuild her hometown herself. Mia recalled the moment with Selena, and they smiled happily. Mia thought that even if no one cared, she had not forgotten her city. The black silhouette of Mia and Dake walked along the green lawn. Mia widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows. The black silhouettes of Mia and Dake approached the city, and from the hill, they saw it in good condition. Mia didn't understand what had happened. Mia widened her eyes at Dake and opened her mouth wide. Dake grinned and said that he would tell the details a little later. Dake looked away and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Mia was surprised by what Dake did. Dake told Mia that it was still early days, and added that he had been paying attention for a long time. Dake recalled Mia talking to Selena. Dake noted that Mia always felt sad when she and Selena talked about their hometown. Dake recalled rebuilding the city through the system. Dake told Mia that she loved him so much that she was going to restore everything herself, but he also misses Selena very much. Dake told Mia that the moderator gave him permission to rebuild the city, and noted that thank God, even the disappeared residents have returned. Happy residents were walking in the city under a clear sky. Mia lowered her head. Dake turned his attention to her. Dake told Mia that he asked the moderator to keep everything a secret. Mia approached Dake and began to lightly hit him on the arm. Dake leaned back slightly and opened his mouth slightly. Mia blushed and turned away from Dake. Dake closed his eyes and held onto the hand that Mia had beaten. Dake asked Mia why she did this. Mia said he talks too much. Dake opened his eyes and looked at Mia. Mia asked Dake, who asked him in the first place. Mia wagged her butt from side to side. Mia told Dake that he tried so hard and that he did a lot. Mia opened her mouth slightly. Mia looked away and ran her fingers through her hair, embarrassed and blushing deeply. Mia thanked Dake. Dake breathed out a sigh of relief and looked at Mia with a smile. Dake asked Mia if she wanted to explore the city. Mia replied that naturally she would. The black silhouettes of Dake and Mia began to disappear behind the hill, walking towards the city. The bright sun illuminated the city's forge. One of the players was unhappy with what he received. The malevolent player held a broken sword in his hand and opened his mouth wide. He didn't understand what to do with it. The player's face was dissatisfied. He leaned over the blacksmith. The blacksmith leaned back and raised his hands. Wisher asked the blacksmith how he could hunt monsters with such a sword. The blacksmith told him that he had warned that similar problems could arise during hardening. Wisher pushed the blacksmith and he fell to the ground. Wisher told the blacksmith that he had ruined him. Two players with malevolent faces loomed over the blacksmith. The hairy player said that if it weren't for the system, he would have killed him. The hairy man put his hands to his side. The residents watched him panic what was happening. Harry said that after the change of moderator, life is not so hot at all. Harry recalled how the players dealt with the monsters. Harry said that there were fewer monsters, therefore money too, and added that he already missed the time when he chopped monsters without thinking about anything. The residents looked at each other in surprise. Unfriendly players stood over the blacksmith. Harry said that there would be no hassle with the NPC and all this because of the new moderator. Baldy looked towards Harry and said that it was better. But for the helmet approached Baldy. The helmet swung and pressed Baldy to the ground with all his might. The hairy one widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Curly smiled. Helmet stood next to him. Harry asked them who they were, and assumed that they were players. Curly asked Harry what he was talking about, and added that Balda was the first to hit them. Helmet and Curly smiled sarcastically and looked at Harry. Helmet jokingly told Harry that they were just defending themselves. Curly asked Harry what kind of player he was talking about and where he even got this word from, and added asking that he and this billiard ball lived in the forest with the squirrels. Curly told Harry that it was as if they were living in the past. Harry looked to the side. Curly extended his hand to the side, slightly raising it, and knitted his eyebrows. Curly told Harry to look at him when he talked to him. The black silhouettes looked intently at Harry, their eyes wide open. Harry didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. The residents frowned and looked at Harry angrily. Curly said that the world changed a long time ago. The hairy one widened his eyes in fear and frowned. Curly grabbed Harry by the front of his clothes and told him to listen to him. Curly smiled maliciously and knitted his eyebrows. Harry looked at Curly in fear, his mouth wide open. Curly told Harry that if he couldn't make a living by hunting, find another way, and added that they had all already gone through this. Curly told him to stop blaming everyone for nothing. Curly told Harry that he understood him and told him to get out of his sight. Harry grabbed Bald, holding him, and left from there. The townspeople smiled widely and lined up around Curly and Helmet. Curly put his hands to his side and raised his head proud of himself. Helmet's eyes smiled. Residents told the guys that they were cool. Curly closed his eyes and turned contentedly to the residents, who told him that they now had a reliable protector. One of the residents asked Curly to continue to protect them, and added that he should come to his store more often. One of the residents drew attention to the weapon that hung on Curly's belt and asked him what kind of weapon it was, since this was the first time he had seen it. Curly took the weapon in his hand and raised it up. Curly said that this is a heavenly sword and it is real. Curly recalled the moment when Aidan forged a weapon for him but broke it. Residents thought that the moderator had sent them to them. One of the residents thought that Curly and the helmet were operators, and that this is not something you see every day, and noticed that this sword definitely belonged to the operator. Curly shone with happiness, showing his weapon for everyone to see. One of the residents asked if it was some kind of fake. One of the residents called out to Curly and Helmet. The guys looked in the direction where the menacing leg appeared. The boss told the guys that he hired them to work. A huge, muscular man appeared. His face was furious. He bared his teeth and walked towards Helmet and Curly. The guys turned to him, calling him boss. The boss asked the guys what they were doing there. The boss grabbed the guys by the heads and dragged them to the side. The boss intimidated the guys by saying that he would fire them. That same day, Mia smiled widely and said that everything was really restored there. Mia and Dake walked through the city and looked around, smiling widely and joyfully. Dake told Mia that he had to work hard and asked if she liked it. Mia said she really liked it. Dake told Mia that the rest would be fixed soon. Mia shouted to Dake that she knew it. Mia grabbed Dake by the hair and opened her mouth wide. Mia said that she had to do everything herself. Dake asked Mia to wait. Residents of the city stood under clear weather. Dake asked Mia if they could design everything just based on the norms and standards of ordinary people, and added that representatives of completely different races live there. They need to take that into account. Nya sat on Dake's neck, grabbing him by the hair, and glaring at him with an evil look. Mia asked Dake how he was going to pull this off, and added that he would have to redo everything from scratch. Dake told Mia that he didn't know and asked for forgiveness. A system window appeared in front of Mia. She turned her attention to it with her mouth slightly open. Alpha contacted Mia and asked if everything was going well. Residents of the city looked in surprise at Mia sitting on Dake's neck. Mia told Alpha that she was very surprised when she learned that almost everything had been restored. Dake stood in disbelief, his eyebrows raised and his mouth open. Alpha told Mia that she actually knew too, but Dake asked her to keep it a secret. Mia narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled sweetly, blushing. Alpha told Mia that she decided to help him in order to please her. Alpha stood among many open system windows. Alpha told Mia that no matter what, they would have to stay there for a while. Alpha opened her mouth and looked at the children behind her. Alpha told Mia that she would have to fix some things. Mia put her hands on Dake's head and closed her eyes. Alpha, on that lie, was screaming that she asked the children not to make noise. Alpha smiled while looking out the system window and asked Mia for forgiveness. Mia told Alpha that it's okay, because she's all about business too. Mia told Alpha that they would call when she was free. Alpha told Mia not to overwork herself there. Alpha turned around and saw toys and drawings scattered on the floor. Alpha used her abilities to lift drawings and toys into the air and exhaled heavily. Alpha could not even imagine that the best operating system would take care of children. There was a drawing of Alpha and children on the floor, and Alpha drew attention to this drawing. Alpha took the drawing in her hands and looked at it. The picture showed Henry, Helen, Violet, and Alpha. Alpha thought it was Violet's drawing. In the drawing, they were all holding hands and were happy. A rainbow was drawn above their heads. Alpha smiled widely and blushed. Alpha said that this drawing was very cute, and thought, who could do something like that? Alpha enthusiastically said that she would keep the drawing. The system window appeared in front of Alpha, and she opened her mouth. Notification call Alice. Alpha was a little confused. She remembered Aidan, and said that she thought Alice should be with Aidan. Alpha didn't understand what was happening. Black silhouettes of operators stood around the arena. A battle was going on in the arena. Multiple blows rang through the air. Arya and Jake were training in the arena. Jake looked worse for wear as he bared his teeth blocking Arya's blow. The black silhouette stood motionless watching the battle. Xenon opened his mouth slightly. He looked exhausted. Xenon said that so many days had already passed, and noted that it was probably difficult to train without a break. Xenon, Lloyd, Venthouse, and Baron were breathing heavily, all of them battered and exhausted. Operators stood on the blocks and watched the training. Xenon said they can't afford to mess around, especially when Jake is so desperate. Darren said he agrees with Xenon and Jake should be supported. Jake raised his sword and swung at Arya, his eyes wide. Lloyd said that Jake seemed to be in a hurry. Lloyd remembered recent events when their world was almost destroyed and people were not removed. Lloyd said that, in principle, if you remember those events, then everything immediately becomes clear, and noted that they miraculously remained alive. Lloyd recalled Aidan and other operators being horrified by what was happening. Lloyd said that it was scary to even think how it would have ended if the other operators and the moderator had failed. Lloyd remembered the image of the angry creator. Lloyd said that they won the battle, but not the war, because the creator could attack at any time. Lloyd watched Jake's fight closely. Lloyd told operators to be on guard, and Jake isn't the only one worried about this. The sword in the arena flew up. Lloyd said that they all felt the same way as he did. Jake was sitting on the floor. Arya stood in front of him, holding her sword to Jake's face. Arya smiled widely at Jake and told him that he had become stronger. Arya remembered Jake when she had just met him. Arya asked Jake if he remembered their first meeting and said that he had become 2 heads stronger. Arya told Jake that this was a good thing to be proud of. Jake, exhausted after the fight with Arya, looked at her, mouth parted and breathing heavily. Arya told Jake that he was too impatient. His movements were ahead of his mind. Because of this, his field of vision was narrowing, and this would not end well. Arya told him that she strongly advises him to get rid of this habit as soon as possible. Arya removed her sword from Jake, and he lowered his head. Jake thanked Arya and said that he would definitely take her advice into account. Arya told Jake that was great, and told him to invite the next one to practice. Arya put her hand to her side and looked at Jake. Arya thought Jake was doing a very good job. Arya clutched her sword with worrying, and thought that she was also worried. Arya remembered when the creator appeared. Arya noticed that the creator had not done anything for several months and that they were trying their best to resist him. Arya lowered her gaze. She looked sad because she didn't want this training she was doing to come in handy. Sully walked up to Jake with a smile and began to wipe the dirt off him. Lily clutched her sword in her hands as she approached Arya, shaking a little in fear. Arya turned her attention to Sally and Jake. Sally and Jake blushed, looked at each other and smiled. Arya widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide, looking at them. Arya didn't understand since when Sally and Jake had been dating. Sully grabbed Jake's hand and they began to leave the arena. Arya was unhappy that they were also making love during training. Arya closed her eyes and clenched her hand into a fist. Remembering Aidan, she blushed. Arya thought about how jealous she was of them, and added that now Aidan would definitely understand her hints. And the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. There was a frightening energy emanating from Arya. Arya said that her whole life would pass her by, like this. Lily and Arya paid attention to the operators who were pointing to the side. Operators looked behind Arya and did not understand when she appeared there. Behind Arya sat Elise. Arya turned behind her and saw her. Arya said that she didn't notice Elise coming. Elise sat with her hands folded on her legs and smiled sweetly. Arya was surprised. She widened her eyes. Arya asked Elise what she was doing there, because she was supposed to be with Aidan. Elise lowered her eyes and scratched her cheek with her finger. Elise told Arya that she was with Aidan, but decided to focus on herself, and added that, for example, she went out to get some fresh air. Arya looked at Elise carefully, raising her eyebrows. Elise said she was bored. Arya told Elise that she wanted to ask her for something. Elise opened her mouth in surprise. Arya told Elise that she wanted to spar with her. Operators looked at the black silhouettes of Elise and Arya. Arya told Elise that she wanted to fight her for real, and added that it was unknown when such an opportunity would arise again. Elise raised her hands and waved them. Elise told Arya that she just came to watch. Arya looked at Elise in surprise and said that she thought Elise was boring and asked if just watching was so interesting. Elise grinned maliciously. Arya told Elise, teasing her, that she was weak and her fear was understandable. Elise narrowed her eyes and raised her eyebrows looking at Arya. Elise asked Ariel what kind of fear she was talking about, and added that she would definitely not lose to her. Arya raised one eyebrow and looked at Elise with irritation. Arya and Elise radiated powerful energy as they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Arya asked Elise where she got such confidence. There was a powerful splash in the arena from the impact. Black silhouettes of operators watched the battle. Camilla and Kevin opened their mouths in surprise. From powerful blows, stones from the arena began to fly apart in different directions. Camilla said it was incredible, and added that Arya's battles are a treat for the eyes. Arya and Elise made eye contact. Lightning and powerful energy emanated from Arya's sword. Arya swung her sword at Elise. From Arya's blow, the floor of the arena was cut in half. Elise dodged the blow to the side. Arya's kick hit the block, which broke in half. Arya continued to shower Elise with blows. Elise defended herself with a barrier. Alice looked at Arya seriously. Elise used transformation. Golden sand appeared on the floor in which Arya stood. The sand covered Arya's feet, and she could not move. Elise raised her hand to Arya's face. Arya widened her eyes and opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Elise hit Arya and she flew back. Elise used shockwave. Arya clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes from the blow. Arya stuck her fingers out to the side, and her palm glowed blue. Arya extended her hand and hit Elise with energy. Elise raised her hands, and a cloud of energy began to gather between them. Elise used gravity and space distortion. Blue energy began to gather around the black cloth. Powerful blue lightning emanated from the black cloth, filling the space of the arena. Elise widened her eyes. Arya suddenly appeared in front of Elise and swung her sword at her. Arya tightly gripped her sword from which lightning emanated. Arya's eye glowed blue, and she stabbed Elise. A powerful blow from Arya flashed in front of Elise. Elise managed to use the barrier to defend herself. Elise used the skill increase resistance and shield. The blow rushed towards the shield. Arya hit the shield that appeared in front of her, and a powerful aura and bright light emanated from them. The shield broke and crackling lightning came from it. Elise stood with her arms outstretched and looked at Arya with a serious look. Arya was battered. She smiled slightly and said that this could not be fought against, and that she managed to feel so much during the battle. Arya plopped down on the ground and raised her head. Arya told Elise that she was giving up, and added that she couldn't even stand on her legs. Elise smiled faintly and looked at Arya. Arya said that she was told that Elise was weak. Elise took Arya's hands and helped her to her feet. Elise told Arya that it means that the power of the Creator still flows in her, and added that she should not be upset, because she is stronger without options, because she knows what she really is. The black silhouettes of Arya and Elise headed towards where the other guys were standing. Arya was slightly upset. She closed her eyes and leaned forward. Jake looked at Arya with concern and asked if she was okay, because it seemed like she had been in a lot of trouble. Arya told Jake that worse has happened. Elise watched Arya with a serious look. Selly approached Arya and told her that she would help her. Arya said that everything is fine and these scratches will heal in no time. Elise opened her mouth and called out to Arya. Arya turned to Elise and looked at her questioningly. Elise told Arya that that's not really what she came for. Arya widened her eyes and opened her mouth in surprise. Elise told Arya that she had come to pick her up. Elise imagined a passage into space with a red star glowing on the door. Elise told Arya that, as they know, the creator has imprisoned her brother in his domain, and God knows what's going on there. Elise extended her hand to Arya and said that she needed her help. Elise told Arya that Astraprosen and Alpha were already there. Elise looked at Arya with hope. Elise said that Aidan has not woken up yet. Great energy emanated from the test tower. Aster was inside among the red blocks. The system windows were open in front of Aster, and he looked at them with confusion. Aster didn't understand what was going on. Aster presented the image of Aidan from which incredibly powerful energy emanated. Aster said that Aidan's strength is growing, and noted that a little more and he will be torn to pieces. Aster raised his gaze and looked ahead worriedly. Aster said that now he doesn't feel anything. Inside was a cloud of black energy from which a red light emanated. Aidan thought that silence is like the abyss of the universe. Aidan's white silhouette floated in the darkness with a red light emanating around it. Aidan noticed that it was somewhere far away beyond living matter. Aidan's eyes were closed, and red energy was emanating from him. Arnab said it all started because of his greed. A memory of Arnab reaching out to Elise. Arnab told Elise that he would not make such a mistake again. Elise's brightly glowing core floated in the air. Arnab said that his desire to protect Elise only became stronger. Aidan had his eyes closed. He knitted his eyebrows. Suddenly, Aidan opened his eyes, which glowed with a yellow light. Arnab stood behind Aidan. Aidan told Arnab that he had finally arrived. Aidan turned behind him and looked indifferently at Arnab. Aidan told Arnab that it took him a long time to decide. Arnab looked at Aidan indifferently. Aidan asked Arnab what he decided to dot on E. Arnab knitted his eyebrows and looked intently at Aidan, not expressing any emotion. Arnab narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Aidan. Arnab recalled the moment when he was with a mature Alice and they looked at the red core of energy. Arnab told Aidan that he didn't know anything back then. Didn't know that he and his desire were the cause of everything. Aidan looked at Arnab indifferently, narrowing his eyes slightly. Arnab told Aidan that he didn't know it was him. Arnab told Aidan that he hopes things will continue to be like this, and that he doesn't even think about it. Aidan opened his mouth slightly, showing his teeth. Aidan told Arn that he was not at all interested in this. Arnab looked at Aidan with a cold gaze. Aidan asked Arn what he was thinking of doing next. A bright, blinding light began to emanate from Aidan. Aidan told Arnab that if he still intended to reset the world, he would give him a chance to make things right. Aidan's eyes glowed yellow. Aidan changed his appearance. His hair turned white, and the same halo as Arnab's appeared above his head. Arnab observed unexpected changes in Aidan. Arnab opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Aidan told Arnab that somehow, air in the space inside him, and his avatar in front of him, is just an illusion, so there is no need for them to fight. Arnab asked Aidan to answer him one question. Aidan looked at Arnab indifferently, his eyebrows slightly knitted. Arnab asked Aidan if it was true that he was going to send Elise back. Arnab said that Elise initially had a very weak body. Arnab remembered little Elise when she was in bad shape. Arnab said that after she went through the crack, she got worse and worse every day. Arnab recalled how he touched Elise and transferred some of his energy to her. Arnab said that her native dimension is higher than theirs, so the power given to her didn't really help, and now she needs to at least save her life. Arnab presented the image of Elise's lifeless body. Arnab said that if she returned to the original world in this state, she might die. Arnab remembered all the happy moments of Elise with her brother, Aidan. Arnab noticed that Elise's desire to return now he understands her, and added that her home world was very dear to her. Arnab opened his mouth slightly and looked at Aidan. Arnab asked Aidan, what would happen if Elise disappeared? Would he be able to accept it? Aidan pursed his lips and looked at Arnab. Aidan opened his mouth and looked at Arnab with a serious look. Aidan told Arnab that he said he was just a fake, but his love for Elise was incomparable. Arnab's eyes began to glow yellow. He glared at Aidan. Aidan said, no matter what happens, he will protect her to the last. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Aidan said that if Elise wants something, he will do it. Arnab pursed his lips. Arnab looked down with sadness in his eyes and smiled slightly. Arnab told Aidan, so this is his decision. Arnab thought that he still didn't want to let Elise go. Aidan looked at Arnab with an eerily indifferent gaze. Arnab raised his hand and a golden key formed in it. Arnab thought he was glad. Arnab presented the key to Aidan. Aidan was slightly surprised. Aidan raised his hand and took the key. Arnab turned around, saying that now he has no influence on this world. The white silhouettes of Arnab and Aidan stood not far from each other. Arnab told Aidan that he would leave this world to him, and added that he would not try to destroy it, for there was no point in doing so anymore. Arnab began to slowly disappear. Arnab told Aidan to keep in mind that he still couldn't come to terms with how he treated Elise. Her life was on the line. Aidan raised his gaze and looked at Arnab. Arnab told Aidan that it was dangerous, but he would trust him. Arnab looked at Aidan, almost dissolving, and told him that if he changed his choice, he should come to him. Arnab disappeared in front of Aidan, saying that he would be waiting. Aidan's foot stepped into golden space. Aidan looked with a serious look at the key in his hand and remembered Arnab's words that he should choose. Aidan closed his eyes, and system lines began to diverge in space. Arya asked Elise when Aidan would wake up. Elise said that we need to wait a little longer. Arya told Elise that suddenly he needed help. Aidan's eyes were closed. He was glowing with a golden light. Arya told Aidan to open his eyes. Aidan opened his eyes. Arya. Elise asked her and Procyon stood in front of him worried about Aidan. Arya told Aidan that he had finally woken up. Elise asked Aidan if he was okay. Aidan opened his eyes wide and looked at the guys in surprise. Arya said that Aidan is alive, so there is nothing to worry about. The huge black core was destroyed, and the black silhouettes of the guys stood in front of it. Arya told Aidan that before he even woke up, everything around them started to fall apart, and she thought something had gone wrong. Aidan looked at Arya and smiled. Arya asked Aidan if he was able to take control. Aidan told Arya that he could and apologized for causing him to worry. Aidan raised his hand and looked at her with his mouth parted. Aidan told the guys that it would be better if they saw everything with their own eyes. Aidan clenched his fist and a golden aura began to emanate around him. Aidan changed his appearance to that of when he was in Arnav's space. The guys were stunned by what they saw. Aidan raised his hand and began to examine himself. Arya asked Aidan if this was the power of the creator. Aidan's eyes glowed yellow. Aidan said that now he sees everything. Black silhouettes of the guys stood in the middle of the golden walls. Aidan noticed that these were things that were hidden from his sight. Aidan raised his head and began to look around. Aidan said that Arnab saw them all the time. Elise knitted her eyebrows and smiled looking at Aidan. Aidan walked up to Elise and looked at her with a serious look. Aidan told Elise that he already knew her answer, but would ask again. Aidan stared at Elise and asked what she wanted to do now. Elise looked at Aidan with a serious look. Aidan told Elise that no matter what choice she made, he would try to help her. Elise said that at some point she gave up. Elise recalled happy moments with Aidan and Arya from her world. Elise said she has been through a very long albeit thorny and of course, this world is dear to her, but she does not belong here. Elise lowered her gaze and looked down sadly. Knitting her eyebrows, Elise told Aidan that she would be back. Aidan smiled slightly. Looking at Elise, Elise asked Aidan to help her, calling him brother. Aidan extended his hand to Elise and said that he would help her. Elise knitted her eyebrows and looked down. Aidan put his hand on Elise's head and said that he would take care of this world and bring her back safe and sound. Aidan smiled widely and raised his eyebrows. Aidan told Elise not to worry. Elise raised her gaze and looked hopefully at Aidan. Elise stood next to Arnab. She raised her hand and pressed it to her chest. Elise was surprised that it came out of her. A red core hovered in front of little Arnab and Elise. Elise asked Arn what it was. Arnab and Elise looked at the core in surprise. Their mouths slightly open. Arnab didn't know what it was. In space, the red core shone brightly with golden light. Arnab couldn't even imagine that there were things that even he didn't know about. Elise looked in amazement at the red sphere that came out of her and was about to touch it, as she became curious. Elise extended her hand to the core of the magical red sphere and practically touched it. Before they could touch it, the red magic sphere flew away from the guys along a spiral trajectory. The two silhouettes of Aidan and Elise watched as this magical red core created a funnel around itself in the black space. Little Aidan and the guise of the creator, along with Elise, watched what was happening in amazement. Elise noticed that the red core flew away from them. A red magical core hovered in the air and emitted red rays of light from itself, forming a magical funnel near itself. Elise didn't understand what was happening in front of them. Bright rays of light spread across the empty space of the world. Lisa questioned Aidan about why he told her she couldn't. Elise was dressed in a dark cloak and stood in front of Aidan's small silhouette as they stood in front of the system screens, where everything was illuminated with a yellow light. Elise looked unhappy as she turned to Aidan, who had his back to her. Elise said that she couldn't do anything anytime soon anyway. She also asked Aidan when she could return to her world and how long she would have to wait. The black silhouette of Aidan's embittered face glowed with a white outline. Elise was saddened that this world was not real for her, so she turned to Aidan as a creator, telling him that she could not stay in this world forever. Elise stood behind Aidan with a depressed expression, feeling alienated. Elise, of course, understood everything, because that was the reality. Aidan pressed his hand to his pants and clenched his fist. Elise asked Aidan to return her to her world. The black silhouette of Aidan's face with its outline glowing with bright light looked sad and distraught. Aidan remained silent. The world with a dark purple aura began to collapse, and bright rays of light began to be traced from the depths of the earth. Elise raised her head and watched as the black silhouette of Aidan flew closer to the system screen, along with a glowing cube. Elise turned to the creator. Elise was unhappy with what was happening and rushed closer to Aidan, realizing that she needed to stop the creator so that he would not do anything wrong. Aidan extended his arms to the sides and watched through the screen the destruction of one of the worlds. Elise did not understand what came over Aidan, who remained silent in response. Elise looked at Aidan with fear and despair. Raising her head, Aidan said he would create a new world. Aidan slightly moved his lips and showed his teeth. Aidan said that Elise was so persistent in rejecting its world that even users themselves began to doubt its existence. He added that he should start doing everything from scratch, noting that Elise herself would want to stay in the new world. Aidan threw his malicious grin towards Elise, who was behind him. Aidan added that he will create the world in which Elise originally lived. A black sphere with red stripes emitted a bright light depicting the creation of the world. Aidan calmed Elise down, telling her not to worry, as the world wasn't ready yet. Elise bared her teeth and frowned at Aidan through her long and thick bangs. Aidan added that he will recreate the world from memories from Elise's head, which will make her like this world even more than the previous one. Elise tried to blindside the creator by telling Aidan not to do it. Silhouettes of people infected with the virus, they began to fall from the sky like raindrops. Elise thought that Aidan decided to destroy his own creation. Elise watched from below, above the black silhouette of Aidan, in front of which there was a bright flash of light, the rays of which spread throughout the entire dark space. Elise told Aidan to stop doing this. Immediately, silhouettes and contours of all sorts of magic circles began to appear in the air. Alice's black silhouette lay on the ground surrounded by her magical yellow aura, as everything around, in space, was filled with blue crystalline destruction due to the crackling nose. Elise has transformed into her new look, with white hair. In that moment, Alice managed to capture the power of the creator. Alice was in the air with sadness, watching the consequences of Aidan's actions. She was sad that the first world was destroyed, and yet she was unable to stop Aidan. A huge flying piece of land in outer space, similar to an island, emitted a bright yellow beam of light directly into the sky. Elise understood that the world was completely destroyed because of her quarrel with the creator, and therefore countless people died. The black silhouette of Alice hovered in the air between the cracks of black blocks, which were covered with a yellow outline depicting worlds. Elise wandered for a very long time in the cracks between worlds, and the unfinished world to remain so. Elise looked at what was happening with an indifferent and empty look. She understood that the creator had no intention of bringing her back from the very beginning, and she realized this only now. However, she no longer cared. The black silhouette of Elise lay on the cold ground. When a black boot appeared, the silhouette of Worm appeared, bearing its grin and exhaling the air from its lungs. Someone from the outside noticed this virus. Worm and other viruses appeared in the new world where Elise was. The virus kept coming. Elise furrowed her eyebrows and looked angrily in their direction. To protect against the virus, they began to produce an antivirus. Elise knew that the virus was an imperfect being as a side effect of the destruction of World 1. Elise recalled looking warmly at the silhouette of Worm, who pressed his hand to his chest in honor of his mistress's greeting. Elise said that the virus regularly visited her after they learned of its existence. Worm turned to Elise, whose black silhouette sat on her lap and glowed with yellow light. Elise knew that these virus guys were annoying, and at every opportunity, they idolized her, but she wanted no one to touch her. Elise looked down sadly as her gaze looked empty and serene. Elise looked tired. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the new world, and the silhouettes of a whole squad of guys appeared from it. The guys were looking for the virus, and were glad that they were found so they could deal with them. The out of breath, Aster looked tense and glowed with his white aura. This time, he wanted to deal with the virus and its leaders for good. Aster, in the company of his friends, including Arya and Prosen, headed towards the virus. Aster and Arya showed their teeth and looked angry. Aster told everyone to be careful, because their world began to collapse precisely because of Elise. Elise's silhouette continued to be illuminated by a bright light as she sat on the ground, and an entire wall of crystals was destroyed above her head. Aster said that the whole space is being destroyed by the very fact of Elise's existence, and the virus worshipped her. Elise humbly looked at the floor and with a degree of despair and emptiness, enraged by the worm appearance of the ASTR guys. He bared his teeth and looked furiously in their direction. He was angry because the guys were following him. Worm said that these guys came in vain because now, it will not leave the battlefield alive. With a mischievous grin, Worm extended his hand back towards Elise, whose silhouette was illuminated by white light. Orim introduced the guys to his true master. Aster, in the company of his team, looked at what was happening with contempt. Worm continued to grin at the guys, saying that they were just dancing in front of Elise's true power. Elise continued to be apathetic and despondent. Worm said that the guys' lives would end in this place. Elise felt that there was too much noise for her, and she wanted peace. There was a bright explosion, as a bright stream of energy was directed towards the virus. Worm squirmed in pain and screamed as this energy stream was directed towards him. Aster and Arya watched what was happening with confusion and bewilderment. Elise's silhouette glowed with a bright light as the cracked crystal wall protected her. The guys did not understand why Elise killed her servant. A bright purple crystal glowed in the black depths of the cave. Aster wondered that Elise was supposed to be their queen. The silhouette of Worm began to be resurrected and pieced together in another space. The guys understood that Worm would still be able to resurrect in another place. Aster furiously clenched the hilt of his sword in his hands. He knew that the virus had ruined everything, and only Elise was left. Aster looked at Elise with tears in his eyes. He was not going to forgive these viruses in any situation. Aster rushed with his sword to attack Elise, who was emitting a bright light from herself. Aster was going to destroy everything with his own hands. Blue energy from energy lightning began to sparkle around Elise. Elise turned her attention to the blue light and cast her devastated gaze in its direction. The angry guys spread their arms and were about to fly to attack Elise. Elise understood that she would not be able to return to her old world, but the Guardians of World simply did not know how to give up, because this is their character. Aster held his sword in his hands and looked at Elise in surprise. Aster looked dumbfounded. He didn't realize that the firewall in the form of a crystalline wall had collapsed. Aster pointed his sword and tried to fly at Elise, whose crystal shield was destroyed and its fragments scattered in different directions. Aster understood that this was his chance. Elise closed her eyes and accepted her fate. She was tired of fighting and wanted only peace. Aster nevertheless pierced Elise's exhausted body through and through. Elise wanted Aster to take her power, so she could find peace. Elise's body fell in a dark space through yellow matter. Elise opened her devastated gaze and looked at what was happening with the thought that everything now became clear to her. Elise remembered how Aster plunged his sword into her body. The black silhouettes of Aster and his team stood at ease against the background of Elise's evaporated body. Aster frantically raised his hands and tried to hold the yellow cloud of energy from Elise in his hands. Elise realized that this core held most of her power, and so she trusted their intuition on how to use this power. She felt that this power should solve their problems. The luminous silhouette of Elise's body fell into a black space that looked like a funnel or pipe. Elise understood that, in this case, she would no longer be able to go back. Elise closed her eyes, and with heartache, accepted her fate. She felt like she had done everything she had to, so she mentally said goodbye to everyone. A bright red beam flashed in a zigzag pattern through the dark space, right in front of Elise. This red core glowed among the yellow light. Elise widened her eyes and waited with anticipation for further events. Elise recalled the moment when she stood next to little Aidan and the role of the creator, and together they watched over the floating glowing core. In the air, yellow light began to spread out to the sides, creating an image from this core. The silhouette of a man began to appear, who extended his hand to her. Alice looked at what was happening in amazement, trying to understand what was happening. The red silhouette of a man appeared through the yellow rays of light. Aidan's frowning silhouette appeared in the bright light. Elise tried to understand what was going on. 5 black silhouettes of people stood on the ground, in the middle of a new known world. Arya looked in surprise at Aidan, who appeared next to them. Arya couldn't even imagine that Aidan was the new creator. Arya presented different images of Aidan, and how he fought in different fights and furious guises. Arya said that now it was not surprising to her that after the update, Aidan BVL was too strong. Now it became clear to her how Aidan was able to compete with its creator. The black appearance of Elise and otherworldly space came into contact with the red, glowing silhouette of Aidan. Elise knew that her brother never gave up, because he was always there for her. Even when others gave up, he still went to the end. Elise, in the form of red hair, looked forward sadly. She understood that it was the will that made Aidan so strong, and from now on, he possessed this power of the creator. A silhouette glowing with yellow light in a dark space was surrounded by luminous circles. Aidan knew that Arnab had been imprinted, but he still felt uneasy because he wanted to completely hide the existence of his sister. Aidan recalled how he held his little sister in his arms and wandered through the cold and frosty streets. He said that when he found himself in World 2, his plan got off the ground and he disguised himself as an ordinary NPC and began to develop. Aidan recalled how his little sister was wrapped in a white sheet in the cold winter. At that time, he had to spend all his strength. Aidan wandered the streets with his sister among a gray crowd of people. At that moment, he came up with a plan for the future. Aidan stood next to Elise and Arya, who timidly but listened to him attentively. Aidan interrupted his story by saying that they already knew the rest. Arya looked in shock at Aidan, who showed his teeth slightly. He said that he now had the power of a creator. He also added that he tried to send Elise back several times, but could not achieve the desired result. Aidan recalled the image of Arneb crystals hovering above his head. He was not going to give up, and definitely wanted to bring her home because Arneb was also trying to help Elise. A bright yellow light seeped past Aidan. Aidan said he had to make a deal with Arneb. 5 black silhouettes stood right in front of the open portal to another dimension. Elise looked with admiration at her brother, who intended to take the final step and help his sister. Aidan extended his palm towards Elise, asking her to follow him. Aidan stood with his back to the open portal and raised his hand in the air. Frowning slightly, he said she would come home. Elise's eyes sparkled, and she looked forward with anticipation. She extended her hand to Aidan, and they grabbed each other. Aidan threw his grin towards Arya and her friends as Arya placed her hand on her belt and smiled back. Arya said that she knows everything, that he will leave it at this place, and asked not to offend Elise. Arya stood next to Aster and closed her eyes, breaking into a smile. Arya told Aidan not to worry about them and to go about his business. Aidan was confused when Arya told him with a grin that he would need their help someday. After all, Aidan looked at the guys cordially. Arya said that they are always ready to help him. Arya widened her eyes in embarrassment when she heard Aidan speak. Aidan noted that they were his loyal companions, so he added that he would like Arya to always be by his side. Arya was embarrassed by such words. Arya didn't know how to react to Aidan's words. Aidan stepped forward. He ordered her to wait for him anyway. Arya understood the irony and got angry, telling him not to start flirting with her. Aidan threw his grin towards Arya as he stood next to Elise. He said he went. Evaporating in a red beam of light, they headed from the earth to another world through the portal that closed. The luminous silhouette of a man wandered through the expanses of the dark world. Arneb was in his thoughts and closed his eyes. At that very second, he opened them, watching what was happening. The glowing silhouette of Arnab noticed Elise and Aidan approaching him across the dark expanses. Arnab said he began to worrying that Aidan might change his mind. Aidan led his sister with an expressive expression. As the portal closed behind them, Arnab realized that Aidan was ready to go to the end without even knowing how it could all end. Aidan's silhouette sparkled with bright crystals near his head. Arnab, with a glowing halo above his head, looked at Aidan with anticipation. Arnab recalled that he told Aidan to come to him. Then when he changes his mind, Arnab said he didn't think he could convince Aidan. Aidan transformed into the image of the creator, and a luminous halo also hovered above his head. Aidan was confident that if they worked together, they would be able to return Elise, safe and sound if, of course, Arnab truly wanted her happiness too. Arnab looked at Aidan with heartache. He said that he thought about it, but understood that it was impossible because they did not have accurate information about the dimensional forces, because the energy there was too unstable. Aidan looked up at Arnab attentively. Arnab went on to say that even if they worked together, there was no guarantee that Elise would return home safely. So he said that it would be much safer for Elise to stay here. Arnab raised his hand towards Aidan and was about to use his power. At the same second, Aidan responded with the same gesture. The collision of their powers caused a red vortex to collapse, from which a red aura and lightning emanated. Elise covered herself with her hand from the cloud of dust and stones that flew away due to the shockwave. Alice's foot slipped due to such a strong wind. Elise looked in horror at the ongoing fight. Alice looked from the side at Aidan's silhouette, which glowed with a bright yellow light. Aidan widened his eyes and desperately looked up at Arnab, who put up his protective wall in the form of a honeycomb. It was an impenetrable cube. Aidan looked angrily at Arnab, frowning his eyebrows. Looking up, Aidan understood that Arnab had planned this all along. Aidan swung his fist at the glowing silhouette of Arnab, who held out his arms with a shield. Aidan understood that it was necessary to destroy this Arnab shield. Aidan was unable to break through the protective wall and missed in a sweat. Aidan cast his stunned glance to the side. Arnab extended his hand upward, and a glowing cube appeared above his palm. Arnab said that Aidan was too careless. Arnab pressed his hands to his chest and glowed with a bright light. Arnab apologized to Elise, telling her that she needed to wait. They had no other options. Arnab began to transform into another form, and he began to flare up with a bright flame, as if preparing to explode. Aidan raised his head and looked into the dark space, where the red light emitted the silhouette of Arnab. Aidan raised his angry gaze upward. Arnab told him that he could do whatever he wanted. The black hair of Arnab's reborn form emitted a red aura. Arnab, in the guise of a dark-haired girl and a black cloak, radiated red wave energies from himself to the sides. Arnab glanced down at Aidan. Arnab said that she will prove to Aidan that he was wrong. Last player. No. 99999. A bright and powerful explosion occurred in the vastness of the dark world. Various flashes and explosions occurred in the confrontation between Aidan and Arnab, whose energies intersected with each other. Aidan, with his luminous halo above his head, hovered in the air opposite Arnab in a black cloak, who emitted red magic spheres from herself. Aidan furrowed his eyebrows and looked angry. He asked Arn what he did with Elise. Arnab was surrounded by her red aura and looked forward with an innocent gaze. Aidan noticed that his sister's appearance had changed greatly, and her strength had increased. Arnab said that she didn't do anything. She was just in sleep mode for a while. Arnab gleamed with her dark aura as Aidan's silhouette, glowing with white light, hovered opposite her. Arnab noted that Aidan knew and could have imagined that something like this would happen. The black silhouette of Arnab glowed with an even brighter red light, which, with a halo above his head, illuminated the entire dark space. Arnab added that this has all happened since their connection was severed. Transformation car. Arnab rushed from the air towards the ground, emitting a dark red stream of light energy, the rays of which scattered in different directions. A black light stream with a red aura pierced into the bowels of the earth, from which Aidan felt this powerful stream of energy on his face in huge pieces, and his gaze looked lost. A black beam of energy pierced the yellow light core in the shape of a cross. From the sky, a black beam of energy was directed from the black aura directly into the ground. Arnab glowed with her red aura as she stood on the ground and watched what was happening among the clouds of dust. Arnab looked disdainfully towards Aidan. Aidan's hand managed to grab onto the ledge. Arnab noted that Aidan knew that everything would be exactly like this. Aidan sat on the ground with his head and hands down amid a cloud of dust after the explosion. Aidan asked Arnab why he didn't want to listen to Elise. Aidan knitted his eyebrows and frowned towards Arnab, raising his head. Aidan added that the more often such moments occur, the more Arnab will move away from her. So he asked a logical question for Arnab, whether he wanted such a situation. Arnab looked forward with indifference, as his protruding chin was illuminated by a bright light. Aidan said that he did not believe in such a turn of events. The silhouettes of Aidan and Arnab stood opposite each other as huge boulders soared into the air into a dark space that was illuminated by a yellow light. Arnab agreed with Aidan's position, saying that he could not help himself because he had no other options. Arnab added that everything in this world had a beginning and an end, and Arnab was no exception. Arnab extended his hand into the air and held in it a black core, which emitted red energy and its rays to the sides. Arnab said that Aidan did not destroy the best version of Arnab's. Arnab's black silhouette floated in space as a red magic or a circle glowed behind Arnab. Arnab said that they can rule this world together. Black noticed with the words crash. Aidan looked at Arnab, the stain raising his head at him, as he was surrounded by yellow glowing sphere. Aidan used the firewall enhancement skill and space distortion. The red hemisphere in the form of a shockwave spread over all space in the earth. Red lightning flashed all around. Yellow energy beams passed through the air. At the same instant, red energy, in the form of rays, was directed in the opposite direction. The yellow and red energy from the two silhouettes of the creators collided in a fierce battle, because of which the entire earth and world began to collapse. Arnab raised his hand towards Aidan, and small red signs appeared. Aidan bared his teeth and tried to put up his hand as a defense. Aidan was unable to resist such energy in the entire dark space, along with his silhouette, was surrounded by a red aura in the form of lightning. A red energy stream from the heavenly yellow light pierced the ground, causing such a blow to scatter stones in different directions. Aidan's body was embedded in the destroyed fragments of stones from such a powerful blow. Aidan spat out clots of blood from his mouth from such a blow. Arnab watched from the air as his red energy stream carried Aidan's body deep into the earth, creating a deep hole. Arnab humbly watched what was happening and put out his hand, from which a clot of black core with energy in the form of a sphere began to appear. A powerful energy stream was directed from the air in the form of a cone to finish Aidan. A dark magical beam pierced Aidan's protective wall, crumbling it into pieces. Arnab from the sky, using his dark spheres, directed energy rays onto the ground towards Aidan. A powerful source of dark rays sent massive bolts of energy towards Aidan. The glowing silhouette of Aidan hovered in the air and tried to resist this flow of energy. Arnab looked up with hatred through the light stream. Aidan understood that Arnab was burning his strength in exchange for life energy. The silhouette of Arnab floated effortlessly in the air, emitting a red light stream from itself. Aidan said he was prepared for anything. Aidan glowed with a bright light as a bright yellow core burned inside his body. Aidan said he still has an ace up his sleeve. Aidan's eye glowed yellow like a robot's. He used the transformation skill. Arnab watched as there was a bright flash of light from the silhouette of Aidan in the center of the dark space. Arnab watched what was happening with an indifferent look. The glowing silhouette of Aidan floated in the air, emitting a yellow aura in the form of circles. Arnab turned to Aidan, telling him that they should decide now, once and for all. Aidan's glowing halo hovered above his head, and Aidan's expressive gaze was directed straight ahead. Aidan rushed to attack Arnab at high speed, leaving a trail of light behind him. Arnab knitted his eyebrows and looked at what was happening with a degree of contempt. Arnab used his magic and put up his dark blocks as a defense. Arnab directed long dark blocks towards the glowing silhouette of Aidan. Dark blocks with a red aura were aimed at resisting the aspiring Aidan to reprisal. Aidan destroyed all the dark blocks with his bright flash of light, from which the crumbled pieces scattered in different directions. A bright yellow beam was directed towards a red glowing core in the air. Arnab's red energy intertwined with Aidan's in an intense fight. Aidan angrily swung his hand, which contained a red magic core in the form of a gravitational collapse skill. The black silhouette of Aidan watched as a bright flash of light emitted lightning bolts from itself in different directions. Arnab looked at what was happening with anticipation, with his red eyes. A yellow funnel with red lines sucked in the black silhouette of Arnab. The outline of Aidan's face looked down hatefully at Arnab. Arnab also looked up at his once friend with contempt. A red magical funnel hovered in the sky and sucked in all the matter from the world. The matter in space glowed red and cracked. The bright yellow core shone high in space and absorbed pieces of dark matter. Arnab's body looked exhausted and wounded. Arnab's body continued to glow red, but he looked exhausted. Aidan looked at Arnhem, who was lying on the ground, disappearing into the air. Aidan asked Arnab to calm down, because he knew how everything could end. Aidan looked at Arnab with despair, glowing with a yellow aura. Aidan knew that Arn was greatly weakened because he used too much strength, and therefore his body could not stand it. Aidan looked up with devastation as his face looked bruised. Aidan did not understand why Arnab made such sacrifices. Arnab said that it all had a point, but Aidan ruined everything. Aidan looked at Arnab with contempt. Arnab continued that Aidan had proven that Arnab was wrong and could therefore complete everything. Arnab put his hand to his chest, and it glowed with a bright red light. Arnab's silhouette glowed with bright red light. Arnab said he believes Aidan will succeed. Aidan watched as a bright red core from Arnab's body illuminated the entire dark space. This red core attached itself to the body of Aidan, who did not expect this at all and was afraid. Aidan looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Bright yellow rays spread out in space. Notification version 3.0. The beginning of world renewal. Aidan's silhouette glowed with a bright yellow light. Notification. World update user. Aidan. Aidan clutched his chest and began to cough, releasing the air from his lungs. Aidan realized what had happened. The dissolving silhouette of Arnab extended his hand towards Aidan, who continued to hold on to his chest. Arnab told Aidan that he took power from him. Arnab evaporated more and more into the air, and sadly lowered his eyes. He knew he had done everything he wanted. As soon as Aidan arrived, Aidan looked at Arnab in amazement. Aidan wondered why it was impossible for Arnab to absorb Elise, to send her to his world. The black silhouette of Arnab crumbled more and more in the air and evaporated into particles. Aidan didn't understand why Arnab sacrificed himself for Elise. Arnab lowered his head regretfully as red body particles flew off from him. Aidan asked Arnab whether there really was no other choice, because Aidan understood that in this case, Arnab would disappear, and Elise certainly would not want that. Arnab knew that there was no other way. Aidan pressed his hands to his body and sadly watched as Arnab disappeared into thin air. Arnab said that this was the only way to save Lima in this world. Arnab looked at Aidan from the last minutes of his life and bequeathed his speech to him. Arnab said that from now on he trusts Aidan with this world. Aidan watched as at that same second, Arnab's body completely evaporated and his particles flew into the air. Aidan looked at what was happening with sadness. Elise's silhouette began to appear in place of Arnab's missing body. Alice's body was lying on the ground and glowing red. Aidan walked closer to the awakened body of Alice, who grabbed her head. Aidan stood over Elise, who placed her hands on the ground and looked up. Aidan asked Elise if she was okay. Elise held her head. Although she looked exhausted, she said that her head stopped hurting. Her silhouette glowed with a bright light as bolts of lightning shot through her body. She said that the pain she felt all over her body disappeared because she had never experienced anything like this. Elise looked down with her head bowed as Aidan stood not far from her looking sad. Elise asked Aidan about Arnab. Elise clenched her fist. She realized that everything ended as she expected, but I still hoped to the end that it wouldn't come to this. She thought things would be different. Elise looked down sadly and crying, realizing that this was not the outcome she wanted, because she didn't want very much. Aidan watched his crying sister with heartache. Elise understood that Arnab had chosen this path himself, so she said that everything was fine. Elise added that she would have no doubts in the future. Aidan and Elise's silhouette glowed white in the empty space. Aidan told his sister that they had to go back. Aidan asked his sister if she was ready for this. Elise replied that she was ready. Aidan raised his hand into the air and revealed a red magic core. Aidan closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his chest. He understood that now they would definitely get home. The black silhouette of Aidan's face glowed with a bright yellow outline. He found the world of Alice. A huge city appeared through the portal. The bright red core glowed with bright energy, emitting rays in different directions. A bright beam of light from the dark world headed into the sky. The silhouettes of Aidan and Elise penetrated the bright flow of energy. A black cloud appeared in the sky with a bright light inside, into which a beam of light was directed. Aidan said that this sphere will bring Elise home, safe and sound. Aidan told her to listen to him carefully, because, when she gets into her world, there will be no way back. Elise looked towards her brother in surprise. Aidan remembered Arnab, whose body vanished into thin air and the last battle between them. Aidan said that if the light given by Elise Arnab disappears, then the crack connecting Elise with this world will close and her illness will disappear along with it. Elise looked at her brother in amazement, her eyes wide. Aidan told Elise to go ahead, because her world was not here, but there. Elise frantically threw herself into the arms of her brother, who looked at her in awe. Elise said that she and Aidan are not actually related. Elise looked away sadly as she was in Aidan's arms. Elise said that Aidan was a simple user of another world, an NPC, but at some point, Elise began to think everything differently. Elise recalled moments when Aidan took care of her as a child. Elise recalled with admiration and warmth the moments when Aidan looked at her in awe. Elise thanked Aidan for that he was always there for her. Aidan looked forward cordially. Elise said that she would never forget him. Aidan grabbed Elise's hair and began to pull it. Aidan looked at Elise with a grin, holding her head. Elise looked at her brother with irony, and realized that he did this as a goodbye. Aidan looked at his sister with inspiration. Aidan said that she would always remain his beloved sister, and even though Elise would not think so, and no matter what she would say, Elise looked at her brother with anticipation. Aidan told her to stop worrying about little things and to take better care of herself. Elise closed her eyes and broke into a smile. Elise thanked Aidan again. Aidan answered her with the same words. Elise touched the red light with her hand. Elise entered the portal and turned back to wave goodbye to Aidan. Aidan looked at his departing sister with tenderness. Aidan watched as the portal slammed shut, leaving behind a yellow streak. Elise glowed with a bright light as she flew up to the black funnel. Elise looked at the white light with anticipation. Elise felt more hope of getting into her world. On the way to her world, she saw the red silhouette of a man who hovered in space with yellow stripes. Arnab's body floated in space, and Elise looked at his dark hair because she recognized him. The white silhouette of Alice was floating in the air. She opened her mouth in surprise and called out to Arnab. Alice extended her hand to Arnab, almost touching him, and asked him to wait. Elise widened her eyes in surprise. Elise found herself among fields of beautiful flowers and blue skies. Elise knitted her eyebrows and looked ahead in surprise. Elise looked at the black silhouette of Arnab who stood among the flowers. Arnab has completely changed. His hair turned black and his eyes red. Arnab looked at Elise. Arnab smiled slightly when he saw her. Elise's eyes widened. She was stunned by what she heard. Arnab told Elise that he came to say goodbye. Arnab recalled how he was once a small, spherical robot that flew in the void. Arnab told Elise that initially, there was nothing. A bright yellow light emanated from the spherical robot. Arnab said that was why he could create anything. Arnab remembered little Elise's smile. Arnab told Elise that he then met her. Elise's white and radiant smile illuminated the space. Arnab told Elise that she gave him the strength to continue to exist. Arnab recalled how he and Elise walked in space. Arnab told Elise that she filled him with energy when he was drained by eternal darkness. Arnab recalled how Elise hugged a stuffed pink rabbit, how he and Elise walked and she smiled while looking at him, and how Elise put her little hand on him. Arnab closed his eyes and smiled widely, the sun shining on his face. Arnab told Elise that their meeting was an unimaginable gift of fate. Elise watched Arnab sadly. Arnab recalled how he created toys to entertain Elise. Arnab told Elise that he would never forget their first meeting. Arnab remembered Elise's eyes and radiant smile and how he watched her with a joyful smile. Arnab told Elise that he would not forget her bright smile. A yellow cloud of energy emitted bright rays. Arnab extended his hands to the bright cloud of energy and said that he would take all these memories for himself. Arnab closed his eyes and, with a smile on his face, pressed his hands to his chest, in which there was a cloud of energy. Arnab said that he would hide them deep in heart. Cracks began to appear in space. The space split and Arnab fell into the hole. Arnab began to dissolve in space. Arnab said goodbye to Elise. Arnab's silhouette dissolved, and a black core with cracks appeared. Elise opened her mouth wide and rushed towards him in panic. Elise fell into the space behind the Arnab core, which brightly illuminated the darkness. Elise told Arnab not to leave her. Elise reached out to the broken core. Elise shrank and held Arnab's core to her chest. It glowed with a golden light. Elise told Arnab that she doesn't want to forget him. Elise bared her teeth, clutching Arnab's core tightly. Elise told Arnab that she doesn't want to forget everything about him, even though she understands that he is doing this for her sake. Elise closed her eyes and began to cry with unimaginable bitterness. Arnab said that with all his heart, he dreams of always being with her. Elise shone dazzlingly, illuminating the impenetrable darkness in space. Aidan's voice called Elise. Elise opened her eyes from a long sleep. Elise was lying in an embrace with her stuffed bunny and holding a phone in her hands. From the outside, they asked her how long she was going to lie in bed. Aidan looked through the doorway and turned to Elise. He told her that she would be late for school. Elise said that Aidan will now get what he deserves. Elise grabbed her sheet. Elise said that she asked Aidan to wake her up early. Aidan said that he had tried this many times already, but to no avail. Elise jumped out of bed and rushed to run after Aidan grabbing the doorway. She said that Aidan makes her angry. The light in the room fell on the pink hair. Elise said that they were waiting for her too. The hair was sitting on the bed when Elise forgot about him and rushed to get ready. A clear sunny day reigned over the white building. The silhouettes of Nya and Arya watched the lost Elise. They called out to Elise. Nya and Arya were dressed in school uniforms and looked expectantly at Elise. Elise greeted the guys asking how long they had been waiting for her. Nya and Arya looked at each other. The guys said that they waited a long time, but still, everything was in order, since they themselves had just arrived. Joyful, Elise squeezed between Nya and Arya. She apologized for being late and said that she would buy them something tasty as an apology. Arya told Elise not to pay attention to it. Their group with backpacks was heading to school. Among other people, Alice notified the kids about the news that they had a new kid in their class. The weather was clear and white. Clouds were floating over the big city. Residents of the city looked at each other, happily communicating with each other. The huge testing tower was emitting a bright beam of light into the dark space. Henry, Helen, and Violet looked around the tower with curiosity. 3 guys looked forward with shining eyes. Henry said that they had been here quite recently, and every time he saw this place, he was amazed. The creator disappeared, and everyone forgot about him. The memories were of the moment when the exhausted Aidan passed through the dark portal. Aidan returned unharmed and was greeted as a hero. Arya hugged the exhausted and tired Aidan after Elise left. There were no more users. The world could not exist without users. So it began to gradually collapse. Aidan looked up contemptuously with his luminous gaze. Aidan took measures to prevent the world from being destroyed, and temporarily managed to prevent destruction. Moreover, he prepared a large-scale update that was supposed to eliminate the instability of this world. The bright yellow core and the other worlds glowed with a bright yellow light. Thus, a new world appeared. Black silhouettes of people wandered through the crowd and looked in different directions. The purpose of the update was to allow users from all over the world to freely visit the site. Henry, Hela, and Violet observed black silhouettes of people in a spatial world with red blocks. They have been preparing for this for a long time, and it's time to launch the update. 3 guys approached Alpha from behind who managed to notice them. Alpha, Arya, and Aster paid attention to the guys and greeted them with joy. Different groups of guys appeared on the screen. The leadership of each region of the country has already completed preparations. Alpha looked at the screen, where Mia hugged Dake from behind with inspiration. Mia said that they were the last ones. Alpha thanked the guys for the work done. Alpha and her 3 friends behind her waited with anticipation for the update. They had been working towards this for a very long time, and they only had one last step left. Alpha looked up into the sky and watched as a yellow portal opened in the air. Alpha wanted to wait for Aidan. Aidan's black silhouette stood in front of a pile of screens between glowing walls. Aidan smirked slightly. Aidan extended his hands to the sides of the cellular screen, where the cores of the worlds were spinning. He was glad that it had finally started. The black spheres of different worlds were distributed among their cells. Aidan was surprised that there were so many worlds that they didn't even know about. Arya wanted to approach Aidan, who was involved in the process of exploring the worlds. Aidan knew that in such conditions, he would be able to introduce a new system much easier, because thanks to this, their world would become more stable. Arya called out to Aidan. Arya, with trepidation and warmth, hugged Aidan from the back, who looked at her in surprise. Arya was glad that it was all over. Aidan looked at Arya with hope. Arya congratulated him on how everything worked out, and also added that she believed in him. Aidan hugged Arya and kissed her on the cheek. Aidan said with a smile that in that case, she should have told him about it in advance. Arya, breaking into a smile, flirted with Aidan. Aidan stood in an embrace with Arya as they together observed the spheres of worlds and distributed cells. Aidan said that he needed to finish his business. Arya said that she thought it was all over. Arya stood behind Aidan, and the two of them looked at what was happening with anticipation. Arya asked Aidan if he managed to eliminate everything. Aidan proudly replied that after all these difficulties, he made it through. Elise's dark silhouette was illuminated by intense light. Aidan said that he managed to get Elise back, and this should not happen again. Black silhouettes of people with glowing eyes looked around. Aidan noted that if the system is successfully updated, users will be able to come and go freely, without any problems or restrictions. And he also added that after returning, everything that happened would seem like a dream to them. Aidan looked ahead in awe. Aidan understood that thanks to this, their world would stop collapsing, and everything would return to its previous places. All preparations will be completed. Aidan was about to press the glowing system update button. He said he was willing to take the risk. Aidan thought a little and looked at the screen with a vague expression. He wondered if everything would really be okay. It seemed to him that he had made all the necessary preparations and the updates would be impossible to undo. A black hole in the sky sucked all the matter of the world into itself. Aidan recalled how the virus consumed cities and worlds were destroyed. Aidan wondered, if an unforeseen situation should occur, would he be able to stop the disaster? Aidan had his hand in front of the button, when suddenly Arya's hand touched him. Aidan gave her a questioning look as Arya looked at Aidan in admiration. She told him not to worry, because he was not alone now. Aidan looked closely at Arya, who was about to inspire him. Arya said that Aidan has acted alone until now, but now they can do anything together. Aidan extended his hand towards Arya. Aidan agreed with Arya's words, saying that they should do this and embrace their renewed future. Aidan smiled, then looked at the glowing button with anticipation. He understood that they needed to update the world. Arya held Aidan's hand, and together they were about to press the button. Aidan said they won't give up that easily. The system launched updates, and chains of yellow light began to spread in different directions. Notification: a new world has been opened. Black screen with user 0 written on it. A table with user names from 1 to infinite. The silhouettes of Arya and Aidan watched as a bright beam of light was directed from the air to the empty ground. Notification: users have entered the world. Aidan stood with Arya and hugged her, looking at his new future. A bright white light in the inscription appeared. Welcome to the new world.